Where is this? In a room of pure white, Suyu stood where he was gazing around at his surroundings. After remaining dazed for quite some time, he recalled what had just happened and murmured to himself, could the Transtemporal Trade Platform actually be real? Just half an hour earlier during his vacation at home, Suyu had received a phone call informing him of his dismissal from the company. Officially the reason was layoffs, and because his performance was considered mediocre, he was the one who had been cut. In truth, his team had been assigned a single layoff quota, and someone had to go. Among the 8 people in the group, he was the only one who had no connections whatsoever within the company. Thus the news did not come as much of a surprise to him. He had already anticipated this outcome even before the holiday began. Upon receiving the notice, he immediately opened an online recruitment platform to search for a new job. As he searched, he suddenly came across a bizarre job posting. The Transtemporal Trade Platform was recruiting a Blue Star agent with a starting base salary of 100,000. Such an outrageous offer was something he naturally did not believe, yet with nothing better to do, Suyu clicked into it out of idle curiosity. The next instant he had appeared here. Once he roughly understood the situation and realized he might have stumbled into a scenario straight out of a novel, Suyu actually exhaled in relief and regained his composure. He walked over to a wall that emitted a soft white glow and knocked lightly, testing as he asked, "Is anyone there?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a line of text surfaced upon the silvery wall. "Welcome to the Transtemporal Trade Platform. The place you currently occupy is the exclusive space for a Blue Star District agent. Upon signing the contract, you will obtain this space and unlock trading permissions. This platform is dedicated to facilitating transtemporal transactions, allowing people from different timelines to exchange what they have for what they need. Would you like to sign the Blue Star District agent contract now?" Suyu studied the words before him in silence for a moment, guessing that this interface responded to voice commands. After a brief thought, he asked, "May I see the specific contents of the contract?" As soon as he spoke, lines of text began to appear upon the wall one after another. The clauses of the contract unfolded before his eyes in meticulous detail. Suyu read through it carefully. The gist was simple. Once he became a Blue Star District agent, he could represent Blue Star in conducting trades with others on the Transtemporal Trade Platform, exchanging resources across worlds. There were no restrictions on what could be traded, nor on price. Both parties could negotiate terms freely according to their needs. For now, he was designated a junior agent, able to be randomly matched with only one new client each week. Upon successfully completing 10 transactions, he would be promoted to an intermediate agent, at which point he would not only gain access to more and higher quality clients, but also unlock additional permissions. The Transtemporal Trade Platform also possessed its own currency system known as trade points. Each successful transaction would grant him a sum of trade points. These points could be used to purchase whatever he needed directly through the Transtemporal Trade Platform without the need for face-to-face dealings. In essence, he would use the resources of his own world to trade with people from other worlds. The more transactions he completed, the higher his rank would rise, and the more benefits he could obtain. The sole restriction was that traded goods could not be falsified or forged. The platform would inspect and supervise all items, and anyone who dared sell counterfeits to deceive others would have their agent qualification revoked. After reading the contract to the end and confirming that nothing was amiss, Suyu chose to sign without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such terms. Different worlds coveted different resources, and their valuations varied wildly. For all he knew, a single bottle of mineral water from his world might be exchanged in another for a hefty chunk of gold. He could then resell that gold back home for a fortune. Even in the worst case, if the items he obtained from other worlds turned out to have little value, and he failed to profit from them. As long as he completed at least one transaction each month, Suyu would still receive a guaranteed monthly base salary of 100,000 from the platform. Was that not 1,000 times better than grinding away at a regular job working for someone else? Contract signing completed. Name Suyu. Status Blue Star District Agent of the Transtemporal Trade Platform. Rank Junior Agent. Trade points 0. Available transactions 1. Available transactions 1. So I can already be matched with a trading partner now. Suyu pondered briefly before asking. The contract stated clearly that these dealings were not merely private trades between two individuals, but more akin to exchanges conducted on behalf of two different worlds. Therefore, whether he already possessed suitable goods at hand was not important. The proper process was to first be matched with a trading partner, understand each side's needs, and then return to prepare the items for the transaction. "Yume, would you like to begin matching now?" Seeing the words on the wall before him, Suyu immediately replied, "Match. Matching trading partner. Matching success." Suyu felt his vision blur, and in the blink of an eye the empty white room vanished, replaced by an ancient-style conference room rich with classical charm. At the center stood a long table. He was seated at one end, while at the other sat a woman clad in a silvery suit of armor with a distinctly futuristic design, her exquisite face and cascade of white hair the only parts left uncovered. The woman glanced at Suyu, who was still looking about, and arched her delicate brows before speaking. "Is this your first time trading, newcomer?" Her voice flowed like a clear spring, crisp and pleasing to the ear. Yet the syllables she uttered were utterly incomprehensible to Suyu. Fortunately, the trade platform appeared to possess an automatic translation function. Though he could not understand her language, he grasped her meaning all the same. He nodded calmly in response. Yes, I must be making quite a spectacle of myself. With that, he straightened his posture, ready to conduct his first serious negotiation with this inaugural trading partner. Though the mysteries of the Transtemporal Trade Platform left him somewhat unsettled, when it came to business negotiations, he was thoroughly in his element. After all, his previous company specialized in international trade, and as the team's most capable salesman, he had closed more major deals than he could count. Once he slipped into that state, he would not lose his nerve, even if the other party were an alien. Transtemporal Trade Platform, Wuxia District Agent Xuanxing. The woman said as she nodded, then rose to place her right hand over her chest in a solemn gesture of self-introduction. Seeing this, Suyu also stood and lifted his hand, but given the distance between them, a handshake was clearly impractical. So he simply raised his other hand and performed a traditional cupped fist salute. Transtemporal Trade Platform, Blue Star District Agent Suyu. Your etiquette is quite interesting, Xuanxing remarked, looking at his hands folded together. I think so too, Suyu replied with a smile, then continued, let us speak of business. What are you seeking to trade for? Naturally grown foods rich in starch and plant fiber, uncontaminated water soil. Everything listed on the inventory I require, Xuanxing said as a light screen materialized before her. She reached out and swiped across it, and an identical screen appeared before Suyu filled with rows of items. Meat, eggs, dairy, grains, vegetables, purified water soil. Everything was required to be free of pollution and radiation. As he scanned the list, Suyu felt for a moment as though he were browsing a supermarket catalog on his phone. It seemed the other party came from a world where food was scarce, and judging from the armored suit she wore, the technological level of her civilization was likely quite high. Seeking uncontaminated, non-radiated food. Could it be a wasteland-like world where technology thrived, but the environment was polluted and food had become scarce? A spark of insight flashed through his mind, though his expression betrayed no hint of it. He said evenly, all these items are things I can provide. What do you intend to offer in exchange? What do you need? Xuanxing asked, her brows faintly furrowing. For now, she and Suyu were not familiar with each other at all. Neither of them knew what the other's world was like, nor what kind of specialties it possessed. The fact that she was willing to state her own needs first was already a concession for Suyu as a newcomer. If she were to rashly reveal all the goods she had available for trade, it would undoubtedly put her at a disadvantage in the subsequent price negotiations. What I need is... Suyu was not surprised by her response. His eyes turned, landing on the silver-white armor on her body that exuded a distinctly sci-fi aura, yet he did not elaborate further. You want powered armor? Xuanxing raised an eyebrow. It's not that we can't talk about it. If you can provide 10,000 tons of radiation-free, pollution-free grain, I can take this off and give it to you right now. The original powered armor worn by a white-haired girl. Suyu's heart stirred instantly. Yet a moment later, he shook his head. With his current financial means, 10,000 tons of grain were utterly beyond his reach. Even the cheapest potatoes cost 1 to 2,000 per ton. 10,000 tons would be 10 to 20 million. Selling himself would not fetch anywhere near that amount. Moreover, in reality, such a massive grain deal would likely require purchasing directly from national grain reserves or importing from overseas. Without a food processing plant or similar front to cover it up, it would be nearly impossible to purchase that much legitimately. Even if he acquired it through special channels, once the grain's final destination became unclear, he would almost certainly attract unwanted attention. Although the powered armor looked overwhelmingly impressive, and its original state made Suyu all the more tempted, it was clearly something he could not afford right now. Besides, it would be of little practical use to him at the moment. That would have to wait for the future. As for now, Suyu pondered for a moment and said, I need gold. If his earlier speculation was correct, and she indeed came from a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, then judging from the powered armor she wore, her civilization's technology was undoubtedly far more advanced than that of Blue Star. In truth, exchanging grain for technology would be the most profitable option. The problem was that Suyu was currently just an ordinary man with savings amounting to only a few tens of thousands. Even if he obtained some kind of black technology, he would most likely be unable to monetize it. The very first thing he needed to do was to become a wealthy man on Blue Star. Once he had capital in hand, acquiring technology and turning it into profit would naturally follow. Gold. That is indeed a hard currency. Many junior agents are willing to accept gold in trade, Xuanxing said with a nod. Gold for grain is feasible. However, you'll have to first give me the data on the common grains in your world. Only then can I calculate a proper price. After all, it's impossible for all grains to share the same price. This you should understand. Grain data. Suyu understood what she meant, yet for a moment he did not know how to organize it. Instinctively, an image of a potato surfaced in his mind. Fortunately, the next instant he saw data about potatoes appear on the light screen before him. Fiber content, starch content, trace elements, and more. So it works like this. Suyu immediately felt reassured. In his mind, images of rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and other staple grains flashed one after another. After roughly organizing the major staple grains of Blue Star, he imitated Xuanxing's earlier motion. With a swipe of his hand, those datasets flowed into the light screen before her. After studying them for a while, Xuanxing finally named her price, 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. The traded grain will be mainly rice. If rice on your side is insufficient, and you need to use other grains instead, we'll have to renegotiate the price. Rice. So you thought of the varieties that could even grow in saline-alkali soil, and nodded calmly. Rice won't be a problem, but I think we still need to seriously discuss this price. The current price of gold was a little over 400 per gram, so 1 kilogram, 1,000 grams, was worth over 40,000. The price of rice depended on the variety. Ordinary types were about 3 to 4,000 per ton. Better ones might reach 4 to 5,000. So you did not know the exact numbers, but they would not differ by much. Exchanging a kilogram of gold for a ton of rice. On Blue Star, anyone doing business like that would surely be scolded as a fool. But this was a cross-temporal trading platform. If Xuanxing truly came from a wasteland world where pollution made grain impossible to grow, then gold would clearly be far less valuable than uncontaminated food. In any trade, prices can of course be negotiated, Xuanxing said with a bright smile. Suyu pondered briefly, and then gave his offer, 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton. Deal. Xuanxing clapped her hands at once, agreeing, without a second thought. Suyu fell silent for a beat. He had been too hasty. It seemed he had still underestimated the value of grain in Xuanxing's world, and overestimated the worth of gold to her. Yet that brief moment of regret quickly faded from his mind. 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton of grain was already little different from picking up money off the ground. Asking for more was hardly necessary. Not to mention, even if this deal were only for a single ton of grain, figuring out how to handle 50 kilograms of gold would already be enough to give him a headache. Rather than being insatiably greedy, it would be better to forge a good relationship with her. After all, Suyu still dreamed of one day stripping, buying, that original powered armor offer. He would take profit and stop there. Since the unit price is settled, how much rice can you currently supply from your side? Xuanxing asked. Pulled back to reality, Suyu calculated his present savings. 10 tons. For our first cooperation, I'll provide 10 tons. If you find it satisfactory, we can continue trading afterward. 10 tons of rice, that will be 500 kilograms of gold. Xuanxing had no objection. She rose to her feet and said, wait here for a moment. With that, she slowly vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, a silver-white metal case had materialized in her hand. Xuanxing placed it on the negotiation table and casually pushed it towards Suyu. The case slid along the smooth surface and came to a stop right in front of him. He reached out and nudged the case. It did not budge an inch. Instantly, he guessed what lay inside. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quickly flipped the case open. Under the bright lights of the conference room, a streak of golden brilliance reflected out of the case, almost blinding Suyu's eyes. Gold. 10 solid gold bars lay neatly inside, each weighing 50 kilograms. Together, they were 500 kilograms of gold. In truth, gold's density was extremely high. Even a ton of it would occupy only slightly more volume than a basketball. From sheer quantity, 500 kilograms of gold did not seem that much. Only when one tried to lift it would they grasp just how heavy it truly was. The gold is yours now. Approximately, when can you deliver the grain? Xuanxing asked, tilting her pale chin. An advance payment. She was actually paying first. This was probably the best client Suyu had ever encountered in his. It likely also had to do with the rules of the trading platform. With the platform supervising every transaction, almost no one would dare take the money and refuse to deliver. She was not afraid of him running off, so advance payment or cash on delivery made little difference to her. With that thought, Suyu quickly said, 7 days. Within 7 days, I'll place 10 tons of rice in your hands. If there's anything else you need, you can also prepare a list for me. We can roughly estimate the prices now. If we come to an agreement, I can bring those items along for you in our next trade, provided I can obtain them. Suyu uploaded some data on items that could be purchased in bulk on Blue Star to Frost Star. The two discussed the prices of various items for nearly half a day before reaching a preliminary consensus. No matter how much supplies Suyu could gather for Frost Star, they would need to pay in gold according to the agreed prices. If there isn't enough gold, other items can be used for payment, such as some local specialties from Frost Star's homeland, including mechanical exoskeletons, railguns, and genetic serums. Besides these finished products, Frost Star also had access to a considerable amount of technology. Each item they could offer would be worth more than the 500 kilograms of gold that Suyu possessed. Returning to his exclusive space as a junior agent, Suyu looked at the box before him, feeling an indescribable 500 kilograms of gold valued at nearly 200 million at current market rates. Even if he found some undefeatable methods to sell it, he could still manage to get over 100 million. What does it mean to become rich overnight? This is what it means. However, after the excitement, he needed to consider some practical issues. Platform, how do I bring the items I need for trading out, or send them in? Let alone 10 tons of grain. If the platform didn't have some advanced technology, he would have to move this 500 kilograms of gold piece by piece. Hearing his question, an answer slowly appeared on the white wall before him. A junior agent can have 10 units of storage space, with each space able to hold up to 1,000 cubic meters and 1,000 tons of similar items. You can see your personal panel by silently reciting it. The personal panel is visible only to you. Personal panel. So you quickly tried it out. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a light blue translucent panel appeared before him, similar to the one that appeared during the transaction earlier. There were many functions on it, and the storage space was located in the lower right corner, where there were exactly 10 empty slots resembling an item inventory. With the transportation issue resolved, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch the gold. The 10 large gold ingots in the box immediately vanished. In his personal panel's item inventory, a mark of gold 10 appeared. "Send me back," Suyu said as he stood up, and having inexplicably become the Blue Star agent for a space-time trading platform, it was hard not to get rich. He couldn't wait to return to Blue Star to prepare the items needed for the subsequent transactions. Indeed, compared to working for others, making money for oneself was much more motivating. Now, it wasn't even a matter of the 996 work schedule. As long as he didn't collapse, he could work 007. Any frown he made would be a disrespect to the 500 kilograms of gold. Transmitting, you can access your personal platform space at any time through your personal panel. The next moment, Suyu felt a flash before his eyes. The bright white space vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of his rental room. Suyu quickly summoned his personal panel, and finding it still present, took out a piece of gold. Feeling the genuine and heavy touch of the 50-kilogram gold ingot in his hand, he couldn't help but exhale. As long as it wasn't a dream. Glancing at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't too late, and he could still get some things done. Suyu thought for a moment and walked towards the kitchen with the gold ingot in hand. The size of this ingot was approximately that of a small brick. If he dared to take this thing to exchange for money, it would probably scare someone half to death. Fortunately, gold is relatively soft and can even be cut with a knife. After quite a while, Suyu finally managed to divide the 50-kilogram gold ingot into about 10 pieces of varying sizes and stored them in his storage space. He then used his phone to search for nearby gold shops and chose one that was neither too far nor too close, and not particular. He was preparing to try selling a piece of gold here first. After getting ready, he left his home empty-handed with a bag of trash. Compared to usual, there was no sign of any abnormalities. However, just as he stepped out the door, an unexpected phone call came in. Looking at the contact labeled Leader Chin, Suyu hesitated for a moment, but chose to answer. If being laid off by the company had happened a few hours ago, saying he didn't feel any resentment would be impossible. But he could only say thank you to the company for laying him off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have happened to see the recruitment advertisement for the space-time trading platform, nor would he have become an agent for the trading platform in the Blue Star region. Of course, not caring about it didn't mean he could treat those colleagues who had pushed him out using their connections with any goodwill. That would be impossible. If he didn't consider that this company was engaged in large-scale overseas trade, it might be useful in the future when he had to conduct bulk transactions on the trading platform. He was currently too lazy to even answer the phone. "Xiaosu, how's it going? Have you found a new job?" As soon as the call connected, Leader Qian's greasy voice rang in his ears. Suyu had a very poor impression of this greasy leader and was too lazy to waste words with him. He replied impatiently, "I'm about to head out. If you have something to say, just say it." As he spoke, he also pressed the elevator button. If this guy couldn't make sense of things before the elevator arrived, he wouldn't bother. Leader Qian seemed unconcerned by his rude tone and instead chuckled, "I was just worried about you not having a job, so I thought I could help you find a job through connections. It's also an overseas trade similar to what you did before. You could start immediately, and I've specifically arranged the salary, which surely won't be bad." "Not going," Suyu said without a second thought. Everyone in his previous group except for him was connected, and Leader Qian, as the head of this group, couldn't show any authority in front of others. Only when facing Suyu, the employee without connections, could he occasionally act like a leader. Usually he had no qualms about annoying people. Let alone now being an agent for the trading platform. Even without this identity, he would have rejected it outright. Leader Qian on the other end seemed taken aback that Suyu had rejected without a second thought. After being stunned for a moment, he spoke in a deep voice, "Xiaosu, you really need to think this through. The economy is bad right now, and jobs like this are hard to come by, especially specialized ones." Seeing that he was about to go on, and Suyu immediately interrupted, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait," Leader Qian said quickly, "you need to think carefully. If I remember correctly, you closed a big deal last month and earned quite a bit in commission, right? This month's salary should still be over 20,000. However, that was only if the orders you placed were without issues. Ding. As the elevator arrived, Suyu's last bit of patience finally wore thin, and he said bluntly, "I've recorded this call. If I find even 1 penny missing from my salary in a few days, see you in court. Also, do you really think being a mere group leader makes you significant? Just because I call you leader doesn't mean you have any authority. Without my respect, what are you? Idiot." Huff. After hanging up the phone, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Great. He had long wanted to curse at that bully who preys on the weak. Today, even if he didn't gain the promising opportunity of the time-traveling trading platform, he wouldn't have given the team leader any good expression. He still had to curse. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, Suyu, who had just finished cursing, saw a young girl in a JK uniform looking at him in surprise. Her gaze seemed to say, "Oh, this person has such poor manners." However, Suyu paid her no mind, instead smiling back at her and casually closing the elevator door. When one is in a good mood, they feel uplifted, and he couldn't care less about how the passers-by viewed him. Right now, he just wanted to hurry out and cash in those gold bars in his space. Wanfu Gold, one of the largest gold shops in Magic City. It is located in a bustling pedestrian street about 10 kilometers from Suyu's home, which takes just over 10 minutes by taxi. Standing outside the gold shop, Suyu touched the large gold bar he had taken from his inventory and sighed before walking. Before coming, he had specifically searched for a lot of information online. Generally, these gold shops don't inquire much about the source of the gold when purchasing. Of course, this excludes particularly large amounts. For instance, if you were to take out a 50-kilogram gold bar, they would likely be so shocked that they would call the police on the spot. But just this little over 1 kilogram of gold is not a big issue. Don't ask, just say it's family heirloom. Hello sir, would you like to take a look at our jewelry? As soon as he entered, a receptionist politely welcomed him. In such high-end stores, the staff or salespersons generally have high standards for manners. Unlike in novels where they ignore others based on their clothing or even mock them. Such situations may exist in reality, but they are extremely rare. Even if someone truly looked down on others, they wouldn't behave like a fool in front of them. I saw online that your shop buys gold, and I happen to have some gold to sell, so you stated directly, without beating around the... Many things actually have no taboos, but if you are secretive and evasive, it makes people more suspicious. He explained his intentions straightforwardly, and when they saw the gold bar he pulled out, they would mostly be surprised that someone could acquire so much gold. If he appeared hesitant, it would instead make people feel like the source of the gold was problematic. Yes. The receptionist was taken aback and quickly extended her hand, saying, "Please come this way, sir." Suyu followed her, and soon arrived at a corner of the gold shop, where various tools were laid out on a workbench. A young man was sitting there bored and playing with his phone. "Master Son, the customer wants to sell gold. Could you please take a look?" The receptionist respectfully greeted the young man, and then turned to Suyu, saying, "This is Master Son from our shop. He is also the manager. He is responsible for verifying the purity of the gold, and then he will weigh it with our electronic scale to ensure accuracy down to the milligram. This inspection is free, and you can consider whether to sell after receiving the quote." After speaking, she gave Suyu a professional smile, and then walked away. Actually, there are many rules in this industry. Customers wanting to sell gold can vary in amount. Some who believe in not revealing their wealth may not want others to know how rich they are. So when buying gold, besides the specialized master, others wouldn't be watching closely. Of course, only large enterprises pay attention to such rules. In small street shops, no one cares that much. In fact, there are still many shops that live stream while verifying gold to attract followers. "Hello, where's the gold?" Master Son casually picked up a magnifying glass and reached out to Suyu. Suyu responded by taking the gold bar out of his pocket. This. Looking at the palm-sized gold bar, Master Son's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of, "Is this piece all gold?" Although he had seen plenty of gold in this line of work, he was still somewhat surprised to see such a large gold bar at first glance. "Of course, I can't expect to come here to con people with just some gold paint," Suyu replied, placing the gold bar on the scale. The electronic scale immediately displayed an accurate weight: 1622. 578 grams. "This. Is it really a piece of gold?" With Master Son's experience, he took a quick look at the color of the gold bar and estimated its size and weight, immediately recognizing that this thing was definitely a solid piece of gold. Adjusting his glasses, he looked at the gold bar with some surprise. More accurately, he was examining the pitted marks. It's not that he hadn't seen larger gold bars. In fact, he had seen even bigger ones. But he had never seen such a large piece of gold flattened into a bar. "Aren't you afraid of some edges chipping off when hammering it down?" Master Son curiously asked Suyu while holding the... "It's an heirloom. It has always been like this. Nothing can be done," Suyu shrugged. Hearing this, Master Son chuckled, and although he didn't believe it, he didn't press the issue further. Instead, he meticulously examined the gold bar with a magnifying glass. After a while, he exhaled and said, "It's pure gold." After saying that, he glanced at Suyu with a teasing look. Such a purity of gold could only be refined with modern technology. Suyu claiming it was an heirloom was naturally nonsense. In this industry, gold content over 99 is referred to as fine gold. Only gold content over 99.6 can be called pure gold. There is a slight color difference between fine gold and pure gold, which ordinary people might not notice, but for someone who has dealt with gold for years, it is easy to tell. Pure gold. Suyu, however, did not feel embarrassed. As if he hadn't heard, he said, "Let's estimate a price." "Wait a moment, I still need to verify," Master Son said as he picked up some bottles and jars nearby, occasionally dripping a few drops of an unknown substance onto the gold bar, and then carefully observing it with the magnifying glass. After a while, he pulled out a cloth to wipe the gold clean, placed it on the scale, and seeing that the display remained unchanged, he nodded. "Currently, the gold price is about 400 and something per gram. Our shop's recycling price these days is 398 per gram. However, since this is pure gold, we can offer a higher price of 403 per gram. How does that sound?" "That's fine." Suyu nodded, not bothering to haggle over the price. "So the total for this gold bar is approximately 653,898. He'll round it off to 654,000. Saying this, he pulled out a contract from the drawer below, and after writing and drawing for a while, handed it to Suyu, saying, "Please take a look at the contract. If everything is fine, just sign it, and it will be effective." This kind of sales contract was quite simple. Suyu glanced through it, and confirmed there were no hidden traps. He immediately, "Pleasure doing business. I will have the finance department transfer the money to your account within an hour." Master Son called over a staff member to take the contract. Then he took off his gloves and shook hands with Suyu. Before Suyu could say anything, he leaned in mysteriously and whispered, "Let's add each other on WeChat. If you have more gold to sell, you can come to me again. Whether you want to go through the official books or keep it private, it can all be accommodated, ensuring safety." "Oh, how do you explain the public account and the private account?" Suyu retorted calmly. Master Sun did not hide anything and said frankly, the public account naturally refers to taking a trip to the mine, paying the necessary taxes, and then what comes out is gold extracted from the mine, so the source is certainly not a problem. This is the safest method, but the highest price I can offer you is only 300. As for the private account, there are many more ways. You could find a way to sell it overseas or trade it on the black market. However, I also bear certain risks, so the highest price I can offer is 330. In simpler terms, whether it's the public account or the private account, it's essentially about laundering, giving it a background. Suyu withdrew his hand and smiled, saying, "Didn't you just acquire that piece according to market price? Why does it not need laundering? That's just a small amount." Master Sun shook his head and said, "Processing just a bit over a kilogram certainly doesn't require such trouble. It can be directly made into jewelry by the goldsmith in the shop. However, if it were to be a larger amount, the gold shop could still handle it, but no one would dare to take it. Gold is a strategic resource in broad terms with too many uses, so it is strictly regulated. Selling too much gold of unknown origin would show significant discrepancies in the accounts, making it very easy to get caught. How do you know I have a lot of gold? What if I say I only have this one piece?" Suyu shrugged. Hearing this, Master Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother, this piece of gold must have been taken from a large ingot, right? Although it was deliberately smashed after being taken, unless you melted and recast it, you can't hide it from those of us in this business. Metal fatigue, you understand. There are traces to follow. If a piece taken off is this big, that larger piece must weigh several tens of kilograms. Where you got it from doesn't interest me, but I sincerely advise you not to think that if you split it into several pieces and sell them at different shops, it would be fine. No matter which shop you go to using such formal gold recovery channels, although the price looks good, when they make the payment for your convenience, they will note the transaction details. If you do this too many times, the bank will notice unusual activity in your account. Once they check the records, all they will find are proceeds from gold recovery, and you can guess what will happen. It's pointless. If it's just a few kilograms, you can insist it's inherited, and others won't say much. After all, it's only a few 100,000, and they can't act against you without evidence. But if you were to get out a dozen kilograms, or even several dozen kilograms, you can't still claim it's inherited, can you? Then others would ask whether your surname is Aizenjoro or Zhu." While saying this, Master Sun couldn't help but make a joke. Suyu, upon hearing this, didn't ask more, but added Master Sun's WeChat account. Previously, he hadn't thought this complicated, and he didn't believe there would be any problem with selling the gold he had by splitting it into several pieces and selling it at different places. However, now after Master Sun's words, Suyu realized how naive his previous thoughts were. No matter how many pieces he split the gold into, or how many shops he sold it to, as long as he didn't allow anyone to sell it for him, all the money from selling the gold would eventually enter his account regardless of whether the payment included notes. The source of the funds can always be traced. So doing it this way is utterly meaningless. If Master Sun hadn't pointed this out, Suyu wouldn't have realized it. After all, in the novels he had read before, the protagonists suddenly became wealthy overnight after acquiring a large amount of gold, and that was how they handled it. He subconsciously wanted to follow suit, only to discover such significant loopholes now. Novels are harmful. Besides the fact that it doesn't matter whether you sell them dispersed or not, Suyu still had his doubts about Master Sun's other words. Therefore, he did not plan to cooperate with anyone immediately to sell the gold at a low price. After receiving 65400 yuan from Wanfu Gold Shop, he left. He then went to another gold shop located 7 or 8 kilometers away. Using the same method, Suyu once again sold a gold bar weighing around 2 kilograms here. He earned over 8,000 again. After the transaction was completed, he casually asked a knowledgeable master at this shop about the ins and outs. The result he obtained was not much different from what Master Sun had said. Although this master was honest and timid, he still recommended Suyu to a person who specialized in this business. After adding another channel for selling gold, Suyu left feeling quite satisfied. It was already past 8 in the evening. In the bustling CB, the lights were bright, and among the towering office buildings one could vaguely see bald corporate workers toiling away under the lights. Suyu glanced at the nearly 1.5 million in his account, letting out a sigh. Such a situation of working overtime to the point of hair loss would probably never happen to him again. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic. After sighing, he remembered that he hadn't had dinner yet. He immediately found a restaurant and treated himself to a dinner that usually only rich food bloggers flaunted online, costing 3,000 per person. As for the taste, I'm mentioning that feels too cliche. The focus is on the ambience. Cough cough. After finishing his meal, Suyu grabbed a shared bike and leisurely rode home. It was only about 10 kilometers away from where he lived, just enough to digest after eating. He also pondered how to prepare the 10 tons of grain for Frost Star in the next few days. Of course, if it were just this transaction, preparing 10 tons of rice wouldn't be too difficult. If he was willing to run around, he could gather enough by buying packaged rice from several supermarkets. However, this time it's 10 tons, it's easy to gather like this. What about next time? Clearly wanting to obtain some epic making black technology from Frost Star is not something that a few tons of grain can solve. Grains, vegetables, fruits, and even pure water are all supplies that Froststar needs, and they are things Suyu sees everywhere in his life. However, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, and making such bulk transactions in his own name, it seems that the matter of the food processing plant needs to be put on the agenda. Tomorrow we'll search online for the procedures required to open a food processing plant, and it's best to consult a lawyer as well. While Suyu leisurely rode on the bike lane, he was thinking about these things in his mind. Just then a shared bike of the same model suddenly appeared on the sidewalk next to him. A bike suddenly swerved in front of him, startling Suyu. He hurriedly reached out to hit the brakes. Although the distance was close, he was riding slowly, managing to stop, just in time. However, bang! Oh no! The sound of the bike falling accompanied by the girl's exclamation rang out. Suyu put one foot down, looking at the little girl on the ground, his mouth twitching. What does this mean? Trying to extort him? He hadn't hit her at all. Casually leaning the bike against a nearby tree, Suyu frowned and approached the girl, ready to ask how she was. But before he could say a word, he was taken aback when he saw the girl's appearance. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be the one he saw in the elevator this afternoon. She was pretty and charming, and in her JK uniform with a pleated skirt and knee-high socks, she possessed a pair of long and straight legs. On a scale of 10 based on Suyu's aesthetic preference, he could at least give her a 9. She belonged to that type of person whose appearance could linger in one's memory for several days. Although Suyu had been thinking about gold in the elevator, he hadn't paid much attention to her, but the hasty glance he took at her left a lasting impression that he hadn't forgotten. Speaking of which, this girl seemed to live above him, she was his neighbor. Suyu was taken aback, looking at the girl on the ground, awkward but polite, saying, "What a coincidence." Woo. Li Yuanxi stumbled and got up from the ground, sitting on the curb, while clutching her knee and grunting. She shot a fierce glare at Suyu, as if wanting to say something. However, recalling that she had recklessly ridden her bike out, and that Suyu had not actually hit her, but rather it was her own panic that caused her fall. For a moment she felt a bit speechless and guilty. Remembering how Suyu had been cursing outside the elevator in the afternoon, she felt a little scared. After grunting for a while, she could only cover her leg and feel dejected. Suyu shook his head and casually picked up the bike on the ground. He also picked up her bag and handed it to her. "Thank you." Li Yuanxi took the bag and softly said, "I'm sorry, I seem to have startled you just now. It's fine as long as it wasn't a..." Suyu waved his hand dismissively and then walked towards his bike. "Be careful riding. If everything's alright, I'll be on my..." Seeing him about to leave, Li Yuanxi instinctively glanced around. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and this road was rather empty, making her feel a bit uneasy. After hesitating for a while, she pouted and said, Could you do me a favor? I think I might have sprained my ankle and can't really walk well, so I would like to take a cab home, but could you wait with me for a bit? I remember you live in the same building as me, so it would be convenient for us to go back together. I can pay for the fare." Upon hearing her hesitant and timid words, and looking at the surrounding environment, Suyu suddenly realized. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, then let's consider it a favor to improve my life today." Since his plan to trade supplies wouldn't start until tomorrow and he had nothing else to do, it didn't matter whether he returned home early or late. He immediately scanned to return the bike and helped the injured girl to the roadside, finding a place to sit and wait for a cab. After sitting down with a limp, Li Yuanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, my name is Li Yuanxi." "Suyu." Suyu replied, and then took out his phone to check what procedures and conditions were needed to set up a food processing factory. It wasn't that he was a typical guy. He could tell that Li Yuanxi seemed to be a rather shy and introverted girl. Approaching her suddenly would only make her feel awkward. Besides being annoying, it served no purpose. Moreover, although she was indeed beautiful, Suyu had seen many women and wasn't the type to fawn over someone just because they were attractive. Indeed, for his behavior of playing on his phone in front of her, Li Yuanxi did not find it rude at all. Instead, she felt a secret sense of relief and busied herself with her own phone. The two sat in silence on the way home. Suyu, being a good person, helped the limping Li Yuanxi to her doorstep. Then there was nothing more. The two didn't even add each other on WeChat. It was just a fleeting encounter. After all, at this late hour, if Li Yuanxi dared to invite a man she had only met twice to her home for tea, Suyu wouldn't have the courage to go. Catching a disease would be one thing, but waking up to find a kidney missing would be too terrifying. The next morning, Suyu arrived at a logistics distribution center on the outskirts of the Magic City. Implementing the food processing factory plan was actually quite difficult and troublesome. So Suyu planned to take it slow and initially trade with Froststar through small purchases. In that case, a warehouse was naturally essential. Although he had an item column to store things, the method of making items disappear out of thin air was somewhat astonishing. He was afraid that one day someone might see him while collecting items. Therefore, it was necessary to rent a warehouse specifically for transit. The warehouse rental business in such large logistics distribution centers was already very mature and was not much more complex than renting a house. Suyu spent only half a day signing a lease for an 800 square meter warehouse at a rate of 1.8 yuan per square meter per day, signing a 3-month contract costing him nearly 1300 yuan. It truly made him feel a pinch. But the good news was that there happened to be a well-known domestic grain and oil brands warehouse not far from the one he rented. After finding the warehouse manager, Suyu easily bought 10 tons of rice, as well as over 10 tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. He also bought a lot of seasonings, cooking oil, and some self-heating rice and other convenient fast food. In total, he procured nearly 30 tons of supplies, costing him close to 2,000 yuan. However, he had gathered enough supplies for Frost Star's current procurement task, and even bought many items not on the list that he thought Frost Star might need. These items were all purchased under the pretense of hotel procurement. In any case, there wasn't much, and they wouldn't ask too many questions. The transaction was completed on the spot, and the warehouse even arranged for a forklift to neatly deliver the items to the warehouse. After checking the interior of the warehouse and confirming there were no cameras, Suyu closed the door. Gently touching these supplies, he stored everything in his item column. He then opened his personal panel and entered the Transcendent Trading Platform. After sending a trade request to Frost Star within 10 minutes, she accepted the invitation. The two reappeared in the same room where they had discussed business before. Across the often-used wooden table, Frost Star's outfit was no different from yesterday. The silver-white power armor coupled with her full head of white hair was dazzling. "You prepared the goods so quickly." Upon entering, Frost Star eagerly exclaimed with surprise. The original preparation time was 7 days. She genuinely did not expect Suyu to be ready in less than a day. "This amount isn't too much," Suyu nodded casually, sending the 10 tons of rice he had already paid for directly into Frost Star's item column through the trading platform. He then sent her the entire list of the other items he had, allowing her to choose. Upon seeing the sudden addition of 10 tons of grain in her item column, Frost Star was overjoyed. This wasn't her first time trading on the Transcendent platform, but she previously didn't know if it was bad luck or for some other. The few trading partners she matched with were all from a feudal agricultural society. They couldn't comprehend the high-tech equipment she could provide, making it worthless. Though gold was appealing to them, they had lives to take, but no means to spend it. 2 of them disappeared without a trace after receiving her gold. She only learned from the trading platform that these 2 were killed the day after taking the gold. Others, while still alive, kept delaying the delivery for various reasons, whether it was transportation difficulties or hesitation to cash in the gold. But overall, it was due to the lack of productivity in the world they inhabited. What allowed her to dare to give Suyu so much gold at once yesterday was that she could tell from his clothes and the watch on. Suyu's world could not possibly be a low-productivity agricultural society. It was a world that appeared modern in her eyes. At the very least, it had completed industrialization. The productivity might be far inferior to the prosperous era of her world, but providing some grain should be manageable. However, that Suyu managed to gather these grains in less than a day far exceeded Frost Star's expectations. Either he is a big shot with control over certain resources in his world, or the productivity of his world is extremely advanced, not much worse than the prosperous era. Frost Star thought to herself, and her evaluation of this trading partner rose a notch, her expression becoming much more. Focusing her mind, Frost Star glanced at the other items provided by Suyu and decisively said, "I can accept all of these. What are your thoughts on the price? If you want to settle in gold, I can currently provide about a ton. For more, I need some time to arrange it. Within 3 days, I can collect at least another 10 tons of gold." Gold is not valuable in her world. Before the Wasteland era, it was the age of prosperity, the greatest time in the falling sunset world, where humanity's footprints spanned the stars and seas. Asteroids composed of gold collected from the universe weigh hundreds of millions or even billions of tons. In their world, it is merely an ordinary industrial raw material. If she truly wanted it, she could collect a large amount from any pre-war site. "For now, I don't need gold." Suyu shook his head. "If you understand economics, you should know that an economic system built on gold as a common equivalent would be severely impacted by a sudden influx of gold, causing adverse effects. Thus, our side has strict regulations on gold. The 500 kilograms you gave me, I have to find a way to sell through special channels, so getting more won't help. The total gold reserves of the countries on Blue Star are less than 60,000 tons. If he agrees to trade gold with Frost Star, and then moves another 10 or 8 tons out, he would surely be approached by relevant authorities the next day. So what do you want?" Frost Star couldn't help but frown. Without gold, the only things she could offer are some technological products or techniques. "Weapons." Suyu replied without hesitation, "I need weapons or protective gear that will at least allow me to defend myself against several enemies armed with individual weapons." This was a trading item he had considered before their deal. However, he didn't want weapons for illegal activities. It was primarily for self-defense. With a certain level of self-defense capability, he then dared to find Master Sun, whom he met last night at the gold shop, to sell the 500 kilograms of gold through the latter's channel. He couldn't hope that someone doing such business would have the integrity to keep their promises. To prevent being preyed upon, he wouldn't consider selling a large amount of gold without self-defense. Wait a moment. Frost Star pondered briefly before vanishing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was holding 2 silver-white briefcases. Placing the cases on the table, Frost Star proudly pointed to one of them. K-10 combat suit made from nanopolymer materials capable of stopping at least 12 7mm caliber rounds from 100 consecutive shots at close range, of course, excluding large caliber electromagnetic weapons. It has a built-in temperature regulation system that ensures you remain unaffected in extreme conditions ranging from -50 to +70 degrees, while also being waterproof, fireproof, and toxin-proof. In addition, it is equipped with a nitrogen shield module that can only be used 3 times automatically triggered by AI capable of resisting the shockwave and shrapnel from a 5 kgt explosion at close range. Moreover, it boasts considerable stealth capabilities. This is a technological legacy from the prosperous pre-war era of our world, which we currently cannot produce ourselves. In terms of safety, it is absolutely top-notch. Now wear it, and even if you run through a hail of bullets on the battlefield, you'll come out unscathed. How about trading this for the remaining 20 tons of your goods? Looking at the unremarkable black material of the suit, hearing her introduction, Suyu couldn't help but swallow hard, reaching out to touch it, his expression somewhat doubtful. So thin. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? This thing isn't much thicker than his t-shirt, resembling a tight-fitting outfit. Even if its toughness is as impressive as she claimed, bullets shouldn't be able to pierce it. But with such close-fitting clothing, he feared that even large-caliber bullets wouldn't need to penetrate, and he'd be shaken to There are regulatory platforms for trade, so of course I can't sell you a fake product. Froststar shot him a glare, but after a moment of thought she stood up again. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Saying this with a mechanical click, she finally removed her heavy power armor. Underneath, she wore a tight-fitting suit identical to the one before Suyu. The black outfit hugged her curvaceous figure, leaving Suyu breathless, almost losing his grip on the gun. Froststar seemed to notice glancing at Suyu, but she didn't care. Instead, she calmly drew a beautiful silver handgun from the holster on the side of her power armor and fired a shot at the wall. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted, and a large hole was blasted into the wall beside them by the palm-sized handgun, causing Suyu's eyelids to twitch. Electromagnetic pistol loaded with tungsten core steel needles. While its power is probably a bit stronger than a 20mm caliber autocannon in conventional firearms, Froststar casually explained. Then, without hesitation, she pointed the gun at her own head and fired. The roar erupted again, and Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. However, contrary to the imagined scene of a blown-off head, the area not covered by the protective suit remained complete. Froststar shrugged. See, this thing provides protection even when worn, and it can protect areas that aren't covered as well. This is black technology from our pre-war world. Don't ask about the principle. Over 100 years have passed since the prosperity era, and many technologies have been lost. I don't know how this works either. Now are you at ease? Saying this, she simply sat down, without putting the power armor back on, only in the tight-fitting suit. She could even rest her arms on the table. Suyu swallowed hard, casually pressing his gun down him at ease. This protective suit is a fair trade for those goods, no problem. Saying this, he stored the protective suit away and traded the remaining 20 tons of materials to Froststar. Great, now we can talk about this one. Froststar smiled and pushed the other open briefcase toward him. The contents were simple, just a handgun. It appeared larger than the one she had used earlier. S-79, a police electromagnetic handgun equipped with a metal hydrogen battery, enough charge for you to fire 1,000 rounds. The magazine can hold 50 specialized armor-piercing rounds at once, which are essentially just needles. There's nothing technical about it. You can easily have a craftsman make one like it. Using tungsten or steel works fine. Even poor bullet materials only affect range, not accuracy or power. As for its power, it's a bit stronger than mine, equivalent to a hand cannon capable of penetrating a 100mm thick steel plate at close range. After saying this, she pushed the box containing the gun in front of Suyu. Looking at this toy-like object, he didn't question. Mainly due to the restrictions of the trading platform, there are no fakes here. He simply closed the box and nodded, saying, "I'll take this. What do you want?" "I want this item. What do you want in return?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, Xuangxing immediately replied, "This gun in exchange for 10 tons of fresh fruits, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat. As for specific types, it's probably these." Saying this, she tapped on the holographic screen in front of her, and then sent it. Suyu glanced at it. The fruits she chose were mostly common ones like bananas, apples, and pears, and the vegetables were similarly familiar and inexpensive. However, the meat was not cheap. She had selected beef. Currently, buying beef at the market would cost over 40 yuan per pound, and a kilogram would be around 80 or 90 yuan. Conservatively estimating that he needed about 81 kilograms, 10 tons would amount to a full 800,000 yuan. Adding the costs of vegetables and fruits, this deal would likely not come down without at least 1 million. After pondering for a moment, Suyu nodded. If he could successfully sell the remaining 490 kilograms of gold, he would at least make over 100 million. This 100 or so thousand wasn't much. If all goes well, I can deliver within 7 days. If not, it will be within a month at the latest. Suyu estimated a relatively conservative time frame, and Xuangxing readily replied, "Then let's have a pleasant cooperation." Name: Suyu, identity agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star region, level junior agent. 110 trading points, 50 available matches, 0, remaining refresh time, 149h. Returning to his private space, Suyu glanced at his personal panel. With the completion of the first transaction, his level progress finally increased by 1. With this kind of transaction, after 9 more he would advance to a mid-level agent, unlocking more privileges. Similarly, with the completion of the first transaction, he also gained 50 trading points. He opened the trading mall to take a look, and found that there seemed to be no place to spend those 50 trading points. In the mall of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, many items had strange prices. For example, a giant mushroom weighing 100,000 tons only cost 50 trading points. Yet a basic gene potion required 200 trading points. Suyu searched repeatedly but couldn't find anything affordable and suitable for his current use, so he had to give up and save these trading points. After all, he couldn't really exchange for a giant mushroom, could he? He just wanted to make money, not become a terrorist. What use would that thing have? Therefore, in comparison, a gene potion that could make him immune to all ailments and exceed human limits seemed far more. Not considering the issue of trading points any further, Suyu closed his personal panel and opened the box containing the K-10 combat suit. He put it on in his exclusive space. It fit snugly without feeling tight. Instead, it was very comfortable. Suyu moved his muscles and quickly adapted to this sensation. Then he put his original clothes over the combat suit to cover it. Surprisingly, the areas that the clothing couldn't cover changed color to match his skin tone like a chameleon. As a result, after putting on the clothes, there were almost no visible traces of the protective suit. This must have been specially designed for agents, right? It's amazing. Suyu took out a lighter from his pocket and burned it against his palm for quite a while. The lighter was nearly damaged, yet he felt no heat at all on his hand. He picked up the S-79 electromagnetic handgun, weighed it in his hand, and then placed it in the inconspicuous holster on the combat suit's waist. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that he had something bulging at his waist. This kind of black technology is really impressive. If I could get the technology. Suyu's words trailed off, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Because he now truly had a chance to acquire this black technology. Not to mention, just the metal hydrogen battery in this gun, a tiny piece, could allow such a powerful electromagnetic weapon to fire 1,000 shots. The prospects were unimaginable. If he could replicate it, it would represent a trillion-level market. All the companies worldwide that needed battery storage would line up to seek his authorization. Just the patent fees alone could make him exceedingly wealthy. Don't aim too high, you take it step by step. Now is not the time for black technology. He sighed and returned to the warehouse in Blue Star. Not finding anything unusual in the surroundings, he closed the warehouse door and left. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, so it wasn't too late. After thinking for a moment, he hailed a taxi and headed for a street with several 4S shops nearby. He needed to gather various supplies. He couldn't always rely on finding these goods near the warehouse. So it was better to first get himself a vehicle for transportation. On the way, he found a few large gold stores and sold a few gold bars. He sold about 8 kilograms, earning over 350,000. Adding the previous remaining 120,000, he now had over 570,000 in his card. However, this was already the limit. If he wanted to sell gold through regular gold stores, he couldn't do it in the Magic City anymore. He would have to go to nearby, or even farther cities to do so safely. Of course, for now his money was sufficient, so he wasn't in a hurry. In the suburbs of the Magic City, a road relatively less populated was filled with various brand 4S stores. Suyu gazed at the intersection momentarily, feeling a bit indecisive. His goal for making money before was to buy a house in the Magic City. As for cars, in the congested Magic City, public transportation was indeed more convenient for office workers. Therefore, he rarely considered this aspect. Although the company provided cars for sales staff, he was an experienced driver with several years of driving experience. However, the company's car belonged to the company. He was merely responsible for driving it. He had no say in what kind of car it was, so he didn't care about these details. Let me just take a look for now. He shook his head and walked straight towards the nearest Benz 4S store. As soon as Suyu entered, a sweet-looking saleswoman dressed in a skirt and black stockings quickly came to greet him. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm just browsing." Suyu shook his head. The saleswoman's professional smile remained unchanged, and she said, "Then do you have a specific model in mind?" "Our store is the largest Benz 4S store in the Magic City, and we have all models available for immediate viewing and test drives." As they walked and talked, they arrived at a white sedan, and the saleswoman pointed at the car saying, "This is the latest model of the Benz C-Class, one of our main models, and its price is not high." The saleswoman spoke enthusiastically about the car, but Suyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A base price of over 300,000 was considered not high. Nonetheless, for him at that moment, this price indeed wasn't very high. But it's too small. Suyu shook his head. This car was sufficient for family use, but aside from that, he surely needed it for other purposes as well. The system's item space was limited, and he couldn't just cram everything into it. He might need to transport gold or buy local specialties from Blue Star at some point. In short, a larger vehicle was preferable. Too small. The saleswoman was taken aback, but then she showed a warm smile. "If you want more space, I personally recommend an SUV. Please follow me to take a look." Suyu had no objections and followed her to another display area. However, just a few steps away, a surprised voice came from the side. "Suyu, what are you doing here?" Suyu paused, turned his head, and upon seeing who spoke, the calm expression on his face suddenly revealed a hint of Zhao Xinhui. She was his first girlfriend during his college years, his first love. Of course, calling her that wasn't entirely accurate. Perhaps it would be better to say she was the first goddess he admired during his early romantic awakening. At that time, he was working part-time as an up on a certain platform, while studying, reaping the benefits of the short video boom. And although he wasn't famous, he could still earn over 10,000 a month. His school life was quite fulfilling until he met Zhao Xinhui at a dormitory gathering. Initially, after hearing about Su Ye's ability to make money, she took the initiative to add him on contact, saying she wanted to learn video editing from him. However, during the process of getting to know each other, Zhao Xinhui never mentioned wanting to learn video editing. Instead, every time they met, she subtly flirted with Su Yu, and her looks and figure were also quite appealing. Having never even held a girl's hand, Su Yu couldn't resist this, so he mustered the courage to pursue her. And then there was no further development. After a year of pursuing her and spending quite a bit of money, they only held hands until the video boom ended, coupled with the fact that he took on a bunch of random ads to make money, which caused him to lose a lot of fans. The income from video editing dwindled. It seemed that only then did Zhao Xinhui suddenly realize and clarify their relationship, telling Su Yu that they weren't. She even mentioned that she was somewhat slow in this aspect, and if Su Yu had been more straightforward earlier, she could have clarified things and not let him waste so much time. It's laughable that at that time Su Yu truly believed her, regretting his timidity and not being more direct, and left disheartened. Only later, with more experience, did he realize he had been foolish. Thus, he became the kind of person who only pursued physical relationships without emotional involvement, showing no interest in romance. He heard that later Zhao Xinhui seamlessly found a well-off junior, but it seemed that it ended quite unpleasantly, and that junior even faced disciplinary action from the school. Su Yu speculated that the junior was smarter than he was back, then seeing through this woman's true intentions of fishing for affection. In short, his first emotional experience was deceived. Now reflecting on Zhao Xinhui, who deceived young men's feelings for money, Su Yu felt disgusted. Seeing her again felt like confronting a nightmare. He felt like throwing up. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Are you here to look at cars? Let me show you around. Zhao Xinhui seemed completely unembarrassed by the past, and greeted him enthusiastically. Su Yu frowned, and before he could speak, the female salesperson who brought him in awkwardly said, "Sir, do you know our store? In a 4S shop like this, customers without appointments are generally taken on a first-come, first-served basis. But if someone comes in without an appointment, but has acquaintances in the store, then her earlier enthusiastic pitch was clearly a waste of time." Salesperson. Su Yu glanced at the quickly approaching Zhao Xinhui, and shook his head. "I didn't know she was a salesperson from your store, otherwise I wouldn't have come in at all." "I see." The female salesperson's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Sir, please rest assured your relationship with the salesperson won't affect your car purchase here. A car is a car, and a person is a person. They don't conflict with each other. So, shall we continue to look at cars? Are you really here to buy a car?" Zhao Xinhui had already walked up to them, and smiled at the female salesperson. "Xiao Yu, this is my friend, he'll take care of him. Sorry for the trouble earlier." The female salesperson called Xiao Yu did not leave, but glanced at Su Yu without saying a word. In this line of work, having a keen eye is crucial. To sell cars, one must be able to read people. A seasoned salesperson can discern who is genuinely capable of buying a car, and who is merely looking around from a person's demeanor and conduct. The man in front of her appeared calm and composed after entering the store. Although he didn't seem overtly wealthy based on his attire, he certainly did not look like someone just there to take a look at luxury cars. Moreover, given his earlier words, Xiao Yu was unwilling to let go of this high-quality client, even if it meant offending. After all, in this line of work, colleagues are often competitors. As long as one doesn't break the rules, it doesn't matter. "Friend, are we that close?" Su Yu scoffed, and then said to Xiao Yu, "Let's go, lead the way." "This way, please, sir." Xiao Yu immediately smiled. "Aye." Zhao Xinhui watched the two leave, momentarily frozen in place, her face alternating between red and pale. She knew that after all this time, Su Yu must have realized what had happened back then. However, just now seeing a familiar face, she had approached him. If Su Yu really came to buy a car, that would be the best outcome, indicating he had gained considerable wealth again. She could also see if there was a chance to rekindle their past relationship and snag a rich client. At the very least, they had some history together, as she thought she could at least get a deal out of it. After all, things were different now. Even if Su Yu realized he had been played by her, so what? Back then, when she was chasing rich men, she had some boundaries limited to holding hands and such. Now she didn't care, as sometimes to achieve performance targets, sleeping with big clients was a common occurrence. It's said that men have a first love sentiment. Oh, would Zhao Xinhui be worried about pursuing her first love, Su Yu? If Su Yu was merely there to broaden his horizons, it would be no problem. Having worked at this store for quite some time, she had met countless wealthy individuals and frequented high-end venues. Her perspective had vastly improved since her school days. This was a perfect opportunity to mock the rich client she had once fished for, treating it as a way to pass the time. But she never expected that Su Yu wouldn't even bother to say a word to her. This made the self-important Zhao Xinhui find it hard to accept. Suddenly her mind was racing with thoughts. She even wondered if someone had informed Su Yu about her working here, and if he had come specifically to humiliate her. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xinhui gritted her teeth. "I want to see if you can really afford it, or if you are just pretending." With that, she stepped forward to chase after them. But after just a few steps, her phone rang. She picked it up, and instantly changed her expression, hurriedly answering. "Mister, when do you have time to come and look at cars today?" "Right now? I'm in the store." "You're almost here. Great, I'll go meet you at the door." In just a few exchanges, Zhao Xinhui's previously gloomy expression brightened with joy. She glanced at the direction where Su Yu and Xiao Yu had gone, and couldn't help but snort, walking towards the door. "A poor loser. One of my casual clients is worth 100 times more than you." And this Xiao Yu haha really thinks she has encountered a big spender. Wait until you see what a real wealthy person. In this line of work, if you are not willing to take risks, you can't expect to make money. Meanwhile, the two individuals looking at cars were completely unaware of Zhao Xinhui's drama. After looking at several models of Benz SUVs, Suyu was still not satisfied. Just when Xiao Yu thought she might have misjudged him, she suddenly heard Suyu say, "Do you have a G-Class in your store?" Although he didn't know much about cars, he was aware of the Benz G-Class. Its rugged exterior appealed to him more than these city SUVs, and with decent off-road capabilities, it would be convenient to drive to remote areas for collecting supplies. Considering he had enough balance on his card, he figured he might as well get a G-Class. G-Class. Xiao Yu immediately responded, "We have one in the second floor display, or I can take you to see it. Additionally, we just received 2 new G63s a few days ago. If you're interested, we have stock available. Plus, due to a current promotion, there's no markup." Suyu didn't say much, he simply nodded in response. After they finished looking at the display cars, they arrived at the second floor lounge, and Suyu asked, "If I want to take the car today, is it still possible?" Taking the car today? Xiao Yu was taken aback and instinctively checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She couldn't help but smile wryly. "Sir, there's less than an hour until the vehicle administration office closes. It definitely won't be possible to take the car today. Not even with full payment." Suyu countered. Purchasing a car with a loan involves many processes. It's normal for it to take 10 days to half a month to receive the car. He planned to take the car right away, so he had no intention of financing it. In theory, full payment is possible, but you must sign the contract and swipe your card right now, and we would need to send someone to the vehicle administration office immediately to process the paperwork. Xiao Yu said helplessly. However, this car costs over 2 million bear, and with taxes and insurance, it will probably exceed 250,000 when you factor everything in. This is not a small amount, as surely you need some time to consider it. At this point, if we delay for another half hour, it might be too late. Then let's swipe the card now. No need to think about it. Go get the car. Suyu said casually. "Oh, sir, have you really decided to buy?" Xiao Yu was taken aback by Suyu's words, her expression somewhat dazed. "What do you think? I'm here just to waste time." "Hurry up, don't waste any more time," Suyu replied with an unchanged expression. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with joy, and she trotted off to the office area to fetch the contract. Although salespeople prefer customers who take loans rather than pay in full. But given the poor market conditions in recent years, just selling a car is already a good outcome. Who cares if it's a loan or a full payment? Let alone someone like Suyu, a prime customer, who casually decided to pay with a card for over 2 million. If the service is done well, the benefits gained behind the scenes are far more than just the meager commission from selling a car. Just as Xiao Yu left, Zhao Xinhui brought a slightly balding middle-aged man to the second-floor lounge. The two of them laughed and chatted intimately, and an observant person could tell at a glance that their relationship was special. Suyu merely glanced over, and then focused on his phone, idly watching videos. However, when Zhao Xinhui saw him there, her eyes brightened. After arranging for the middle-aged man, she walked over with a peculiar tone, saying, "Why are you sitting here alone? Where is Xiao Yu? Our store has a rule to treat all customers well, whether they're here to buy or not. It's quite rude of her. I'll help you file a complaint about her later." That hit the mark. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The familiar taste of tea was reminiscent of the past. Only back then he was too young to understand these things. How could I have been so blind back then to be interested in someone like that? Suyu shook his head, greatly puzzled by his past behavior, feeling physically uncomfortable. This feeling was akin to flipping through an old social media account one day, and suddenly stumbling upon posts from the non-mainstream era a decade ago, making him cringe so much he could almost cringe out a 3-bedroom apartment. Shaking his head, he took a sip of water, and slowly said, "She went to get the contract." "The contract? Are you really here to buy a car?" Zhao Xinhui was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. But she soon realized that as a salesperson it was inappropriate to say such things, and quickly changed her tone. "No, what I meant was you actually decided so quickly. So which car did you have your eye on?" However, Suyu had lost all interest in engaging with her, as if he hadn't heard her, continuing to focus on the video of a girl dancing on his phone. Seeing Suyu's indifferent demeanor, Zhao Xinhui was filled with frustration. But thinking about her current role as a salesperson, she dared not act out in the store, as she could only force a couple of awkward laughs before leaving to refill water for General Manager Wang, who was waiting for her. In their line of work, customers are considered gods. Especially in a luxury car dealership where cars easily cost hundreds of thousands, there are high expectations for the sales staff. Even when encountering unreasonable customers, until they swipe their card and sign the contract, they can only placate them. If it becomes unbearable, they can request someone else to deal with the customer. If one dares to speak harshly to a customer, they should prepare to pack their bags and leave. Of course, this only applies before the card is swiped. After that, it's a different story. Thus, although Zhao Xinhui was quite angry with Suyu, she wouldn't dare to act out in the store. Suyu, on the other hand, paid little mind to the small incident. Before long, Xiao Yu returned with a stack of contracts. Suyu quickly glanced over them, confirming there were no issues, and then came the card swipe, followed by the process of registration and obtaining a temporary license plate. He finally completed all the paperwork just in time before the vehicle registration office closed. In the delivery area of the dealership, after a brief delivery ceremony with the store manager and others, Xiao Yu presented the car keys to Suyu with both hands. "Mr. Su, it's yours now." Suyu nodded, looking at this prized possession worth over 2 million with a somewhat dazed expression. Just yesterday he was worried about finding a job, today he has just acquired a luxury car worth millions. Not to mention others, even he as the one experiencing it felt as though this day had spanned an entire lifetime. It was as if he had lived through it all over again. Indeed, working diligently led to no prospects. It feels far better to have a stroke of luck. Exhaling a deep breath, Suyu took the car keys and prepared to drive away. However, just then while the others were leaving, Xiaoyu quietly said, "Mr. Su, do you have time this weekend?" "This weekend?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his face. "I have time. Are you inviting me for a meal?" To be honest, this saleswoman is quite attractive, at least more so than Zhao Xinhui. She definitely has a score of it. Although he hadn't considered sleeping with the salespeople, when buying a car, if someone actively offered, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Not proactive, not refusing. That's his current standard of conduct. Of course, if it were in the past, he would have added a clause about not being responsible, being a thorough scumbag. But now that he has the means, there's no need to be so scummy. Taking on some responsibility is still acceptable. "You've given me such a big order, it's only right for me to treat you to a meal." Xiaoyu smiled. "By the way, my name is Yu Xiaoqian. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaoqian. If you have any issues with the car in the future, you can contact me via WeChat." "Alright, then you can choose the place for the weekend." Suyu nodded, not saying much more. He then got into his car and drove away. Xiaoyu watched the black G-Class leave, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement, and she couldn't help but clench her small. "Oh Xiaoyu, did you manage to seal the deal?" At that moment, Zhao Xinhui, accompanied by the bald general manager Wang, after inspecting the car, happened to pass by, glancing at the excited Xiaoyu with a sarcastic tone. When in the store, Suyu was the customer, the god. She wouldn't dare to act out at all. But among colleagues there were no such concerns. After all, her relationship with Xiaoyu is not that good. Moreover, although Xiaoyu was prettier than her, she wasn't as shameless. Thus, she had always lagged behind in performance. Even if a conflict truly arose, the manager would probably side with Zhao Xinhui. "Oh, the deal is done. The customer has already driven away with the car." Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Xinhui, her expression a bit strange. Although she didn't ask what the situation was between Suyu and Zhao Xinhui, she could probably guess a little. It was likely some old matter about Suyu not being that wealthy back then. Otherwise, given her understanding of Zhao Xinhui, how could such a shameless woman let a wealthy customer who paid in full for a G-Class run away so soon? Zhao Xinhui was momentarily stunned. Being in the industry, she naturally couldn't be unaware that if someone left so quickly after picking up the car, it must mean they paid in full. Thinking of this, she hurriedly asked, "Which model did he buy? C-Class or A-Class?" If it were just the entry-level models of those brands, although they still cost 200,000 to 300,000, she wouldn't be unable to accept it. C-Class, A-Class. Xiaoyu flipped through her phone album, opened a picture, and showed it to Zhao Xinhui. It's 2,580,000 paid in full. From entering the store to driving away took only an hour. "Sister Zhao, your friend is really wealthy." Saying this, she playfully winked, strutting back into the store in her high heels, humming a tune, clearly in a very good mood. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinhui stood frozen in place, her mind filled with the image from earlier. The sharply defined, imposing luxury car alongside the youthful and spirited Suyu. On the road, Suyu did not head home immediately after picking up the car. Instead, he found a place to have a simple dinner before driving towards the outskirts of the Magic City, ultimately stopping outside an abandoned industrial park. The reason he was in such a hurry to pick up the car today was not only because he had the money, but also because he had contacted Master Sun, whom he met at the gold shop on the way to buy the car. They had agreed to attempt a transaction of 100 kilograms of gold tomorrow evening, with the meeting spot set, whether to guard against a potential betrayal, or simply because this place was too remote. Having a mode of transportation was evidently necessary. He came here, mainly to scout the location in advance. Parking the car by an inconspicuous grove, Suyu touched the S-79 electromagnetic pistol he had exchanged from Frostar at his waist. He glanced at the K-10 combat suit he was wearing. Instantly, he felt a surge of security as he stealthily walked towards the industrial park. This industrial park was likely a product from the last century, later closed due to excessive pollution, and had been idle for more than a decade. Inside, weeds grew rampant, and the factory buildings were dilapidated. In the darkness, it gave off a chilling vibe, making Suyu feel as if he were in a survival horror game. He feared that a zombie might suddenly leap out from some corner to take a bite out of him. However, thankfully reality was not a game, and such things as zombies could not possibly exist. After cautiously walking around the industrial park, he roughly grasped the terrain and layout of the factories. He also confirmed that this was not some gang stronghold from a crime movie. There was not a single person inside, not even a ghost. The overgrown factory grounds only had a few inconspicuous pathways, hinting to Suyu that someone might occasionally come here, probably villagers from nearby. Having confirmed that it would be difficult to set up any traps here, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. At least from what he could see, this place, chosen by Master Sun, seemed to hold no hidden tricks. But this is quite a good location. Suyu stood on a high point in the industrial park, overlooking the terrain, and couldn't. On one side it backed onto a mountain, and on the other it faced the sea. The only way in from the mountainside was a single cement road adequate for normal family cars and buses to enter and exit. On the seaside there was a dock. Though small, it was sufficient for loading and unloading 1,000-ton cargo ships. In the past, goods in and out of the industrial park would have relied on waterways, greatly reducing transportation costs. The cement road on the mountainside was likely for employees to come and go, and from there it took just over half an hour to drive into the city of Magic City. In the past, when transportation was not so developed, the ability to transport goods by water from the park made this industrial park's location exceptionally advantageous. However, for now it had become somewhat of a liability. After all, with today's transportation advancements, the cost of land transport for goods destined for the domestic market is low, and exports can be consolidated and shipped from several major ports in the Magic City, making it even more efficient. Additionally, this area is remote. Although it is considered suburban and takes just half an hour to commute by car, there is no public transportation nearby. You can't expect every employee to have a car, can you? This is likely the biggest reason why, aside from pollution, no one is willing to take over after it was closed. What used to be an advantage has now turned into a shortcoming. Times have changed. Suyu shook his head and prepared to leave, but just as he turned around, a bold idea suddenly sprang to mind. What if he leased this place? Once this thought appeared, it uncontrollably blossomed into a frenzy. He couldn't rely on selling gold forever. Acquiring technology from Froststar and then replicating this revolutionary technology on Blue Star would be the true path to wealth. To replicate this technology, he needed employees, a company, and a factory. As for employees, that is a topic for another day. Just considering the location for the company and factory, this place is undoubtedly very suitable. It is bordered by mountains on one side and the sea on the other. The usable land in between is at least several thousand acres. More importantly, this location offers strong concealment. In terms of land division, this industrial park belongs to the nearby Shaohai village, which is actually located about 3 to 4 kilometers away on the coast. Normally, villagers rarely come this way. Choosing to tinker with black technology here means at least not having to worry about too many eyes and leaks. Besides the sea, there is only one road that comes in from the mountains. There is no need to worry about being infiltrated by those with ulterior motives. Coupled with convenient water transport, while it may not be suitable for importing or exporting, it is perfectly fine for procuring bulk food. When the company and factory are fully established, he could procure large quantities of food under the guise of research without. As for how to explain the whereabouts of the food after it's delivered, there are countless ways. In short, this abandoned industrial park, which holds little value for other companies and manufacturers, appears to Su Yi. If the transaction goes smoothly tomorrow, I might find a way to acquire this territory. Su Yi's mind was already forming a plan. After wandering around the industrial park one more time, he drove away. However, during his time there, he did fire the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. Although this thing has great power, the noise is actually less than that of an ordinary handgun. In such a secluded corner, he was not worried about being overheard. To be fair, it is indeed worthy of being black technology from the world of Froststar. This electromagnetic pistol was far more impressive than he had imagined. With an effective range of 1,800 meters within 1,000 meters, there is no need to consider factors like wind direction or bullet drop. It hits exactly where aimed. The bullet exits the barrel at a terrifying speed of 6 times the speed of sound. Such specifications would likely outclass even the latest high-precision sniper rifles. Moreover, this small device surprisingly has an auxiliary aiming module. Suyu, a novice who had never touched a gun, could actually hit his target perfectly at 200 to 300 meters without any worries about missing in critical moments. The next day at noon, Suyu was awakened by the sound of the phone ringing. He had returned home past 3 in the morning yesterday, and thus had slept until noon. The sudden phone call was just a reminder that the 10 tons of fruit and 10 tons of vegetables he ordered online yesterday had already been transported via cold chain and were about to arrive in Modu. They would likely be delivered to the designated warehouse in the afternoon, reminding him to pick them up on time. Although fruits and vegetables were more expensive than grains, they were not as sensitive as grains, which were related to people's livelihoods. He didn't need to be overly cautious with his purchases. Buying a large quantity of grain at once would raise suspicions about why he was hoarding so much. After all, grain prices in the country were relatively stable, with hardly any profit to be made. Hoarding so much didn't make sense. However, if he bought a large quantity of fruits and vegetables, even if noticed by the relevant departments, they would likely not think, because if there were channels to sell fruits and vegetables, it could indeed be profitable. Many people engaged in this business. If you had this motive, others wouldn't suspect anything. On the contrary, doing something that completely obscured one's motive would raise suspicions about what one was up to. So whether it was 10 tons, or even hundreds or thousands of tons of fruits and vegetables, it was not a problem. If absolutely necessary, he could directly lease a few orchards or vegetable gardens at the source. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu had also found a supplier. He didn't go to a slaughterhouse for fresh meat, but contacted a cold storage in Modu to procure 10 tons. The goods would be temporarily stored there, and whenever needed, he could just rent a refrigerated truck to transport them. Don't ask why he bought frozen instead of fresh. The answer is simple: it's cheaper. After lying in bed for a while, realizing it was already past noon, Suyu reluctantly got up. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to find a restaurant for a meal. At this time, the restaurant was crowded, and Suyu couldn't find an available table after looking around. Just as he was about to switch to another place, he suddenly noticed a table in the corner had become vacant, but someone else had already taken it. That person happened to be Li Yuanxi, whom he had met a few days ago. Suyu immediately turned around, boldly sat down across from her, and smiled at the surprised Li Yuanxi, saying, "What a coincidence." "Well, not exactly a coincidence. I often see you here on weekends," Li Yuanxi replied seriously. Suyu was not particularly surprised by her words. This restaurant had the best food that suited his taste nearby, and he used to visit often. He was rather surprised that he hadn't noticed such a cute girl like Li Yuanxi, yet she had noticed him. "Are you studying nearby?" Suyu glanced at Li Yuanxi. The girl looked to be around 17 or 18, but having interacted with her, he guessed she must be in her early 20s, just looking quite young. "Yes, I'm in my third year this year," Li Yuanxi obediently replied. Compared to when she first met Suyu, she was much less stammering and seemed less like a shy girl. Once she became familiar with him, she could chat with Suyu a bit. However, seeing her serious demeanor, it was clear she was still somewhat nervous and uncomfortable communicating with strangers. "Did you have something going on that night, when you rode so far alone?" To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Suyu casually brought up a topic. "I'm working part-time at a pet store over there," Li Yuanxi answered, and after a moment's thought she asked Suyu, "What about you? Are you working nearby?" "Me? I'm unemployed," Suyu shrugged and smiled. Li Yuanxi paused, then lowered her head, seemingly a bit dissatisfied, and murmured, "You're lying." Suyu chuckled without explaining, took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and ordered a few small dishes. "We've met so many times, but it's fate. Let me treat you to a meal. Is there anything you can't eat?" "You want to treat me to a meal?" Li Yuanxi looked at him in surprise, then warned, "Why?" "Just because I want to. Does a meal need a reason?" Suyu shrugged. The clever and cute girl should always receive more kindness. After all, this little restaurant didn't have high prices. Ordering a few extra dishes wouldn't cost too much. It was just a casual gesture. "Consider it a reward for you saving me a seat." "I didn't save you a seat, I wanted to eat myself," Li Yuanxi said, her little head shaking like a rattle. "But the result is the same." Under Suyu's sweet-talking, Li Yuanxi was a bit dazed, but ultimately accepted his invitation. Not long after, several delicious dishes were served. While eating, Suyu casually asked, "By the way, what major are you studying?" "Law." Li Yuanxi took a small bite of food and replied after swallowing, "Law, huh?" Suyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Are you familiar with commercial law?" "I understand it to some extent. I basically remember the regulations." Li Yuanxi glanced at Suyu. "Do you have a question you want to ask?" "Smart." Suyu praised her, and then turned to the questions that had been bothering him for days. It was mostly about how to register a company or a factory. There are many legal formalities. Different types of companies or factories require different procedures and documents. If he didn't consult a professional, Suyu would be pondering for an indefinite time. He had initially intended to find a law firm to ask later. However, since he had met a law student, there was no need to seek help. It turned out that Li Yuanxi's claim of being familiar was indeed modest. She was almost fluent in various legal texts and precautions. Suyu the novice felt lost listening to her. Li Yuanxi seemed to realize that what she was saying was a bit too intricate, and that Suyu probably wouldn't understand. So she switched to saying, "I know a professor who runs a law firm. They mainly handle commercial dispute cases, so they should be more professional than I am in commercial matters. If you intend to register a company or factory, I can help you ask them about the approximate costs for handling it." When talking about her area of expertise, this girl, who originally appeared somewhat introverted and silent, seemed to entrusting it to a professional law firm was indeed feasible. Suyu nodded in response. "I do have intentions in this area, but it can wait for a while. Oh, it's not something that can be resolved overnight." Li Yuanxi nodded at that, and didn't ask further. The meal quickly came to an end, and Suyu stood up to pay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Li Yuanxi and leave, he found that during the short time he was paying, someone had taken his seat and was now talking to Li Yuanxi. Li Yuanxi had a serious expression, looking down and not paying attention to the man speaking. "You don't like it when I say a few words to you, and you run out the door disregarding your home. Hide? Where can you hide? Can you really escape? Every day you just read that useless book of yours. What good does it do? You studying law want to be a lawyer? Hurry up and pack your things, get back home." Suyu moved a bit closer and heard the rude words coming from the yellow-haired, non-mainstream guy. It sounded like it might be a family member of Li Yuanxi. He immediately stopped in his tracks. Although the guy spoke in a tone that seemed to invite a beating, after all it was a family matter of theirs, so he didn't want to interfere too much. "It's just a pity how a fine girl like that seems to come from a rather disharmonious family. What's wrong? Not talking? Are you mute? You waste of space. What good does all that studying do? How much money is wasted every year?" The yellow-haired guy didn't care that many people around had already noticed the commotion, pointing at Li Yuanxi's nose and saying very unpleasant things. Originally thinking it was a family matter, Suyu was about to leave, but he couldn't bear to listen any longer. He walked over and knocked on the table, addressing the yellow-haired guy. "Dude, you're in my spot." If it were in the past, he wouldn't have bothered with such matters. After all, no one had laid hands on anyone. It was just a family dispute at most. If he took action, it wouldn't even qualify as righteous indignation. It would just be a brawl. But now, actually, if he thought about it carefully, he seemed to be less afraid of trouble than before. One reason was that he wasn't short on money and had plenty of time to waste. The other reason was that he was wearing battle gear. If a fight broke out, he would only be hitting others, not the one to suffer losses. He was also not afraid of encountering some crazed person trying to stab him. "Who are you?" The yellow-haired guy turned his head to glance at Suyu, impatiently asking. Why do you care who I am? This is my spot, move aside. Suya's expression remained calm, showing no signs of backing down. The tension between the two escalated with both. The restaurant owner who had been absent popped up at the right moment. Gentlemen, no need to get worked up, peace is priceless. This spot indeed was occupied by this young brother just now. Oh, if you need a place to eat, I can arrange another spot for you. The latter statement was naturally directed at the yellow-haired guy. However, upon hearing this, the yellow-haired guy glared viciously at Suyu, snorted coldly, and indifferently told the restaurant owner, no need. He then looked at Li Yuanqi. What are you sitting there for? Are you just going to sit there? Hurry up and pack your things, come back with me this afternoon. Li Yuanqi said nothing and didn't look at him, lowering her head to silently express her resistance. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy became anxious and reached out to grab Li Yuanqi. However, before his hand could reach her, it was slapped away by Suyu. What are you doing? It's the 21st century, and you still want to forcefully seize a woman in public. Is there no law anymore? The yellow-haired guy's face immediately turned dark as if he wanted to strike, but after a wave of his hand he held back. What do you mean forcefully seizing a woman? She's my sister. I can discipline my own sister. I don't need your interference. Your sister? Suyu carefully examined the yellow-haired guy with a short stature and crooked mouth. He then glanced at Li Yuanqi, who had a graceful figure and picturesque features. Unable to help but scoff, he said, Brother, how many dishes did you drink so much for? The restroom is at the back. Why not go take a leak and see what you look like? If the two stood together, it would be a blend of the abstract and the beautiful, completely not in the same style. If this were truly siblings, Suyu would no longer believe in biology. What do you mean? The yellow-haired guy's face grew darker, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He seemed ready to throw a punch at any moment. However, Suyu was not at all flustered. It wasn't because he wore battle gear and felt invincible. It was mainly because he had figured it out. This guy was all bark and no bite. He looked fierce, but had no courage to act, just pure bluster. He only dared to act tough against someone like Li Yuanqi, who was an easy target for intimidation. What do you mean? Are you saying you look ugly? Do I need to elaborate? Suyu didn't even look at him, turning to pull Li Yuanqi. Let's go. Li Yuanqi slightly tugged her hand, but couldn't break free. She simply allowed herself to be led, keeping her head down and following behind him. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy's eyes widened, forgetting about Suyu's earlier insult, and hurriedly blocked the two. Who are you to her? What am I not allowed to hold her? Get out of the way. Suyu unapologetically shoved the yellow-haired guy aside and pulled Li Yuanqi out. Dealing with such a blustering punk, if you reason with him, he might think you're afraid of him and become even more aggressive. The best way to handle such people is to be even more overbearing and unreasonable. That way he would actually fear you. The yellow-haired guy staggered 2 steps backward before steadying himself, watching Suyu's back as he left without even acknowledging him, his chest heaving violently. Glancing at the empty bottles on the table beside him, he had the urge to grab one and rush at Suyu to break his head. However, after hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't muster the courage. The restaurant owner, who had been watching him and ready to grab a bottle, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that a fight had not broken out. It's good if they don't fight. The onlookers nearby erupted in laughter, clearly mocking the yellow-haired guy for only being able to bully weak girls. The yellow-haired guy's face alternated between green and red. He could only grit his teeth and quickly chase after. He snapped a few photos of the two and sent them to a WeChat account labeled Old Man, while also sending a voice message. Dad, I can't handle this waste of space anymore. You need to take care of it yourself. She's already looking for a man outside. His expression was reminiscent of a primary school student who had been wronged and returned home to report. He sent one more message, still feeling unsatisfied, saying as he walked, that guy actually dared to. As the yellow-haired guy reached the entrance, he happened to see Suyu leading Li Yuanqi into a black G-class outside, and he froze in place. A look of disbelief crossed his face. It wasn't until the WeChat message notification chimed that he snapped back to reality and quickly tapped on the voice message. Looking for a man. That waste of space. I told her not to study and to marry instead, but she didn't listen and secretly ran to Magic City to say she wanted to study. As a result, she was sneaking around looking for a man. What's the situation with that guy? Tell him to get lost, and be careful, he'll break his legs. That guy. The yellow-haired guy watched the G-Class slowly drive out of the parking lot, and quickly grabbed his phone to take a few more pictures, exclaiming with joy, Dad, this guy is rich. He's driving a Mercedes G-Class, worth hundreds of thousands. This waste of space is hanging out with a big, thank you, I'm sorry for the trouble. Suyu shook his head, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Is that person really your brother? Sort of, Li Yuanqi replied, after a moment of silence, briefly explaining her family situation to Suyu. Basically, her father passed away very early, and later her mother remarried, the new husband being that yellow-haired man's. When her mother was still around, although her life at home wasn't great, at least the yellow-haired father and son didn't dare bully. However, during her senior year in high school, her mother passed away in an accident. After that, Li Yuanqi's life at home was no different from being a guest. She had achieved excellent results in the college entrance examination, but the yellow-haired man and her stepfather were unwilling to support her education, and even said they wanted to find her a wealthy man to marry. After all, with Li Yuanxi's looks given the current trends, wouldn't they fear not receiving a hefty bride price if she married? Yet Li Yuanxi did not resign herself to fate. She took the money her mother had secretly left her and ran to the magical city, working while studying. It has been almost 3 years now. She had no idea how the yellow-haired man found her again. After hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. The thin rope only breaks at the weakest point. Misfortune only targets the unfortunate. It's quite tragic. He didn't continue on this topic and instead asked, "Where are you going? He'll give you a ride there." Although Li Yuanxi seemed quite strong, it was better not to dwell on such painful topics. Li Yuanxi looked up at him for a moment, didn't refuse again, and sighed. "Then please take me to school. Ooh, I have class." Suyu nodded, focusing on driving. In no time they arrived at the magical city university where Li Yuanxi studied. "Let's exchange contact information. If that guy finds you again, just send me a message." Suyu pulled out his phone and opened the QR code. Li Yuanxi, who was about to get up and leave, fell silent for a moment, then took out her phone, scanned the code, and added Suyu on WeChat. Just when Suyu thought she was about to leave, unexpectedly Li Yuanxi suddenly looked at him and said, "Are you trying to support me, Suyu?" You can't say it's not true. To be honest, he wasn't the kind of person who meddled in other people's affairs. Previously, he didn't even have a way to contact Li Yuanxi. At most, they were just nodding acquaintances, not even close friends. Based on his personality, if the situation in the restaurant had involved a woman less beautiful than Li Yuanxi, he would have likely chosen to eat his meal quietly, instead of confronting that yellow-haired man, bringing unnecessary trouble upon himself. Ultimately, it was because Li Yuanxi was beautiful. He was tempted. Of course, Suyu didn't think he would owe her anything for helping her a little. If an opportunity arose, great. If not, then so be it. This was the purpose behind his actions. If they did become involved, he wouldn't let Li Yuanxi continue to struggle with work. If one had to call it support, perhaps it could be considered so. Ahem, he coughed lightly, surprised. Why do you say that? Don't wealthy people like to support female college students? Li Yuanxi glanced at the steering wheel. Although she didn't understand cars, she recognized the Bentley brand. From the comfort and interior quality of the car, it was easy to tell that it wasn't cheap. Not all wealthy people are like that, and I wouldn't call myself wealthy. Suyu retorted quietly, then waved his hand saying, "All right, let's go to school. We'll talk about the future later." After all, he wasn't in a hurry. His primary goal now was to make money and develop black technology through the time travel trading platform. Flirting was merely a side benefit. Li Yuanxi glanced at him and then got out of the car. Not denying it meant there was indeed some truth to it, right? Li Yuanxi watched the large Jeep slowly drive away, her expression complex. Only after Suyu's car vanished into the flow of traffic did she turn and walk into the campus. First, let me ask Professor Zhang about starting a company. No matter what his intentions were, he had genuinely helped her. Helping Suyu with the task he had previously entrusted to her could be considered a small way to repay her debt. But that was all. If the yellow-haired man continued to trouble her later, she would probably need to seek Suyu's help. Having accumulated too many debts of gratitude aside from herself, she feared she had nothing else to offer in return. Even though Suyu said to deal with future matters later, Li Yuanxi felt that if the yellow-haired man came knocking again, it would be her moment of choice. Would the yellow-haired man let her go? Clearly not. She understood too well what kind of people that father and son were. Their minds were filled with schemes to find her someone to marry and earn a hefty bride price. Although she was studying law, it was precisely because she understood the law that she knew such family disputes were often difficult for the law to intervene. After all, her household registration was still linked to theirs, and before her mother passed away, her stepfather had indeed contributed some money for her education and living expenses. Legally, she had an obligation to support her stepfather. If that father and son truly wanted her to marry a wealthy man for the bride price, they wouldn't even need to resort to force. As long as they caused a ruckus at her school or workplace, her life would be thrown into chaos, forcing her to comply. As long as they didn't hurt anyone, she wouldn't have any way to stop them, and the worst they could face would be a few days of detention. She had seen countless similar cases, and aside from Suyu's somewhat intimidating approach, there really wasn't a better. Among the people she knew, only Suyu had the ability and willingness to do so. As for Suyu's impure motives, she could understand that as well. After all, with no relatives to rely on, why would he help her without any ulterior motives? Besides, she, the already somewhat introverted girl, felt even more withdrawn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu was slowly driving out of the city. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the warehouse, and after a short wait, the ordered 10 tons each of vegetables and fruits were delivered to the warehouse, along with the 10 tons. Entering this place for the third time, Suyu was considerably calm compared to the first 2 times. After sending a message to Shuangxing and receiving a reply of "please wait a moment," he first entered the familiar conference room from his private space. After waiting for more than half an hour, just when he was about to impatiently send another message, Shuangxing finally arrived. It was clear that she had been quite busy. When he entered the conference room, he hadn't even retracted the helmet of his powered armor, and the silver-white armor was even stained with blood. From 10 meters away at the long table, Suyu could smell the scent of blood on her. "Sorry, I had something urgent to deal with and arrived late." As soon as she took her seat, Shuangxing casually tapped the helmet. The cool-looking helmet shrank into the powered armor with a mechanical whir, revealing her head full of white hair. "You just finished a battle." Suyu glanced at the bloodstains on her. Yeah, I just wiped out a group of alien beasts that were holed up in a pre-war shelter. Tisk, it's been a while since I've had such a thrilling fight. You have no idea those terrifying lizards lying on the ground are 3 to 4 meters tall, one of the most terrifying mutated creatures in the wasteland, and even ordinary tanks can't deal with them. I took its head off in one strike. Impressive. Suyu's eyes twitched, struggling to imagine that scene. The wasteland world is indeed dangerous, such monsters exist. But thinking of this, he then asked, by the way, what is your status over there? Is this powered armor something special? Me. Xuanxing replied with a hint of pride, Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Army Corps of Future City, a 1-star Major General. You can also call me General Han Xuan. As for this powered armor, it is a product of the prosperous era before the war. Our future city possesses the most advanced technology in the entire wasteland capable of producing powered armor. However, the powered armor we produce is far inferior to what was made before the war. In terms of overall combat power, the powered armor produced by Future City is roughly equivalent to a 6th-generation tank, while mine, if we disregard ammunition consumption, could probably take on 100 of them. To put it more directly, wearing it I could tear open a 1-meter-thick nuclear shelter door with my bare hands. This is a bit ridiculous. Even Iron Man isn't that powerful, right? And it sounds like that powered armor that Xuanxing scorns is also quite impressive. Equivalent to the combat power of a 6th-generation tank. Not to mention the most advanced tank on Blue Star is only 4th generation. Who knows when we'll see a 6th-generation tank. If I could get a batch of this thing, wouldn't I immediately become the king of land warfare? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked Xuanxing if it was possible to get him a batch. However, Xuanxing helplessly spread her hands. Give up. Although Future City can produce them due to insufficient industrial categories, some key components still need to be scavenged from the wasteland. So every set of powered armor has a serial number. There's no way to get them in bulk. Even if I just want 1 or 2 sets, I have to think of a way because the company that produces the powered armor doesn't have a good relationship with my family. My family. Suyu subtly glanced at Xuanxing. No wonder she became a general at such a young age, as she must come from some prominent family. But seeing the powered armor on her, Suyu couldn't help but ask, wait, if it's so hard to get, why did you say before that you would sell me this powered armor for 10,000 tons of food? You don't want it yourself. It's different. Xuanxing shook her head. The company that produces powered armor has a bad relationship with my family, but these pre-war powered armors have nothing to do with them. My family took over a strategic reserve warehouse from the prosperous era long ago. There are still a few hundred sets of this kind of powered armor inside, so I can give you one and go get another one. Suyu. Alright, communicating with a rich person is too troublesome. He then opened his personal panel and traded the prepared supplies to Xuanxing. This is the payment for that gun of fair trade. Xuanxing looked at the 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef that appeared on the panel. Her eyes lit up with an expression, but then she seemed to remember something and quickly said, by the way, while clearing that shelter, just now I found something good inside that you will definitely be interested in. As she spoke, she tapped on her personal panel. A black cube 4 or 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long suddenly appeared in the conference room like a wall. Xuanxing stood up and patted the object, smiling at Suyu. Have you heard of a black box? Suyu shook his head. You must know about 3D printers, right? Seeing him nod, Xuanxing continued. This thing has a similar function to a 3D printer, but it's much more powerful. It was specifically produced by the top scientists of the prosperous era, anticipating the wasteland era after the war, to help humanity rebuild the world afterward. Each black box can only produce one type of product. For example, this one in front of you is a black box for producing heavy exoskeletons. The operation is very simple. Just dump the required materials into the input port. If the recipe calls for carbon, throw in charcoal. If it calls for iron, throw in iron ingots or iron ore. In short, after putting the materials in, you don't have to worry about it. Oh, just wait for the finished product to come out. It's a foolproof operation. Even a gorilla could use it and say it's good. It operates at full capacity and can produce about 500 sets of heavy exoskeletons in a day. Once worn, these exoskeletons allow a soldier to move at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton of weight. Powered armor is too expensive to be equipped for everyone. Even during the prosperous era before the war, frontline soldiers generally wore these exoskeletons in battle. So amazing. Suyu gazed at the object, his eyes sparkling. Wow, if he bought this back, he could instantly become an arms dealer, not to mention making money. Blue Star does have exoskeletons, but those are barely sufficient. Compared to this heavy exoskeleton, they are just too. However, even amidst his excitement, he hadn't completely lost his rationality and instead retorted, according to the law of conservation of mass, this thing must consume a lot of energy, right? What does it run on? It has a small 4th-generation nuclear fusion reactor built in, and the helium-3 stored within is enough for it to run at full capacity for 5 years, which can produce nearly 1 million sets of heavy exoskeletons. Xuanxing shrugged. After all, this thing is specifically designed for the wasteland, meant for people to produce items using the most basic raw materials, even when nothing is available. The problems you're concerned about are mostly within the consideration of its designers. If you insist on a problem, it would probably be that after 5 years, if you can't obtain high-purity helium-3, the reactor will probably stop working. Suyu nodded, pondering for a moment before tentatively asking, so you plan to sell it to me? Of course, otherwise why would I tell you all this? Shuangxing gave him a strange look. Since you say the heavy exoskeleton is a valuable asset that your army relies on, I suppose you might be lacking them yourself? Suyu asked curiously. Of course we are lacking, but does that conflict with whether I sell it or not? Shuangxing scoffed. Future City has regulations that all spoils obtained during the clearing of the refuge must be handed over. This thing was something I stumbled upon and stored in the platform's item inventory. No one else knows about it. If I take it back for my own use and someone finds out, it will be confiscated. If I can't gain anything from it, why not just sell it to you? After all, I have powered armor and don't need this thing. Alright, this reasoning is quite realistic. Compared to handing it over to Future City, which would yield me nothing, selling it to him seems to be a better option for Shuangxing. So what price do you intend to sell it for? 100 tons of fruits, vegetables, and beef each, and 500 tons of grain. Shuangxing shrugged and stated his conditions. That's it. Suyu was taken aback. It's not that it's expensive, but rather cheap. Way too cheap. Just yesterday during the trade, that little pistol was worth 10 tons of fruit, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of beef. This black box, not even a fool could miss that its value far surpasses that of the broken pistol. Is this really all? He was tempted to ask Shuangxing if something was wrong with her head. But then he thought, isn't it a good thing if the price is low? He immediately kept quiet and agreed to the deal. Once both sides agreed and signed the contract, Suyu could take the item and simply pay the price within the agreed time frame. Looking at the big treasure before him, Suyu felt as if he were dreaming. What a huge profit. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the joy of his massive gain, Shuangxing, who had also finished signing the contract on the other side, revealed a relieved smile and said joyfully, let's hold off on the celebrations for now, or we can discuss another collaboration now. Another collaboration? Suyu was taken aback. What else do you have that's valuable? Of course I do. Shuangxing had somehow produced a palm-sized black rectangular object, casually tossing it onto the table in front of Suyu, a metal hydrogen battery, the power module for the mechanical exoskeleton. This battery is enough to keep a heavy exoskeleton running continuously for 3,000 kilometers under a full load of 1 ton. The energy contained in this battery is about 900 times that of gasoline of the same volume. Suyu was stunned by these words for quite some time, then stiffly turned his neck to glance at the enormous black box beside him. So this thing only produces exoskeletons and not batteries. He didn't even need to think. The energy consumption of this thing was definitely astronomical. In reality, while there are significant material and design challenges to creating such an exoskeleton, those willing to invest a decade or so could ultimately succeed. The biggest problem is the energy source. Finding a power source capable of driving such a massive treasure for an extended period is incredibly difficult. The lithium-ion batteries on Blue Star have an energy density only a fraction of that of gasoline. Even carrying a 10-liter battery on one's back wouldn't suffice for a few uses of this heavy exoskeleton. Moreover, if this thing goes to battle and gets hit by a bullet that strikes the battery, given the instability of lithium batteries, it would likely explode. As for using gasoline, that's even more ridiculous. Carrying a large fuel tank in a battle, why not just drive it? This black box only produces exoskeletons, but there is indeed another black box next to it that specializes in producing compatible batteries. Unfortunately, that one is already broken. Shuangxing shrugged her shoulders and said slyly, but even if it weren't broken, I wouldn't sell it to you. My family is the largest battery supplier in Future City. That thing is of great use to me. If you want batteries, you can buy them directly from me. Price. Suyu sat back in his seat with an expressionless face. Damn it, this woman is definitely not a good person. He had thought she wouldn't know how to do business. Now it seemed that her being a military commander was a waste of talent, as she was indeed a shrewd businesswoman. Previously, food was a basic necessity for her, while the things she offered aside from the initial gold were of no significant value to Suyu after the first time. His battle suit and gun were nice to have, but not essential. In this way, during negotiations, Suyu was always in the dominant position. She had little room to negotiate. However, without knowing Suyu's true need, Shuangxing had simply created a necessity for him. It was like selling Suyu the technology to build airplanes at a bargain price, but not selling him the technology to refine aviation fuel. You can build an airplane, but without fuel it can't fly. In the future, if Suyu wants batteries for the exoskeleton he builds, he will have to buy them from her. Thus, Suyu controls Shuangxing's need for food, while Shuangxing controls Suyu's need for batteries. Both sides now have something to leverage against each other, preventing either from raising prices arbitrarily. 1 ton of rice for 3 fully charged batteries. Shuangxing pondered for a moment before stating a figure. After the overly cautious experience during the initial gold pricing, upon hearing her quoted price, Suyu immediately made a bold offer without a second thought. 1 ton of rice for 200 batteries fully charged. Deal. Shuangxing readily signed the contract before her. Suyu. 1 ton of cheap rice costs only 2,000 to 3,000. In exchange for 200 metal hydrogen batteries, that averages out to just over 10 yuan per battery. Compared to the terrifying energy density of metal hydrogen batteries, the profit margin here is unimaginable. After all, if he could acquire a large number of batteries, it wouldn't just be for the exoskeleton. There are numerous applications, such as for those booming new energy vehicle companies. Today's new energy vehicles weigh several hundred kilograms just in batteries, but only have a range of a few hundred kilometers. Come, let me give you a battery that weighs a few kilograms. After the swap, the range will soar to 10,000 kilometers. Batteries at 30,000 each, will you buy? This is practically a no-brainer. Those vehicle companies would trample over his doorstep. However, seeing Xuanxing's triumphant demeanor, Su Yu felt a knot in his heart. Upon careful reflection, it made the main component of metal hydrogen batteries is hydrogen, which is the most abundant element on any planet. As long as the technology is in place, it is hardly valuable. Future City, inheriting some pre-war technology, certainly isn't lacking in the relevant expertise. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, charging such a large capacity battery isn't a small expense. But in the wasteland world, every black box likely contains a small nuclear fusion reactor. Electricity is probably the least valuable resource for her. Just like the last transaction with gold. Clearly he had made a huge profit, but seeing her so pleased, Su Yu felt as though he had lost considerably. However, words once spoken are like spilled water, and there was naturally no room for regret. He immediately signed the contract. Stipulated that for the next 5 years batteries would be traded for food once a week with the volume, depending on the circumstances. As for 5 years later, if there is a need, we can renew the contract then. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yu let out a sigh as he exited the trading platform. His inventory had emptied of fruits, vegetables, and beef, but now included a black box and 2,000 metal hydrogen batteries. If the items he had traded with Frost Star before were merely to earn some money and for self-defense, then this black box and the metal hydrogen batteries represented true future technology capable of reshaping this world. A heavy exoskeleton capable of carrying a ton and charging at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would undoubtedly rewrite the warfare model of Blue Star. Even the crown of the king of tanks might be challenged. And the metal hydrogen battery with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline would spark an unprecedented energy revolution. The entire energy industry of Blue Star would be shaken. Seeing that it was still early, Su Yu did not rush to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Instead, he wandered around the logistics center. He spent a fortune purchasing some rare metals and steel from a metal smelting company's warehouse. These items could be considered strategic materials difficult to acquire in bulk, but if he was willing to spend money, it was not. In less than half an hour, he had gathered all the materials needed to build 3 heavy exoskeletons. He took out the black box and placed it in the warehouse. After pressing the power button, the originally cubical black box instantly transformed on the spot into a black small house covering an area of over 100 square meters. Fortunately, the warehouse was large enough to accommodate this small house. Su Yu tossed the prepared materials into he then silently waited at the outlet. After about 3 minutes, a heavy mechanical exoskeleton was delivered upright from the outlet. It was indeed a foolproof operation. To be honest, as long as you teach a chimpanzee to recognize the materials, it could operate this thing. Su Yu stepped forward and touched the armor of the heavy exoskeleton, feeling even the residual warmth on it. This exoskeleton was equipped with high-powered motors at all its joints, with the main structure consisting of titanium alloy frames. If one did not look at the outer armor, it was not much different from the seemingly crude exoskeletons currently on Blue Star. With that layer of heavy alloy armor, it was pure black technology. The armor was about 1 to 2 centimeters thick with no other features, just hard. According to Frost Star, this thing could withstand direct hits from 20mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Even anti-material sniper rifles could not penetrate it, and wearing it was safer than hiding in an armored vehicle. As for what material the armor was made of, Su Yu did not know. Not to mention him, even if all the materials scientists of Blue Star were gathered, they would not understand. In any case, it was impressive. Besides its astonishing protective capability, the heavy exoskeleton itself did not carry any weapons, but its features included strong compatibility and vast modification space. There were many places to mount weapons. If desired, attaching a heavy machine gun would be no less effective than an armored vehicle. Today's 4th-generation tanks cost millions, and ordinary armored vehicles also cost several hundred thousand. Selling this thing for 500,000 each was not unreasonable, right? As for the cost, the materials he purchased earlier only amounted to less than 20,000, enough to produce 3 sets, making the cost of a single set only around 7 to 8,000. This was still due to the high premium from trading special materials privately. If he could procure them in bulk, he could reduce the cost of a set of exoskeletons to under 3,000. With a cost of 3,000 and a selling price of 500,000, wasn't that a surefire way to make a fortune? Su Yu suppressed his excitement and awkwardly tried on the exoskeleton. This thing was even easier to use than he had imagined. In just a few minutes, he was able to stride around the warehouse, and the gold ingots that weighed 50 kilograms each, which he had to exert all his strength to lift before, felt light as a feather in his hands with the assistance of the exoskeleton. Anyone could don this thing and instantly transform into a Superman. The effect was indeed unparalleled. No wonder it was considered pre-war black technology from the world of Frost Star. After taking off the exoskeleton, Su Yu glanced at the time. It was already just past 8 o'clock in the evening, less than an hour until the agreed trading time. He promptly returned the black box and the 3 exoskeletons to his inventory on the trading platform. Then he closed the warehouse door and drove towards his destination. The warehouse was only about 20 kilometers from the abandoned industrial park by the sea, a drive of less than half an hour. Su Yu quickly approached the location. However, this time he did not drive directly inside. Instead, he found a hidden grove in the hills outside to park the car, covering it with branches. One must remain cautious. There was only this route into the park, and driving in would undoubtedly alert others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to sneak in. Of course, if something unexpected happened, he was not afraid at all. With the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit and the powerful S-79 electromagnetic pistol, he was practically invincible. Even if the opponent was strong enough to defeat him, he still had the exoskeleton. He could take it directly from his inventory and put it on without any issues, even in a gun-restricted country. Even in the gun battles that occurred daily in Eagle Sauce, this equipment would be invincible provided he did not confront the army directly. Under the cover of night, Suyu quickly and silently entered the abandoned industrial park. After searching around, he discovered 4 or 5 speedboats at the dock. Clearly Master Sun was not the only one coming. Suyu, who was already cautious, became even more alert. However, he showed no signs of retreating and soon found the agreed-upon factory based on the route he memorized during his reconnaissance last night. Suyu looked around and confirmed that no one was present before taking out a full 100 kilograms of gold, which he had packed in a suitcase from his inventory. To be honest, without wearing the exoskeleton, it was not easy to lift this thing by hand. Suyu exerted all his strength to barely carry it for a few meters into the factory. It was proven that the claims online about being able to carry hundreds of pounds of concrete, but not being able to move with 200 pounds of gold, were complete nonsense. Breathless, he glanced at the dark factory as he placed the suitcase on the ground, ready to take out his phone to call. Suddenly, a hard object pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move." A hoarse voice came from behind. Suyu squinted his eyes and replied blandly, "Is this a case of black eating black?" "No, it's merely a necessary security measure." The hoarse voice continued. Suyu then felt someone searching him. Fortunately, his gun was in his inventory, and he was not carrying any weapons. The person searched for a long time and only took his phone. After the transaction is completed, the phone will be returned to you. This is also for safety and confidentiality. I hope you understand. Understanding. Feeling the gun muzzle at the back of his head move away, Suyu did not pay much attention. In fact, the other party's caution indicated that they had no intention of engaging in treachery. After all, they had people with guns, and in this remote industrial park, if he were shot and dumped into the sea, no one would ever know. There was no need to complicate matters. Of course, it was also possible that from their perspective, Suyu's ability to acquire so much gold implied that there were influential figures backing him, making them hesitant to act recklessly. "This way, sir. Our young lady is waiting for you upstairs." A bodyguard dressed in black approached Suyu and respectfully led the way. Suyu promptly followed. As for the 100-kilogram box, it was naturally carried by 2 tall and strong bodyguards, so he didn't need to lift it at all. After weaving through the dark factory for a while and ascending to the second floor, Suyu was led by the bodyguard to the outside of what seemed to be an abandoned office. Upon arrival, he noticed that the lights inside were actually on. However, the illumination was somewhat dim, likely from camping lights rather than actual electricity in the factory. "The person has arrived." The leading bodyguard knocked on the door. Creak. A grating sound echoed as the rusty little door slowly opened. Another tall bodyguard poked his head out, glanced at Suyu, and lowered his head, saying, "Please come in." Suyu entered the office with an unchanging expression. In the dim light, he immediately spotted a woman standing by the window overlooking the industrial park. The woman was dressed in a well-fitted black business suit, wearing black high heels and with a tall figure. Suyu estimated that with the heels, she must be at least 176 centimeters. Beside her stood Master Sun, whom he had met at the Wanfu Gold store. Upon seeing him enter, Master Sun enthusiastically approached. "Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Chu Yue, the daughter of our Wanfu Group's chairman. Today's transaction will primarily be discussed between you two, while I am merely the messenger." Suyu nodded upon hearing this, and looked towards Chu Yue, who had just turned around. She had a full rounded face framed by a pair of rimless glasses, and her features were deep and well-defined. Moreover, the shaped curve visible as she turned added to her allure. "Exceptional." Suyu silently praised. This woman was nearly flawless from her face to her figure. If it were rated out of 100, she would at least score a 90. Suyu. After a brief handshake, the two sat down at a makeshift folding table. The box containing the gold had also been moved inside. Master Sun, who specialized in this business, began to inspect the goods with his tools. After a while, he nodded at Chuyu. "The gold is fine. How shall we proceed with the transaction, Mr. Su? Have you considered whether to go with public or private accounting?" Chuyu glanced at Suyu, speaking calmly. "If we go public, I can transfer a large sum to you immediately, as there is no risk involved. However, if we choose private accounting, the risk is greater. I can only give you 20 up front, and the remaining 80 after the deal is completed." Master Sun had already explained the differences between public and private accounting. Public accounting involves finding a domestic gold mine, paying the necessary taxes, which makes it a piece of gold extracted directly from the mine. It's incredibly safe, albeit at a lower price of 300 per gram. Private accounting offers a higher price of 330 per gram, but carries significant risks as it involves smuggling. If something goes wrong, one could lose everything. Suyu had already made up his mind, and naturally did not need to think any further. "Let's go with public accounting." 100 kilograms of gold at public accounting is 30 million. It will be directly transferred to your previous account before 10 o'clock. There are no issues with this money, you can spend it freely. Shuyu seemed to anticipate his choice, her tone steady. Shuyu nodded and glanced at the time. It was just past 9:30. He did not get up, but remained seated. Shuyu also stayed put as the money had not yet arrived, so she couldn't leave. The small room fell into a momentary silence with only the sounds of Master Sun checking the gold and the breathing. Shuyu disliked this atmosphere and casually brought up a topic. This place nestled between mountains and rivers is quite nice. How did you find it? Shuyu glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, because this is my family's property. If you like it, I could sell it to you. Oh. Suyu's eyes brightened. Acquiring this industrial park was already part of his plan. Now he had stumbled upon the rightful owner without needing to ask around, which was a pleasant surprise. He quickly asked, how much? The normally expressionless Shuyu finally showed some surprise, staring at Suyu for a moment before saying, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Just name your price, Suyu replied decisively. This place currently holds little value. What would you want to purchase it for? Shuyu's face finally showed a bit more seriousness, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Who knows? Perhaps I think the scenery is lovely and want to buy it to build a seaside villa. Suyu shrugged. Hearing his obviously nonsensical reason, Shuyu tapped her long fingers on the table, remaining silent for some time before saying, this is industrial land. If you want to build a house, it might not be feasible. In the Magic City, normal industrial land generally costs around 7,000 per mu. In this area, it cannot be less than 2,000 per mu. However, the usual industrial land rights last for 50 years, but the property rights for this piece of land, I have left only 10 years. The price can be lowered a bit. 50,000 per mu, what do you think? 50,000 per mu meant that even if Suyu invested all of his 30 million, he would only acquire about 600 to 700 mu. Moreover, he would only have 10 years of usage. Too expensive. Suyu decisively shook his head. This abandoned industrial park is practically unusable. I would need to spend at least 2 years on renovations. With only 10 years left on the property rights, the actual usable time would probably be just 7 or 8 years. Additionally, goods entering and exiting here primarily rely on maritime transportation, which is far more troublesome than other industrial areas outside. The normal price cannot be lower than 2,000. I don't think so. Then just be straightforward. How much can you offer? Shuyu stated directly. 11,000 per mu, that's my highest offer. Suyu decisively cut the price by 80. Besides the reasons mentioned above, another reason he dared to offer such a low price was that this land was essentially abandoned. Hardly anyone else would come to buy it. Rather than let it rot in their hands, selling it to him would at least recoup some of their investment. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After a moment, Shuyu finally said, agreed. In the dead of night, the abandoned industrial park buzzed with rare activity. Shuyu was evidently a decisive woman. After reaching a preliminary agreement, she made a phone call, without caring that it was already late. She had someone bring the contract and property proof overnight. Thus, Suyu quickly spent 1.5 million from the 30 million that had just arrived in his pocket. This piece of industrial land spanning over 1,500 acres, and with only 10 years left on its usage period, became part of his assets. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 3 in the morning. Shuyu and her group left in a speedboat, while Suyu drove away alone. The transaction was completed. There was no black market deal involved, and he even managed to secure the piece of land he had set his sights on at an incredibly low price. It was a win-win outcome. With this experience, Suyu could later liquidate the remaining 300 kilograms of gold in the same manner. No longer would he have to deal with the hassle of only being able to sell small amounts at a time. The next 2 days were rather uneventful. Suyu followed a routine of home, warehouse, industrial park. During this time, aside from completing another transaction with Froststar to replenish his previous debts, nothing notable. Li Yuanxi also sent him a message informing him that she had inquired with a professor. If Suyu wanted to open a battery factory as he envisioned, their law firm would need at least a month or 2 to complete the process. Moreover, he would need to cooperate by providing various documents and proof, which was quite a hassle. After all, the mainstream batteries were lithium batteries, and this was not something to be taken lightly. A single mistake could lead to widespread pollution. The approval process would undoubtedly be much stricter. If it had been before, Suyu would have had no way to deal with such a situation, and would have even abandoned the idea. He simply lacked the qualifications to open a battery factory. He didn't even understand the principles behind the high energy density of his metal hydrogen battery. Where could he provide the necessary information? However, after a few days of production, he had already completed a full batch of 200 sets of heavy exoskeletons. After another transaction with Froststar, he now also had 6,000 metal hydrogen batteries on hand. Since the normal process wouldn't work, he had to consider an alternative approach. For example, using the exoskeletons to gain military sponsorship. With the various parameters of this heavy exoskeleton, if he presented it to the military, Suyu was certain they would agree to help him with the factory. The current issue was how to get this into the military site. Simply barging into a military base wouldn't work. Although bullets wouldn't kill him, they had heavy weapons. A tank shell would be enough to take down the exoskeleton. As for just calling them directly, he would probably be considered insane. That's a tough situation. Suyu sighed, rubbing his temples in bed, then chose not to dwell on it further. Today was Saturday, and tomorrow was the weekend. By next Monday his match trading opportunities would refresh. Instead of pondering these matters, he might as well think about whether the new trading partner would be as suitable as Frost Star, whose world could complement his own blue star. At that moment his phone vibrated twice, notifying him that someone had sent a message on WeChat. "You Xiaoyu, Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow night? I reserved a restaurant at the Bund." "You Xiaoyu." Suyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered. This was the saleswoman he had met on the day he bought the car, and she was quite attractive. They had indeed agreed to have dinner together over the weekend. While this was a pleasant surprise, it would be unreasonable not to go. Suyu instantly perked up and replied that he was available. Yu Xiaoyu quickly replied. The two soon agreed to meet at 4 in the afternoon the next day. It seems we should indulge ourselves more in the moment. Putting down his phone, Suyu immediately went to sleep. What to do when faced with a dilemma? Just relax. Since he wasn't short on money, if the problem couldn't be solved for now, he would deal with it later. The next day at 4 in the afternoon, Suyu arrived punctually at the Bund in Magic City, where he was supposed to meet Yu Xiaoyu. She had already been waiting for him there. Today Yu Xiaoyu wore a khaki trench coat with a white turtleneck sweater underneath, simply wrapped a scarf around her neck, and let her long wavy hair cascade down. She wore sheer tights with ankle boots. Compared to her professional skirt from a few days ago at the 4S dealership, she appeared less serious and more youthful and lively. Suyu initially didn't have high expectations for Yu Xiaoyu treating him to dinner. After all, she was just a saleswoman at a 4S dealership and her salary was limited. However, Suyu was surprised that Yu Xiaoyu was generous enough to take him to a restaurant where the average cost per person exceeded 1,000. Is the commission from that car enough to cover this meal? After finishing and seeing the bill of over 4,000, Suyu was somewhat astonished. It's enough? Just from that car my commission is over 10,000, Yu Xiaoyu replied candidly. While your commission is quite high, Suyu nodded. Mr. Suyu jest. Generally, clients who can afford luxury cars worth over $1 million are usually handled by senior salespeople, and it's quite rare for us junior salespeople to encounter them. Yu Xiaoyu continued, so I really have to thank you. There's still time? How about I treat you to a movie? Sure. Suyu certainly had no reason to decline. After all, he hadn't come just for dinner. They turned around and walked in. When they came out, it was already past 10 in the evening. However, compared to when they had entered, Yu Xiaoyu's face was slightly flushed, her large eyes sparkling with moisture, and her gaze enchanting. It was unclear what they had done inside. Nevertheless, both of them tacitly avoided mentioning going back, seamlessly transitioning into a 5-star hotel after leaving the cinema. A night of revelry. The next day, Suyu, who had indulged all night, finally woke up from bed around noon. Glancing at the time, he found it was already past 12. He was somewhat surprised to find Yu Xiaoyu, who had unknowingly woken up, was lying next to him playing on her phone. It's Monday, don't you have to work? Not today. Yu Xiaoyu turned to face Suyu, wrapping her arms around his waist lazily. There's a defense exhibition happening at the Binzi Convention Center in Magic City the day after tomorrow. The headquarters has transferred some staff from several 4S dealerships to help at the convention center, and I'm on that list, so I don't have to work in the store these days. Defense exhibition. Suyu was taken aback, then his eyes suddenly lit up. What defense exhibition? Is there really a defense exhibition in the Magic City? Suyu quickly inquired. Yu Xiaoyu did not expect him to be interested in this, but still explained. Actually, besides the famous Pearl River Air Show, there are many other similar exhibitions in the country. Some are organized by local governments, while others are simply held by companies with smaller scales and not much notoriety. The one being held in the Magic City is called the Jiuzhou Defense Technology Expo, which is said to be organized by the military. However, there aren't many military equipment on display. Most are small items produced by civilian enterprises, such as drones. It is said that military personnel always attend, and if they find something useful, they will make purchases. However, since the quality of products from private enterprises varies greatly, this defense exhibition does not have high visibility. It's likely that not many people know about it. At this point, she blinked and asked, do you want to take a look? What if I want to exhibit? Can I still get a booth now? Suyu directly stated his purpose. Just yesterday, he was still troubled about how to get his heavy exoskeleton onto the military's radar. He never expected that a casual inquiry would lead to a breakthrough. Exhibit. Yu Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise, then pondered briefly. I heard that to exhibit you seem to need to submit the parameters of the exhibited items in advance. If you go through the normal channels now, it might be too late. However, if you really want to exhibit, you could contact the person in charge of Binzi in the Magic City. This venue is provided by our Binzi group, and if you can persuade him, you might be able to cut in line. Her tone was a bit uncertain, clearly not too familiar with this. Suyu did not press further. After all, she was just a junior salesperson. How would she know about these things? It was likely she hadn't inquired about them in detail herself, so asking would be pointless. He just asked her to leave the contact number for the person in charge of Binzi in the Magic City. Later, Suyu could call to ask. Given that this unknown defense exhibition aimed at the civilian sector, it should not be too difficult to secure a booth. As for now, woo. Yu Xiaoyu suddenly let out a lazy hum, and her big eyes gradually filled with mist. After doing morning exercises twice, they finally got out of bed. After a wash, they had lunch together, and only then did Suyu drive Yu Xiaoyu back home. Originally, since she didn't have to work these days, she should have continued to cling to him. However, Suyu had matters to attend to. Today is Monday. The trading platform's matching opportunities refresh, and he wanted to find time to quickly match new clients. Moreover, with only 2 days left until the defense exhibition started, it was best for him to finalize everything today. He made a call to the person in charge of Binsi Group in the Magic City to inquire about the defense exhibition. As he guessed, it was pretty much as he expected. This type of defense exhibition actually has no strict requirements for exhibit, let alone products from private enterprises. Even small items made by individuals can exhibit for free if they pass the assessment. After all, it is an exhibition aimed at the military, and the military is the most pragmatic. The excitement of the exhibition is not within their consideration. What they care about is whether the exhibited items are useful. This also serves as an opportunity for the military to communicate with some civilian tech enthusiasts and enterprises, although most of the time it yields little result. Although Suyu missed the timing and could not go through the normal process, there are always some irregular channels. The defense exhibition is being held at the Binsi Convention Center under Binsi's name. If they need it, getting 2 booths is not an issue. After some friendly exchanges, Suyu made another trip to Binsi's headquarters in the Magic City. After spending some money, he managed to settle this matter. According to the other party, he just needs to send the exhibited items over the day after tomorrow morning, and a staff member will guide him to his booth. Furthermore, because he spent money, the location of that booth will not be too bad. With the matter settled, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In recent days, he had produced quite a few exoskeletons relying on the black box. If they couldn't be sold, that would be. Now that he had secured a spot for the exhibition, he was confident that as long as this exoskeleton came into the military's sight, it would definitely attract attention. If it didn't catch their attention, he would have to doubt the competence of the military's exhibition personnel. By the time he settled these matters and returned home, it was already evening. Suyu closed the door and entered the hyperdimensional trading platform. Name: Suyu Identity Hyperdimensional Trading Platform. Blue Star District Agent Level Junior Agent. 310 trading points, 200 available matching attempts. 1 Suyu had traded with Froststar 4 times, earning 50 trading points each time, now totaling 200 trading points. This was not an issue. However, the progress bar for upgrading the junior agent displayed 310, which was rather. Suyu speculated that trading with the same trading partner could only increase the upgrade progress by a maximum of. If he was correct, then to upgrade to a mid-level agent, he would need to match at least 4 trading partners that could reach a deal. This meant it would take at least a month. In practice, it could take even longer. He had heard Froststar mention that cases like his where he matched with Froststar right away and could mutually benefit were actually. For example, Froststar herself had been bound to the hyperdimensional trading platform for nearly half a year and had matched with at least a dozen trading partners. However, apart from Suyu, she had only successfully completed 5 transactions in total. Moreover, the total amount of food obtained from those 5 transactions was still less than what Suyu gave her in the first transaction. In short, with Froststar's past experiences as a reference, Suyu did not have high hopes for matching a suitable trading partner this time. However, since the opportunity was given, he still had to give it a try. Start matching trading partners. Yes. Matching trading partner. Matching successful. Buzz. Suyu felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a pavilion. The pavilion was located in the center of a lake surrounded by beautiful scenery connected to the shore by an ancient. Inside the pavilion besides him, there was a middle-aged man with a stern look dressed in a black cloak and wearing a jade crown kneeling at the table opposite him. Is he an ancient person? Suyu scrutinized the man across from him, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Based on his experience from communicating with Shuangxing, dealing with ancient trading partners often led to difficult transactions. There are too many factors involved, but ultimately it is due to the low productivity of society before the feudal era. The goods available for trade are simply too few. The items from their era could perhaps be considered relics worth a fortune. However, if traded directly, without the erosion of time, what you claim to be from the Western Zhou, an expert might assert, is from the Shang Zhou. It is utterly meaningless. Yet since he was already here adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Suyu still raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform Blue Star, Area Suyu." Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and also slightly bowed in return, saying, "Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform Xinzhou Area, Ingzhang." Suyu. What? He looked up in surprise at the middle-aged man across from him. A coincidence of the same name. Or is he another Ingzhang from a different dimension? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but probe, "Are you King of Qin?" Ingzhang showed no surprise at his words, only shaking his head lightly, saying, "I am the first emperor of Xinzhou. I am no longer the king of Qin." Suyu. No, isn't this a bit too ridiculous? He could understand that the trading platform could match him with ancient people. After all, it is transdimensional. The historical processes of other worlds are completely different from those of their world, which is easy to understand. But matching him with someone who not only shares the same name, but also the same identity from history is just too surreal. Although according to parallel universe theory, such a possibility does exist. It is still somewhat hard to accept. After being stunned for a while, he finally sighed. This is truly unbelievable. In the vast 3,000 worlds, there are bound to be some commonalities that can connect us, so there is no need to be surprised. Zheng took a sip of tea, his tone calm and unruffled. Do you know what I am surprised about? Suyu was a bit astonished. Naturally I know. Before you I had matched with two individuals from different worlds, and after hearing my name they both claimed there was also an emperor like me in their world's history. Zheng simply explained, then shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, however, none of them could answer my question, so no transactions were completed, which is a pity. Are you planning to use your question as the item needed for the first transaction? Suyu asked in surprise. Indeed. Zheng nodded, saying, my question is what methods can prevent my qin from perishing in its second generation. You need not provide a perfect solution, just offer one that I find useful, and that would suffice to complete this transaction. And in return I can offer you a copy of the Tai Chi Cultivation Classic used by Qi practitioners. I see you are merely immortal, and practicing this method could extend your lifespan. It should be sufficient as compensation. The Tai Chi Cultivation Classic. Suyu's mouth twitched as he recalled how Emperor Qin Shi Huang died in his pursuit of immortality, feeling a surge of sarcasm rise within him. However, before he could voice it, he found himself stunned, because he realized that the trading platform actually recognized this transaction. The trading platform cannot possibly sell counterfeit goods. In other words, is this thing real? Hiss. Well, it makes sense. In his world Qin Shi Huang sought immortality, but ended up in vain. But other worlds may not be the same. Perhaps in the world this individual hails from there are indeed Qi practitioners capable of cultivation. No, he must find a way to acquire this and study it thoroughly. If this really works, its value is certainly not inferior to the black box he obtained from Xuanxing. After a brief contemplation he asked, how did you come to know that the Qin would perish in its second generation? Addressing an emperor makes this question somewhat tricky. Calling him Zheng feels like a direct insult to ancient. Calling him Your Majesty feels inappropriate, since he is not a subject of the Qin dynasty. It is problematic. Furthermore, in business, it is essential to maintain equality. Lowering oneself too much can make transactions difficult. After much thought he concluded that calling him Qin Huang would be the most appropriate. Naturally I heard this from the first match trading partner. The second trading partner from another world said the same, and the manner of demise was identical, so it is likely correct. Zheng did not mind the address, and casually answered Suyu's question. Suyu nodded and asked, what did they say when you questioned them about this? Zheng pondered briefly before replying. The first trading partner claimed to be from 700 years after the fall of Qin in a chaotic era, and did not study historical records in detail. He only knew that the Qin perished in the hands of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, but did not understand the specifics, so naturally could not provide an answer. The second trading partner came from over 2,000 years after the fall of Qin, and referred to me as the Eternal Emperor, declaring that he admired me greatly. Upon meeting me he even performed 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. As Zheng recounted this, he shook his head, seeming somewhat perplexed, then continued. However, when I asked him why the Qin perished in its second generation, he was vague, merely stating that it was due to Zhao Gao and Li Si's power play, saying that if Zhao Gao and Li Si were killed, as well as the rebellious Chun Sheng Wu Guang Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, then the Qin could become an eternal dynasty. But the collapse of a great nation is not something that can be resolved by merely killing a few people. I find this person unlearned and restless, thus did not engage in a transaction with him. After hearing this, Suyu had a general understanding. One came from the Weijin North-South dynasties era, knew of Qin Shi Huang, but limited to knowing that the Qin perished in its second generation with no further knowledge. The other likely hailed from a parallel world in the 21st century, a diehard fan of Zheng, who only knew that Zheng was impressive, but had no grasp of what the Qin was really like. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu replied, there are many reasons for the Qin's demise in its second generation. I am not a historian, so I cannot explain it fully. In my personal opinion, there are mainly 3 points. Upon hearing this, Zheng sat up straight, serious, and said, please enlighten me. Enlightening is too much. I am merely echoing others' insights. Suyu shook his head and continued, first, the Qin perished due to legalism. The agricultural and military policy proposed by Shang Yang was effective before unifying the realm. However, after unifying the world it became toxic. Without the benefits of external expansion, the legalist agricultural and military policies left only harsh punishments. While strict laws are necessary, ruling a nation cannot rely solely on severe laws. Second, the Qin fell due to impatience. Although the 6 states were unified, their customs, culture, and language were all distinctly different from those of the Qin people. While standardizing transportation and writing was a good start, the common people may not have adapted in the short term, but it wouldn't lead to rebellion. Over time, they would naturally accept it. However, it is problematic to introduce more innovative systems before the people have adapted. This will only backfire. Third, the Qin fell due to a lack of succession. A lack of succession refers not only to the imperial throne, but also to the fact that from the emperor down to the ministers all benefited from the agricultural and military policies, and they were unwilling to change, so demise was the inevitable outcome. Few who wished to enact change could not ascend the throne, seemingly due to Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao's false orders from the emperor, but in reality, it was an inevitable result chosen by the Qin aristocracy. He could neither commit suicide nor become the emperor of Qin. The one who destroyed the 6 states is the 6 states, not Qin. The one who exterminated Qin is Qin itself, not the world. If the 6 states love their own people, they would be able to resist Qin. If Qin could love the people of the 6 states, then over 3 generations they could rule for 10,000 generations. Who could then cause their extermination? At the end, Suyu even quoted the conclusion of the Apang Palisode. Although it was somewhat biased and exaggerated to claim that this would ensure eternal rule, the overall meaning conveyed was not incorrect. Whether it was Qin or the 6 states, both perished due to internal strife rather than external forces. After listening, Zheng remained silent for a long time, and then clasped his hands saying, "Thank you for your guidance." In fact, during the first match with a trading partner, when he heard the other party mention the demise of the Qin in its 2nd generation, he had already begun contemplating the reasons behind its fall. Though he couldn't view the reasons for the Qin's demise from the perspective of a later generation, he had some guesses. Now hearing Su Ye's insights, he could almost ascertain the ailment afflicting the Qin. He thought for a moment, and clicked a few times on his personal panel. Soon Suyu received the cultivation method, named Tai Chi Cultivation Classic. A total of over 100 volumes of bamboo slips. The system also indicated that this transaction was completed. Suyu looked at Zheng in surprise, and Zheng calmly said, "Although I have yet to understand how to avoid the 2nd generation's demise, you have already pointed out the reasons for the Qin's downfall, and knowing the ailment will naturally lead to solutions. Thus this transaction can be considered complete. Besides this, I have another question: how can the Qin eradicate these ailments?" The currency for this transaction is a longevity golden core. The bargaining chip for this transaction is a longevity golden core. With this pill, anyone can extend their life. As soon as the box opened, the round golden core inside, seemingly emanating a faint glow, was revealed. A refreshing fragrance suddenly wafted through the pavilion, and as Suyu took a deep breath, he felt invigorated. The fatigue of the previous night's labor vanished in that moment, leaving him more refreshed than after a full night's sleep. Suyu was greatly shaken and glanced at his personal panel. Seeing that the system had recognized the transaction and confirmed that the golden core was genuine, his heart surged with excitement. Longevity. This is something many people pursue. A golden core that extends life by 20 years, if auctioned on Blue Star, could fetch a price in the hundreds of billions. After all, for those truly wealthy individuals, living 20 more years could yield far more than just a mere 100 billion. Of course, even if he obtained this item, Suyu would never consider selling it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm. He then asked Zheng, "Do you know which dynasty unified the land after the fall of the Qin?" "I heard from the previous trader that it was Liu Bang who established the Han dynasty." Zheng was uncertain and countered, "Do you know the duration of the Han dynasty?" The Qin lasted 14 years. After its fall, the Chu-Han contention continued for 4 years. Suyu was quite familiar with this period of history, and recounted 4 years later Emperor Liu Bang of the Han united the lords and established the Han dynasty on the ruins of the Qin. The Han is divided into the former Han and the later Han. The former Han lasted for 210 years, while the later Han lasted for 195 years. Together they shared a 405-year reign. After the later Han's fall, Liu Bei established the later Han, which lasted for 43 years. After the demise of the later Han, during times of chaos, various warlord regimes named Han emerged, but these regimes, like the later Han, could only hold on to their territories without achieving anything substantial. Though the Liu family's Han dynasty has perished, the people in that land after the Han still regarded themselves as Han people, continuing to thrive there for over 2,000 years, passing down through generations. As he spoke, Suyu cast a knowing glance at Zheng. "I wonder, from the Qin Emperor's perspective, is the duration of the Han dynasty 400 years, 2,000 years, or endless generations?" Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, and said, "Are you suggesting that the issues currently faced by the Qin have already been resolved by the founding emperor of the Han, Liu Bang?" He found it hard to accept. After all, he had been contemplating the impending downfall of the Qin for half a month without arriving at a solution, not even able to pinpoint where the problem lay. Yet that Liu Bang who seized the Qin's territory after his death could solve these issues. Such a prodigy exists in this world, but it cannot be said that he solved it alone. Suyu shook his head. To be specific, it was the 4 great rulers: Emperor Gaozu of Han Emperor, one of Han, Emperor Jing of Han, and Emperor Wu of Han, along with countless talented individuals under their command, who spent nearly a century completely resolving those problems, merging the territory unified by force into a grand Han characterized by spirit, culture, and comprehensive systems. Resolving this issue is quite complex, and it cannot be succinctly explained. I can only offer you the historical text from our world regarding the Han dynasty. In that case, thank you very much. This transaction is valid," Zheng said solemnly with a bow. The situation of the Qin is both different and the same as that of the Han. He certainly cannot follow the Han's path in its entirety, but the successful experiences of the Han will undoubtedly provide him with immense inspiration. Suyu looked at the newly added longevity golden core in his inventory, took a breath, and smiled. "Within 3 days I will compile all the historical texts about the Han dynasty that I can find and bring them to you." "That would be wonderful." Zheng nodded. With the transaction concluded, both parties were quite pleased. With just some verbal exchanges, Suyu obtained a yet unknown cultivation method, the Tai Chi refining scripture, And after spending a few hundred to buy several sets of deluxe editions of historical texts like the Han Book and the records of the Grand Historian, he managed to exchange them for a longevity golden core. One could hardly say it was not a huge profit. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng acquired a commonly circulated ordinary cultivation method, and a longevity golden core that he usually treated as candy, which had already lost any effect, along with a solution for the problems he currently faced. It was indeed a win-win situation for both. Under the vast information gap, such mutual benefit was remarkable. Returning to Blue Star, Suyu looked at the small wooden box containing the golden core in his hand. After opening it and taking a whiff, he immediately felt invigorated and in high spirits. For a moment, he even felt an impulse to consume the golden core. However, he merely thought about it and did not act. After all, he was still young and not in a hurry to gain those extra 20 years of life. It was best to keep it just in case. The next day, Suyu awoke at noon after a good sleep. As usual, his day revolved around home warehouse and industrial park. He stocked up some supplies at the warehouse and spent 2 hours at the industrial park building over 40 sets of heavy. As night fell, he invited Wuxia, with whom he had shared a night of passion, to dinner, rekindling their romance. Thus a mundane, yet fulfilling day came to an end. The next morning, due to the defense exhibition he was attending, Suyu unusually woke up early. After doing some morning exercises with Wuxia, they quickly tidied up and headed straight to the Qi Exhibition Center. As a helper, Wuxia could simply enter through the front door. Suyu, representing the exhibiting party, needed to bring the items through the backstage entrance. After parting at the entrance, Suyu waved, and a brand new heavy exoskeleton appeared in the back seat of his car, which he brought into the exhibition hall through the rear door. After showing the entry permit obtained from the person in charge of the Qi Exhibition Center, Suyu quickly received help from several staff members to transport the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton into the hall using a forklift. At this time, the exhibition hall was still empty in the setup phase. It would not be until 10 o'clock when the exhibition began that people would start arriving. Of course, this defense exhibition primarily catered to the military, with almost no news reaching the public. Therefore, there were hardly any audience members buying tickets to enter. Even when the exhibition started, Suyu estimated that there would not be many people present. After properly placing the heavy exoskeleton on a relatively good exhibition stand, he found a massage chair beside the stand. Lying back, he played on his phone. Time always seemed to fly when playing on the phone, and Suyu felt as though only a short while had passed. Yet in reality, over an hour had gone by. After several unknown bald leaders delivered their uninspiring speeches, the previously quiet exhibition hall, filled only with exhibiting parties and staff, finally became somewhat lively. However, it was only somewhat lively. Suyu observed discreetly and estimated that those entering the exhibition center did not exceed 200. At least half of them were military personnel in uniform. True civilian spectators were scarce. After all, not everyone is so idle as to spend money on an expensive and unknown civilian defense exhibition ticket. Seeing a large crowd of fellow exhibitors surrounding the few audience members to promote their products, Suyu's eyes twitched. He then shifted his body to find a more comfortable position in the massage chair. He had no intention of going over at all. It's like Jiang Taigong fishing, only those willing to take the bait would bite. This time the military personnel included not just basic soldiers and officers, but also many researchers from military research institutes. Among these individuals there were certainly many knowledgeable people. With the power of the heavy exoskeleton, he didn't need to approach those flashy salespeople to beg for attention to his product. If the product is good, people will buy it without needing a sales pitch. If the product is not good, what use is there in calling them over? As the exhibition hall gradually became bustling with activity, Suyu, engrossed in his phone, suddenly heard footsteps stopping in front of his booth. G60, a heavy exoskeleton. Are you interested, sir? Suyu languidly rose from the massage chair and smiled at the urbane man. Hello, my name is Zhou Bowie, a researcher attached to the Eastern District, the man said politely, extending his hand. Major Zhou, I am Suyu. I suppose you could call me a civilian military enthusiast. Suyu glanced at the rank on the other man's shoulder without revealing any emotion. Mister, Suyu are too modest. I also study exoskeletons. In terms of exterior and structural design, I cannot find a single flaw in this suit. If that were merely a hobby, it would put us researchers to shame. Zhou Bowie's gaze fell upon the exoskeleton, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. Yet what seized him was only the visible appearance and structural design. As for practical utility, sorry, an armored exoskeleton like this would be pointless in the modern age. In Zhou Bowie's understanding, contemporary exoskeletons are primarily designed to boost a soldier's load-bearing capacity, offering modest assistive power so troops can carry more supplies, move faster, and endure longer. Mounting armor onto an exoskeleton to increase protection is not something designers in this era consider. The reason is simple: insufficient power. Or put another way, there are no motors advanced enough. Motors with enough output to drive a suit of this scale would be comparable to large motors used in automobiles. Those motors are far too large to fit. After all, powering an exoskeleton is not a matter of installing a single engine. You must place motors at each critical joint. Motors small enough to be housed within the frame have far weaker output. Even if one concedes the motor problem could be solved, the energy source problem would remain unsolved. As I said before, the batteries are inadequate. the power supply cannot keep pace. Whether there are no motors to provide assistance or no batteries to deliver energy. It is the fatal flaw of the behemoth. One cannot expect soldiers to run wearing this thing. It weighs at least 200 to 300 kilograms at the very least. Put a superhuman in it, and he would falter after a few circuits. Today, exoskeletons are positioned as load relief devices, not as human amplifiers. An unpowered several hundred kilogram slab is hardly mere augmentation, it is pure turbocharging of the human frame. Major Zhou flatters me, but this heavy exoskeleton is more than just a handsome shell. Seeing his expression, Suyu knew this man had not yet grasped the suit's true prowess, and continued, if Major Zhou has the time, I can demonstrate it for you right now. Oh, it has other functions. Zhou Bowie's eyes brightened immediately. I have plenty of time, no rush. At that, Suyu walked straight to the heavy exoskeleton and tapped the thick breastplate with practiced fingers. In the next instant, with a chorus of mechanical clicks and the scrape of metal, the breastplate slowly split open from the chest to both sides, revealing a neat internal architecture. That single automatic movement made Zhou Bowie's eyes widen and his breath quicken. It actually has motorized assistance, and judging by how the chest plate opened, the motors seemed to be mounted in the rib sections of the suit. But he scrutinized the ribs for a long time and could find no trace of installed motors. Motors capable of animating such a massive construct should not be any smaller than those in ordinary new energy vehicles. What on earth is happening here? Sensing that something was amiss, Zhou Bowie reacted quickly. After a fleeting pause, he stepped forward and gripped Suyu, who was preparing to don the suit, whispering, "There are too many prying eyes. Mr. Su, let us demonstrate somewhere quiet." Suyu was not the least surprised. He smiled and readily agreed. Under Zhou Bowie's direction, several guards strained with all their strength to hoist the more than 300 kilogram exoskeleton onto a small flat cart used for moving goods in the exhibition hall. The group, acting as if nothing were out of the ordinary, pushed the suit out of the hall and into an empty, secluded conference room backstage. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I have notified a few colleagues. They are on their way," Zhou Bowie said courteously at the same time his guards swept the room and promptly removed the 2 surveillance cameras installed in the conference space. This defense expo had been held for years, yet genuinely useful finds for the military among private companies or individuals were rare indeed. Most of the time, the encounters meant more for exchange than for practical gain. But this time was different. Zhou Bowie, who had not expected to find anything valuable at the civilian defense fair, felt his heart leap with excitement. If his first impression had been that the exoskeleton was an ergonomically sound, mechanically plausible, and aesthetically pleasing, but ultimately useless artifact, then now, upon seeing that it truly possessed a transmission assist system, he knew he had struck gold. Even if that transmission system might not suffice to mobilize the entire 300 kilogram machine, the miniature motor technology inside was already extraordinary black tech. If he could acquire the patent for those motors from Suyu, with such motors, his own military exoskeleton projects could soon be deployed in combat. Of course, his own research into military exoskeletons amounted to little more than bare frames, no armor. Watching Zhou Bowie circle the suit like one who had found a relic, Suyu's lips twitched as he suppressed a smile. He could only marvel that wasteland world black tech, revealing but the tip of its iceberg, could excite Langsing's researchers so profoundly. If they knew this device could not only run and jump, but also bear a ton at 100 kilometers per hour, they would likely collapse on the spot. Not to mention its terrifying protective strength and the even more alarming other specifications. After all, the G60 heavy exoskeleton actually shared similar materials and structural principles with certain light-powered armors from the wasteland world. The sole difference lay in the power source. The G60 relied on metallic hydrogen batteries for energy, whereas Shuangxing's powered armor used cold fusion reactors. Light-powered armor was superior precisely because fusion reactors supplied ample energy, enabling a host of functional modules to be mounted. For example, a vectored field that rendered it almost immune to all kinetic weapons, functionally akin to an ET field, or propulsion systems that required no propellant, allowing the armor to fly, and high-energy laser weapons. All of these are voracious consumers of power. It is not that the G60 could not accommodate such modules, its metallic hydrogen battery simply could not sustain them. Aside from those high-consumption modules, the G60's parameters and mechanical qualities were not far removed from the wasteland world's light-powered armor. And powered armor, even within the prosperous epoch of the wasteland world that Shuangxing described as nearly maxed on the tech tree, represented the pinnacle of technology. Someone once said that when technology advances far enough, it becomes indistinguishable from magic. Shuangxing's world had entered an age of space colonization. Their technology, compared to Langsing's, was nothing short of sorcery. When this exoskeleton's true performance was finally exposed, everyone on launching would turn to look. Knock, knock, knock. Soon Zhou Bowie's colleagues arrived, one after another. Among them, apart from a few elderly men clearly engaged in research, there was a middle-aged man at the forefront, surprisingly, a general bearing the badge of a star. As soon as the general entered, his gaze fixed on the exoskeleton. He then glanced around, looked at Suyu, and turned to Zhou Bowie beside him. Zhou Bowie hurriedly said, "General Wu, this is Mr. Suyu, and this exoskeleton is his exhibition piece. Its value surpasses all the exhibits outside, and has immense utility for our research. General Wu was somewhat surprised by Su Ye's words. Although the items exhibited by private enterprises outside were mostly commonplace for the military, they could still be considered high-tech equipment. On the way here, he had reviewed Su Ye's exhibition materials. A temporary entrant managed to present something even more impressive than those private enterprise exhibits. After a brief contemplation, General Wu extended his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wu Fengzhen, an officer at the Eastern District Headquarters. Can you demonstrate it here?" He glanced at the G60 exoskeleton, unsure of how to describe it. After all, the exoskeletons in the military research institutes were merely frameworks made of iron rods, while this one was fully armored and looked nothing like an exoskeleton. Instead, it resembled the powered armor from movies. When Zhou Bowie informed him, he only mentioned discovering an impressive exhibit without detailing its merits. Now that everyone was present, it was better to see it for themselves rather than wait for Zhou Bowie's explanation. "Of course, no problem." Suyu reached out to shake his hand. He then walked directly to the heavy exoskeleton in front of the conference room, tapping on the thick chest plate, as if using an old trick. The sturdy exoskeleton suddenly opened a gap large enough for a person to enter. Suyu showed no intention of changing clothes. Wearing loose sportswear, he awkwardly climbed into the armor. Seeing this scene, Wu Fengzhen was unfazed. However, the research personnel accompanying him were all breathing a bit. These professionals could instantly recognize the electric motors installed inside the exoskeleton. No wonder Zhou Bowie was so eager to call them over. Just this aspect alone was worth more than all the mundane exhibits outside combined. However, their shock had only accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction. Suyu was fully enveloped by the armor. He placed his hands in front of him and moved his fingers a few times. Then, amidst the ghostly gazes of the crowd, he stepped down from the small cart and strolled leisurely around the conference. "This really can move." Zhou Bowie was the most astonished, unable to suppress his exclamation. The other researchers also showed expressions of disbelief. "Is there some kind of explanation for this?" Wu Fengzhen furrowed his brow. He sensed something was off, but being non-professional couldn't pinpoint the issue immediately. "This thing weighs over 300 kilograms. Zhou Bowie glanced at Suyu and swallowed hard. After a brief moment of confusion, what followed was a gleam in his eyes. He wasn't a researcher and didn't know much, but he was a military officer and understood well how weapons should be used and where they could be applied. Such a treasure encased in heavy armor, yet able to move freely. If he could equip his soldiers with a set, how much would their combat capability increase? With this in mind, his gaze became increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Su Ye's demonstration continued. He first slightly bent his knees and leaped lightly, covering a distance of 7 to 8 meters, jumping from the corner of the conference room to the window. With a casual grip, the stainless steel anti-theft net on the conference room window was crushed as if it were made of paper. He then strolled to the enormous conference table in the middle of the room, spread his arms wide, and with a slight effort, accompanied by the low sound of the motors and the ghostly stares of the crowd. The solid wood conference table, weighing over a ton, was astonishingly lifted by Suyu. The G60 heavy exoskeleton can move at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while bearing a load. This 1 ton is certainly not its maximum load. It is merely the optimal load under energy-saving conditions. In fact, if fully powered, it could carry 2 to 3 tons. However, energy consumption would significantly increase and the movement speed would drastically decrease. Suyu weighed the table, estimating it to be just over a ton, and felt no stress at all. Boom. The silent conference room was startled awake by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The group of military personnel couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Suyu also opened the facial armor, smiling as he looked at them, and said, "What do you think of this G60 heavy exoskeleton, gentlemen?" Before General Wu could respond, a group of researchers rushed over. Each with eyes shining as if they had seen a stunning beauty, they surrounded Suyu, asking questions while touching the incredible, simply incredible. With such a load capacity, what kind of motors and transmission systems are needed to support? Is this a problem with the transmission system? Energy. What kind of energy can achieve this? I don't see an external power source or a self-contained battery. Young man, if fully powered, how long can this exoskeleton operate? With such a powerful load capacity, agile movement capabilities, and incredible jumping ability. How on earth was this made? Wait, what material is this armor made of? Why does it feel so strange to the touch? Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Though he felt somewhat offended, he could understand why these people were so excited. After a moment of thought, he quickly called out, "Everyone, please don't rush. I have the specific parameters here, you can study them at your leisure." Saying this, he distributed the printed flyers. These contained the general parameters of the G60 exoskeleton. Little did he know, when they saw the parameters, the researchers became even more excited. Several older researchers nearly clutched their hearts in disbelief. Even the layman Wu Fengzhen trembled slightly as he held the flyer after glancing at it. What kind of technology is this? Zenith Star technology. In terms of load capacity, it can maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour even when carrying a ton, which is the most energy-efficient solution. In extreme situations, disregarding energy consumption and losses in the transmission system, it can still maintain a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour while carrying 2 to 3 tons. What does this mean? Most compact family cars weigh around 1.5 tons. This device at full power can carry 2 cars. In terms of energy, if calculated according to energy-saving plans, a full charge allows this exoskeleton to run continuously for 300 kilometers while carrying a ton. Of course, this only exists in theory. While the equipment can handle it, a human cannot. In terms of protection, the armor of this exoskeleton can withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun and can provide full protection against anti-material weapons below 20mm. What does this mean? It means that wearing this, the enemy cannot do anything without heavy weapons. The key point is that even heavy weapons are of little use. If the load is abandoned, soldiers can even increase their speed to over 100 kilometers per hour. If infantry on the ground can achieve such speed, they would be nearly invincible. No weapon can lock onto such a nimble, small, and fast ground target. The enemy can only rely on firepower to suppress soldiers wearing these exoskeletons. But if you have numerical superiority, you can still exert fire suppression. But what about 10 or 100? What if it's 1,000? If a special force based on this exoskeleton can be established, then any air and sea superiority is utterly useless against it. It is small, fast, and heavily armored, and still operates on the ground. Even when bombed by enemy bombers, whether it can be hit depends entirely on luck. As long as they are not too close to be injured by shockwaves, the armor's protection is indeed formidable against aerial bombs. What is this if not technology from the Zenith Star? Upon seeing the data, Wu Fangjin immediately envisioned how to use this exoskeleton once it is mass-produced, and how to leverage its advantages on the battlefield. But he quickly regained his composure and squeezed through the group of researchers surrounding Suyu, eagerly asking him, while holding the promotional material, "Are the parameters on this accurate?" Suyu replied frankly, "Of course they are accurate, you can test it at will. There's no point in me fabricating such matters." Wu Fangjin hurriedly asked, "What about production? What is the cost of this exoskeleton? What will the selling price be? Have you considered technology transfer? If you are willing to transfer technology, the military will guarantee a satisfactory compensation for the technology. Of course, if you do not intend to transfer technology, we will not force it. If you produce it yourself, what would the output look like under the premise of quality assurance? No matter how many, as long as the quality and parameters meet the standards and pass our quality inspection, the military can accept all of it." His series of questions left Suyu stunned. Just as he was about to answer each question, he noticed Zhou Bowie beside Wu Fangjin nudging him with a peculiar expression, saying, "General Wu, this. I'm afraid we can't afford it." "Can't afford it?" Wu Fangzhen's eyes widened. With so much military expenditure each year being consumed by the air and sea forces, they are always getting new planes or aircraft carriers, while our army can only issue a new pair of shoes. Finally, we've encountered something suitable for us. How can we not afford it? At worst, I'll submit a report to request it. I refuse to believe they won't approve. It's not a matter of whether they will approve or not. Zhou Bowie awkwardly pointed to the section on the promotional material regarding the metal hydrogen battery. "Look at this battery. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline. Well, though I don't understand what principle this battery is based on, do you realize what it means if this is true, General?" "What?" Wu Fangzhen's mouth twitched as he began to grasp the implications. The existence of this thing could even drive the entire new energy vehicle industry, allowing electric vehicles to completely sweep fuel vehicles into the trash heap of history. If calculated by market value, just this battery alone is worth at least 30 to 50 trillion. Last year, our total military expenditure didn't even reach 15 trillion. We cannot afford it. Moreover, apart from the battery, the motor inside. This thing is hardly larger than a thumb, yet boasts nearly 200 horsepower, exceeding many of the large motors currently in vehicles. Additionally, the material of the armor is extremely special, harder than carbon fiber, and if it can be mass-produced, its value would be immeasurable. "Stop, just stop." Wu Fangjin sighed bitterly and turned to Suyu, saying, "It seems I was too hasty. Even if we want to directly purchase the technology, it must be done by the state. It's not something the military can afford." It's fine. Since I'm here to exhibit today, of course I'm here to do business. I also truly do not have thoughts on technology transfer at this moment. Regarding production speed, I can guarantee that once production begins, the daily output will exceed 100 sets. Though the black box can produce 500 sets a day, when doing business, one must always leave some leeway. What about the price? "Mr. So what do you plan to set the price at?" After a brief shock, Wu Fangjin had regained his composure and returned to his efficient demeanor. "Although the item is good, if the price is too high, we will have to give it up. After all, it is infantry equipment. If Suyu quotes a price higher than that of a fighter jet, then there is no discussion. As of now, if in subsequent tests the parameters of this exoskeleton align with what Suyu said, then as long as the price does not exceed that of an infantry fighting vehicle, I would consider it acceptable. Currently, the most advanced infantry fighting vehicles used by the military cost around 5 million. Let's not rush to discuss prices. I can first provide you with 2 sets for testing performance. After the tests, we can discuss. Rest assured, General, I can guarantee that in terms of price, I will definitely give you an amount you can accept. After all, as long as I can procure raw materials at normal market prices, the cost of producing a set of exoskeletons using the black box will not exceed 3,000. By the way, Suyu added, in my opinion, the strongest feature of this exoskeleton is not just these parameters. It does not carry any weapons itself, but its design includes a lot of redundancies with numerous weapon device interfaces. Moreover, this exoskeleton's operating system is quite advanced and highly compatible. In short, it allows your experts to study specifically compatible modules. The G60 Heavy Exoskeleton, rather than calling it an exoskeleton, I prefer to refer to it as a next-generation individual combat platform. The extent of your imagination determines the richness of its functions. After all, it can carry a load of a ton in energy-saving mode. It would be wasteful not to attach something. Mr. Su, then it is settled. We shall reconvene in 3 days. Outside the exhibition hall, Suyu bid farewell after lunching with Wu Fangzhen and others. All essential points had been addressed, and the G60 Heavy Exoskeleton had already drawn the military's attention. The next step was simply to conduct comprehensive performance testing under their supervision. After all, the true capabilities of any device cannot be validated by mere claims or a brief demonstration. It must undergo rigorous evaluation by the military itself. To instill confidence, Suyu left them 2 complete units, one for live field operational testing, the other expressly designated for disassembly and technical analysis. Given that procurement would require absolute assurance, no hidden surveillance components or covert hardware, thorough physical inspection was not merely advisable, it was indispensable. Whether they attempted reverse engineering afterward was no longer Suyu's concern. As he often said, when technology advances far enough, it becomes indistinguishable from magic. They would likely struggle even to comprehend the underlying principles of those black box technologies, let alone replicate them through reverse engineering. Beyond leaving the 2 exoskeletons, however, Suyu also outlined his preliminary terms to General Wu, chiefly the establishment of several enterprises, including food processing plants. Wu Fangzhen did not even inquire into the specifics, what kinds of companies Suyu intended to found or what factories he planned to build, yet verbally assented on the spot. Provided the exoskeleton passed testing, the agreement would almost certainly be finalized within 3 days. Naturally, finer contractual details would still require negotiation later. The defense exhibition ran for 3 days. Yu Xiaoyu had to return to work in the afternoon, so Suyu drove home alone. With time to spare, he stopped at a large local bookstore and purchased single copies of the Book of Han, Records of the Grand Historian, and Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, all foundational historical texts relating to the Qin and Han eras. He returned home and immediately entered the trading space. After sending a message to Zhang, he stepped into the pavilion, and within 5 minutes the first emperor appeared before him, clad in ceremonial robes and crowned with the flat-topped imperial headdress. He appeared to have just concluded an audience. "Greetings, Master Su." Zhang offered a courteous salutation, devoid of the haughty, autocratic demeanor one might expect from a sovereign of a feudal dynasty. Perhaps rather, he possessed exceptional discernment, recognizing the trading space as a neutral domain where counterparties held equal standing, thus warranting such deference. Regardless, his demeanor left nothing to critique. After all, in commerce, mutual respect fosters prosperity. "Greetings, First Emperor." After brief pleasantries, both seated themselves. Suyu promptly transmitted the entire collection of historical texts to him via the trading platform. He then succinctly advised which sections addressed Han-era resolutions to Qin's legacy issues, and which could say, for records of the Grand Historian exceeds 500,000 characters, the Book of Han 800,000 and Comprehensive Mirror over 3 million. To read them cover to cover would demand no less than 10 to 15 days. After resolving the very concerns you raised, the Han dynasty unleashed astonishing vitality. We hold a saying, the Book of Han pairs perfectly with wine. It was an era brimming with vigor and promise. Should your interest persist beyond your immediate inquiries, continuing further into these annals will undoubtedly prove valuable. Suyu added lightly with a wry smile. As the adage goes, history serves as a mirror. Though this history belongs to another world, its lessons remain profoundly resonant. Zhang nodded thoughtfully, then flicked open records of the Grand Historian. Gazing at the slender volume in his hands, he frowned. This slender tome contains over 500,000 characters. I nearly forgot, Suyu interjected apologetically. Paper was invented during the Han dynasty. Your era still relies on bamboo slips for writing. In essence, this material resembles silk manuscripts, but thinner, sturdier, and vastly more economical, enabling mass production for written records. Zhang studied the book intently, quickly grasping its basic usage. Yet upon opening it, he stared blankly at the Suyu surmised he could not decipher simplified Chinese characters. Qin scribes still employed small seal script, though linguistically ancestral 2 millennia of evolution had rendered the scripts virtually unrecognizable, less identical than alien. Fortunately, Suyu had anticipated this. He pointed to a slim volume beneath the stack. That is a small seal script dictionary. Use it as your key. While the script of your age differs markedly from mine, our modern characters evolved directly, step by step, from small seal script. With focused study over 2 days, you should achieve functional literacy. Under Suyu's guidance, Zhang began methodically cross-referencing the dictionary to decode simplified characters. In truth, 2 days proved unnecessary. Whether due to innate genius or perhaps some latent supernatural faculty inherent to his realm. His progress defied expectation. Within an hour he could laboriously parse records of the grand historian line by line, without relying on the diction. Yet having mastered reading, he did not delve deeply. Instead he lifted a page curiously and asked Suyu, "You mentioned earlier that this paper permits mass textual inscription at low cost." Suyu instantly recognized his fascination, and replied without hesitation, "Indeed. Before paper's invention, texts were inscribed on bamboo slips or silk, a constraint that confined knowledge to a narrow elite aristocrats and powerful clans. Paper's advent initiated knowledge diffusion, once paired with printing. Learning ceased to be the exclusive privilege of nobility and hereditary elites. It became accessible to all. Printing. Ing Zheng furrowed his brow. Observe the characters on this page. They are not hand-copied but mechanically printed. A single press can produce thousands of identical volumes daily. Suyu clarified, of course, early printing methods were far less efficient. Ing Zheng closed the book, fell silent for a long moment, and then sighed deeply. This is the art of statecraft. As an emperor, no one understands better than Ing Zheng the terrifying potential of widespread knowledge dissemination. If everyone in the Qin dynasty, no, only 1/10 of the population can read and write, this would cause a tremendous impact on the existing man. The thought of the common people resembling the eloquent officials in the court overwhelmed him. However, upon reflection, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. If all the people could read and write, then the Qin dynasty would never lack talent, and every industry would experience explosive growth. Knowledge is power. Although no one has ever told Ing Zheng this phrase, as a noble who has interacted with the common people, he naturally understands this principle. If he could truly establish paper and printing technology in the Qin dynasty, allowing the citizens to have books to read, at that time everyone in Qin would be like dragons, and as the first emperor, how could he not be immortalized through the ages? Thinking of this, Ing Zheng's eyes lit up. After all, with the historical reference of the Han dynasty from Su Ye's world, he was aware of what would happen in the future. He was confident in solving the problems before him. As for the remaining lifespan in the history of Su Ye's world, in his own world there exists a longevity golden core, which doesn't pose much of an issue. Even if it is fate with a transdimensional trading platform, he doesn't believe he won't find a way to extend his life. As long as he is given another 100 years, he is confident he can lead Qin onto an unprecedented path. By then the phrase lasting for 10,000 generations might not just be an empty saying. With this in mind, Ing Zheng let out a breath and solemnly said to Suyu, "I ask you to teach me the art of papermaking and printing. Feel free to name your conditions, Mr. Suyu pondered for a moment and suggested 10 longevity golden cores. Deal. Ing Zheng agreed without hesitation, but added, actually the longevity golden core does have its limits. A person can only consume one at most. Moreover, while this item can extend one's life by 20 years, it does not guarantee that one will live for an additional 20 years. After consuming the golden core, one could still die from being killed, poisoned, or encountering unforeseen circumstances due to external interference. So does Mr. Su still want just 10 longevity golden cores? Then let's make it 30. Suyu decisively replied. It was clear that he was being offered a generous deal. It would be foolish not to ask for more. Moreover, seeing how easily Ing Zheng agreed, Suyu estimated that this item likely wasn't rare in his world. However, after saying this, he added, "In fact, I have many other good items. It's hard to explain everything clearly to you at once. How about we trade again tomorrow? Besides the art of papermaking, I'll also bring you the history of Wuxia and world history from our world. And I'll throw in a few small trinkets. After you examine them, you'll probably understand what I have and what you might need." As a modern person, there are countless things he can trade with Ing Zheng. Even if the other party's world allows for cultivation, Suyu has plenty to offer. However, one, he is not clear on Ing Zheng's specific needs, and two, the other party doesn't know what he has. Rather than waiting for Ing Zheng to request a trade after discovering something valuable, it would be better to present the items and let Ing Zheng choose. This approach differs from his more conservative strategy when trading with Shuangxing. After all, to him the world of Shuangxing represents a relatively more advanced civilization. There are too many things he needs from that side. Therefore, he cannot allow Shuangxing to see through his depth to avoid being controlled. But Ing Zheng is different. His trading model with Ing Zheng is the exact opposite of that with Shuangxing. His world is indeed more advanced. Ing Zheng seeks more from him. The items Ing Zheng can provide, such as the longevity golden core, Suyu certainly needs them. However, they aren't essential. It would be great to have them, but it's okay if he doesn't get them right away. Thus, he is not worried about being at a disadvantage with Ing Zheng. That's excellent. Ing Zheng nodded upon hearing this. I see you are interested in items like the longevity golden core and chi training techniques. Tomorrow I will have someone compile a list of what you need. You just speak up. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Suyu smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude. Doing business with smart people is simple. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Name Suyu. Identity agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star District. Level junior agent, 510. Trading points, 350. Available matching times 0. In his personal space, Suyu looked at his panel deep in thought. Currently, each transaction rewards 50 trading points. Since obtaining the trading platform, he has completed 7 transactions, 5 of which were with Xuanxing. 2 transactions were with Ying Zheng. And as he previously suspected with the same trading partner, the maximum progress for leveling up the agent can only increase by 3. However, trading points are not limited, regardless of whether it's the same person completing a transaction will always reward 50 points. That said, it wouldn't be accurate to claim there are no restrictions on obtaining trading points. At least within the same day for the same trading partner, no matter how many transactions are made, one can only earn trading. This is also a measure implemented by the trading platform to prevent users from exploiting bugs to infinitely farm 350 trading points. Suyu looked at the panel pondering for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but spend 200 trading points to buy a junior gene serum from the trading platform's mall. He had previously inquired about gene serums from Xuanxing. Her response was that while her world also had research in this area, they hadn't made significant progress. Compared to enhancing individual strength from a genetic level, people, their preferred mechanical modifications. Things like mechanical arms, mechanical legs, and mechanical organs. Some even fully mechanized themselves, uploading their consciousness to circuit boards. In short, the people of the wasteland world chose not to pursue genetic evolution. Instead, they viewed flesh and blood as weak and opted for the mechanical ascension route. Although Xuanxing highly recommended the mechanical prosthetics produced in their future city when he asked about this, she spoke about it with great enthusiasm. However, Suyu rejected her without a second thought. It seemed ridiculous if it were indeed that impressive. How could Xuanxing, a noble lady from an extraordinary lineage, still be original? If she herself didn't undergo any mechanical modifications, how could she persuade him to do so? That was absurd. Of course, he would definitely consider introducing mechanical prosthetics produced in the wasteland in the future. Although Suyu himself had no use for them, Blue Star was not lacking in disabled individuals who urgently needed these things. As for now, the gene serum produced in the trading platform's mall seems to be more reliable. Inside a rented apartment, Suyu held the basic gene serum purchased from the trading platform and took a deep breath before injecting it directly into his arm. He had confirmed its safety repeatedly with the platform. This serum was completely free of side effects and fully compatible with the genetic profile of contemporary Blue Planet humans. Administering it posed no risk whatsoever. He would simply sleep and awaken restored. Its primary effect was to dramatically fortify his immune system, rendering every known disease on Blue Planet utterly powerless against it. Simultaneously, it would vastly increase bone density and muscle fiber resilience. Put more vividly, previously he could barely lift a 100-kilogram gold bar for 10 meters, even straining to his utmost. After this injection, he could carry it effortlessly through an entire marathon without drawing a single labored breath. The basic gene serum would shatter the limits of human physiology, transforming him instantly and irrevocably into a nascent superhuman. A cool tingling sensation spread across his arm, perhaps due to the dosage. His shoulders swelled faintly. Fortunately, the sensation faded quickly, and soon drowsiness overwhelmed him. He collapsed onto the bed and slipped into slumber. In his dreams, Suyu found himself touring the land of the rising sun, ascending an active volcano to admire the view. As he gazed, the mountain erupted without warning. Heat. That single word blazed through his mind. Then he jolted awake in terror. Glancing up, he realized it had been only a nightmare. Yet, no, that wasn't quite right. A volcanic eruption in the land of the rising sun hardly qualified as a nightmare. With a wry internal chuckle, he reached for his phone to check the time. Instead, he froze. His sheets were soaked through with sweat. So the dream hadn't been arbitrary. The heat had been the gene serum. It struck him then. He'd administered it before sleeping. Yet when he shifted slightly, nothing felt. Where's my superhuman transformation? Puzzled, he swung his legs off the bed to head to the bathroom and inspect himself in the mirror. But as he pulled back the quilt, a sharp, grating tear echoed through the room. The heavy cotton quilt had split cleanly open, not torn but shredded, by the mere motion of his hand. Huh. He stared first at the ruined quilt, then slowly at his own palm. Stunned, he retrieved a glass tumbler from the nightstand and squeezed. Once. A crisp, brittle crack rang out. The glass shattered instantly. Shards pierced his palms, stinging sharply. Yet when he opened his hand, not a drop of blood marred his skin. Only faint whitish indentations remained where the shards had pressed in. Whoa, I'm actually a superhuman now. He rose, clenched his fist, and strode across the floor, awestruck by the boundless surging power thrumming through his veins. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. No wonder it bore the trading platform seal. It was extraordinary, and its marvels extended far beyond sheer strength and vitality. His skin too now appeared luminous and flawlessly smooth, utterly free of roughness or blemish. As the saying went, one fair complexion conceals 100 flaws. And Suyu had never been unattractive. He was in fact quietly handsome. Now amplified by genetic transcendence, that natural foundation had blossomed into breathtaking otherworldly charisma. This was no effeminate fresh-meat beauty, but a refined sculpted visage, acne, subtle imperfections, even faint traces of youthful softness, all erased. His features emerged with striking depth and definition. Far from appearing delicate, he exuded an ethereal, untouchable grace, a presence unsoiled by mundanity. This makes cosmetic injections look laughably primitive. Suyu stared at his reflection, breath catching in his throat. Remarkably, despite this radical enhancement, his fundamental likeness remained unmistakably him. He needn't fear being unrecognizable to friends. Giddy, he spent hours testing his new capabilities, leaping, lifting, moving with impossible ease, until gradually he calmed his racing pulse. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 8 in the morning. He washed up and prepared to leave, yet paused at the door, eyeing the cluttered apartment and sweat-drenched bedding. He hesitated. Time to find a new place. Might as well scout some options after I run my errands. He wasn't particular, but everything about him had changed, physically, fundamentally. This cramped space was no longer merely inconvenient. Its lack of privacy was the greater concern. A dropped cup here would echo next door. A few vigorous steps might prompt complaints from downstairs. With so many secrets coiled within him, discretion demanded a truly independent residence. With a decisive snap, he closed the door behind him. Few people were abroad at this hour. The elevator arrived swiftly. But as its door slid open, Suyu blinked in surprise. Li Yuanxi stood inside. He smiled, faintly amused. Well, good morning. Truth be told, their encounters possessed an uncanny serendipity. Each one so far purely coincidental. Though they shared the same building, such frequent chance meetings lately bordered on improbable. Li Yuanxi's gaze flickered, clearly startled. How did he suddenly become this striking? Realizing her stare was unseemly, she quickly lowered her eyes and murmured softly, "Good morning." Heading to class? Suyu asked casually as the elevator doors began to close. No, I have no lectures today. I'm going to work at my part-time job. No lectures? Suyu glanced at her. It was Wednesday. Hardly plausible for a university student to have an entirely empty weekday schedule. She'd likely skipped an unimportant class. Still, what was university life without the occasional skip? He said nothing, instead asking, "That blonde fellow, has he approached you again recently?" No. She shook her head, then added thoughtfully, "Thanks to you. Merely a small favor," Suyu replied with an easy, dismissive smile. Just then the elevator reached the ground floor. As the doors opened, a lanky, shockingly blonde figure loomed outside, hair bleached, frame gaunt as bamboo. An awkward silence froze the air. Suyu's lips twitched. The youth before him wore cavernous dark circles, evidence of a night-long vigil. Truly, the man appears the moment his name is spoken. Yet Suyu felt no anxiety. He'd never feared this man, and certainly not now, his body honed by Jin's serum into something beyond mortal limits. Noting the blonde's stunned expression, Suyu smoothly slipped an arm around Li Yuanxi's shoulders, drawing her gently, but firmly into his side, then extended his hand and parted the youth like mist at the elevator threshold. Without glancing back, he strode forward. The blonde staggered, recovered instantly, and broke into a grin as he hurried after them. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm truly Yuanxi's elder brother. You're practically my brother-in-law. Hearing this guy insist that he was her brother-in-law, Suyu nearly broke down. Li Yuanxi in his arms stiffened for a moment. If you don't believe me, ask Yuanxi. I really am her brother. My name is Li Biao. Huang Mao caught up to the two, introducing himself with a smirk. Suyu glanced at Huang Mao and frowned, saying, I don't care to know your relationship with her. Just tell me, what do you want with her? It's nothing at all. Huang Mao hurriedly flattered. I just happened to come to Magic City for work, so I thought I'd drop by to see her. Oh, have you seen? She's doing well. Suyu rolled his eyes, wrapping his arm around Li Yuanxi as they walked out. Hey sister. I mean brother, wait a second. Seeing this, Huang Mao quickly said something. However, halfway through he noticed Suyu's unfriendly gaze and swallowed the word brother-in-law back down. Just say what you have to say and get to the point, Suyu said impatiently. Not to mention that he hadn't even gotten Li Yuanxi yet. What made this Huang Mao think he could take advantage of him? Hearing Suyu's blunt words, Huang Mao surprisingly showed no anger, but instead he shamelessly grinned and replied, It's just that. I've been a bit tight on cash lately, just came to Magic City, and I'm not familiar with the place, so I thought. Get lost. Suyu didn't wait for him to finish and coldly spat out a single word. Huang Mao's expression immediately froze, standing awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. Li Yuanxi looked at Huang Mao, who was acting like a quail in front of Suyu, in surprise. In her impression, this half-brother Li Biao was not a good person. He had always been getting into fights, and was known for being valiant and fierce. Not to mention he had never been scolded so ruthlessly. She had seen him get into a brawl over mere words before. Indeed, does it take a villain to deal with a villain? Stealing a glance at the seemingly suddenly handsome Suyu, Li Yuanxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she dismissed that thought. He's so handsome and gentle, he surely can't be a bad person, right? Suyu was unaware of Li Yuanxi's inner thoughts. Seeing Huang Mao standing there dumbfounded, he took Li Yuanxi's hand and strode out. Seeing the two about to leave, Li Biao quickly mustered his courage as if to say something. But before he could speak, he met Suyu's gaze, which seemed to predict his actions, and instantly fell silent. He no longer dared to say another word. That day in the restaurant, he didn't even dare to provoke Suyu. After seeing Suyu's luxury car, he regarded Suyu as someone he could not afford to mess with. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to show any teeth. If it were an ordinary office worker, even if they were more capable and wealthier than him with his streetwise experience, he wouldn't be afraid. He could just act tough and be a nuisance. What if they had a little more money? As long as he didn't physically attack them, even if they called the police, they wouldn't be able to do anything. People like him had plenty of ways to annoy ordinary folk. But encountering someone like Su Yu who was tougher and richer than him was a different story. He was genuinely afraid. He could feel that if he dared to play tough with Su Yu he would definitely get beaten up. And more likely than not he wouldn't even get any compensation after the beating. After all, he was the one who started the trouble. If he had the time to argue clearly with him, bringing the matter to court wouldn't end. Ordinary people need jobs, and have too many ties. Naturally they don't want to get into lawsuits. Even if they won in the end, it would greatly impact the lives of ordinary people who just want to live steadily. But in Huang Mao's mind, wealthy people like Su Yu never fear lawsuits. He would get beaten up, and he wouldn't be able to he wouldn't do something so foolish. After shaking off the annoying Huang Mao, Su Yu had no intention of letting go. He held her close all the way to the parking garage. Meanwhile, Li Yuanxi kept her head down and didn't struggle, allowing Su Yu to hold her so intimately her face flushed. "Where's the pet shop you work at? I'll take you there directly." After getting in the car, Su Yu looked at Li Yuanxi, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, "Huh?" Li Yuanxi suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly said, "You don't have to trouble yourself. Ooh, I can go by myself." Saying this, she awkwardly reached for the door. "Aren't you afraid of running into that Huang Mao again?" Su Yu said calmly. Li Yuanxi's body stiffened immediately. It was clear that she had a significant psychological shadow regarding Huang Mao. After Su Yu said that, she obediently stopped moving and quietly reported an address. In the end, she added somewhat dejectedly, "I'm really sorry for troubling you so much." "Is that so? Then you must thank me properly," Su Yu teased while setting up the navigation. Li Yuanxi's expression was conflicted, and recalling the conversation she had with Su Yu a few days ago at the school gate, her face turned crimson as if it were about to bleed. After a while, just as Su Yu set up the navigation and was about to depart, Li Yuanxi suddenly leaned in and pecked him on the face like a dragonfly touching water. Then, like a startled deer, she quickly pulled back, feigning calmness as she looked out the window. Su Yu was left momentarily bewildered. He truly didn't mean anything by it. He just wanted to find a way to have Li Yuanxi treat him to a meal to enhance their relationship and speed up the pursuit. He genuinely didn't expect her to misunderstand his intentions and pull off such a stunt. Looking at Li Yuanxi, whose ears were red, Su Yu touched the spot on his face where he had been attacked and suddenly shook his head with a smile. Then he rested his elbow on the armrest, leaning closer. Feeling him near, Li Yuanxi's breath caught, and turning her head, she looked at Su Yu, who was just inches away, stammering, "What are you?" Su Yu remained silent, simply gazing at her. Just as she was about to resign herself and close her eyes, she heard Su Yu chuckle, "Buckle up." Saying this, he reached out to pull the seatbelt over and fasten it for her before returning to his own seat. Skillfully shifting gears, they were off, leaving Li Yuanxi, whose breathing had quickened, staring blankly at him. This person, so mischievous. After sending Li Yuanxi to her part-time job at the pet store, Su Yu turned to visit a nearby bookstore, purchasing a set each of World History and History of China, as promised to Jin Jing. However, he could not find any books specifically detailing the methods of papermaking and printing in the bookstore. These subjects are relatively obscure, and even if there are books on them, they are likely hard to come by. Moreover, it must be about traditional papermaking techniques, otherwise providing Jin Jing with modern methods would be of no use to him. The only book Su Yu remembered that recorded such information was Tiangong Kaiwu. Yet this book contains more than just records of papermaking and printing. It is also filled with a plethora of ancient technological marvels. Naturally, he could not afford to give this book to Jin Jing, as it would be a significant loss. Fortunately, both papermaking and printing techniques have circulated online. Thus, Su Yu decided against buying books at the bookstore. Instead, he planned to search for some downloads online when he returned home. He even thought it unnecessary to print anything out, as he intended to buy a tablet or a phone for Jin Jing. After all, knowledge plays a significant role in his dealings with Jin Jing. Books can only convey text, and sometimes that may not be sufficient. Directly gifting him a phone to show videos of modern society would be far more effective. Would he not worry about Jin Jing not wanting to buy anything? As for Jin Jing lacking electricity or internet, that wasn't really a significant issue. He could simply provide him with a phone that has a larger storage capacity, download more content, and it would last him a long time. As for electricity, that was even easier to solve. A solar charging panel would suffice. Where in the world is there? Through these transactions, Su Yu had a rough understanding of the world Jin Jing inhabited within the trading platform. Overall productivity was quite low, not much different from the pre-Qin period in the history of Blue Star. The only difference is that in Jin Jing's world there are indeed cultivators. However, these cultivators are not as formidable as one might imagine. The Tai refining Qi classic that he gifted to Su Yu was something Su Yu had actually attempted to practice. The effects were indeed present, though not very pronounced. After practicing, flying or escaping into the earth was basically impossible, but strengthening the body and extending life was certainly achievable. Su Yu estimated that if this method were popularized and everyone learned it, it could potentially increase the average lifespan to nearly 100 years. Apart from that, the longevity elixir Jin Jing used for their trade was indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, it is said that the yield is considerable. If the Qin cultivators put in their full effort, they could probably refine thousands of pills in a year. Currently, Jin Jing's dealings with him were merely small transactions, so using longevity elixirs as payment was certainly no issue. However, if their business grows larger in the future, then this amount of elixirs will definitely not suffice for payment. But let's not forget this is an entire world. They have resources. This is also why Su Yu pays such close attention to the parallel world of the Qin dynasty, sending books and phones. He wants Ying Zheng to understand the various marvels of modernity, and then Su Yu can assist the Qin in establishing basic industrial development. By then, as the mighty steel tide of the Qin sweeps across their world, what resources would Su Yu not be able to obtain? After all, with the superdimensional trading platform as a guarantee, he has no need to fear they might default on their debts. Such an initial investment promises substantial returns without loss in the long run. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of that. Aside from these long-term plans, the Qin is also highly valuable for short-term investments. Not to mention if there are issues with sourcing large quantities of grain in a short time on Blue Star. He could provide Ying Zheng with high-quality seeds, farming tools, fertilizers, and other supplies. Simply farming in the parallel world of the Qin, splitting the harvest with Ying Zheng, and selling his share to the neighboring Frost Star. In this way it would be a win-win situation, wouldn't it? Ahem. I digress. In short, the Qin is still very much worth his attention. After finishing his book shopping, Su Yu searched for a phone store on the roadside, and bought several phones. He was indifferent to the brand of the phones. His standards for purchasing phones were simple, large memory, and high stability. He had no other requirements. After all, they were for Ying Zheng, not for himself. They just needed to be durable. As for solar charging panels and such, Su Yu was not knowledgeable in that area, so he didn't know which brands to choose. Fortunately, his greatest advantage now was having plenty of time. After some searching, he found what was said to be the largest outdoor equipment specialty store in Magic City. With the recommendation of a beautiful salesgirl, he ultimately chose an outdoor power source that came with a solar battery. This outdoor power source, with a capacity of 600 W, could charge a phone approximately 20 to 30 times when fully charged. Once the power of the outdoor source is depleted, it can be recharged using its solar panel, which can fully charge it in about a day in good sunlight. Weighing about 3.5 kilograms, it is a pretty good item for outdoor road trips. It would certainly solve the electricity needs for small power devices like phones in the Qin dynasty. Aside from being a bit pricey, it has virtually no drawbacks. Although Su Yu was not short on money now, he was still taken aback to hear that this item cost over 4,000. However, hearing that joining their store's outdoor group would get him a 200 discount, Su Yu ultimately managed to get it for 3,999. Riding a bike to the bar, he thought it wise to save where he could while spending where necessary. After completing his purchases, it was already noon. After having lunch at a restaurant and using the restaurant's Wi-Fi to download a plethora of educational videos, Su Yu initially intended to look for a house. However, upon recalling the over 10 million he had left, and considering the housing prices in Magic City, he dismissed the idea. This sum of money would suffice to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in a less desirable area, but it certainly wouldn't be enough for a more secure and relatively independent villa in Magic City. Thinking about the over 300 kilograms of gold he had left, he dialed the phone of Chu Yue, the young lady of the Wan Phone Group. With the financial strength of the Wan Phone Group, they should have no problem acquiring all that gold. Moreover, there was the foundation of previous cooperation. Since he urgently needed money, it was only natural to reach out to Chu Yu first. As expected, upon learning Su Ye's purpose, she almost immediately agreed. The two sides agreed to meet again tonight at the abandoned industrial park, and then hung up. After all, reality is not like novels or movies. Things cannot be resolved that quickly. In novels, you might pull out something valuable, encounter a wealthy individual, and they would immediately offer billions to buy it from you. This kind of thing doesn't exist. In reality, wealthy individuals typically have their assets composed mainly of stock securities and real estate. After all, this world experiences inflation. Cash held in hand does not appreciate or create more wealth, so the longer it is held, the greater the loss. Businesses operate similarly. They usually only keep sufficient liquid funds for planned expenditures. If unexpected situations arise, they certainly need some time to gather funds. It is impossible for Su Yu to call now and expect Chu Yu to let him deliver the gold and wire the money immediately. After contacting Chu Yu for their evening meeting, Su Yu carefully thought it through and realized he hadn't overlooked anything. He was just about to head home to enter the trading space and complete the previously agreed transaction with Ying Zheng, when unexpectedly, just as he got into his vehicle, the personal panel of the trading platform lit up before him. It was Frost Star sending a message at that moment. Do you have time? An urgent matter. Su Yu was taken aback for a moment, then casually found a 5-star hotel nearby, and booked the most expensive suite costing over 10,000 for the night. Those who stay in such rooms are basically wealthy individuals. Generally speaking, there are no issues with confidentiality. After entering, Su Yu searched around, and indeed found no surveillance equipment. Thus, he directly opened his personal panel and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Frost Star was already seated at the end of the long table. Su Yu skillfully pulled out a chair and sat in his position, then glanced at the room's decorations, and suddenly raved. Speaking of which, he seemed to have overlooked this before. The environment for discussing business varies with different people. The scene of conversing with Frost Star was in this antique-style conference room. In contrast, the location for his conversation with Ying Zheng was a pavilion situated on the surface of the lake. He couldn't help but wonder if there was any deeper meaning behind it. However, before he could think much, Frost Star, seeing him arrive, eagerly said, "You finally came. I have something urgent that I need your help with, and if you can manage it, the reward I can offer this time will definitely be more substantial than all previous ones combined." "Let's hear it," Suyu said with interest. "The Lord of Future City has died." Frost Star's expression was serious. "The Lord has died." Suyu was taken aback and questioned, "So what does this have to do with you, or what help do you need from me? Could it be that your city lord is dying and wants to eat some rare delicacies?" "I can help with that." "That's not it. The city lord has lived for over 200 years and apart from their brain, their entire body is already mechanical, showing no pursuit for food." Frost Star shook her head, pondering for a long time, seemingly organizing her words. After quite a while, she finally said, "This matter is quite complicated. Let me explain it to you simply. Do you know how Future City was built?" Without waiting for Suyu to respond, she continued, "Future City was actually constructed by the escape faction of the Prosperity Era on the eve of the Apocalypse War. For various reasons, the space city that should have been built in space was ultimately forced to be constructed on the ground. The original plan was to launch it into space using a super powerful anti-gravity engine after completion, escaping the complex ground environment. Once in space, it could escape using a curvature engine at faster than light speed. But in the end, they were still a step too late. The Apocalypse War came earlier than anyone anticipated. This colossal structure, with a usable area of 160 square kilometers capable of housing 300,000 people for 500 years without external supplies, was nearly completed, but failed to install the anti-gravity engine in time, unable to escape the gravitational pull of the mother planet, and became stranded on the wasteland now known as Future City. You can think of Future City as a starship that cannot take flight. However, in many aspects it is far superior to Frost Star shrugged. And the City Lord is the one who possesses the highest authority over this stranded starship. Within Future City, life and death are at her command. Now that she is dying, she is selecting a successor to Frost Star's expression was grave as she added, "She has no direct blood relatives." Upon hearing this, Suyu began to understand her intentions. The Lord of Future City holds the highest authority over the entire city, regardless of wealth or poverty. Everyone's life and death are at her whim. This power is even more formidable than being an emperor in ancient times. After all, if an emperor angered the heavens and the people, it would be quite normal for them to be overthrown. But the City Lord cannot be overthrown. With just a thought, she could eliminate everyone. Now that the City Lord is on the verge of death, preparing to transfer authority, those families within the city will naturally fight for it. After all, having such unchecked power of life and death in the hands of an absolutely fair person would be preferable. Others could play within the rules, relying on their own abilities. The City Lord is above all, living like an immortal, untouched by the mundane world. As long as those below do not transgress the heavenly laws, they can live peacefully. According to Frost Star, the current City Lord of Future City is likely such a person. But the key is that this person is now dying, and whoever takes over this authority, it's hard to say whether they can maintain. Once suspicion arises, even if a truly fair person takes over the authority, it would be difficult to continue maintaining fairness in the end. Once self-interest emerges, a person with dignity would nominally remain the City Lord, passing on the authority within their own family for generations. Someone shameless could declare themselves emperor, and no one could restrain them. Not satisfied, they might even eliminate everyone and select a batch of superior genes from the gene bank to create a new population that is absolutely loyal to them. This isn't just a struggle for the position of City Lord, it's clearly a fight to become the Jade Emperor. With such immense power, regardless of who becomes the new City Lord, a chain of suspicion is bound to arise. Who would want to entrust their entire fortune and life to someone else? However, thinking this way, Suyu couldn't help but wonder, wait a minute. How did the current City Lord manage to gain everyone's trust back then? After all, with the City Lord's overwhelming authority, who would dare to enter Future City if they did not trust her? Once inside, their lives would be at the mercy of another. The City Lord is the chief designer of Future City. Frost Star's expression was a bit peculiar. During the early days before the Apocalypse War, those escapees who invested in the construction of Future City regarded it as a gigantic refuge. After their escape plan failed, they intended to completely seal off this fortress capable of housing 300,000 people for 500 years. As long as the main structure of the space city did not suffer significant damage, they and their descendants could survive and thrive inside for thousands of years. However, they did not anticipate that the City Lord had left a backdoor in the Future City system. She used this backdoor to directly seize the authority of the City Lord, executing nearly 100,000 escapees who wanted to seal themselves off. Then she controlled the weapon systems of Future City, eliminating all enemies within hundreds of kilometers, and welcomed over 1 million refugees. Now nearly all the residents of Future City are descendants of the refugees accepted at that time. Our lives were all saved by the City Lord. Oh, why wouldn't we trust her? Suyu let out a breath upon hearing this. In that case, the City Lord's way of gaining everyone's trust was quite simple. Just replace her with a new batch of people who were grateful to her. But this approach was somewhat extreme, and clearly not of much reference. He finally understood why Frost Star was so. After all, he felt this was too extreme, and the next City Lord might not feel the same. If he couldn't obtain the City Lord's authority, he might really get eliminated by the new City Lord. With that thought, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Alright, tell me how I can help. The City Lord's deepest yearning is to glimpse once more the world before the war, to behold the azure skies and billowing white clouds of her homeworld, and to witness the vibrant, flourishing human civilization that once thrived there. Yet our world lies in ruins. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this dream shall likely remain unfulfilled until her final breath. But now, something unforeseen has occurred. Froststar fixed her gaze intently upon Suyu. I have become an agent of the Trans-Universal Trading Platform. Suyu paused for a long moment, then replied with a peculiar expression, You don't intend to transport your City Lord to my world for a first-hand look, do you? Froststar remained silent, her silence itself an affirmation. Suyu's lips twitched faintly. Under the platform's binding constraints, if you can bring her here, I wouldn't object to showing her around this world. However, are you certain the platform permits the cross-dimensional transit of living beings? He had already tested it himself. Not even a single chicken could be successfully traded alive into another world. With the authority of a junior agent, one may trade only plant seeds, biological life forms of the simplest kind. Animal life remains strictly prohibited from interworld transfer. Mid-tier or senior agents might possess permissions to trade sentient creatures, but both Suyu and Froststar were unquestionably still junior agents. If the City Lord consents to digitizing her consciousness and uploading it into a computational system, such data can be traded via the platform. I've already confirmed this with the platform itself. Froststar responded immediately. Clearly this plan was no impulsive whim. It had been meticulously conceived. Digitize consciousness and upload it into a computer? Suyu looked astonished. Consciousness ascension. If you possess such technology, why would the City Lord still face death? Abandoning the flesh and attaining immortality within a virtual realm seems entirely feasible. Impossible. Froststar shook her head. Human consciousness is infinitely more complex than you can imagine. Our most advanced supercomputers cannot sustain it for more than a few days. Once uploaded, a digitized mind endures no longer than 3 to 5 days. Beyond that threshold, memory persists, but cognition dissolves irreversibly. When cognition ceases, the being loses all capacity for thought, and thus ceases to be human. We call such entities artificial intelligence. In other words, even if the City Lord uploads her consciousness, she would retain only 3 to 5 days of lucid existence. My plan is this: persuade the City Lord to undergo digitization, and during those final days you will guide her through your world, fulfilling her last wish, after which she will formally transfer the City Lord authority to me. One final question, Suyu mused quietly. Suppose everything unfolds precisely as you describe, yet in the end she refuses to grant you the City Lord authority. That changes nothing, Froststar replied, her voice glacial. Once she enters the trading space, she loses the ability to designate any successor other than myself. Should she withhold it from me, prolonged vacancy of the City Lord title will activate an alternate succession protocol, governed autonomously by the system AI. Then we shall compete on equal footing. This woman was ruthless indeed. Suyu found his perception of Froststar profoundly recalibrated. Her tone betrayed deep familiarity and profound reverence for the future City Lord. Oh, perhaps even a mentor-disciple bond existed between them. Yet to achieve her ambition, she orchestrated this scheme without hesitation. Strictly speaking, it wasn't deception. It was an open, inescapable stratagem, a classic inviting the tiger into the cage. Though the City Lord might lack full knowledge of the trading space, she would surely grasp the implications of crossing into another world, namely the irreversible loss of control over future city. It all came down to her final choice: fulfill a lifelong dream in her dying days, or devote herself earnestly to selecting a worthy successor. Judging from his earlier conversation with Froststar, Suyu estimated the probability of her plan succeeding as extraordinarily high. After a brief pause he asked, So, what do I gain? Now that the matter was fully clarified, it was time to negotiate terms. Everything Future City possesses. Froststar's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Should I ascend as City Lord, every resource, artifact, and asset under Future City's dominion becomes available for trade between us. Technology, manufactured goods, even cloned humans once we attain higher-tier agency, reliable, loyal, and supremely functional commodities. Even should I fail to secure the City Lord authority, my family's influence ensures that during the chaotic interim between the City Lord's vacancy and the AI's automated selection of a successor, I can seize vast reserves of technology and resources and depart Future City entirely. By then the range of tradable assets I can offer you will dwarf what's available today. As a stellar arc launched to escape the ruined homeworld, Future City preserves, nearly intact, the entire technological legacy of the prosperous epoch. Some of these technologies remain beyond our reach, not due to ignorance, but because the wasteland environment renders their fabrication impossible. Yet if your world retains the corresponding technical archives, replication may well be achievable. Examples include commercially viable nuclear fusion space elevators and interstellar warships. To be fair, Suyu admitted, he was captivated. These were technologies Blue Planet could scarcely dare to envision, priceless beyond currency. And Frost Star spoke truthfully. Given full access to mature blueprints, constructing space elevators or interstellar vessels remained uncertain, but commercial nuclear fusion, with Blue Planet's current scientific foundation, it was replicable. Still mindful of negotiation etiquette, Suyu shook his head. Technical assets are too distant. Converting them into tangible value would require immense time and effort. Tell me plainly, what immediate usable physical compensation can you offer? Froststar pondered deeply before replying. Very well, let us set aside the distant prospects. Should the plan proceed smoothly, yet neither I nor anyone else assume the City Lord title, the compensation I offer you is 10 sets of Storm-class powered armor. No haggling. Though our stock is substantial, these armors are irreplaceable. 10 is the absolute limit. Suyu glanced at the elegant silver armor encasing Froststar's frame, then nodded, acknowledging the offer, and gestured for her to continue. Should I succeed as City Lord, in addition to the 10 storm armors, I shall also provide 3 Peregrine-class low-orbit spacecraft, each with a payload capacity of 500 tons. She cast a measured glance at Suyu. Our technical analysts have assessed your world's approximate developmental level. If my assessment holds true, these 3 orbiters would grant you undisputed dominance over your world's skies. Thereafter, I shall govern Future City, while you command your own world. Our trade need no longer be trivial barter, but evolve into comprehensive multidimensional collaboration. Agreed. Suyu had long coveted the storm power armor on Xuanxing. He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the so-called Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft was quite... According to Xuanxing, this device had an effective payload of 500 tons and was powered by a self-contained nuclear fusion reactor. With 3 Falcon spacecraft and 10 sets of storm armor, you could boldly claim that there were hardly any threats to him left on Blue Star. Well, except for the big mushroom. As for who would use these acquired equipment, that was not really a problem. A slightly risky approach would be for him to recruit a batch of tools on Blue Star, who would only have usage rights while he retained the highest control. A safer method would be to directly purchase clones for use with trading points on the trading platform. It was concluded by him and Xuanxing that agents could trade living beings after reaching a certain level. There should be, in any case, once the equipment was in hand, people were a minor issue. Alright, the next first step is how to make the Lord of the City believe that I can send her to your world. Xuanxing said, taking out a milky white metallic sphere. This is a photographic drone, which is characterized by its high speed, capable of moving thousands of kilometers within an hour. My plan is for you to use it to take footage of your world. It doesn't need to capture only prosperous cities and beautiful landscapes. Both the good and the bad can be filmed. Then send the video to me, and I will use it to try to persuade the Lord of the City. Suyu took the small sphere, clicking his tongue in amazement, jokingly said, this thing won't have any black technology inside, will it? Will it directly invade our network and create an intelligent machine crisis after I go back? Xuanxing didn't mind his words, and explained, we do have such black technology here, but you can rest assured that it does not contain technology of that level. I can trade this thing to you for free through the trading platform, just like any other traded goods, ensuring absolute safety. That's good. Suyu did not refuse. From the very first day he understood the operational rules of the trading platform, he decided that he would not bring back any items that exceeded the oversight of the trading platform to Blue Star. Not even gifts from others. Only items obtained through legitimate trading channels on the trading platform could ensure the safety of gifts had no guarantees. Among the 2 worlds he had encountered, one was the wasteland where Xuanxing resided, and the other was the alternate world of Qin, where Ying was. There were too many unknowns for him. If Xuanxing went mad and added something harmful to the items she sent with the technological level of the wasteland world, it was feared that humanity on Blue Star could be wiped out in one sweep. One should not harbor malicious intentions, but one must be wary of others. After obtaining the drone through the trading contract, Suyu stood up and said, now that I have nothing to do, I can go out and shoot the video. If you have time, please wait for me for a while. Alright. Xuanxing nodded, her expression calm. Once Suyu left, leaving her alone in the conference room, she slowly exhaled and pouted. This guy probably has a persecution complex. However, a world that has completed basic industrialization and has not been destroyed by war is truly enviable. Xuanxing's eyes showed envy, then she sighed and shook her head. If only we could trade living people, I would trade myself over directly. In the wasteland world, even dogs don't stay. An hour later, Suyu returned to the trading space after completing the shoot. The filming process was actually simpler than he had imagined. He just set the drone to record freely for an hour, opened the window, and released it. It returned automatically after shooting, and he didn't need to operate it during the process. After Xuanxing reviewed the fast-forwarded video, she hurriedly went offline. Before leaving, she said that Suyu should maintain smooth communication in the next few days. It seemed she had a great deal of confidence in persuading the future Lord of the City. Suyu also intended to go offline, but then he remembered that he had agreed to a transaction with Ying today. So after exiting the conference room and returning to his private space, he entered the pavilion where he was scheduled to meet Ying for the transaction. As an emperor, Ying obviously had no restrictions on his online time. Within 3 minutes of Suyu sending him a message, he appeared in the pavilion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two began to discuss serious matters. Suyu first took out the book Comprehensive History of China that he had promised to gift, and gave it to Jing. Then the main event came. He pulled out his phone. What is this? Jing looked at the small square object in his hand. A phone. Suyu stated using his prepared phrasing in our world, it was originally used for communication. With it you can talk to someone thousands of miles away at any time. Of course this function is useless in the Qin because there are no satellites or base stations there. Well, you'll understand what those are later. What I mean is that after its development, the phone has become more than just a long-distance communication tool. It is now an information terminal with many functions. Jing listened somewhat bewildered, but he took note of everything without commenting on things beyond his understanding. Even without a signal, this phone can play music, watch videos, and view documents. It has quite a few functions. Suyu briefly explained, then took the phone from Jing, pressed the power button, and the screen immediately lit up. Jing, who initially did not understand what this was, suddenly brightened up. A piece of glowing stone. Moreover, judging by the patterned arrangement on it, it was evident that it was not simply something that emitted light. He did not voice any questions, and continued to listen quietly, as Suyu explained. Suyu spoke enthusiastically, demonstrating while explaining. After nearly half an hour, he finally helped Jing understand the general functions of the phone and how to use some simple features. For a person from 2,000 years ago, this was clearly a novel item they had never experienced before. Once Jing had a rough idea of how to use it, he held the phone in his hand, captivated. After letting him fiddle with it for a while, Suyu continued, the reason I chose to give you this is that compared to books, the videos that can be played on the phone sometimes present things more intuitively. As he spoke, he took Jing's phone and slowly opened the offline cache document of BI station in front of him. This phone had a storage capacity of 1 terabyte, and before coming here, Suyu had already downloaded a large number of popular science videos and documentaries on various topics such as history, economy, military, and culture. He directly opened a historical video with over 20 million views, 10 minutes, from ancient wars to the last emperor's abdication, and placed the phone in front of Jing. Jing curiously picked up the phone and watched carefully. At first he was unsure of what was being shown. However, as the video played, and the timeline progressed from the ancient Yin Huang period to major events of the spring and autumn and warring states period, he finally understood what was being shown and quickly focused to watch closely. When he saw Qin vanquish the 6 states and unify the world accompanied by the stirring background music, even Jing couldn't help but feel a bit excited. However, upon seeing his future demise in the sand dunes coupled with the voice saying, "Do princes and nobles have any special lineage?" the Qin Empire fell apart. He couldn't help but frown. But having already known about his future, he felt a bit displeased, yet still patiently watched the subsequent historical changes. From the Western Han, Eastern Han, Wei Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties to the Tang dynasty, until the last emperor's abdication. In just 10 minutes, thousands of years of history flashed by. After the video ended, Jing stared at the small screen of the phone in silence for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful. The history of the future spanning thousands of years is indeed fascinating, and this phone is truly a remarkable. Compared to books, presenting history in this way is indeed impressive and makes it easier to comprehend. To observe the past and present in an instant, to embrace the world in a moment." Suyu shrugged. Whether it's video or books, they are both means of conveying knowledge, each with its own merits and drawbacks. My intention in giving you these is to let you feel the differences of the future more intuitively. As he spoke, he clicked on a video showcasing modern weaponry. The video displayed rockets firing in unison, instantly turning the target area into a sea of fire, leaving Jing utterly amazed. Although he had no concept of firearms, just by seeing the numerous craters, he understood how powerful the weapon displayed in the video was. After regaining his senses, he quickly asked, "What is this?" "Oh, it's a type of firearm, not the most powerful one, but it could probably flatten Xianying in an instant." Suyu simply replied, "These videos document the development of weaponry. When the time comes, you'll understand after what. Most of the things you've seen in these videos I can provide here. Of course, for those I can't provide in the short term, give me some time, and I can manage it for you. You can take your time to watch, once you have a general understanding of what I can offer, we can continue discussing the transaction. As for papermaking and printing techniques, I have also downloaded relevant videos. You can watch them later, and this transaction can be considered complete." Jing nodded at Suyu's words and did not continue asking. Instead, he handed over the 30 longevity pills they had previously agreed upon. After completing this transaction, they exchanged some more pleasantries. Suyu taught Jing how to use an outdoor power source to charge the phone before they both took their leave. Upon exiting the trading space, it was already dark outside, nearing 7 in the evening. He went downstairs and casually grabbed something to eat in the hotel restaurant. Then Suyu hurriedly drove towards the outskirts. After all, he had arranged to meet Suyu tonight for a gold transaction in the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. After a busy afternoon, he still had to drive to the suburbs at night. This time he truly understood the meaning of being overwhelmed with busyness. He seemed to recall lamenting about how idle he was that morning. It's definitely not feasible to handle everything personally. Oh, I still need to recruit a group of people to help. Tasks that are not too important, like procuring supplies for Shuangxing and Jing, are best left to subordinates. If I do everything myself, I might just wear myself out one day. However, there's no rush for now. Oh, let's wait until the military finishes testing the exoskeleton. By then not only will there be sufficient funds, but with the military's backing everything will be much more convenient than it is now. As he drove, Suyu pondered the upcoming matters. The car soon reached the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Since it was his second transaction, he wasn't as cautious as he had been the first time. He drove straight in. However, it was strange that with his superhuman perception after injecting the gene serum, he didn't feel the usual sensation of being watched. He had already tested this earlier on the bustling street. Whenever he sensed someone secretly watching him, he could always spot them by turning his head. Yet on his way into the industrial park, he felt no sensation of being watched. Are they not here yet? That shouldn't be the case. It's already past 8:40, they should be arriving soon. Or perhaps they never intended to monitor the entrance of the industrial park. Never mind, what does it matter? Suyu was too lazy to dwell on these things. When soldiers come, soldiers shall block. When water comes, earth shall cover. He drove the car into the abandoned industrial park and found a discreet corner to park. He then pulled out a sturdy suitcase from the trunk. Inside the suitcase was packed with over 300 kilograms of gold. This was all the gold he had left. Based on a price of 300 per gram, it was worth approximately 115 million. With so much gold in the past, he couldn't have lifted it even if he tried. However, after injecting the gene serum, his physical abilities had reached superhuman levels. Carrying over 300, nearly 400 kilograms, felt only slightly heavy. Walking several kilometers with it was not a problem. Navigating through the abandoned industrial park with familiarity, he quickly approached the agreed-upon factory. However, just as he got close, a gunshot shattered the silence of the night, startling him. Suyu reacted swiftly, almost without hesitation, instinctively dropping the gold and pulling out his S-79 electromagnetic pistol, aiming in the direction of the gunfire. But by this point he realized that the gunfire didn't seem to be aimed at him. Moreover, that shot was just the beginning. Bang bang bang. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. In the darkness, fierce gunfire erupted from the factory ahead, occasionally accompanied by anguished cries. Now Suyu could fully confirm that he was not the target. But what the hell is going on? Suyu was momentarily baffled. If they were coming for him, it would be black on black. Such a situation, if it occurred, was actually within his expectations. But what did it mean to be fighting with others? Moreover, it sounded like there were quite a few people on both sides. Though this was the outskirts, it was still a prosperous area. Oh, what kind of outlaws would dare to engage in a shootout here? Suyu was momentarily dazed, listening to the intensifying gunfire inside. After a moment's thought, he summoned a heavy exoskeleton from his inventory. Then with quick movements he donned it. Although the combat suit had superior protective capabilities compared to the exoskeleton, who would complain about having thicker armor. Compared to the thin protective suit, the heavy armor of the exoskeleton gave Suyu a greater sense of security. After moving his limbs a bit, he placed the suitcase filled with gold into the inventory. He then stealthily circled around the factory's walls. Finally, he found the window of the second-floor office where they had inside. The faint glow was still present, just like that day. With a slight push aided by the exoskeleton, he leaped 4 to 5 meters high, easily grabbing the windowsill and crashing through the glass into the office. Bang bang bang. Upon entering, Suyu was immediately greeted by a hail of bullets. Damn it, what bad luck, he cursed in annoyance. The exoskeleton's protection was naturally impervious to these few handguns. He glanced at the terrified bodyguards and Suyu behind them. After some consideration, he dismissed the thought of smashing their heads into their chests with a punch. After all, this was the financier, it wouldn't be good to kill them. Once the bodyguards' magazines were emptied, taking advantage of their flustered reloading, Suyu said, "That's enough, oh, we're allies." With that, Suyu seized a gun from one of the bodyguard's hands and crushed it into a lump of scrap metal with a slight exertion. The bodyguard who lost his gun stared blankly at the twisted piece of metal, confusion written all over his face. The other 2 bodyguards wore similarly bewildered expressions, their reloading actions frozen in place. What kind of monster is this? You are Suyu. Chuyue, who was protected in a corner, pushed aside the bodyguard in front of her and inquired suspiciously. "It's me." The helmet of the exoskeleton retracted, revealing Suyu's significantly more handsome face. Chuyu stared at him for a while, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then with great interest she walked up to him, and seeing that Suyu didn't make any movements, tentatively reached out to knock on the heavy chest armor of the exoskeleton, surprised. "This is an exoskeleton. You have a good eye," Suyu said, glancing at her in surprise. After a moment's thought he added, "The military's latest product. The military has this kind of thing." Chuyu looked at the heavy exoskeleton, and then at Suyu, her face filled. "It will be available soon." Suyu was too lazy to explain these matters to her, pointing to the ongoing gunfire outside with irritation. "What's going on here?" "I'm here to do business, not to fight." "This?" Chuyu glanced at the doorway and said coldly, "There are some issues with the company. It was my mistake that such a huge problem occurred during the transaction. I can provide some compensation on the price of the gold afterward. Forget about later, think about what to do now. The gunfire was just on the first floor, it's already reaching the second floor now. Your people probably can't hold out much longer." However, to Suyu's surprise, Chuyu didn't appear anxious at all. Instead, she smiled and lightly tapped on the armor on Suyu's body, saying, "But you're here, aren't you? We're partners after all. You wouldn't just leave me to fend for myself, would you?" Suyu stared at her for a while, then irritably swatted her hand away. I can save you, but it will cost more. Chuyu extended a slender finger. Suyu. His box of gold over 300 kilograms was barely worth a little over 100 million. This woman probably didn't even weigh 100 pounds, and she's worth 100 million. Damn, that's more valuable than gold. Cough cough. What kind of money is that? As someone who was already relatively wealthy, Suyu felt he shouldn't bow down for a mere 5 pails of rice. Although 5 pails were indeed a bit excessive, was he someone who would be easily swayed by money? 200 million. What kind of money is that? As passionate young men, we can't stand these lawless rascals. Miss Chu, rest assured I will go and twist their heads off right now. Suyu strode towards the door. Just before opening it, he turned back feeling a bit uneasy and added, just deposit the money into the previous account. There was no helping it, as she was offering way too much. Suyu had thought of himself as rich. Yet compared to these wealthy individuals, he was indeed still a poor chap. The wicked capitalists. Suyu cursed as he walked into the corridor outside the office. Once outside, his face shield closed down, ensuring he was completely protected. The night vision system built into his exoskeleton allowed him to see the pitch-black factory clearly. He noticed that the group of unidentified forces had indeed cleared the first floor and were now advancing up the stairs to the second floor. This group of people was dressed in the most ordinary clothes possible, the kind that would blend into a crowd without raising any suspicion. In stark contrast to Chu Yu's well-dressed bodyguards. Yet their combat experience seemed to be richer than that of the bodyguards. From their tactical movements, it was evident they were seasoned veterans of gunfights. Coupled with their numbers and surprise attacks, this had caused Chu Yu's bodyguards to be pushed back rapidly. Among these unidentified individuals, Suyu even spotted a few distinctly foreign faces. With foreigners here, it's likely not the military or police coming to arrest Chuyu. There were about 20 people down there, and it wouldn't be hard for Suyu to deal with them. Before coming out, his only concern was whether Chuyu was a serious criminal, and if the ones coming for her were official personnel. In that case, Suyu certainly wouldn't save her. To prevent their previous deal from being exposed, he even considered whether he should take the opportunity to eliminate Chuyu, kill her to silence her, then sneak away. However, since they weren't official personnel, it didn't matter. Regardless of who it was, engaging in such a shootout within the borders of Jiuzhou was a serious crime. If he went down to eliminate these people, what would that be called? That would be called acting heroically. A young man in Modu acted heroically, single-handedly taking down a dozen armed thugs. Just listen to how epic that sounds. Boom. A heavy thud resounded. Clad in exoskeleton, Suyu directly vaulted over the railing and jumped to the first floor, sneaking up on the thugs attacking the stairs from behind. Amidst the intense gunfire, this slight commotion didn't draw the attention of those in front. Suyu strode forward, reaching out to grab the head of a thug peeking around the corner, lifting him up effortlessly. Then he tossed the thug out into the open. Instantly, gunfire erupted from the opposing side, and several of Chuyu's bodyguards concentrated their fire, turning this thug into a sieve. Caught off guard, the group of thugs at the stairway entrance was immediately shocked, quickly turning their guns towards Suyu behind them. However, upon seeing the heavy armor he was wearing, they were all left dumbfounded. What is that thing? Hearing the thin, dark thug nearby babbling in a foreign language, Suyu couldn't be bothered to understand what he meant. With a swift motion, he slapped the thug's head, spinning at a full 720 degrees. 2. Under the enhancement of genetic agents, although it was Suyu's first time doing something like this, he remained surprisingly calm aside from some psychological discomfort. Bang bang bang. The intense gunfire erupted once more, bullets striking sparks off of Suyu's armor, only managing to scrape off a bit of paint. The armor had no dents, let alone injuring Suyu. The heavy exoskeleton charged into the thugs like a tiger among sheep, carrying immense momentum, swiftly plunging into their midst. The dense gunfire gradually dispersed, until finally it ceased altogether. Suyu disdainfully flicked the blood off his armor and turned to the bodyguards who had been in a daze by the staircase corner. Go tell your lady that it's all taken care of. Yes, yes. The bodyguard was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly nodded and scurried upstairs, tripping over himself every few steps, rolling and scrambling to deliver the message. It wasn't that he lacked ambition, the scene earlier had been too terrifying. Shooting someone dead with a gun felt entirely different compared to Suyu's earlier act of charging into the crowd and smashing someone's head. The latter provided a visual shock that was utterly transformative. Before long, Chuyu descended the stairs, protected by a group of bodyguards. Looking at the blood and flesh strewn about, she merely frowned slightly and didn't pay much attention. Instead, her gaze fell upon Suyu's exoskeleton, her eyes sparkling. This thing is terrifyingly powerful. And judging by the fact that there wasn't a single dent on it, it was clear that this level of gunfight hadn't even come close to challenging the protective limits of this equipment. Its value is immeasurable. As a businesswoman, Chuyu instantly recognized the worth of this exoskeleton. Suyu, unaware of her far-reaching thoughts, directly asked her as she approached, "When will the money arrive?" "The money from the gold transaction can be given to you now, but as for the payment for your help, that will have to wait until tomorrow," Chuyu replied openly. 200 million in cash isn't easy to come by. It's fine to settle the gold transaction first. I'll go fetch the gold, just a moment. Suyu nodded and walked towards the front door. However, halfway there he paused and turned towards a window on the first floor that had been installed with anti-theft bars. He kicked open the rusty steel bars and easily jumped out. In a corner where no one could see, he retrieved the gold from his inventory. Then he climbed back through the window. However, halfway through looking at the shattered glass, Suyu suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have bought this place. Both this land and this abandoned factory were actually properties under his name. Damn. Turning to see the bloodied stairs resembling a slaughterhouse, Suyu's eyelids twitched. Had he known, he would have restrained his strength earlier. What terrible luck. Bang. The heavy suitcase was placed on the ground by Suyu. His mood soured instantly upon seeing his territory in such disarray, and he directly said to Chuyu, "This is gold. You should have someone verify it. And have them clean this place up, where it looks like a bloody mess. I have a kind heart, and cannot bear to see blood. If it's not cleaned up, I won't dare to come back here again." Chuyu. If it weren't for the fact that the scattered bodies all around were caused by Suyu himself, she might have almost believed him. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, and said irritably, "I will have someone clean it up. As for the gold, there's no need for verification. According to our previous agreement for the 385 kilograms of gold here, I need to pay you 114 million. Let's just round it off, though I'll directly transfer 200 million to you. This portion of the money will be transferred to your account later, and the remaining funds will all be credited by tomorrow." At this point, Chuyu suddenly paused and glanced at the bodyguard behind her. "I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Sub. You can leave first." Although these bodyguards were not as formidable as the previous gangsters, their professionalism was unquestionable. Upon hearing her command, they left the factory without a second thought to stand guard outside. Once it was just her, and Chuyu said to him, "Do you want to know why these people came to deal with me?" "Not interested." Suyu shook his head decisively. He was only interested in making money and did not want to get involved in these people's troubles. Chuyu paused, unable to help but glare at him. She then continued, "Actually, in our country, bodyguards are not allowed to carry guns. My bodyguards are an exception because our company has some collaborations with state-owned enterprises, but I won't go into detail. In short, it's related to what's happening outside." As she spoke, she pointed to a handgun lying on the ground and added, "Due to this situation, our company has offended quite a few forces outside in recent years. Many people want to kill me, so the authorities specially approved my bodyguards to carry guns. These people are specifically here to deal with me." Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately understood. The threat was from outside, involving firearms. Goodness, this woman looks delicate, but unexpectedly, she is a weapons dealer. However, upon thinking this, Suyu couldn't help but frown. If you're doing such big business, then that night the 100 kilograms of gold was only a 30 million transaction. There was no need for you to take such a risk to come to such a remote place to trade gold with me, right? A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Chuyu would certainly understand this principle. If I don't give them a chance, how would they dare to come out? Chuyu suddenly chuckled lightly. We already knew about the smuggling of these people, but in such a large area, finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That night I specifically came out to give them an opportunity. After all, capturing them in such a remote place is much simpler than in a densely populated urban area, and the risks are lower. I just didn't expect these people to be even more useless than I imagined. They actually failed to arrive on time. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Before he could ask, Chuyu walked to a windowsill and pointed outside. Looking out, he saw several speedboats marked with police insignia heading towards them, and he could vaguely see armed officers aboard, well equipped. At the same time, he heard the sound of police sirens coming from the main road on the other side of the industrial park, indicating that there were quite a few of them. Even if he hadn't intervened earlier, given the firepower of those gangsters, they would likely struggle to take down the bodyguards guarding the stairs. This was more than enough time for the police, who had long been lying in wait, to arrive. "I apologize for not informing you of the situation beforehand." Chuyu shrugged. "Actually, this situation is more complicated than you think. Under normal circumstances, no matter how much they want to kill me, they wouldn't send anyone here. It would be akin to seeking death. But now, due to some unforeseen circumstances, some people couldn't wait any longer. So what are you trying to express by telling?" Suyu frowned. He had initially thought of fleeing upon seeing so many police approaching, but then he reconsidered. This industrial park was now his property, and those people he had dealt with were dangerous elements who had smuggled in. He was merely acting in the name of justice. He wasn't going to run away. Now that the military was aware of the existence of the exoskeleton, it was not something that could be hidden. "I want to buy a few." Chuyu walked over and knocked on the sturdy chest piece, her eyes filled with admiration. This is truly a perfect industrial creation. Seeing her expression, Suyu gradually sensed something was off, and asked cautiously, "Did you already know about the existence of this exoskeleton?" "Exactly." Chuyu replied openly. "After all, my other company is in that line of business. When the military tested those 2 prototypes, our company's experts were also involved, so of course I know. But don't worry, the military was very satisfied with this equipment after testing, and they will likely sign a contract with you in the next few days. Once enough units are equipped, they will publicly showcase it. After all, the recent situation outside has not been stable, and the military has a need in this regard. Compared to tanks, aircraft, and missile vehicles that people have seen countless times and have grown accustomed to, this revolutionary exoskeleton is undoubtedly more capable of deterring ill-intentioned individuals." Therefore, they never intended to conceal the existence of this exoskeleton from the beginning. It's understandable that I know about it. The only thing they set the highest confidentiality level for is your identity. To be honest, I never imagined that the military's 2 sets of exoskeletons would be obtained from you before you walked in front of me wearing one. After hearing this, Suyu had a rough idea of the situation and replied, since you have such a good relationship with the military, why not wait until after they are equipped to buy from them? How much production capacity do you have for this item? Shuyu replied helplessly, in the short term, they probably won't have enough for the military's own use. How could they sell it to me? But you are different. You haven't officially signed a contract with the military yet, so selling me a few sets now would be something they couldn't object to, right? Suyu thought about it. It seemed to make sense. After considering that he already had over 1,000 sets of exoskeletons piled up in his inventory, he said, what price are you planning to offer? 10 million per set for 10 sets. Shuyu offered her expected price. Although this price could buy a main battle tank with a bit more. However, to some extent, the war potential of this exoskeleton might not be less than that of a tank. I can give you 10 sets, but I will say this up front. The 10 sets of exoskeletons I provide you will have a backdoor in the system, and they will not support disassembly for research. Simply put, you can only use them. If you try to forcefully disassemble them, the batteries will activate a self-destruction program. That large metallic hydrogen battery would explode with a force comparable to a shell from a 155mm howitzer. If you think this is acceptable, you can have someone come here to pick up the goods tomorrow. Given the current technology level of Blue Star, they wouldn't understand the core technology of this exoskeleton even if he let them study it. But that doesn't mean that researchers cannot obtain any advanced technology from the exoskeleton. They could understand the exoskeleton's transmission system, control systems, and the carbon-based chips used for calculations. Even the advanced friend-or-foe identification system, auxiliary aiming system, night vision system, etc. on the exoskeleton faceplate could be things they could research and potentially replicate. He wasn't going to sell her the exoskeleton to let her research it freely for a trivial amount. Alright. Shuyu readily agreed to this condition. Tomorrow night at this time, I will send someone to pick up the goods. As for the payment, I will have someone bring it to you along with the 200 million during the day tomorrow. Although the unit price is 10 million per set, in reality, Shuyu spent 30 million per set. After all, she was just fishing. Even if Suyu hadn't come, she probably wouldn't have been in danger. The 200 million she spent was entirely to buy the exoskeleton now and establish a good relationship with Suyu in advance. Deal. Almost simultaneously with the two parties reaching their agreement, fully armed patrol officers stormed the abandoned factory. Clearly, they had already coordinated with the guards at the entrance. Every bandit inside had already been neutralized. There was no overwhelming tension. Yet even though they had braced themselves mentally, several officers paled upon seeing the stairwell, a veritable slaughterhouse. Even seasoned veterans accustomed to scenes of carnage could not suppress a low whistle of astonishment. Of course, they were far more composed than the guards. Suyu recalled that 2 guards had vomited on the spot just moments earlier. His own calm demeanor stemmed from the comprehensive enhancement his entire physiology had undergone via gene enhancement serum. Yet Shuyu, the woman standing beside him, remained utterly unruffled, negotiating business deals amid such grisly surroundings. Truly formidable. Hello, Shanghai Patrol Bureau. A middle-aged officer in uniform emerged from the ranks of armed personnel. His gaze swept across both faces before settling firmly on Chu Yue. What exactly transpired here? It's Captain Zheng leading tonight's operation. Chu Yu gestured towards Su Yu. This is a military research scientist. He was conducting field trials of the armed forces' latest exoskeleton system nearby when he heard the commotion and rushed in to assist. Well, you've seen the result. Her voice was hushed, audible only to Su Yu and Captain Zheng. As she spoke, she subtly indicated the blood-soaked stairwell behind them. Upon hearing this, Captain Zheng frowned, glanced again at the gory stairwell, then saluted Su Yu. Please present your officer's identification card. Ordinarily, military scientists hold formal ranks, and thus possess official officer credentials. Yet Su Yu's affiliation was pure fabrication by Chu Yu. No such document existed. He shook his head, preparing to decline. When Chu Yu interjected swiftly, his security clearance is exceptionally high. Captain Zheng glanced at Su Yu's exoskeleton, paused thoughtfully, then said, I'll need to verify this. Please wait a moment, both of you. Truth be told, he cared little for the bandits' fate. 4 armed smugglers attempting illicit entry with hostile intent, standard orders from above mandated immediate lethal force upon resistance. Even had Su Yu not killed them, these criminals would almost certainly have been gunned down by the patrol team. Their decision to enter this place sealed their doom the moment they crossed its threshold. What truly concerned him now was Su Yu's identity. Outside, he'd already learned from the guards that nearly all the bandits had been slain, single-handedly, by Su Yu, clad in that metallic suit and wielding nothing but bare hands. One man eliminating nearly 20 armed assailants. What level of combat capability was that? If Su Yu truly belonged to the military, there'd be little cause for concern. He might even marvel at the military's cutting-edge technology. But what if he didn't? This was Shanghai, a densely populated, globally connected metropolis. An unregistered piece of equipment possessing such extraordinary lethality wielded by a non-official civilian. No one could predict the chaos it might unleash. He could not afford to be anything less than meticulous, not on Chu Yu's word alone. Chu Yu added quietly, Captain Zheng, I recommend contacting the Eastern District Command directly. Simply state that the device he's wearing is called an exoskeleton. Captain Zheng nodded and stepped aside to make the call. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yu explained to Su Yu, you haven't yet formally established cooperative ties with the military. Even officers of certain rank who know of the exoskeleton remain unaware of your existence. Telling the truth outright would complicate matters immensely. Simply identifying you as a high-clearance military researcher will suffice. They'll escalate the inquiry to senior officials, who'll instantly confirm your classification since your dossier is indeed listed under military confidentiality protocols. That's no fabrication. With military backing, the Patrol Bureau won't press further. Su Yu nodded. Indeed, why invite unnecessary complications? Sure enough, after roughly 10 minutes, Captain Zheng returned. His expression markedly lighter, almost buoyant. His gaze now fixed upon Su Yu's exoskeleton had shifted from wary apprehension to open admiration. Confirmed. We owe you our deepest gratitude, Mr. Su. It's hardly fair to burden a research scientist with tasks meant for us. A matter of righteous intervention, entirely natural. Anyone else would have done the same, Su Yu replied with a modest smile. Captain Zheng fell silent. 20-odd armed bandits. Others might wish to act, but few possess the capacity to do so. His eyes lingered on the exoskeleton once more as he swallowed hard. This device was extraordinary. According to intelligence from above, Su Yu was indeed a military researcher. In his estimation, a scientist wearing this suit had slaughtered those bandits without firearms, utterly preposterous. Yet this very impossibility underscored the exoskeleton's staggering combat efficacy. If deployed among patrol units, especially in complex urban terrain against heavily armed ruthless criminals, operations would become dramatically simpler. No. Once the military declassifies and officially unveils this system, he must submit an urgent requisition. He'd secure several units, even if he had to beg his superiors personally. After all, this technology was eminently suited to patrol work, denying it would be indefensible. The two exchanged a few perfunctory remarks. Given Su Yu's status on the military's confidential roster, protocol required every individual present, including Chu Yu, Captain Zheng, all patrol officers who entered the factory, and every guard who'd seen Su Yu, to sign strict non-disclosure agreements. Once signed, their involvement concluded. Post-incident coordination would be handled jointly by Chu Yu's team and the Patrol Bureau, requiring no further input from Su Yu. Yet, just as Su Yu prepared to depart, Captain Zheng detained him unexpectedly. He explained that the military, having learned of the incident, wished to inspect the battlefield firsthand, and requested Su Yu remain to provide technical guidance. Su Yu understood immediately. This was, after all, the exoskeleton's inaugural combat deployment in this world. The military would naturally seek first-hand data for rigorous analysis. Moreover, with Su Yu himself present, researchers could also clarify pressing questions arising from recent field tests. Su Yu accepted without hesitation. Moments later, the deep thrum of rotor blades heralded the arrival of two military assault transport helicopters, descending smoothly onto an open lot within the derelict industrial park. Escorted by heavily armed soldiers, a group of white-coat researchers leapt eagerly from the aircraft and hurried into the abandoned factory. Mr. Su, it really is you. The leader of the group of researchers was Zhou Bo, who had first discovered the exoskeleton at the defense exhibition. Upon seeing Su Yu, although he felt that Su had changed quite a bit, he didn't think too much about it, and quickly approached. So it's Major Zhou, thank you for your hard work at this late hour. Su Yu simply greeted him. He was wearing the exoskeleton, making it awkward to shake hands. Zhou Bo didn't mind these details and smiled broadly, saying, it's no trouble at all. I actually have a lot of things I want to consult with Mr. Su about this time. I might trouble you quite a bit. Feel free to ask, are you here to inspect the battlefield? It's just over there. Su Yu pointed towards the dark depths of the factory. He wasn't in any trouble. After simply explaining the situation to the patrol, he left the area near the staircase that resembled a hellish field. Now they were at the entrance of the factory. Alright, I'll have someone take a look. This is invaluable first-hand data, Zhou Bo said, waving to someone behind him. Immediately a group of experts rushed in with high-powered flashlights. That scene might be quite bloody, but it's best to let them prepare mentally. Su Yu kindly reminded them. It's fine, we're all professionals. Sometimes when testing weapons we have to go overseas to the front lines to collect data. Goodness, that battlefield looks like a hellish scene. Zhou Bo waved his hand dismissively. Su Yu saw this and didn't say much. But not long after, they heard retching sounds coming from inside. Zhou Bo's cheeks twitched. Su Yu, however, was already prepared. After all, even those veteran patrol officers who had seen countless brutal murder cases were nearly sickened by the scene inside. These researchers might have plenty of experience in this area, but they were still administrative personnel. It was normal for them to be unable to hold it together. They should be able to overcome this small challenge. Let's not worry about them. Zhou Bo awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, Mr. So I also wanted to specifically consult you about something this time. The internal control system of this exoskeleton is indeed extraordinarily sophisticated, but in researching how to pair it with various equipment for maximizing its functionality, our research institute has encountered some disagreements. I remember you mentioning before that the more imaginative we are, the more powerful its functions will be. I just wanted to ask if you have any guidance on this matter. Guidance? Suyu pondered for a moment upon hearing this. He hadn't specifically consulted Xuangxing about what weapons to equip the exoskeleton with. However, Xuangxing had previously shown him videos of the G60 heavy exoskeleton used on the wasteland to demonstrate its combat capabilities. Referring to the configurations of the exoskeleton warriors in those videos, Suyu thought for a moment and said, in fact, if you delve into this, you would need to change the organizational model of the basic troops. For instance, currently, a mechanized infantry squad typically consists of 912 soldiers with different roles, such as a machine gun team, anti-vehicle team, etc. Those executing special tasks might even have a sniper team or a drone reconnaissance team. At the same time, each squad would be equipped with an armored personnel carrier for transport and heavy fire support. After obtaining this exoskeleton, a single soldier could essentially perform all the tasks that a squad can do. Saying this, Suyu paused, then borrowed a sniper rifle used by the patrol from Captain Zheng, leading everyone out of the factory. With the sound of mechanical movements, the helmet of the exoskeleton swiftly covered his head, and with the aid of the night vision device, he quickly locked onto a target in the distance. He immediately fired a shot. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, soaring several hundred meters, hitting a bird's nest nestled in a tree at the foot of a distant mountain. This shot was fired with the help of the exoskeleton's assisted aiming system. It looked as though he hadn't aimed at all, yet it was exceptionally accurate. While Zhou Bo and the others were still puzzled, Suyu opened his face mask and said, on the roadside at the foot of that mountain, the straight line distance should be about 736 meters, where there's a pine tree with a bird's nest. You can send someone to check if it was hit. Saying this, he returned the rifle to Captain Zheng. Over 700 meters. Zhou Bo widened his eyes, staring at the sniper rifle. The Type 88 sniper rifle has an effective range of 800 meters. You were able to hit a bird's nest over 700 meters away at night with it. What else could it be? If this can't hit, what use is the assisted aiming system? I remember the functionality description stated that this assisted aiming system can accurately calculate factors such as wind direction, humidity, visibility, etc. and can aim at any visible target within 5,000 meters with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters. By the way, haven't you tested it? Suyu looked at him oddly. Zhou Bo said somewhat embarrassedly, unfortunately, time is limited and this exoskeleton has too many functions. We haven't had time to test the assisted aiming system yet. Not long after, the soldier who was sent to check the bird's nest hurried back. In his hand was the bird's nest, which had been pierced by a bullet, revealing holes from front to back. This soldier was a guard for the researchers, and was evidently a technical soldier as well. Upon returning, he didn't forget to add, I just used a rangefinder to check. That tree with the bird's nest is indeed over 700 meters away from here. Zhou Bo gasped in awe, looking at the bird's nest. Under normal circumstances, a sniper team needs to be equipped with a sniper, an observer, and sometimes even a backup sniper to make follow-up shots. Suyu interjected at the right moment. With the G60 exoskeleton, there's no need for so many people. One person can complete the sniping. Moreover, with the assistance of the aiming system, the suppression fire of a machine gun isn't as crucial anymore. As long as you're accurate, an automatic rifle with a magazine of dozens of bullets can still produce a suppressive effect. This should be something Major Zhou agrees with, right? Seeing Zhou Bo nod, he continued. You see, just by saying this, its assisted aiming system is enough to replace a sniper team and machine gun team in a squad. As for anti-vehicle measures, equipping a recoilless rifle allows a soldier wearing an exoskeleton to leverage speed to find an angle to detonate. It isn't that simple. Not to mention, speaking bluntly, with the protection and speed of the exoskeleton, you could just equip some C4 explosives and let the soldier chase down enemy vehicles, stuffing the bombs into their pants without any issue. After all, there can't be many military infantry fighting vehicles that can outrun it, right? Zhou Bo's eyes brightened as he listened to Suyu. Previously, they had been discussing the traditional setups, such as equipping sniper rifles on sniper-type exoskeletons, or heavy machine guns on fire support-type exoskeletons, differentiating the exoskeletons by their roles, and having them cooperate in combat. But after what Suyu said, he realized that there really wasn't a need for such differentiation. With the powerful assisted configurations of the exoskeleton, soldiers wearing it could virtually accomplish everything that any ground troop could do. A new perspective. Suyu patted Zhou Bo's shoulder. Compared to the limitations of ordinary soldiers, soldiers wearing exoskeletons can undoubtedly be called super soldiers. Super soldier. Zhou Bo's eyes lit up, feeling an enlightening jolt. His mind opened up, and he instantly grasped the future combat mode of the exoskeleton and the necessary weapon pairings. Truly worthy of being a genius who created such a revolutionary product, Mr. Su's words have inspired me greatly. Not at all, not at all. You all simply lack a specific understanding of this exoskeleton's functions for now. After you explore it for a while, you won't need me to explain anything. His words were not humble. The military was filled with talented individuals, and not understanding how to use weapons was a relic of the feudal era from 100 years ago. Once they became familiar with the various functions of the exoskeleton, finding the right way to use it would be easy. Mr. Su was being modest. The two exchanged pleasantries again. Zhou Bo also revealed that the military was expected to contact Suyu the day after tomorrow to finalize a cooperation agreement. By the time their conversation wrapped up, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Yu left shortly after the military arrived. After all, she couldn't stay here due to some confidential issues. The police officers and the bodyguards left behind to assist in clearing the scene would have to wait until the military experts finished collecting their data before they could begin their tasks. The cleanup of the scene was the bodyguards' responsibility. The police officers did not need to do that. They stayed here to gather information about the bandits and determine where they came from. After all, this was the Jiuzhou region, and these bandits had come here armed to wreak havoc. The matter was far from over. Yu waved goodbye to Zhou Bowie and left alone. Zhou Bowie initially intended to send 2 security personnel to escort him, but was politely declined. Not that there was anyone who would pose a threat to him. Even if there were, with his equipment on in the face of any danger, who would be protecting whom remained uncertain. Alone he felt the safest. Even if he were to encounter an unbeatable enemy, he could simply dive into the trading space to find Froststar for a loan to get a set of storm power armor. Wouldn't that be akin to meeting gods, and slaying gods meeting Buddhas, and slaying Buddhas? Ahem. To be honest, after experiencing the sensation of wearing an exoskeleton and annihilating bandits, Yu was increasingly looking forward to the feeling of wearing this storm power armor, as it was truly the ultimate technological marvel capable of operating on land, in the sky, and at sea. The road back to the city wasn't short. By the time Yu returned to the hotel, it was already 2 in the morning. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he checked his phone and found numerous messages from Yu sent around 11. At that time he had been discussing matters while wearing the exoskeleton, so he naturally had no time to check his phone. Scanning through the messages, they generally conveyed that the defense exhibition had ended and she wouldn't need to work tomorrow. The implication was clear: she wanted to chat with Yu, as feelings tend to develop over time. Unfortunately, he had been busy and hadn't replied promptly, otherwise he wouldn't be lying alone in bed now. However, the fact that she didn't have to work tomorrow was good news, as Yu also had nothing much planned and intended to check. It was a perfect opportunity to relax a bit. After some thought he replied, "I was busy just now and have been occupied until now. If you have time tomorrow, how about we have lunch together?" After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and prepared to sleep. After all, it was already 2 in the morning and she was likely asleep. Unexpectedly, just as he set his phone down, the notification sound of a message came through. "You really haven't slept." Yu was startled and picked up his phone again. Sure enough, it was a quick reply from Yu. It roughly said, "Gigi is working so late, truly hard-working and diligent. Only I feel sorry for Gigi." And she subtly asked where Yu was at that moment. The meaning was clear. How come I never noticed that she has such a good understanding? Ugh, what good understanding. Clearly she is a considerate little sister. Yu picked up his phone and sent her his location, adding, "Want to go out for some late-night snacks?" Yu immediately replied with "on my way" emoji. After chatting about various topics, once Yu mentioned that she was already in the car and would arrive in half an hour at most, Yu finally set down his phone and pondered a question. That was how to treat this woman, Yu. Actually, if it were in the past, he wouldn't think so much. If she was capable, she could stay. If one day she couldn't, they could part ways. After all, since he had transformed into a scumbag, his previous partners had mostly been unsavory characters. Everyone was just playing around his situation, they all understood. However, Yu was somewhat different from the women he had encountered before. To say she was a good woman would certainly not be accurate. It was too easy for him to win her over, which simply meant she was after money. But to say she was a bad woman, that wasn't quite right either. After all, during their previous exchanges, she had maintained a state of the flower path, was never swept for guests, but today the humble door opens for you. If one had to put it that way, she was probably materialistic, but had her limits, or rather she was smart enough to know how to trade her worth. Now it was clear she had given her chips to Yu after waiting for so long. To be honest, this was Yu's first encounter with such a situation. Of course, if it were back in the day, in a state of having no money and risking his life, his approach would have been to take no initiative and bear no responsibility. Who cared about the circumstances? If the situation was unfavorable, he would just run away. However, currently he was not short of a few bucks. But being responsible also depended on how to be responsible. If it was only for money, there was nothing to talk about. If it was for reputation, that was impossible. Having finally broken through and gained some standing, why would he ignore the vast forest and hang himself from a single tree just as he became wealthy? How much defiance against fate would it take to do something so foolish? Don't even think about it. Let's see what she means when the time comes. He didn't dwell on the issue further and called the hotel front desk to order some late-night snacks. At this level of hotel, the kitchen usually operates 24 hours for room service. Seeing as Yu was almost there, he figured he wouldn't fall asleep in a short while. He needed to get something to eat first to replenish his energy. Let's start with some big lamb kidneys. The next day, Yu once again slept until noon before waking up. Beside him, Yu was still lost in her dreams, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Thinking of his performance last night, he felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Damn, this gene serum is true. Under normal circumstances, reaching half an hour without any drugs would be the limit for an average person. Yu had previously paid considerable attention to his physical maintenance, so he barely managed to reach that level. As for those online who claim to last an hour or two, or even the entire night, just don't think about it. they are undoubted. Of course, it's also possible that they have certain health issues. In any case, they are not normal. However, Suyu broke the 30-minute barrier last night, extraordinarily reaching 2 hours. If it weren't for Xiaoyu being unable to withstand such a prolonged battle, he could have gone even longer. With complete certainty about being in perfect health, it could only be said that it was the enhancement brought by the gene serum. Oh, it's quite marvelous. After lying in bed for a short while, Xiaoyu also woke up. The two of them indulged in each other's company for a while before getting up, then went downstairs for lunch before leaving the hotel, but Suyu did not check out of the hotel room. Instead, he extended the stay for another week. The small place he rented before was too messy and inconvenient, and he had been too lazy to go back there these days. After buying a house, he would just go back once to tidy up that rented single room. In the morning, the 200 million life-saving money and 100 million for the exoskeleton procurement, which he had agreed upon with Chuyu last night, had already been transferred to Suyu's account. Adding the 18 million he earned from selling gold last night, and the nearly 10 million left from before, he now had a total of 430 million in his account. If not now, then when to buy a house? But where to buy? Suyu sat in the car pondering for a while, momentarily unable to think of a suitable property. Although his previous goal was to buy a house in the magic capital, he had kept an eye on various new properties during his free time. But back then he barely had any money. He only dared to look at small 2-bedroom apartments of around 30 square meters, and he could only consider areas on the outskirts. Today was different. He certainly couldn't buy such a house now. Otherwise, it would be no different from continuing to stay in that rented single room. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Xiaoyu in the passenger seat and asked, "Do you know anyone in real estate sales, or someone who is familiar with the housing market in the magic capital?" Huh. Xiaoyu was taken aback and replied in surprise, "Haven't you found a property yet?" While at the hotel, Suyu had only mentioned wanting to go out to buy a house in the afternoon, without elaborating further. She thought Suyu had already found a property and was just waiting to swipe his card in the afternoon. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to look at houses." Suyu shrugged. "Well, I do have a friend who works at a real estate agency. But she's from the same place as me, and we've known each other since childhood. She can't keep secrets, and she has my parents' contact information." Xiaoyu hesitated slightly as she spoke, while quietly observing Suyu. Suyu immediately sensed that if she asked her friend for help in finding a house, there was no doubt that news of her being with him would reach her parents' ears. This would essentially be a way of notifying her parents. Once her parents were notified, what would be the next step? Meeting the parents. Talking about marriage. TSK. Suyu had intended to find an opportunity to probe her, but unexpectedly, he was the one being tested first. Well, there was no other choice. Time to pull back. Since it's inconvenient for you, then don't ask your friend. It's just as good to switch to another agency. Suyu spoke in a calm tone, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words, and did not engage in that talk. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes, but she thought about how she had only known Suyu for a short time, and it was a bit hasty to think about these things now. She quickly concealed her disappointment, and said, "In that case, I'll tell her you're my client. She and I have a good relationship, so if you buy through her, you should be able to get a better deal. Moreover, I heard that their company's scale is quite large, and is among the best in the magic capital, with a lot of properties available. The company is also not far from here. For now, maintaining the current relationship is fine. Oh, as for later, isn't it said that feelings develop over time? At worst, she can just learn a few more tricks." The opportunity to transform into a wealthy lady was something she was reluctant to give up. Who wouldn't want to soar to great heights and become a phoenix? Hearing this, Suyu immediately smiled and said, "All right, make sure to have your friend put in a bit more effort. If we can finalize the house deal this afternoon, I'll consider it a great contribution, and I'll accompany you shopping in the evening. You can choose any gift you want." Saying this, he started the car and drove towards the address she mentioned. "I won't be polite with you." Xiaoyu forced a smile, then turned to look out the window, letting out a soft sigh. Suyu's attitude was already very clear. Benefits were fine, but becoming official. Don't even think about it. After a tug-of war, she indeed ended up losing. After all, she had no real leverage to negotiate with Suyu. However, upon reflection, she thought that clarifying such matters now didn't seem like a bad idea. At least she didn't have to struggle with how to handle her relationship with Suyu, constantly worrying about gains and losses. After a fierce internal debate, she quickly accepted her position. And then she became more considerate. Before long, the two arrived at the real estate agency, where Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already contacted her friend, and before they arrived, the friend was already waiting downstairs. As soon as the car stopped, a woman with a simple ponytail, dressed in a women's suit, and wearing high heels, briskly approached, exuding a capable and shrewd demeanor. She immediately gave Xiaoyu a big bear hug. The scene was like a meteor colliding with the earth. Suyu watched nearby, exclaiming at the spectacle. To be fair, Xiaoyu's figure and looks were already quite impressive. In Suyu's judgment, she would probably score over 90. She was the type that could turn heads as she walked down the street. However, Xiaoyu's friend, who was both a close friend and childhood playmate, was even more stunning. Her beauty was certainly above 95. Among the beautiful women Suyu had seen in Blue Star, only Chu Yu could be said to surpass her. And that edge primarily came from Chu Yu's high status, which gave her a certain aloof elegance. Of course, if considering other realms as well, then the most beautiful woman Suyu had ever seen, without a doubt, was Shuang Xing. If Chuyu was a 98, then Xuanxing was undoubtedly a perfect score. She was the type that Suyu could find no flaws in whatsoever. There was no contest, her head of white hair already out. While Suyu ranked the beauties he knew in his mind, the two women briefly caught up before walking towards Suyu, with Yu Xiaoyu taking the initiative to introduce Su. This is my client, Mr. Suyu. Mr. Su, this is my friend I mentioned, Su Qingyin. Su Qingyin, upon hearing this, quickly scanned between the two, and with a subtle smile extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Su. I've heard from Xiaoyu that you're interested in purchasing a property. I just received a batch of high-quality listings and can definitely get you the best price." "Then I would trouble Miss Suyu said, giving her a light handshake. "I'm mainly considering villas, preferably standalone ones. I wonder if Miss Su has any suitable recommendations. Price is negotiable, but it would be best if it is move-in ready and the paperwork can be processed quickly." Su Qingyin. "I'm impressed. A major client. Mr. Su, we have a plentiful supply of properties here, and we can definitely find a house that meets your needs. Shall we go upstairs to discuss in detail?" Su Qingyin immediately became enthusiastic. She led the two upstairs, found a reception room for them to sit for a while, and then hurried to get the materials. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyu finally came to her senses and looked at Suyu in disbelief, saying, "You really plan to buy a villa? This is Magic City. A standalone villa, even if located in the suburbs, costs at least 8 figures. Although she knew Suyu was wealthy before, otherwise he wouldn't have bought a car worth over 2 million in cash without batting an eye. But she still underestimated how wealthy Suyu was. "Otherwise, we need a place to stay, right?" Suyu shrugged. Before long, Su Qingyin returned with a booklet. She glanced at Yu Xiaoyu sitting to the right of Suyu, thought for a moment, and then sat down to Suyu's left. They immediately surrounded him, one on each side. Then she picked up the brochure and said, "Mr. Su, these are the properties we currently have that meet your criteria. Standalone villas ready for immediate move-in." Suyu nodded in response, signaling her to continue. Su Qingyin then began to explain in detail, page by page. She clearly covered the prices of the houses, their locations, surrounding facilities, and so on. In terms of her business capabilities, there was indeed nothing to criticize. Suyu listened quietly, occasionally asking a few questions, while Yu Xiaoyu on the side was secretly astonished, because it was too outrageous. The prices were simply astronomical. From start to finish, the lowest price property Su Qingyin quoted was over 30 million. Moreover, the prices only got more expensive as she continued. The quotes were nearing 100 million, yet Suyu remained unfazed and encouraged Su Qingyin to go on. Yu Xiaoyu found it hard to imagine just how wealthy this person on her list was, feeling numb as she listened to the string of astronomical figures. After an unknown period, Su Qingyin flipped to the last page of the booklet. Building 3 of Taohua Wu. This villa is located in the southern suburbs of Magic City, and the development is named Taohua Wu. The main structure of the villa is a classical Huizhou design, with 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors, totaling 1100 square meters. In addition, the villa comes with a yard of 3600 square meters. The yard has been designed by top domestic landscape masters, featuring exotic flowers and plants, rockeries, flowing water, and pavilions. Rather than a yard, it is more akin to a work of art. Su Qingyin said this while also opening a live video on her tablet. Suyu took a glance, and then asked how much. Su Qingyin was taken aback, looking at Suyu in surprise. After introducing for so long, this was the first time Suyu had actively inquired about the price. Previously, she had been the one to provide the quotes after her introduction. It seemed that Suyu was particularly interested in this villa. However, recalling the specific situation of building 3 of Taohua Wu, she couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure and could only brace herself to say, "Mr. Su, this villa is different from others. It is not priced per square meter, but rather has a fixed price of 380 million. Moreover, I do not have the authority to change this price and cannot offer you any discounts. The best I can do is provide you with a set of better imported furniture within my authority. Because strictly speaking, this villa is not considered an asset of our company. It is on consignment from a landlord. In fact, this price is already quite favorable. Although the location may seem a bit remote, it has the advantage of it. Furthermore, the various configurations within this villa are almost at the top level of residential properties worldwide. Everything one could need is available. The landlord is in the real estate business, and when he bought it, it was said to cost just over 400 million, beautifully decorated, yet it has never been lived in for a single day, or it was meant for holding until sold. However, the real estate market is no longer what it used to be, and coupled with the landlord's company facing tight funding, needing turnover, that's why the price has dropped to 3.8 billion, with the condition that it must be paid in full at once. After saying this, she looked at Suyu, nervously waiting for his response. As a top sales representative, Su Qingyin naturally noticed that Suyu had not shown interest in the previous properties and was only interested in this one. But whether Suyu had 3.8 billion was not something to discuss. The requirement for full payment was far too strict. Previously, there had been other clients with fortunes of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, who had looked at this building. But upon hearing that full payment was required, they all left without a second thought, bringing nearly 400 million in cash to buy a house. Even the CEO of a company worth 100 billion would hesitate. And the young Suyu. Well, it's not that Su Qingyin looked down on people, it was mainly because although Suyu drove a big G, that thing cost less than a fraction of this villa. It was impossible to use it as a reference. Moreover, Su Ye's entire outfit cost less than 2,000 yuan. Thinking of this, in order to avoid scaring Su Yu with this price, Su Qingyin immediately prepared to recommend a cheaper villa to shift the topic so he wouldn't feel embarrassed. But before she could say anything, she heard Su Yu say, "Let's go see the house first. If everything is fine, I can swipe the card later. By the way, how long does it take to process the paperwork? When can I move in? Actually, I think this one is even better." Huh. Halfway through her words, Su Qingyin realized what she was saying, and her rosy lips momentarily forgot to close, staring blankly at Su Yu. "Mr. Su, do you mean you really intend to buy it? Is there a problem?" Su Yu looked at her in surprise. "Why did you Xiao Yu's friend seem No problem. I will take you to see the house right now. As for the paperwork, the landlord has already fully authorized our company to handle it, and if you are satisfied, we can finalize all the paperwork today." Su Qingyin hurriedly got up and said, "I'll go get the key. Please wait a moment. I will wait for you in the parking lot." Su Yu also stood up and led Xiao Yu downstairs. The reason he chose this villa was quite simple. Firstly, it is located in the southern suburbs not far from the abandoned industrial park. He estimated it would take just over 10 minutes to drive. Secondly, the Chinese garden design truly resonated with his aesthetic preferences much more than the European-style buildings recommended earlier. Of course, the main reason was still the conditions. Money is meant to be spent. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Taohua Wu community in the southern suburbs. Upon entering, the tranquility of the area was immediately apparent, sharply contrasting with the hustle and bustle outside. To be fair, this isn't really considered too remote. Just outside the community is a bustling street. Although it is labeled a suburb, it is still more prosperous than the main roads of some third or fourth-tier cities. However, this community is quite large, with each villa occupying thousands of square meters, and it also has large public facilities like golf courses and open-air hot springs. Su Ye's car quickly arrived in front of building No. 3 under Su Qingyian's guidance. The blue tiles and white walls with their flying eaves and raised corners created a picturesque scene. The villa was surrounded by a circle of ancient walls with elegant lei bamboo planted along the edges. The lush green bamboo leaves added a touch of vitality to the cold winter day. On the crimson door hung a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters, Qingya Xianju. At a glance, a profound sense of history greeted him. Su Yu parked the car and nodded in satisfaction at the design style of the entrance. Even from the outside, it undoubtedly deserved the description of Qingya. "Mr. Su, please." Su Qingyin stepped forward to open the red door respectfully, inviting Su Yu inside. He did not decline. Crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a delightful garden scene. The corridor was winding, the eaves were high, and pointed pavilions and towers dotted the landscape, and clear springs flowed. "It really is extravagant." Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was hard to imagine such a place existing in the precious real estate of the Magic City. A 3600 square meter garden. He truly had no concept of its size before arriving. Only after seeing the real thing could one realize how vast it was. A basketball court typically covers over 400 square meters. This yard was roughly equivalent to 9 basketball courts. No wonder the price was in the 9-digit range. Just the land alone must be worth over 10 million. Su Qingyin led him on a brief tour inside and out, which was virtually identical to the demonstration video. Not only was the interior beautifully decorated, but the furniture was also fully equipped and brand new. Even the cleanliness inside and outside the villa was maintained by dedicated personnel, with not a speck of dust in sight. It was ready for immediate move-in. Su Yu was quite pleased with this and immediately said to Su Qingyin, "Please have someone prepare the contract. Let's sign it today." Su Qingyian's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing this. "They'll notify my colleagues to bring the contract over right now. Oh, it will arrive in half an hour at most. We can certainly complete the paperwork today." Su Yu nodded, preparing to continue exploring the surroundings, when he suddenly frowned and casually said to Xiao Yu, who had been following him, "I have something to attend to. I need to make a phone call upstairs. Don't let anyone else come up. If the contract arrives and I haven't come down yet, just have them wait." Xiao Yu, who had been stunned by Su Ye's extravagant purchase of a house, was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Okay, I won't let anyone up." Su Yu nodded in satisfaction and pinched her cheek, saying, "Pick a room for yourself later." Xiao Yu blushed slightly and glanced nervously at Su Qingyin, who was on the phone with a colleague, before nodding her head. Su Yu made his way to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and opened his personal panel. Indeed, it was Frost Star who had messaged him. "I have persuaded the city lord, come to the trading space quickly." She actually did it. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and casually tapped on the panel, entering the trading space. The familiar conference room appeared before him once again. Across the long table sat Frost Star, her white hair gleaming as she waited for him. However, this time, there were more than just the two of them in the conference room. Next to Frost Star sat a breathtaking blue-haired girl whose looks and figure were not at all inferior to Frost Star's. "This is..." Su Yu glanced at the blue-haired girl, and then turned his gaze to Frost Star, momentarily unsure of what was happening. "This is the city lord of our future city." Frost Star lifted her fair chin and said with a hint of pride. Although she often appeared carefree, she was not as naive as she seemed. How could she not know that Su Yu had previously doubted her ability to persuade the city lord? Bringing the person before Su Yu now was naturally an opportunity to gloat. "I am Qioma, the city lord of Future City." Well, I probably won't be for long. The blue-haired girl stood and performed a bow identical to the courtesy Frost Star had shown Suyu when they first met. Suyu returned the bow with proper etiquette. He then glanced at Frost Star hoping she could provide an explanation of how she managed to bring a living person into the trading space. Wasn't it supposed to be just a circuit board that carried thoughts? Before Frost Star could respond, Shioma, noticing his confusion, explained, "This is just a bionic robot, not a flesh and blood body. I uploaded my consciousness into the robot's processing module." A bionic robot. Suyu stared at her in disbelief, taking her in from head to toe, and when he realized it might be impolite, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Goodness, this is incredibly realistic. In terms of facial expressions and skin texture, it was almost indistinguishable from a living person. If those doll manufacturers on Blue Star had this technology, they would sell like crazy. Ahem. Frost Star cleared her throat twice to draw Suyu's attention back, then waved her hand to release 10 sets of storm power armor. This is part of the agreed-upon payment. The city lord has also arrived, so let's sign the contract. Suyu nodded in response, then carefully reviewed the contents of the contract. Frost Star was indeed quite reliable. There was a specific clause in the contract regarding this city lord, essentially including her within the scope of the transaction. The terms clearly stated that the control rights of this robot carrying Kumo's consciousness would be fully transferred to Suyu after the transaction. Once on Blue Star, she would need Suyu's consent to do anything. There was no need to worry about her causing chaos in Blue Star's network with a powerful move. Additionally, once Kumo's consciousness dissipated, this bionic robot along with the AI containing her memories would permanently belong to Suyu. This effectively eliminated all risks while also providing Suyu with a stunning inflatable doll and a revolutionary super AI as a bonus. He had no reason not to sign. Ding. Accompanied by the notification sound of the trading space, the agreement was. Suyu and Frost Star were accustomed to this, while Chioma, who had been observing, looked at her slender, delicate hands in surprise and said, "I unexpectedly just gained the highest control authority over this bionic robot. The technology of the time-space trading platform truly exceeds my understanding." However, she did not dwell on it too much. After glancing at Suyu, she smiled and said, "Then I entrust the last segment of my life to you." "I will do my best to meet your requests," Suyu replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor toward this future city lord who had lived for nearly 200 years, was ruthless, yet had saved countless lives in times of crisis. He held a certain level of respect for her. Chioma nodded and then looked at Frost Star, casually removing a ring from her finger and placing it in front of her. "You are too young and your temperament is impulsive and irritable. Future City should not have been entrusted to you. However, since you have obtained this trading space which could potentially change the wasteland, there is no one more suited to be the city lord than you." Looking at the ring before her, which she had yearned for, representing supreme authority, Xuanxing's expression was initially one of astonishment. She truly did not expect Xiao to be so decisive, giving her the ring right now. Immediately, her delicate body visibly trembled as she instinctively reached out to take the ring. Her hand was shaking noticeably. However, before her hand could touch the ring, it was grasped by Xiao first. She looked up in astonishment at Xiao, meeting her pair of clear blue synthetic eyes. For some reason, a sudden sense of guilt surged within her. "Do you remember what I said to you the most when you were in school?" Xiao smiled gently, not minding her moment of loss of composure upon seeing the ring. With unparalleled power before her, no one could guarantee they wouldn't waver. Xuanxing took a deep breath and replied, "The future city must find a future for humanity in the wasteland." This was the phrase she had heard the most throughout her school years. It couldn't be wrong. However, to her surprise, Xiao shook her head and said, "This is a responsibility inherent to every resident of the future city. It's not what I wanted to convey to you, but that's alright, it's not important anymore." As she spoke, she gently pinched Xuanxing's delicate face, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "Making choices is a painful thing, but once you sit in that position, you sometimes have to make sacrifices. The overwhelming power brings with it endless responsibility. Every action you take affects the interests of millions in the future city, and even billions of survivors in the wasteland. No matter what you do, there will always be dissenters. Don't worry about those words, just do what you believe is right. This is a quality that one must possess to become a dictator." As she spoke, she gave a self-deprecating smile. "I was just a researcher before, always indecisive. Even though I knew that the decision I made back then was not wrong, it still left me living in endless guilt for the rest of my life. Every time I wake up at midnight, I see the countless souls fallen in pools of blood, as if I can still hear their mournful wails. This made it so that even though I clearly held the highest power in the future city, I dared not take on the responsibilities that came with it, fearing that I might make another mistake. As a result, I wasted the best opportunity for post-war reconstruction, failing to fulfill the obligations that a lord of the future city should have for the survival of the race." At this point, Xiao paused, then slowly embraced Xuanxing softly, saying, "Child, you are stronger than I am. I am sorry to ask you to do what I myself have failed to do. But I beg you." After saying this, she exhaled deeply and prepared to let go. But at that moment, Xuanxing suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiaomo's waist and looked up, saying, "I remember now. I remember the phrase you say the most. Live like a human, our ancestors once conquered the stars and the seas. We should not rot like insects in this filthy wasteland. As she spoke, Xuanxing suddenly smiled. Lord City Master, let's go see the unpolluted world. I will lead to live like human beings. Now you are the City Master. Qiao Mo personally helped Xuanxing put on the ring. Actually, there's something I've never understood. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Suyu casually sat on the bed watching Qiao Mo admiring the scenery outside the window, and asked curiously, is there no sociology or political science in your world? Why is the City Master of the future city given such great authority? Unlimited power is a bit too frightening. On the contrary, Qiao Mo glanced at Suyu and replied, in fact, our prosperity era's concepts in sociology and political science are probably about 500 years ahead of your world. When she first arrived at Blue Star, Suyu allowed her to access all public information online. I have to say the functionality of this inflatable doll was much more impressive than Suyu had imagined. Just in terms of computing power, it was thousands of billions of times greater than Blue Star's most advanced supercomputers. I don't know what kind of zenith technology it was. After gaining Suyu's permission, there were virtually no firewalls in the online world that could stop her. Thus, she was able to understand the current situation of this world in just a few minutes. It's likely that Suyu, who had lived here for over 20 years, did not know Blue Star as well as she did. However, upon hearing her words, Suyu couldn't help but retort, with such an advantage, how can you still create such a dictatorial management system? What renaissance? When the apocalypse arrives, if we broaden our perspective to the entire human race, what is the Qiao Mo said calmly. Ensuring the survival of the species. Suyu tentatively replied. Yes, but how does that relate to creating a dictator? Qiao Mo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly a multitude of blue light particles burst forth from one of her eyes. The light particles quickly converged, forming a holographic projection before Suyu. Suyu focused his gaze, and the projection seemed to show a street not far from outside the community. From the angle, it should have been from a camera installed in a corner. The content of the projection was very simple. A man in a black jacket was walking while smoking a cigarette. When he had only the butt left, he casually tossed it onto the sidewalk, but not far from him was clearly a trash can that could extinguish the cigarette. What does this mean? Suyu was completely puzzled. However, before he could ask, the projection changed, turning into a perspective from a family surveillance camera in a living room. It was the same man sitting on the living room sofa playing with his phone and smoking, but this time after finishing his cigarette, he did not throw the butt on the ground. Instead, he impatiently got up, ran to the study, and brought back an ashtray to extinguish the cigarette in it. Do you understand now? Qiao Mo smiled gently. This time it left Suyu in silence. Public property is always something people will neglect, but for their private possessions very few will destroy them recklessly. When survival becomes the top priority, then the likelihood of private rights surviving is greater than that of public rights. Even if the person holding this power isn't particularly intelligent, at least they won't let everyone die. Otherwise, what's the point of their power? If this power becomes a public commodity, then the probability of humanity perishing due to internal strife is much greater than that of uniting as one. As for those freedoms, democracy, and fairness, compared to the survival of the species, what do they even amount to? Do you think you are being too unreasonable about human? Suyu's mouth twitched. This is the best result calculated using the most comprehensive algorithms, considering the most extreme situations based on data collected from over 1 billion people. Qiao Mo shook her head. Human nature can be disguised, but numbers will never lie. Alright, Suyu admitted that he couldn't argue with her, and he was almost convinced by her. The old witch who had lived for 200 years was indeed terrifying. Unwilling to continue debating on this topic, he quickly shifted the conversation. How many days do you have left? About 4.5 days, I suppose. Qiao Mo spoke in a flat tone, appearing as if she had seen through the worldly affairs. I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow morning, and coincidentally Xuanxing mentioned that the falcon would be delivered tomorrow. How about I take you around the world after it arrives? Suyu suggested. I'm already quite satisfied just to have a glimpse of this vibrant world. If you were tied up lately, there's no need for you to accompany me everywhere. Qiao Mo replied gently. Alas, it seems that a 200-year-old lady still knows how to care for people. Suyu sighed but still said, it's not that busy since I promised Xuanxing before. I can't go back on my word. Qiao Mo nodded and said nothing more. Suyu took out his phone to check the time and realized he had been upstairs for more than. He immediately prepared to take Qiao Mo downstairs. Although it was strange to bring someone down from upstairs, inexplicably, there were multiple exits in this house, so there was no need to explain how a living person could appear suddenly. Usually Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin wouldn't dare to specifically inquire about this. Yet just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly noticed something. Qiao Mo was actually wearing the same K-10 combat suit as him. This thing is good in every way, but it's just too formal. It wouldn't do to take her down like this. Suyu swallowed his saliva thought for a moment and rummaged through a closet on the side. He unexpectedly found a few sets of unopened women's clothing. They were very conservative women's suit types with matching high heels included. It's no wonder it was called a high-end residence that one could move into with just a bag. He let Qiao Mo change into these clothes before taking her downstairs. Sure enough, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin were a bit surprised to see him suddenly bring down an overly beautiful woman. But they didn't dare to ask more. As for the legal staff who came over to sign the contract, they had no idea that Qiao Mo had appeared out of nowhere, and thought she had been there all along. Mr. Su, our contract is ready on our side, and we have also made an appointment with the housing authority. Once you sign the contract, we can deliver it immediately, and the paperwork will be completed today. You will receive the certificate within 3 days. Su Qingyin quickly stood up respectfully. Suyu took the thick stack of contracts preparing to flip, but as soon as he opened the first page a sudden flash of insight struck him, and he turned to Chiu Mo and asked, "Do you understand the law?" He was of course referring to the laws of Blue Star. Chiu Mo slightly nodded and took the contract. She had understood the legal provisions of various countries the moment she connected to the network of this world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that any lawyer or judge on Blue Star could not comprehend the law as well as she did. Flipping through the pages swiftly, the sound of rapid page-turning echoed. A subtle glow seemed to emanate from Chiu Mo's light blue eyes. In less than 2 minutes, she finished flipping through the thick stack of over 100 pages. Then she returned the contract to Suyu and nodded, saying, "No problem." Suyu, not suspecting anything, immediately took the pen to sign. "This? Aren't you going to have another look?" Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Good heavens, this is a contract worth 380 million, and he just flipped through it in a second per page and considered that he had read it. It wasn't that she was targeting Chiu Mo, it just seemed too hasty. "No need to look," Suyu shook his head while signing. Is gifted in speed reading, she definitely won't have any issues after reading it. Is there really such a talent? Yu Xiaoyu looked at Chiu Mo in astonishment. She had heard of sketching, but was there really someone who could speed read? Chiu Mo responded with a gentle smile. It took her just over a minute to read the entire contract, but it took Suyu a full 10 minutes to sign. After all, there were too many places to sign. Furthermore, since the contract had 3 copies, he had to sign 3 times. It was quite a chore. After signing the contract, Suyu smoothly swiped a total of 380 million on the POS machine. Originally having 430 million in savings, he was suddenly left with a meager 50 million. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, this money was well spent. Suyu was indeed very satisfied with this residence. Even without mentioning the 3600 square meters of large yard, just the main building alone had a floor area above and below that was once larger than what he had before. There were more than a dozen rooms suitable for living. When would he create a golden house to hide a beauty, stuffing one beautiful woman into each room? Cough cough. Control yourself. After Su Qingyin finished signing the contract with her company, she left, having specifically added Su Yes WeChat before departing. She said that if there were any issues with the house, he could reach out to her, and since Su Yes' purchase of this house would earn her a substantial commission, she also wanted to treat him to a meal. That sounds somewhat familiar. Just like when Yu Xiaoyu added him for his contact information when buying a car. It seems she truly was a close friend he grew up with. But he didn't know if he and Su Qingyin would also develop a relationship like that with Yu Xiaoyu in the end. Regardless, he would certainly not refuse. Seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, Suyu glanced at the remaining Yu Xiaoyu and Chiu Mo in the room, and said, "Although this house is everything it should, it is still a bit monotonous. Let's go out shopping and buy some things, and we can also have dinner outside." "Alright," Yu Xiaoyu cheerfully replied. Chiu Mo also nodded gently. After tidying up a bit, Suyu took the 2 stunning women, who turned heads everywhere, out the door. They drove all the way to the nearest commercial plaza. After parking the car, the 3 of them directly entered the Givenchy boutique in the mall. To be honest, Suyu actually hadn't decided what to buy yet. Although he said he wanted to add some items to his new home, upon closer inspection it seemed that there was really nothing missing inside. However, when unsure about what to buy, clothing was definitely a safe choice. After all, Chiu Mo's outfit was just something provided in the room of average quality and not well-fitting. It looked rather awkward. Moreover, Yu Xiaoyu clearly also showed interest in clothing. With everyone in agreement, they naturally decided to check out the clothes first. However, what Suyu didn't expect was, "Oh, it's Xiaoyu. I hadn't heard you were dating. Are you accompanying a client on a Heaven knows they had merely entered a store at random to take a look. Seeing Suyu once again, Zhao Xinhuan's mood this time was completely different from the last. After all, last time was in the store, and Suyu was a customer. She dared not lose her temper for fear of being fired by the 4S shop. She could only endure Su Yes' disregard, no matter how aggrieved she felt. But this time was different. This time they weren't in the store, and her opportunities had greatly increased. Zhao Xinhuan had basically come to terms with the events of last time. Although she was shocked that Suyu paid in full for the Big G, she still found it hard to believe that things could be so coincidental. In a city like Magic Capital with so many 4S shops selling bins, it was hard to believe that Suyu just happened to come to the one where she worked. She didn't believe it was a coincidence. Even though she had asked around her school friends who all said that Suyu hadn't inquired about where she worked, Zhao Xinhuan still firmly believed that Suyu had become wealthy and specifically sought her out to show off. However, Zhao Xinhuan didn't care about this face-slapping incident. After all these years, the fact that Suyu had become successful and still remembered to come find her to show off meant something. It meant that Suyu still couldn't let her go. In her eyes, this was her opportunity. The chance to transform from an ordinary person to a wealthy lady of a noble family. Rather than being a mistress to those wealthy middle-aged men always at risk of being kicked to the curb. This time, taking advantage of her break to go shopping, she initially intended to buy some new clothes and cosmetics to dress herself up beautifully. Then she planned to find an opportunity to meet Suyu. However, she never expected to run into him here. Upon seeing Suyu, Zhao Xinhuan, who had originally prepared to mock Xiaoyu, suddenly closed her mouth, her previously sarcastic expression turning gentle. Suyu, you're here too. How have you been lately? Are you doing well? She spoke softly, her voice slightly trembling, giving off a pitiable feeling, as if she were reuniting with a long-lost first love. Suyu. Damn it, is this a Sichuan opera face-changing performance? The speed of this transformation would be a great loss to the entertainment industry if he didn't become an actor. Of course everything is great. I just bought a villa for 400 million. Yu Xiaoyu linked her arm, with Suyu lifting her. Suyu twitched the corner of his mouth, patting his buttocks in a way that was not visible to others in encouragement of Yu Xiaoyu's words. It was a top-notch mouthpiece. Some words spoken by a man wouldn't hold much weight, it would only make him seem like he was deliberately showing off. Having Yu Xiaoyu tear into Zhao Xinhuan was just perfect. For 100 million. Zhao Xinhuan's pupils constricted sharply, her tone involuntarily, rising several octaves, barely able to maintain her facade. Her first reaction was disbelief, but then she recalled that day when Suyu paid several million in cash for a car. For a moment she was uncertain. Let's go in. Suyu shook his head, having no interest in acknowledging her, leading Xiao Mo and Yu Xiaoyu into the shop. Seeing this, Zhao Xinhuan hesitated briefly. Watching Yu Xiaoyu closely linking her arm with Suyu, she felt a surge of rage. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly followed them inside and blocked Su Yeswei, saying, Do you have time lately? I want to treat you to a meal. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and I have a lot to say to you. As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Su Yes' sleeve, her expression anxious and pitiful. However, Suyu mercilessly pulled his sleeve back and said flatly, I don't have time. As if joking, he had a pile of matters to handle in the next few days. Even if he truly had nothing to do, there were still Li Yu and Shi Chu Yue and Su Qingyin, a bunch of beautiful girls waiting for him to pursue. Who was Zhao Xinhuan to waste his time? Yet Zhao Xinhuan continued to persist. You. Are you really so heartless? Remember when we... As she spoke halfway, she suddenly fell silent, forcefully squeezing out a few tears, sobbing. Here the flow of people was not small. With her doing this, people around immediately turned to watch. Seeing Zhao Xinhuan's pitiful, tearful expression and looking at the two beautiful girls beside Suyu Xiaoyu and Xiao Mo, people assumed it was a case of a scumbag being exposed. They began to point and murmur. Some even took out their phones to start recording. Suyu twitched the corner of his mouth, instantly guessing what kind of trick Zhao Xinhuan was trying to play. Just as he was about to call the staff to escort people out, Xiao Mo, who had been playing the role of a bystander, raised her brows slightly, and a red light flickered in her blue biotic eyes. The phones recording the video around them flickered several times, and then went black. After doing this, she shot a glance at Suyu, and leaned in to whisper, what you do here won't be leaked at all. I can even ensure that no one outside will know we were here today. Suyu, amused and exasperated, pushed her head away. Although with her ability to control the internet, even if Suyu truly lost his temper and took out his powered armor to eliminate everyone here, she could sever all connections and prevent any news from leaking out. But this place was not a wasteland where lives were cheap. Suyu was not a killer. He wouldn't get enraged over such trivial matters. Ignoring the instigator Xiao Mo, he turned his gaze to Zhao Xinhuan and said coolly, I advise you to be a bit self-aware. Some money is not so easy to earn. He could guess her intentions. It was nothing more than guiding public opinion to garner sympathy, a common trick used by... In no time, if the videos taken by uninformed bystanders were uploaded online, and if she bought some traffic and wrote a little article, you would be vilified in an instant. However, with Xiao Mo around, this tactic wouldn't even get off the ground, as no one could record any video. Of course, even without Xiao Mo, you wouldn't be afraid at all. Did they really think his money was worthless? Want to slander him? Had they asked about his cash power? Not continuing with that, Suyu turned to the store manager, who had noticed the commotion and come over. I saw the logo at your store entrance has the Wanfu Group's trademark. What is your relationship with Wanfu Group? The store manager, who had just arrived to mediate, was stunned and quickly replied, Sir, our Wanfu Group's wholly owned subsidiary Wanfu Sports is the exclusive agent for Givenchy in Magic Capital, so of course this store is funded by Wanfu Group. Oh, I'm quite familiar with Miss Chu Yue, the daughter of your Wanfu Group's chairman. Suyu said casually. The store manager's pupils instantly shrank. His attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. He quickly nodded and bowed, saying, So you are a distinguished guest of Miss Chu. We apologize for not hosting you properly. Please come in. We will handle everything here. In reality, Chu Yu was extremely low-key and rarely interfered in Wanfu Group's domestic business. This store manager had worked for Wanfu Group for over 20 years and had only heard about this young lady a few times during company annual meetings from older employees. He only knew that the young lady was in charge of the group's overseas affairs, the most authoritative person in the Wanfu Group. Even someone like him, who had been around for years, had only vaguely heard of Chu Yu's name, let alone anyone else. Regardless of whether Su Yu genuinely knew Chu Yu or was just boasting. At the very least, he knew that Chu Yu was not an ordinary person, and he definitely couldn't afford to offend her as a mere store. Rather than following the original plan and trying to mediate, it would be better to help Su Yu resolve this small matter and do him a favor. Hey you. Seeing Su Yu leave with someone, Zhao Xinhui suddenly grew anxious and hurriedly tried to catch up. She had clearly performed to such an extent, attracting so many onlookers. Normally, even if she couldn't directly push others aside to become a wealthy lady, at least she could have made a profit from the suddenly prosperous Su Yu. After all, in this era no one cares about what is true or false. As long as the earlier situation was captured and posted online, she would have already won. At that time she could twist the facts and write a sob story. Spending some money to buy traffic wouldn't sue you obediently comply. But these onlookers seemed to have lost their minds. They had clearly raised their phones just moments ago, yet now they were fiddling with them without recording any videos. It made her previous performance all in vain. From their discussions it seemed that their phones had malfunctioned. What kind of nonsense was it that so many phones broke at the same time? Miss, you are seriously disrupting our store's normal operations. Please leave, or I will have to call security. The store manager stood in front of Zhao Xinhui, his expression unfriendly. But I was with him. Zhao Xinhui hurriedly tried to say something, but was interrupted before she could finish. The manager impatiently said, that gentleman claims he does not know you. If you truly have a dispute with him you may report it to the police, or wait until he is outside to talk. This is our store's business hours, please leave. If you are unable to call the police our store can assist you. Zhao Xinhui glared resentfully at Suyu, who was on the phone and picking out clothes, stomped her foot, and was about to leave, but not long after her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID her expression changed, and she quickly answered Manager Wu. Is there something going on for you to call at this time? Manager Wu was the head of the 4S shop where she worked. Where are you now? On the other end Manager Wu's tone was unfriendly. Me? Zhao Xinhui was taken aback and asked in confusion, I'm on my day off out shopping, what's wrong? Is there an issue with a customer? Did you just have a conflict with a gentleman surnamed Su? This. Zhao Xinhui was completely dumbfounded. How did her direct superior know about such a small matter? Looks like, on the other end Manager Wu said coldly, Mr. Zhou from the headquarters in Magic City just called about this matter. Mr. Su is an esteemed guest of our Benchi company, and your behavior has seriously violated the code of conduct for sales personnel. Come to the store next week to collect your things and receive your salary. You're fired. Zhao Xinhui. In the Givenchy store, Suyu glanced at Zhao Xinhui, who was standing in the distance lost in thought while holding her phone. He shrugged helplessly. Originally he didn't want to bother with her, but since she didn't know how to appreciate kindness, he couldn't be blamed for being unsympathetic. That phone call earlier was made to the head of Benchi's headquarters in Magic City. Previously, because of the exhibition featuring the exoskeleton, he had personally visited the headquarters and met with them. There was indeed some connection. That guy had received quite a bit of money from Suyu, so firing a mere salesperson was certainly just a casual mention. Ignoring Zhao Xinhui, he accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Xiao Mo around the store. By the time they exited, their hands were already filled with shopping bags of various sizes. Balance 2000. After visiting a whole circle of stores, the sky outside had already darkened. The trunk of the G-Class was stuffed full of bags. However, the money spent was not too much, only about 700 had been swiped. After casually finding a restaurant for dinner, they returned to the newly purchased Building 3 of Taohua Wu together. There were no special activities planned for the evening. After some exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they went to bed early. After all, there were many important matters to attend to the next day. Zhou Bowie had hinted to him earlier that there would likely be results regarding the exoskeleton from the military side tomorrow. Just this matter alone would probably require half a day of negotiation. Additionally, Frost Star had promised to send over 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit vehicles. The next morning, Suyu rarely got up early. Although today was Saturday, Yu Xiaoyu's 4S shop belonged to the service industry, which didn't observe weekends. She got up early, greeted Suyu, and took a taxi to work. As for Xiao Mo, her mind was currently on the circuit board, so she didn't feel tired at all and didn't need to sleep. By the time Suyu got up and went downstairs, she had already prepared breakfast. Looking at the rich and exquisite food on the dining table, Suyu was somewhat surprised. You can actually cook. I lived in the era of unlimited material supply in my first half of life. Of course I can cook. Xiao Mo rolled her eyes at him and pushed a plate of fried rice, which looked appetizing, in front of him. I haven't made proper food in many years. Give it a try. The energy source for her body is a cold fusion reactor located in her chest. She doesn't need to eat. And in the wasteland world, there weren't any delicacies to taste. Before Frost Star became an agent for the Transdimensional Trading Platform, ordinary people basically lived on inedible nutrient paste. Even the wealthy in Future City could only occasionally have a few bites of normal food produced by the internal agricultural base. Most of the time, they had to rely on nutrient paste to survive. Taste had long become a burden for people in the wasteland world. Therefore, the bionic robots they made could not possibly have taste modules added. No designer could be foolish enough to that extent. Suyu looked at her, and then at the plate of exquisite fried rice. He came to Blue Star to take a look, yet aside from seeing, he really couldn't experience anything else. Sitting casually at the dining table, although he had doubts about her cooking skills, he still picked up chopsticks and took a bite. Immediately his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. This was not him putting on a show for Chiyomo, it was genuine, right? Chiyomo's eyes turned into crescents as she half-teased. When I was in my teens, I even won first place in our city's student culinary competition. When you were a teenager. Suyu swallowed the food in his mouth and asked curiously, back then your world was still in the prosperous era, right? What was the prosperous era like? What was the era of prosperity like? A look of nostalgia crossed Chiyomo's face. It was a great era, she paused before adding, but also a time of stagnation. Oh, how so? Suyu asked curiously. Chiyomo pondered for a moment, and said, let's put it this way, according to your terms of the first and second industrial revolutions, our world took only 80 years from the first industrial revolution to achieving commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. Suyu replied, wait, how long has it been since the first industrial revolution? Almost 250 years, right? Here the commercial application of nuclear fusion is still 50 years away. Why was it able to progress so quickly? Such a speed of technological development seems absurd. I don't know. Xiaomo shrugged. The secrets of that era have long been buried by history. Why technology developed so rapidly has become an unsolved mystery, and many attempted to uncover this secret during the era of prosperity, but ultimately to no avail. The most plausible explanation is that those 80 years were constantly engulfed in warfare never ceasing. Under the pressure of an arms race, technology exploded in just a few decades. Of course, this explanation doesn't hold water. As a researcher, I don't believe it. But whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. From the steam engine to nuclear fusion, we spent 80 years. From the first launch of a satellite into space to the invention of the curvature engine, we spent 210 years. Then we entered the era of prosperity. There are endless resources in space, and we also possess advanced artificial intelligence technology, allowing every person in the falling sunset world to live without worry about food and clothing. For most people in the era of prosperity, ordinary jobs are unpaid because work is not for earning money, but merely a pastime to pass the time. Of course, the era of prosperity is not just about waiting for welfare. The Human Alliance provides every newborn with a bionic robot that replaces them in working to create wealth, allowing them to receive wages earned by the robots without doing anything. If the robot breaks down, they still need to pay for the repairs themselves. And there are a few paid jobs like mine in research. Generally, the daily working hours cannot exceed 2 hours, and as for the pay, based on the purchasing power of your currency, it's about 200,000 RMB per hour, right? That's not right. The world is different, and it can't be calculated this way. Back then, nobody cared about this. Money was just a number. People had plenty of time to enjoy life, but since then our world's technology has almost stagnated. In 400 years of the era of prosperity, our greatest achievement has merely been some upgrades based on existing technology, and there have been no significant breakthroughs since. Is this the era of prosperity? Even Suyu, who was already quite wealthy, couldn't help but feel a sense of longing after hearing her description. This is a utopia. Such a world just like that was destroyed. It's truly a pity. Suyu couldn't help but shake his head. It's not as wonderful. Xiaomo's lips curled into a sarcastic arc. You probably can't even imagine the absurdity of the era of prosperity. Those wealthy individuals who hold countless resources love nothing more than to find a barren planet and invest enormous resources into it, without meaning even building artificial suns in the planet's orbit to turn it into a habitable world. Then they use a large number of clones to engage in role-playing games, pretending to be emperors, indulging in the darkness of human nature. Whenever they feel unhappy, they simply obliterate the planet with a planet-destroying cannon and change to a different way of playing. They called this a planet-nurturing game, which became a popular entertainment activity pursued by everyone in the era of prosperity regardless of wealth. Slowly the poor began to feel extremely dissatisfied, and even outraged by the extravagance of the wealthy. Although the wealthy couldn't oppress the citizens of the Human Alliance or harm their interests, they still felt discontent. This discontent probably stemmed from humanity's desire for comparison. Their demand was they hoped the Human Alliance would provide every citizen with a planet. Although the era of prosperity has reached an unimaginable level materially, this demand was something the Human Alliance could never fulfill. Then towards the end of the era of prosperity, the rebels appeared, whose slogan was to overthrow the tyranny of the Human Alliance. Oh, and that's not the only slogan. There were also slogans like war is the ladder of human progress, we need war. So how about it? Based on your world's development history, doesn't this seem hard to understand? Suyu was stunned for a while, finally grasping the critical part of Xiaomo's words. The end of the era of prosperity. The rebels. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed, looking at Xiaomo in disbelief. You guys didn't just turn the era of prosperity into the wasteland it is now, did you? If that's the case, that would be too outrageous. Xiaomo nodded. The Human Alliance often encounters planets with indigenous life during their exploration of the Star Sea, so they still maintain a quite large fleet. The rebels appeared less than a month and were utterly defeated, driven to the edge of the galaxy. At this point, Xiaomo paused and turned to look at the clear blue sky outside the window. On that morning, then doomsday came. Did they encounter aliens more advanced than your technology? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Given her description of the era of prosperity, Suyu really couldn't think of what could bring them to their current dire state other than an encounter with aliens resulting in a dimensionality reduction attack. It's not exactly aliens. They can only be classified as extraterrestrial organisms beyond our understanding, a type of fungus. Xiaomo explained simply, this fungus can parasitize within humans, control their thoughts, absorb their memories, and turn people into monsters. Chasing the rebels was the 9th fleet of the Star Sea, one of the most powerful fleets of the Human Alliance. They captured those rebels, intending to bring them back for trial, but the entire fleet was silently taken over by. Then this fungus spread like a plague throughout the Star Sea. By the time the Human Alliance discovered them, they had already taken control of more than half of the Human Alliance's fleet. The war lasted only 2 years, and the invincible human alliance across the entire star system was destroyed by this tiny fungus. Isn't it hard to believe? Sometimes reality is just this absurd. Chiyomo shrugged. Actually, the human alliance has a complete process for exploring new planets. If followed, these weak and strange fungi wouldn't have had any chance, but the Ninth Fleet skipped these processes while pursuing the rebels. The final result was that we researched numerous genetic weapons and biological weapons to deal with this fungus. In the end, we eliminated some fungi, secured our home planet, but the monsters we developed turned out to be even more terrifying than the fungi, contaminating our entire home planet, leading to the wasteland era. Tsuyu was truly astonished. He never expected that humanity could meet such a bizarre fate. A powerful civilization dominating the starry sea fell into internal strife, and then by sheer misfortune encountered such an enigmatic entity. Then they ended up playing themselves into oblivion. Moreover, they were taken down using their own weapons. This was simply out. What was even more absurd was that despite the situation reaching this point, the humans in their world still had a chance to turn it. With their technology, they could pull a group of people onto spaceships and escape to an uninhabited planet to start anew. Within a few years, they could mount a comeback. After all, while these fungi could manipulate human thought, they were still merely fungal organisms lacking the creativity. After a few years of development and creating some new weapons, couldn't they easily dominate their foes? Yet at the last moment, the people of their world chose not to retreat from danger, but instead developed biological and genetic weapons to confront the enemy heat-in. And then they created an even larger mess, completely obliterating themselves. Truly, they were experts at self-destruction. Indeed, humans should not be too idle. Tsuyu felt a lingering dread. The fact that the wealthy could conceive of a planetary cultivation game was enough to prove how absurd they were. As for the rebels, they were even more formidable, being supported and having nothing to worry about, enjoying a life of indulgence before directly raising the banner of rebellion. Indeed. Chiyomo nodded in agreement. Just then Tsuyu suddenly felt a notification from the trading platform. After glancing at it, he said, "Froststar has sent a message. Do you want to take a look together?" "No need." Chiyomo shook her head. "Then sit here alone for a while." Tsuyu turned and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Froststar was seated across from him, clad in storm power armor. However, a heavy scent of blood wafted from afar into Tsuyu's nostrils, causing him to involuntarily smirk as he casually pulled out a chair and sat down, teasingly asking, "How many people have you killed?" "Over 200,000, I suppose," Froststar replied nonchalantly. "If I hadn't killed these people, I wouldn't have imagined they were hiding so many good things. I've found more than one unopened starship." "Starships?" Tsuyu's eyes brightened. "Don't get your hopes up, they're not warships, but a few colonization ships." Froststar shrugged, then waved her hand to trade 3 Falcon-class near-orbit spacecraft to Tsuyu. "This transaction will clear our accounts." Tsuyu nodded at this and couldn't help murmuring, "Actually, colonization ships aren't a bad idea. They might still have significant use." "What use could they possibly have?" Froststar rolled her eyes. "With the technology of your world, you won't be able to replicate these things. Using these small colonization ships for colonizing other planets. You won't even think about it for 100 years. They aren't even as useful as Falcons for you. It's better to focus on climbing the technological tree." Speaking of which, she revealed a hard drive that had somehow appeared in her hand, raising an eyebrow at Tsuyu. "This contains all the technical data and production blueprints for nuclear fusion from the 1st to the 4th generation. How about it?" Interested, Tsuyu's gaze instantly sharpened. Good heavens, this was a game changer. If he could get his hands on this, it would undoubtedly be the most valuable transaction he had made since entering the trading space. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "What's the cost?" "Over the next 20 years, provide Future City with 10 million tons of food each year of any variety." Froststar stated her price. 200 million tons of food. The 9 provinces is a populous nation, so food consumption is naturally not to be understated. According to statistics, if we include the food stored by the public, the food production in the 9 provinces is approximately over 1 billion tons. And now the annual food production of the 9 provinces has consistently reached 600 million tons for several years. 200 million tons is just 1/3 of a year's food production, and at a price of $3,000 per ton, it would only amount to 600 billion. 600 billion for a complete set of usable nuclear fusion technology. It's obvious what choice to make. Not to mention that this 600 billion worth of food can be paid over 20 years. What does nuclear fusion represent? It represents endless energy and endless food. It signifies a true future. Okay, but this must start from next year. Tsuyu nodded in agreement to this transaction, not even attempting to haggle. Froststar was already quite aware of the situation on his side. Knowing full well that Tsuyu would not refuse, even if the price were higher, she still chose to offer a relatively low price. There was little point in Tsuyu trying to haggle further. The two completed this transaction, and then Tsuyu turned to ask, "Is there a large production capacity for the type of bionic humans that carry Chiyomo's consciousness on your side? Are you looking to buy bionic humans?" Froststar asked instinctively before nodding. "That makes sense, you indeed need these bionic humans. Her bionic human is custom-made, not a mass-produced item. If you want to buy in bulk, that's out of the question. However, you don't really need that kind. We at Future City also produce some lower-end bionic humans. As for their capabilities, under the management of artificial intelligence, they are certainly more effective than most employees recruited in your world. From assembly lines to piloting starships for colonizing space, they can do everything a human can do apart from lacking creativity, and there are no loyalty issues to worry about. During last night's cleanup, we just happened to seize a warehouse, probably containing over 2,000 of them. I can get them to you right now. Bionic humans and clones are not the same thing. Bionic humans are essentially robots merely designed to look like clones. On the other hand, are real humans grown from cloned human cells step by step in a petri dish. Calling them real humans is not an exaggeration. Currently both Suyu and Froststar are at relatively low levels and are unable to trade living beings, so naturally they cannot engage in clone transactions. And due to Chiyo Mo's existence, after her consciousness dissipates, her memories will merge with the artificial intelligence module in her body. Suyu will then acquire a super-intelligent AI, possessing all the memories of the former city lord of Future City. With this AI managing things, bionic humans might actually be more useful than clones. As for the price, as she said this, Froststar showed a hesitant expression. For a moment, she didn't know what to ask for. If she wanted food with that nuclear fusion deal in place starting next year, she would receive 10 million tons of food every year. Future City only has a few 100,000 people. They wouldn't even finish those food supplies each year, so wanting more would be pointless. Asking for less would be too much of a loss. In fact, for her, these 2,000 bionic humans were more valuable than the nuclear fusion technology she could. It certainly wouldn't be free. How about a longevity elixir that can extend a person's life by 20 years? Suyu smiled slightly, taking out an exquisite small wooden box. Upon opening the lid, a delightful fragrance instantly filled the entire conference room. Froststar, who had been hesitant, was taken aback, then her bright, sparkling eyes widened as she fixated on the marble-sized lustrous longevity elixir inside the box. Longevity. A golden core pill. Froststar stared at the wooden box for a long moment before turning to Suyu with incredulous eyes. You actually succeeded in trading with your second match counterpart. And they're from a metaphysical realm as well. Indeed, Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. This is truly. Froststar fell momentarily speechless. She had acquired the trading space far earlier than Suyu. Yet ironically, it was only after meeting him that she truly began reaping its benefits. Before him, her counterparts had either been bizarre anomalies incapable of coherent exchange, or destitute souls so impoverished that even gold would be useless to them, their lives already forfeit. Suyu's first match trader had been her. Astonishingly, his second match also proved viable, and yielded such a rare treasure, a pill capable of extending life. Froststar admitted. She was genuinely envious. So, shall we trade? Suyu tapped the table lightly, prompting her. Yes, she replied without hesitation. A golden core pill granting 20 years of extended life. Only a fool would refuse. Hearing her assent, Suyu promptly signed the trade contract, sealing the deal irrevocably. Then puzzled, he asked, I recall your world employs cybernetic augmentation and organ replacement to prolong, as in Chiyo Mo's case. Why then does a mere 20-year extension stir such keen interest? Truth be told, he'd only ventured the offer tentatively, and was genuinely surprised by her immediate acceptance. You wouldn't understand. Froststar opened the newly acquired longevity pill, gazing upon its lustrous, perfectly spherical form with rapt fascination. Organ replacement is primitive, akin to treating symptoms rather than the root cause. Mend the head when it aches, the foot when it pains. Replace what breaks, nothing more. Most people do not die because their natural lifespan has expired, but because their internal organs begin failing. Thus, installing synthetic organs does not truly extend life. It merely restores the span humanity was always meant to possess. But artifacts from metaphysical realms operate on an entirely different plane, extending life through mysterious, transcendent forces. They are incomparable. I see. Suyu nodded thoughtfully, then added, then could this pill save Chiyo Mo? Froststar paused mid-contemplation, scratching her head. Theoretically, perhaps, but she exists now only as consciousness stripped of any physical vessel. The pill requires a corporeal body to take effect. Fair point, Suyu conceded, dismissing the notion without further dwell. Chiyo Mo's remaining days had long been anticipated. This outcome was neither unexpected nor unwelcome. Still, having spent the day with the former sovereign of Future City, he deeply appreciated her unmatched efficiency and strategic acumen. If rescue were possible, he would gladly extend his hand. Yet if it were not, well, no blame could be laid upon him. Having just concluded another successful transaction involving synthetics, Suyu made no move to depart. Instead, he shifted focus. Do you have rapid construction engineering machinery in your world? Once formal cooperation with the military was secured, and with their backing, he could finally launch his company and factory. The derelict industrial park on the city's outskirts would require urgent redevelopment. With Blue Star's current technology, renovation posed little challenge, but full reconstruction would demand. Built in the last century, most structures there were now hazardous ruins. Rebuilding was not optional, but imperative. Suyu refused to wait, so he turned his gaze toward Froststar. After all, as sovereign of Future City, her command over productive capacity likely dwarfed Blue Star's entire industrial base. especially given Future City's grand vision, the complete reconstruction of the wasteland. J9000 All-Terrain Engineering Module. Frost Star stated calmly. Comprising over 8,000 specialized construction drones centrally coordinated by an advanced AI core. In essence, define the construction zone, and the system autonomously surveys terrain, generates thousands of architectural blueprints, and you need only select your favorite. Once chosen, supply raw materials. The rest unfolds seamlessly. At peak output, it erects a kilometer-tall skyscraper from bare ground within 3 days. During the Prosperity Epoch, 10 such modules rebuilt an entire metropolis, home to over 100 million souls, in just 3 months. Damn, it was irresistible. How much? Suyu demanded urgently. Not for sale. Future City possesses only this single unit, and we'll require it for wasteland reconstruction. Froststar shook her head, then arched a brow. But it can be leased. 1 longevity pill, for 3 days. 1 month. No, 5 days maximum. 28 days. In the end, Suyu secured a 12-day lease, for 1 longevity pill. Now sovereign of Future City, Froststar acted with commendable swiftness, returning in under half an hour accompanied by over 2,000 synthetics, and the J9000 module itself. Today's exchange was thus concluded. Suyu acquired complete technical archives and schematics for 1st through 4th generation fusion reactors of the wasteland, 3 Peregrine-class low-orbit spacecraft, 2,000 synthetics, and 1 J9000 all-terrain engineering module. Froststar received the sovereignty of Future City, 200 million tons of grain, and 2 longevity pills. Should Suyu require further use of the module, additional pills would follow. It was a resoundingly mutual triumph, both parties stepping confidently into radiant futures. Back on Blue Star, buoyed by the magnitude of his gains, Suyu surveyed his spacious, empty villa, and with a flick of his wrist summoned dozens of synthetics from his inventory. Until his corporate infrastructure matured, these synthetics served no pressing function, so he deployed them instead to tend the estate. Looks like your haul was extraordinary, Xiao Mo observed, wryly surveying the courtyard filled with motionless figures. Merely mutual benefit, Suyu smiled. For now, could you assign them tasks? Pruning hedges, standing guard, anything to keep this vast villa from feeling desolate. Xiao Mo nodded. Then without visible action, every synthetic in the courtyard stirred to life. At that very moment, Suyu's phone chimed. An incoming call from Zhou Bowie, the military researcher who had first discovered the exoskeleton. Can we discuss the contract now? Sure, I have time right now. Should I send someone to pick you up? Upon hearing this, Suyu was about to agree, but then he noticed Xiao Mo shaking her head beside him. After a pause, he replied, "No need, just send me the address, I can go directly, it'll be faster." Alright, that's settled then. The content of the call was as expected, that the military's testing was nearing its end, and they were preparing to negotiate with him regarding the acquisition of the exoskeleton. After hanging up, Suyu looked at Xiao Mo. Naturally, he was asking her why she made him refuse the military's offer to pick him up. Xiao Mo replied calmly, "Given what you currently possess, there's no need to be so cautious. You can reveal some of your strength, which will help you gain more leverage and autonomy in the upcoming negotiations. Otherwise, you think you can create an unmonitored and unobserved world in that abandoned industrial area, just as you envisioned. That's completely impossible. The technology within the exoskeleton is impressive for this world, yet it hasn't reached a level where the military can completely disregard safety concerns and let you do whatever you want. However, if you showcase technology and power far beyond their understanding, such issues will disappear. As long as they're not foolish, they will agree to your demands." Though he had only been in this world for a day, Xiao Mo, with her terrifying ability to navigate the internet, already had a rough idea of the dealings between Suyu and the military. She immediately provided her analysis. "So what you mean is..." Suyu frowned. "Don't you have the Storm class? Let's just wear the power armor and fly over in the Falcon." Xiao Mo decisively stated. "Is it that straightforward? Won't it be?" He hesitated slightly. After all, in those novels, when the protagonist acquires something advanced, they usually choose to be low-key and cautious, hiding their wealth, right? Revealing everything like this seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Wouldn't they think you're an alien? Xiao Mo rolled her eyes. You, a mere low-level employee who was just working a few days ago, suddenly presenting a groundbreaking exoskeleton, do you think that's reasonable? They've probably already investigated you thoroughly and are puzzled about your origins. Rather than letting them guess, why not just tell them outright that you're an alien sent here? An extraterrestrial civilization possessing advanced technology comes to Blue Star not only without malicious intent, but willing to trade equally. With such a background, do you think the subsequent negotiations will be much simpler? Most importantly, with the Storm-class power armor and the Falcon, they have no other option but to collaborate with you. Before you have the means to protect yourself, you need to be cautious about revealing your wealth. With these, what's there to fear? That does seem valid. So you suddenly realized, damn it, novels can be harmful. With the Storm-class power armor in hand, there's no weapon on Blue Star except for the big mushroom that could take him down in one shot. As long as he isn't taken down, he could just fly the Falcon into space and bombard the ordinary people on the ground with orbital strikes. There was no need to worry at all. So why should he hide and be cautious? It should be others fearing him instead. So you glanced at Xiao Mo. Indeed, the older ant is well informed. He was even reluctant to let Xiao die. But that could wait for later. Since Jin Jing has the longevity golden core, there might be other mystical items that could save Xiao. He'll ask about it later. After all, he still has a few days. As for now, it's time to give the people of this world a little waste. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, 2 Storm-class power armors appeared in the clearing at the entrance of the villa. According to the Wasteland classification, exoskeletons are divided into light, medium, and heavy types. The power armors are also classified into light, medium, and heavy. The heavy exoskeleton closely resembles the parameters of the light power armor in many aspects, but their combat capabilities are worlds apart. A single light power armor can easily destroy 100 heavy exoskeletons, compared to the more advanced medium and heavy power armors. This light power armor pales in comparison. The Storm-class power armor is standard issue for the Prosperity Era's United Space Force. Standing 36 meters tall and weighing 2 tons. It houses a high-power cold fusion reactor as its energy source. In addition to being immune to all kinetic weapons with its directed force field, it is equipped with 2 high-power non-propellant engines, allowing this 2-ton beast to fly at speeds up to 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere. In space, it can reach speeds of 10 times the speed of sound. Simultaneously, it is equipped with a large-caliber hand cannon on its left wrist, a high-frequency chainsaw sword on its right wrist, a high-power laser emitter on its chest, and a high-precision Gauss rifle on its back. Additionally, there are shoulder-mounted mini-missile launchers and 8 mini-surveillance drones mounted along the sides of its back spine. You could say it is armed to the teeth. To put it bluntly, this thing could take out a main battle tank with a single shot on the battlefield and could face off against a modern heavy mechanized brigade with no pressure. Suyu and Xiao each donned a power armor. The control of this device is not difficult. With built-in AI assistance, even a fool can operate it to tear tanks apart. The 2 of them activated the thrusters and flew up to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Then Suyu pulled out the Falcon-class near-Earth orbital vehicle from his inventory. They boarded the ship midair. Although in Frost Star's eyes the Falcon is just a small craft with a maximum payload of 500 tons, it is undoubtedly a massive object. After all, the largest transport aircraft on Blue Star, the In-225, has a maximum load of only 250 tons. The Falcon's capacity is twice that of the In-225, so it can't possibly be small. And indeed it is. The Falcon is roughly 100 meters long, over 30 meters wide, and about 10 meters high. It has a conical shape overall, huge and filled with a sense of science fiction. Operating this thing is quite complex. Fortunately, he had a large number of bioengineered humans and Xiao to control them. It soon came to life. Within just a few minutes, the massive Falcon slowly vanished into the azure sky. It disappeared into thin air. True optical stealth. A few minutes later, several fighter jets appeared in the airspace where the Falcon had just been. Looking at the empty sky, the pilots in the fighter jets appeared bewildered and quickly pressed the communication button, reporting to headquarters no unidentified flying objects in the target airspace. It seems to have just vanished. It seems to have vanished directly. In the cockpit of the Falcon, Suyu listened to the pilot's report coming through the channel, swallowing nervously as he stared in shock at the fighter jet that had just flown past the Falcon almost face-to-face. You can't see it at all. Isn't that less than 10 meters away? Optical stealth technology combined with a wave-absorbing energy field. Neither the naked eye nor radar can detect the Falcon. Xiao shrugged. Don't even mention the detection technology on Blue Star. Even in our prosperous era, a Falcon trying to hide would only be detectable by the large gravity wave monitoring equipment installed on ground stations and starships, which can sense gravitational anomalies. Other detection technologies are nearly ineffective against it. Of course, firing would definitely expose it. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard in front. Immediately, a projection of a command room appeared before her. The command room was filled with various precise instruments, and many people in military uniforms were moving in and out with serious expressions, as if encountering something significant. Upon hearing keywords like unidentified flying object and disappearance, Suyu immediately guessed where this place was. A certain Air Force command center. Could this be too criminal? Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, this is clearly stealing military secrets. What's so criminal about it? No one knows anyway. If you don't believe me, let me show you something else. Xiao casually tapped a few more times. The projection screen instantly changed, revealing another place similar to the previous layout. Clearly, it was also some kind of military-related base. However, this time the flag on the wall of the command room was the Stars and Stripes, and the people had turned into Caucasians. Good grief, did they just hack a military base thousands of miles away in America? With Xiaomo's fingers dancing, one confidential location after another that Suyu never dared to imagine was being directly displayed before him. Even discussions and decisions involving countless people echoed in his ears. If before, Xiaomo was limited by the computational power of the bionic robot's embedded chip, which although capable of breaking through all firewalls still required some time. Now, borrowing the computing power of the Falcon central computer, she was truly a deity traversing the Blue Star network. If I asked you to launch all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons right now, could you do it? Suyu inexplicably asked. Xiaomo paused, then looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a tendency towards inhumanity. Those things are basically independent of the existing network with launch procedures determined by humans. I think it's tough to operate the launch directly. However, it's not impossible. I could create some false messages through the network, tricking the people in those nuclear weapon bases into thinking they were under nuclear attack, and they would initiate the countermeasures themselves. As she spoke, her hands danced like a sprite on the virtual keyboard, seemingly ready to execute her plan. Wait, Suyu hurriedly grabbed her. Good heavens, if this were to happen, wouldn't Blue Star become a wasteland? This can't be played. Shiomo shot Suyu a glance, her gaze landing on his hand. Let's go, it's about time to head over. Suyu feigned ignorance and turned to the bionic operator of the Falcon, squeezing her hand a couple of times. Don't get me wrong, this isn't because he is lecherous, it's purely curiosity. After buying another batch of bionic robots from Frostar, he realized that the bionic robot Shiomo used was not only functionally richer than those. Even the texture of the skin appeared to be of a higher quality. He had long wanted to touch it. Upon doing so, it indeed felt different. To be honest, if he hadn't known in advance, he would have never imagined this was a synthetic robot. To say her skin is as smooth as cream and her hands as delicate as silk would be no exaggeration. The tactile sensation surpassed that of a real person. Alright, that's enough. A wear and tear here would be tough to repair. Shiomo withdrew her hand, her expression slightly strange. It seems you have a peculiar fondness for bionic beings. After my consciousness dissipates, this bionic robot will likely not escape your clutches. Ahem, not at all. Suyu lightly coughed, redirecting the topic. How long until we arrive? We've arrived. Shiomo raised her fair chin, her gaze directed out the window. Suyu followed her gaze and noticed that the urban landscape at the edge of the city had vanished. The scenery outside the Falcon had transformed into a sparsely populated mountainous area. Deep within the mountains, a sizable base stood tall. Occasionally armed helicopters could be seen flying out of the base, seemingly responding to some emergency situation. So fast. Suyu narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the address Zhou Boimi told him was about 90 kilometers away from the Taohua Wu Villa area where he was located. And from the moment he ordered to depart until now, it probably hadn't even been half a minute. Not fast. Shiomo shook her head. The first cosmic velocity is 7.9 kilometers per second, which is about 23 times the speed of sound. Our peak speed just now was only slightly over 20 times the speed of sound, not even reaching the first cosmic velocity. The Falcon's maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity. It still has a long way to go to reach its limit. Suyu was taken aback, then suspiciously said, that can't be right. Accelerating so quickly, what about the overload? It is well known that when driving a vehicle with rapid acceleration, one can clearly feel the sensation of being pushed back. And when this pushing sensation reaches a certain point, the human body actually cannot bear it. This process is generally referred to as overload. The biggest issue with many manned spacecraft is not the machine itself, but the human body cannot withstand such significant. Anyone who has played some simulated aerial combat knows that when flying at high speeds, making some exaggerated maneuvers in the air may be tolerable for the aircraft. But humans often end up blackout. And just now the Falcon crossed over 90 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. Theoretically, this overload should have resulted in a direct explosion. Yet Suyu felt nothing at all. This is completely unscientific. It's merely a shallow application of gravitational waves. There's no need to be alarmed. Shiomo shook her head, reminding him. You'd better make a phone call to notify them, otherwise I'm afraid a rash landing could lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. Gravitational waves. Alright, this isn't something a student like him should be inquiring about. Suyu took out his phone and dialed Zhou Boimi's number. In the central main building of the base, Zhou Boimi was sitting in his office waiting for Suyu's arrival. Besides him, there were quite a few military researchers present. They were originally supposed to be engaged in research work at another rather secretive base. Today they specially came here primarily to finalize the details of the exoskeleton collaboration with Suyu. After all, for something involving technical aspects, these knowledgeable researchers certainly needed to be present. Thus, although there seemed to be some tension outside, they could still remain inside without needing to do anything. After all, military bases like this have their own emergency response procedures. They completely did not need to assist. If they were to rush out now, it might even cause more trouble. However, humans naturally have curiosity. Hearing the commotion outside after waiting for a while, an old scholar with a head full of white hair couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Why is it suddenly so tense? I don't recall any drills scheduled for today, right? Zhou Boimi shook his head and replied, I heard that the radar from the Air Force just detected some unidentified flying object over Magic City, and it was at least 100 meters long, larger than a transport aircraft. However, this unidentified flying object only appeared on the radar for a few minutes before disappearing without a trace. They immediately dispatched fighter jets to the scene, but they found nothing. But that target couldn't have been a false alarm on the radar, as it was detected by more than one radar, eliminating the possibility of radar malfunction. This matter is very suspicious, so the command has asked our side's helicopters to cooperate with the Air Force to investigate the vicinity of the incident and see if any clues can be found. Is that so? The entire room erupted in discussion. An old scholar adjusted his glasses and, watching a helicopter take off outside, expressed his concern. It suddenly appeared on the radar and then vanished. Sigh, if it were a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object it would be fine, but if it's something created by those people from across the ocean, that would be a huge problem. We need to clarify this, otherwise everyone might be too scared to sleep in the future. Don't worry. Zhou Wei closed his eyes and rested calmly, saying, when soldiers come we'll block, when water comes we'll dam. Even if it's a trick from across the ocean, as long as we can finalize this cooperation with Su Yu once these exoskeletons are mass-produced, we won't fear them. That's indeed true. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. After all, besides Su Yu and Xiao Mo, they were likely the ones most familiar with the exoskeleton, having had first-hand experience and close contact with it for many days. No one understood the power of this exoskeleton better than them. If it could be mass-produced in the event of war, they wouldn't know how to lose in conventional warfare aside from nuclear conflict. What a tumultuous time. Zhou Wei sighed quietly. Compared to his colleagues focused on research, he had more thought. There was one thing that neither they in research nor the command had proactively mentioned. That is how Su Yu managed to produce this exoskeleton. If at first people were unaware of the G60 exoskeleton, they might have thought it was something crafted by Su Yu, this civilian research enthusiast. However, as they delved deeper into the exoskeleton, the more they understood that it was impossible for one person to create such a thing. To be honest, many of the technologies involved, if repurposed for civilian use, could easily earn him tens of trillions without any issues. Many groundbreaking black technologies were present. Even the top researchers in the room, let alone studying them, couldn't even grasp their principles. Yet such things were brought forth by Su Yu. The military had also investigated Su Yu. Ordinary and unremarkable. Those 4 words probably described Su Yu's life accurately. His life wasn't particularly good, nor was it bad. Yet this seemingly ordinary person had produced such a terror. If this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, besides feeling deeply frightened, Zhou Wei didn't know how to describe it. Some in the command had already suspected that Su Yu was an alien, or perhaps a representative supported by aliens to make contact with Blue Star. Though it sounded absurd, Zhou Wei inexplicably felt that the possibility of Su Yu being an alien was the best outcome. After all, if he weren't an alien, or had no connections to aliens, it would mean that at least one mysterious organization with technology far surpassing all countries existed on Blue Star. As for whether he was sent by America across the ocean, that possibility was quite small. After all, unless that old thing in charge of America had become senile, there was no way he would let Su Yu bring the exoskeleton to Jiuzhou. It was precisely because of the strange appearance of Su Yu and the exoskeleton that everyone who knew about it tacitly avoided mentioning it further. Everyone's current thought was singular. Forget about his purposes and what he wants to do. First, let's get the exoskeleton. If he wants money, we'll give it. If he wants people, we'll provide them. As long as the goods arrive, and he doesn't cause chaos within Jiuzhou, he can do whatever he wants. If we can also acquire the black technologies within the exoskeleton, let alone letting him build a few factories and open a few companies, sending him to be the chairman of a company tomorrow would also be fine. Let's take it step by step. Zhou Wei pinched his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly chose to answer. Mr. Su, where are you? The military naturally knew Su Yu's residence, which was over 90 kilometers away. Zhou Wei certainly didn't think Su Yu could arrive so quickly. However, I've already arrived. Arrived, eh? Zhou Wei was taken aback and instinctively asked, Mr. Su, are you sure you haven't gone to the wrong place? Since he called to invite Su Yu to discuss the collaboration, it had been less than half an hour. Unless Su Yu could fly, it was impossible for him to have traveled such a distance so quickly. After all, this 90-kilometer stretch was mostly along the heavily trafficked main roads of Magic City, and logically it shouldn't be possible to arrive this fast. Of course I wouldn't go wrong. Inside the Swift Falcon, Su Yu looked at the scene in Zhou Wei's conference room and chuckled. Major Zhou, take a look outside the window. Outside the window. Zhou Wei was taken aback, not even having the time to ponder how Su Yu knew he was in the room. He instinctively turned his head to look out the window as the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Then he stood there petrified. Hovering less than 50 meters directly above the base was a colossal object unknown when it had silently appeared there. At that moment, the entire base fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, a sharp air defense alarm suddenly echoed through the skies. Wail! The sharp alarm echoed throughout the entire base. At that moment, countless soldiers, initially stunned by the sudden appearance of the Falcon, were activated as if by a switch. They quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed to their designated positions as per the emergency plan. Although the equipment is somewhat rudimentary, the quality of the soldiers is quite impressive. Xiao Mo commented, and after a moment's thought added, given the same equipment and numbers, the soldiers of the future city army would likely not be their match. What about your soldiers from the prosperous era? Su Yu casually asked. Xiao Mo was taken aback, then shook his head. Without considering technology in terms of combat will alone, they are even inferior to the family soldiers in the future city army. In the war against the fungi, although by the time we discovered their existence they had already mastered most of the fleet, these fungi, even though they could steal the memories of those officers, have poor adaptability and their tactics are extremely crude. In many battles the human alliance's fleet was able to gain a partial advantage. Yet they consistently faced defeat. The human alliance's expansion in the starry sky has been too smooth, so smooth that the soldiers have completely forgotten how to fight against opponents of comparable technological levels. The fleets controlled by the fungal parasites under comparable equipment conditions often achieved victories through sheer fearlessness, defeating the human alliance fleet with fewer numbers. Suyu. When he previously heard Chiomo say this, he was curious why the human alliance could still be swept away by a bunch of fungi in less than 2 years with half their fleet still intact and reinforcements coming. It seems that all the soldiers were mere pawns. He had no intention of continuing on that topic and immediately asked Chiomo to open the communication module addressing the still bewildered Zhou Bowie. Major Zhou, can you hear me? Zhou Bowie suddenly came to his senses, recalling Su Ye's earlier instruction not to fire, and his voice rose sharply by 8 degrees. Are you on the spaceship? Yes. Receiving Su Ye's confirmation, Zhou Bowie's brain briefly lagged. However, upon seeing that soldiers had already brought out the anti-air missile vehicles, he quickly regained his composure and dashed out of the conference room, towards the command center upstairs. Don't fire, don't fire. Leaving a room full of researchers staring at each other, bewildered by what had just happened. A few minutes later, under Zhou Bowie's brief explanation, a group of senior officers in military uniforms, all serious and dignified with ranks starting at colonel, emerged from the main building of the base. All anti-aircraft firepower around the military base had been deployed, but they had not opened fire, nor had they retreated, simply aiming at the Falcon. So you didn't mind. Seeing that everyone had emerged, he donned his powered armor and opened the hatch. Then under the watchful eyes of countless people, he and Xiao Imo jumped down from over 50 meters in the air. With only a few meters left to the ground, the non-material engine of the powered armor emitted waves invisible to the naked eye, allowing the two to land silently. Suyu here to discuss business. Approaching the group, Suyu removed his faceplate and the armor from his right hand, extending his hand. The commander of this base, Zhou Qing. The leader shook hands with Suyu and after a moment of thought added, Mr. Su's entrance was quite unique. Quite special. He glanced at the Falcon still hovering above, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that this thing could silently appear above them, and to this day the radar had detected no trace of it. That alone was absurd enough. If it were an enemy bomber, the entire base would have likely been obliterated by now. We're in a hurry, this is faster. If the general finds it bothersome, let's make it disappear. Suyu snapped his fingers with a smile. In the next moment, the massive object in the sky gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing completely. Optical invisibility. A group of researchers was immediately in an uproar. Not only them, even the lower-ranking soldiers who were less knowledgeable felt a chill surge from their hearts to their limbs upon witnessing such a large object disappear into thin air. As for the soldiers responsible for air defense, they were utterly stunned. Just moments ago it was only invisible on radar, but if it came to a real fight, this distance could still be targeted. But suddenly, it was invisible even to the naked eye. How could this be? Is there really such a thing as optical? Zhou Qing, the highest-ranking official of the base, was also slightly dazed, then looked deeply at Suyu and said, We have prepared a conference room, Mr. Su. Let's discuss in detail. Soon the group found themselves in the conference room. After exchanging glances for a moment, General Zhou Qing broke the tense atmosphere. Mr. Su, you are here to discuss business regarding the exoskeleton, correct? Of course. Suyu nodded. Zhou Qing paused, then continued. Regarding the procurement agreement for the exoskeleton, the higher-ups are taking it very seriously and have specifically assigned me to negotiate the relevant matters with you. If Mr. Su has no other issues, shall we begin? Neither Suyu nor the military personnel mentioned the earlier incident. To be honest, if it weren't for the presence of professional soldiers with exceptional temperament, they would have likely been terrified at this moment, with no time to discuss business. The oppressive feeling of a 100-meter giant ship floating in the sky was simply overwhelming. Suyu, however, didn't dwell on it much and immediately laid out the conditions he had prepared. First, he hoped to completely renovate the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs and set up factories for producing exoskeletons and other snacks there. The military needed to help him smooth out any troubles regarding this, and if there were any special materials needed later, they would also need assistance. Next, his company did not require any special privileges and would pay taxes on time every year, but he hoped to maintain a certain level of privacy. That is, neither military nor official personnel should meddle or send people to spy for information. Finally, the price for the exoskeleton was 1 million per set. The first condition goes without saying, this was one of the major reasons Suyu intended to collaborate with the military. As for the second, it was of course to ensure that no one knew his secrets. Although he wasn't afraid if they did find out, it was still best to keep things low-key. Regarding the final price of the exoskeleton, the initial quote was certainly meant to be a bit high. As for why he didn't ask for several million or tens of millions per set, it was mainly due to the black box power being maximized, allowing them to produce 500 sets of exoskeletons in one day. This was a product aimed at volume sales. Who would buy it at such an exorbitant price? If production increased, who would they sell it to? From the beginning, he never intended to overprice. Instead, he aimed for a lower price with greater volume. Suyu's bottom line was 500,000 per set. Quoting 1 million per set, to put it bluntly, was just giving the other side room for negotiation. However, after Zhou Qing listened to his conditions, he nodded almost immediately without a moment's thought. We can agree to all the above requests. If there are no issues, let's sign the contract now. You've agreed to everything. NSU stared blankly for a long moment before finally processing the words. And he had always assumed the G60 exoskeleton would fetch around 500,000 yuan, more than sufficient. After all, its production cost was remarkably low, and he himself would never operate at a loss. And this time, quoting 1 million yuan was actually a deliberate overstatement, leaving room for the military to negotiate. He never imagined they'd accept every term outright, without even a hint of haggling. And Mr. Su's conditions are entirely reasonable. Why on earth would we refuse? Zhou Qing, the military's chief negotiator, smiled faintly and gestured for assistants to bring in several contract documents. After Chiu Mo reviewed them thoroughly and confirmed there were no issues, Su Yu signed without hesitation. He'd originally intended to sell cheap, but if they insisted on paying more, he certainly wouldn't decline. And nor did it truly matter. Extra capital meant greater investment in next-generation R&D and manufacturing. Take nuclear fusion, for instance. In accelerating its development would ultimately benefit all people of Zhuzhou, and the more funding available, the faster that could happen. The contracts were finalized swiftly. And beyond Su Yu's stipulations, the state naturally had its own requirements. Per the agreement, Su Yu was required to establish a dedicated company to manage the exoskeleton's intellectual property, jointly owned by Su Yu and Zhuzhou Bank. Ownership was divided roughly 3-7. Su Yu held 70%, Zhuzhou Bank 30%. And this entity would oversee mass production and civilian commercialization of all non-core technologies embedded in the exoskeleton, excluding revolutionary breakthroughs such as high-power micromotors, metallic hydrogen batteries, and advanced composite armor. All revenue generated from commercialization would be shared between Su Yu and Zhuzhou Bank according to their equity stake. In return, Zhuzhou Bank committed to disbursing 150 billion yuan to Su Yu over 3 years, payment for its equity stake. This constituted the single largest financial commitment in the entire agreement, a clause whose ultimate profitability remained open to interpretation. Crucially, the most valuable paradigm-shifting technologies had already been explicitly excluded from the deal. No claims were laid upon them. Instead, focus shifted to secondary-tier innovations, individually unremarkable, yet comprehensible within Earth's current scientific framework. Though each held modest intrinsic value, their sheer number promised substantial returns, if fully commercialized. Yet monetization demanded significant R&D investment, not merely possessing schematics, but mastering the underlying science through sustained effort. For Zhuzhou Bank to recoup its 150 billion yuan investment, a decade, or perhaps longer, would likely pass before break-even. Given such timelines and capital intensity, it would be unfair to claim either party gained undue advantage. And after all, countless other ventures yield far swifter returns. In sum, whether viewed from the government's or the military's perspective, the contract conveyed one unequivocal message: in need convenience. Granted. In wish to operate free from oversight. Granted. In require funding. Granted. Naviri demands Su Yu made was met, on one condition alone. Su Yu must align his interests with those of Zhuzhou, to a degree both meaningful and binding. Such a monumental collaboration could not hinge on mere verbal assurances. In blind trust, abandoning all regulatory safeguards while granting unrestricted operational freedom across Zhuzhou's sovereign territory, was simply inconceivable. Su Yu raised no objection, and he signed a contract without reservation. And altogether its clauses, major and minor, spanned hundreds of pages. Without Chiu Mo's meticulous legal review, signing alone might have consumed half a day. Once finalized, Su Yu's original plans could finally commence. And he had intended to depart immediately. Yet the military had other intentions. They warmly invited him to stay for dinner. Over shared dishes and flowing wine, formalities dissolved, and familiarity blossomed. Gradually, conversation drifted toward the Falcon-class low-orbit spacecraft, an object that earlier that morning had sent shockwaves across the entire Eastern District. And though it had been deliberately omitted during the exoskeleton negotiations, treated as though it had never occurred, its appearance over Zhuzhou's sovereign airspace was impossible to ignore. And how could the military truly remain? Yet uncertainty about Su Yu's intentions, and fear of provoking him, had kept their curiosity carefully restrained, unanswered throughout the day. Now, amid relaxed camaraderie and clinking glasses, several military officers cautiously probed the subject. Su Yu understood their intent perfectly, and saw no reason to conceal anything. And after all, he had arrived openly in powered armor piloting the Falcon itself. Meeting their inquiry head-in, he stated plainly, that is the Falcon-class low-orbit spacecraft, and a low-orbit spacecraft. A researcher blinked in disbelief, then recoiled in astonishment, and so that colossal craft can actually reach outer space, and indeed it can. Su Yu nodded calmly and elaborated, its top velocity exceeds escape velocity, the second cosmic speed. It could easily travel beyond Earth's orbit, even reach Mars. May we inquire, Mr. Su, about its internal configuration? Asked an Air Force general, eyes gleaming with, that's hardly classified. Su Yu replied with an easy wave of his hand. The Falcon-class spacecraft is equipped with 4 reactionless drives enabling interplanetary flight at second cosmic velocity, even with a 500-ton payload. It also features a deflection force field, capable of diverting any kinetic impact, and unrivaled speed. Impenetrable defense. Veteran strategists exchanged stunned glances, each silently drawing a sharp breath. And this machine was nothing short of terrifying. Before their awe could settle, Suyu continued, and moreover it incorporates optical cloaking and broadband absorption fields, rendering it utterly undetectable by any existing military surveillance system should it choose to remain unseen. As for armaments, yes, it carries electromagnetic railguns and high-energy laser cannons. Its firepower may not overwhelm hardened targets, but it can strike with surgical precision from geosynchronous orbit. Silence fell. And then, N is this. Cybertronian technology. N, must it be this A researcher paused, then blurted out, and, wait. If it employs reactionless propulsion deflection fields, optical stealth railguns, and laser weaponry. Even if I lack deep expertise, surely the energy demands must be astronomical. How long can its power source sustain operations? Indefinitely, Suyu replied, chewing thoughtfully. Its energy comes from a compact fusion reactor. A sharp crack echoed, the shattering of a dropped cup. And no one turned. Naviri's souls sat frozen in place, breath, suspended minds reeling in silent, utter disbelief. Nuclear fusion. Whether they are researchers or military personnel, everyone present is essentially a highly educated intellectual. In areas outside their specialization, they might not fully understand the technical aspects. However, the term nuclear fusion is universally recognized. Let alone them. Even an average internet user could enumerate the countless benefits of controllable nuclear fusion energy. After a brief silence, the entire dining table erupted in excitement. Zhou Qing, sitting beside Su Yu, was especially animated as he grasped Su Ye's arm tightly, saying, "Mr. Su, is what you said really true? Do you? Have you truly mastered nuclear fusion technology, even to the extent of being able to install it on?" After boasting moments ago, Su Yu seemed to awaken from a dream. He did not continue the conversation, but repeatedly apologized, saying, "Oh dear, I misspoke after drinking. Just take my words as nonsense. Come, I'll drink to that." Saying this, he raised his glass and downed it in one go. Naturally, there was no such thing as misspeaking after drinking. With his current physical fitness, it is no exaggeration to say that even if he made everyone present drink to excess, he would not get drunk. Although he had obtained all the technical data and blueprints related to nuclear fusion, now was not the right time to realize. The reason Suyu deliberately revealed this was mainly to whet their appetites, while also informing them of one thing: the future is in my hands. Zhou Qing immediately regained his composure, calmly clinking glasses, with Suyu seemingly having not heard anything about nuclear fusion. Remaining unperturbed in the face of calamity was clearly a display of having honed one's composure to the utmost. While they were observing and probing Suyu, how could Suyu not be probing them in return? Not to mention anything else, just Zhou Qing is worthy of being the commander in such a large military base. Calm and collected, he handled matters with great efficiency. The saying of not letting one's emotions show is not about always keeping a poker face, but rather about concealing. Zhou Qing clearly excelled in this aspect. From their meeting to negotiations and now to dining together, the only time he truly displayed surprise was when he heard about nuclear fusion. Prior to that, even when seeing the Falcon hovering in the sky, although his expression was grave and wary, there was no trace of surprise. This was not due to a lack of surprise at the sudden appearance of the Falcon, but rather because he had adeptly hidden that emotion. In such situations, he as the commander was the backbone of the entire base. If he were to show surprise and panic, how could the other soldiers maintain their composure? Everyone was busy, and the meal did not last long. After finishing the meal, and being invited to tour the base, Suyu left with Chiomo. Under the watchful eyes of many, the two donned powered armor, and stood in the square of the base. Quietly, and without a sound, the armor began to ascend slowly. Above the base, the massive Falcon also gradually emerged, its lower hatch opening to receive the two. In the radar room of the base, Zhou Qing looked at the empty radar screen, then at the colossal object floating in the sky, shaking his head. There's truly not a single shadow on the radar. This technology is terrifying. This should be the effect of the wave-absorbing energy field Mr. Su mentioned at the dining table. The electromagnetic waves near this spaceship are entirely absorbed by the energy field, and since the radar received no feedback, it naturally cannot find it. As a researcher, Zhou Bowie analyzed, however, this device is clearly a massive power consumer. Ordinary fighters cannot operate like this. Electricity. Zhou Qing paused for a moment, and then asked, "Do you think what he said about nuclear fusion is possible? From our current known sources of energy, to float such a large object in the sky, purely on electric power, the energy on board is likely to be nuclear energy. However, whether this nuclear energy is from our existing fission or from the nuclear fusion he mentioned is hard to determine." Zhou Bowie's words were rather cautious. However, as he spoke, he sighed, and said, "General, besides nuclear fusion, you seem to have overlooked something very—" "What?" Zhou Qing asked in confusion. "The guiding force field that immunizes against all kinetic energy weapons." Another gray-haired researcher spoke up, saying, "This thing is likely far more formidable than we imagine. Please elaborate. There's no way to elaborate, it's just a guess. The old researcher smiled wryly and said, if it really works as he stated, and this guiding force field can immunize against all kinetic weapon attacks, then its technological principles likely involve the practical application of gravity. Of course this is just a guess. The actual situation can only be revealed through experiments with that thing, but cannot be discerned by mere observation. If this guess is correct, then the technology they possess is far more terrifying than we can imagine by 1,000-fold. In the face of such technology, nuclear fusion is merely a child's toy. This is truly something that only a civilization capable of interstellar travel could master. As several people conversed, they looked up at the colossal object in the sky. To be honest, for these researchers, seeing such a thing appear before their eyes left them only bewildered. Many of the things aboard do not even exist in theory. To put it bluntly, they cannot even comprehend it. In the face of something that exceeds their understanding, anyone would involuntarily maintain a sense of reverence. In contrast to the researchers, Zhou Qing as a military leader had his eyes shining with excitement. He pondered how to deploy such a thing in actual combat. After thinking it over, he realized one thing. With a falcon in hand, they could completely dominate the skies of the entire blue planet. While the people on the ground each had their own thoughts, as Su Yu and Xiao Mo boarded the ship, the falcon, which had been hovering motionless, finally began to move. In almost an instant, this colossal object abruptly vanished from the sky above the base. The speed was to have such acceleration while carrying passengers. The old researcher who had previously analyzed the guiding force field widened his eyes. Even Su Yu, when he realized he had crossed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute, thought about the issue of overload. Naturally, these military researchers could not overlook it. After a while, he slowly exhaled. If they do not have special technology to mitigate the overload caused by such rapid acceleration, then it indicates they have truly mastered force. Ignoring the stunned people inside the base, Su Yu chose to vanish immediately after delivering a modest dose of post-apocalyptic awe. Yet he did not flee far. Instead, he redirected his course to the abandoned industrial park on the city's outskirts. Their continuing to flaunt the peregrine was no longer necessary. Su Yu withdrew the peregrine into the item inventory of the trading platform and descended directly alongside Xiaoma, both clad in powered armor. He then selected an open stretch of land and deployed the terrain survey unit from the J9000 engineering modification module, rented from Shuangxing. The entire J9000 module housed over 8,000 specialized engineering machines, each serving a distinct function. Full-scale construction was still premature. Preliminary terrain surveying had to come first. Only after surveying would design schematics be drafted. Once a plan was selected and all materials assembled, actual construction could begin. Su Yu saw no reason to deploy every machine now. The survey unit comprised 30 tracked robots, each uniquely configured. At Su Yu's command, they dispersed across the plain nestled between the abandoned industrial park, the coastal cliffs, and the distant mountains. Originally, Su Yu held title only to the industrial park's 1,000+ mu of land. But following his cooperation agreement with the military, or more precisely with the Jiuzhou authorities, that entire zone, from the harbor to the foothills of the mountain range, spanning roughly 10 square kilometers, now belonged exclusively to him. He possessed full authority to reshape it as he wished. With the J9000 engineering module at his disposal, he intended to seize this opportunity and complete the transformation in one decisive effort. Once the survey drones were dispatched, little remained but to await the analytical output. Yet as Su Yu finished, he realized Xiaoma had vanished without a trace. After searching briefly, he found her by the sea. She sat alone upon a jagged outcrop of coastal rock, gazing silently toward the horizon. Her silver-white powered armor stood motionless behind her, a stoic sentinel. Su Yu shed his own armor, climbed onto the rock, and settled beside her. Do you enjoy watching the sea? Not exactly enjoyment, merely rarity. I haven't seen such a vista in a very long time. Xiaoma spread her arms wide, closed her eyes against the salt-laced breeze, and spoke softly. To depart that world of despair in my final days, to behold blue skies and drifting clouds, makes me perhaps the luckiest among the survivors of the prosperous epoch. Su Yu fell silent for a moment before shifting the subject. I've often heard you say you were a researcher before the war. In which fields did you specialize? Which fields, eh? Xiaoma shrugged. Quite a few: mathematics, chemistry, physics, biomedical sciences. Yes, I dabbled in all those pre-war. Post-war, my focus turned largely to humanities and social sciences, though the fruits of that work have rarely seen practical application. Phew, so you're truly a polymath. Su Yu exhaled sharply, genuinely taken aback, not merely by the topic shift, but by the sheer breadth of her erudition. Yet her profound knowledge stirred a question that had long lingered in his mind. By the way, your consciousness has been uploaded onto circuitry. What precisely is this consciousness? That is difficult to explain to you. Xiaoma frowned, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. In terms you might grasp, it is akin to what you call the soul. Within our academic consensus, consciousness constitutes the core of personal existence. Its dissolution marks legal death. Take my case: in a few days, once my consciousness fades, this specially engineered android will inherit all my memories and knowledge. Lacking original creativity, it will otherwise replicate my habits and behaviors indistinguishably. This raises profound ethical and philosophical questions, questions demanding legal resolution on whether I am truly deceased. After nearly a century of scholarly debate, our jurisdiction ultimately codified consciousness persistence as the definitive criterion for determining death. I don't understand, Suyu admitted candidly. That's perfectly normal. Xiaomon nodded unsurprised. Just know this. For your cultural framework, consciousness is the soul. So perhaps. Suyu recalled Ying Zhang's world, a realm where metaphysics manifested with tangible authenticity. Perhaps what? Nothing. He shook his head, deciding against revealing it outright, lest he provoke unintended complications. Later he might consult Ying Zhang. Did his world possess artifacts capable of nurturing or housing souls? Should such relics exist, acquiring one and presenting it to her as a surprise would be well worth the effort. Xiaomon did not press further. Instead she said, the terrain survey is complete, design proposals have been generated. I've curated several dozen options aligned with your aesthetic sensibilities and transmitted them to your device. Review them at your leisure. If none satisfy you, will refine further. Already. Suyu lifted his phone in astonishment. Indeed, a new application had appeared. Tapping it open revealed over 50 distinct architectural proposals. Where did this app come from? He asked, idly browsing one proposal. A temporary interface, designed for intuitive visualization. Your region's virtual technology remains underdeveloped, otherwise these designs could be experienced immersively within a fully rendered simulation. Xiaomon explained, in the prosperous epoch one could construct a perfect 1-1 digital replica of any building, live within it for months, even years, before committing to physical construction. Minor flaws could be corrected instantly in simulation. Even those utterly unversed in architecture could design elegant, scientifically sound structures, beginning from nothing. Truly remarkable, Suyu murmured, awestruck. What does it mean for technology to transform life? This is it. He spent over an hour reviewing all 50 proposals. Indecision weighed upon him. After prolonged deliberation, he finally selected the scheme titled Ziwei. It ranked first among all shortlisted designs. Beside him, Xiaomon smiled knowingly. Did you anticipate my choice? Suyu asked, intrigued. Naturally. Otherwise, why place it first? Xiaomon allowed herself a rare quiet pride. We employ a comprehensive algorithm. While predicting the future remains impossible, behavioral patterns, preferences, and cognitive tendencies allow us to forecast decisions with high probability, provided the subject is rational, not capricious. As I've said before, mathematics never lies. Suyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, unsure of how to evaluate such behavior. He now understood that the computational power of a person's mind could exceed that of supercomputers by millions of times, but the idleness that came with it was truly frightening. Damn, Xiaomo wanted to calculate everything he saw, but after some thought he didn't mind. After all, he had the highest authority over this bionic person, and all of this was authorized by himself to Xiaomo. If she wants to calculate, let her calculate. While Suyu's current reaction was probably also within Xiaomo's computations, which is why she could speak so calmly about these matters. Shaking his head, Suyu opened the details of the Ziwei garden design plan. Earlier he had only glanced at all the design plans, but now he needed to examine them closely. The Ziwei garden plan covers an area of 968 square kilometers, almost encompassing the entire small coastal plain. The plan divides this plain into 4 areas: an office area, a production area, a living area, and a recreational area. The office area is not complicated, just a super tall building standing at 1,388 meters. The building occupies 1670 square meters with 209 floors above ground and 16 floors underground, providing a usable area of 359 million square meters upon completion. The production area consists of 4 super factories, each 50 meters high, covering nearly 1 million square meters, with a usable area of over 7 million square meters. Once completed, the total usable area of the 4 factories will exceed 28 million square meters. These factories are well-equipped, capable of serving as both laboratories and factories. In addition, there are 10 auxiliary warehouses of similar design, but smaller in size, with a total usable area reaching 10 million square meters, equivalent to 10 square kilometers. The living area is composed of 8 buildings over 900 meters high, forming an aerial city with a relatively complex design. The vast majority of this aerial city consists of high-tech smart residences with a small number of shops. The usable area exceeds 13 million square meters, capable of accommodating 100 people, with individual usable areas reaching over 100 square meters. The recreational area is more complex, consisting of a massive hemispherical structure that includes various sports facilities, cinemas, large shopping malls, and amusement parks. Additionally, the recreational area encompasses large bodies of water. Due to its proximity to the river's estuary, where the water is relatively murky, the recreational area also requires the installation of several large-scale seawater filters while cleaning the surrounding waters. Once completed, this area will boast beautiful beaches and clear blue waters comparable to tropical islands. Besides these 4 zones, there are also plans for rebuilding docks and clearing waterways. However, compared to the design plans for these 4 areas, the dock reconstruction is undoubtedly a minor matter, just a small engineering project. The entire Ziwei Garden plan will require over 600,000 tons of steel and over 9 million cubic meters of concrete. Even if all other factors are ignored, the cost of just these 2 raw materials will be around 27 billion. Including everything else, it will take at least 40 billion to realize this project. This is just the price of raw materials. Thanks to the presence of the J9000 module, all that is needed is the raw material cost. If this super construction cluster were to be built according to the conditions of Blue Star, it would be a different story. Not to mention whether the main building of 1,388 meters can even be constructed. Even if it can be done considering raw materials, labor costs, technical costs, production losses, and other factors. It would likely require at least 200 billion to complete this factory, with a construction period of at least 5 years. However, with the J9000 module, Suyu only needs to cover the cost of raw materials. That is just over 40 billion. The rest can be fully entrusted to the over 800 various engineering machines of the J9000 module. As for the construction period, 3 days. With all raw materials in sufficient supply, the J9000 module can complete this epic-making project with guaranteed quality in just 3 days. After reviewing the complete details of the plan, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was going to be an aerial city consisting of a 1,388-meter main building, 8 900-meter residential buildings, 4 giant factories, 1 massive recreational facility, a seawater filtration project, and a host of smaller buildings. Once completed, wouldn't it be a wonder? However, acquiring such a large amount of building materials in the short term would definitely be beyond Suyu's capability. So after confirming the design plan, he directly called the liaison officer assigned to him by the official, who could be online 24 hours. To facilitate his handling of certain matters, the military and the official both assigned a liaison officer to Suyu, serving as a bridge for communication between the 2 parties. This was to avoid situations like earlier in the morning when he contacted the military directly regarding the Falcon without activating the wave-absorbing energy field and optical stealth, which made the military very tense. Purchasing a large quantity of building materials clearly required contacting the official liaison officer. After stating his current needs, Suyu could feel the confusion of the young lady on the other end of the phone. Who the hell buys hundreds of billions worth of steel and concrete at once? After repeatedly confirming that Suyu was not joking, the liaison officer cautiously replied that she needed to consult her superiors. After all, this involved procurements in the hundreds of billions, and although she had been granted substantial authority, she was merely a liaison officer and could not make decisions on such a large matter. After patiently waiting for nearly half an hour, Suyu finally received a response. Firstly, they could certainly assist. For ordinary people, such a quantity of materials would be astronomical. However, for the official, it was nothing, as the construction materials consumed for infrastructure each year are hundreds to thousands of times this amount. Moreover, besides agreeing to help, they even enthusiastically offered to provide Suyu with a 30 billion interest-free loan in the name of the official from Magic City. As long as he nodded, the money would be sent immediately. Suyu did not refuse this proposal. Currently, his liquid funds were only the investment received when he collaborated with the Jojo Bank to establish the Exoskeleton Patent Development Company. The total amount was 150 billion to be paid off in 3 years, with this year being the first, so he only had. Although the expenditure for this design plan is only over 40 billion, there will inevitably be some other troubles during the actual operation. By then, the expenses will certainly exceed these amounts. Moreover, he did not plan to complete the wonder and then do. He also planned to officially establish a company hiring high-end talents to digest the cutting-edge technology he obtained from the wasteland. Clearly, he would need to prepare more funds. Originally, his plan was to first build the Ziwei Garden and then develop the nuclear-powered black box to mass-produce the exoskeletons. He currently has over 2,000 sets of exoskeletons in stock, aiming to gather 5,000 sets by working overtime. At a price of 1 million per set, selling directly to the military could also bring in 50 billion. However, now that Magic City is willing to provide him with a 30 billion interest-free loan, there is no need to activate his nuclear-powered money printing. Nuclear-powered black box. Of course, this money isn't free. Even without any binding clauses, taking this loan means he owes someone a favor. He would have to repay it later. Fortunately, Suyu has many things he can use to repay favors, so he's not worried about owing this small favor. After detailed communication with the professionals over there, the officials stated that they would gather the materials he needed from various places within 3 days. Suyu's current situation is indeed different. Not only can he provide the military with the revolutionary G60 exoskeleton as an individual soldier's equipment. In his hands, there are also the Storm Power Armor and the Falcon ground effect vehicle, especially the cutting-edge technology within the Falcon. Even without considering the dubious nuclear fusion technology, just the technologies such as a massless engine that could keep such a large spaceship, suspended optical stealth, and wave-absorbing energy fields are of unimaginable value. Not to mention, he also seemingly possesses the technology for the practical application of gravitational waves. In the eyes of the officials from Jojo, with the things Suyu has in hand, it is absolutely worth making every effort to befriend him. So although they did not understand why Suyu chose to prepare all the raw materials at once instead of gradually purchasing them in phases, they still agreed readily. Having resolved the material issue, Suyu did not linger here any longer. He only left a few androids behind to connect with the officials when the materials arrived. He did not need to come for the next few days. Once the materials were in place, he would return to release all the robots in the J9000 module to start work. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by the officials. Looking back, exposing the existence of the Falcon was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to complete this project. To say nothing of the 1388-meter-tall main building, if he did not have his current special identity, he would definitely not pass the approval stage. After all, Jojo has long prohibited the construction of high-rise buildings. Even if they granted him a green light to build, he would still have to run around and handle a lot of paperwork. Not to mention that a building 1388 meters high would undoubtedly affect flight routes. Just this alone would require him to make a special trip to the Aerospace Administration for record-keeping. But now for such matters the officials would naturally handle them, and there was no need for him to exert himself. Of course, these are favors that will need to be repaid. However, this is not something to consider right now. What Suyu should think about now is how to recruit personnel. The materials will arrive in 3 days, and the project will be completed in 3 days. At most within a week this place will be completely renewed. By then he would definitely need to hire people. The tasks involving the black box production of exoskeletons could be entrusted to androids. However, for studying the technologies obtained from the wasteland androids would clearly not suffice. Moreover, once the products produced by his company hit the market, a professional operations team would be needed to handle external connections and sales. These tasks cannot be accomplished by androids. After a moment of thought, Suyu said to Chiyoemo, I may need to trouble you to draft a recruitment list. All positions that cannot be replaced by androids need to be filled. As for the benefits, it will be a 9-to-5 job with salaries at the industry's top level. After 1 year of service, employees can buy the company's products at cost price. After 3 years of service, or with outstanding performance, they will receive a house in the Sky City. Well, let's leave it at that for now. By the way, the requirements should be as high as possible. We do not want any useless candidates. After Suyu finished speaking, he noticed that Chiyoemo was just looking at him quietly, and he couldn't help but wonder, is there a problem? Did you forget something? Chiyoemo raised an eyebrow. Forget? I shouldn't have, right? Suyu scratched his head and thought carefully, realizing that there should indeed be no omissions. Has your company been registered? What is the name of the company? What is the registered capital? Chiyoemo teased. Oh, he really forgot this. In fact, it was already stated in the contract signed earlier that the officials would cooperate with him on this matter. He only needed to inform the liaison officer of the name and type of the registered company, and they would help him with the registration. He did not need to worry about anything else. However, as soon as Suyu left the military base, he rushed straight to the abandoned industrial park for site surveying, and he really forgot about this matter. What should this company be called? Suyu scratched his head. The type of the company did not need to be considered, but he really had not thought about the name. I don't know, just think of a random one. It's just a name anyway. Chiyoemo shrugged, indifferent. Just like how she named the future city, she thought it was the future of wasteland humanity, so she called it Future City. See, simple and straightforward. This is a joke, it cannot be casual. It has to have some class. Suyu pouted and started brainstorming, racking his brain. Unfortunately, he was utterly useless at naming. Even coming up with a nickname for a game could take him ages, and then he would have to search online to check if the name was available. After thinking for a long time without coming up with a good name, he simply gave up and said, forget it, since it's a business that makes a fortune through the time-space trading platform, let's call it time-space technology. The battery division will be called Time-Space Batteries, the exoskeleton division will be called Time-Space Heavy Industries, and if there's ever anything related to prosthetics or longevity pills, it will be called Time-Space Medical. Well, doesn't this work? Perfect. Suyu slapped his thigh, praising his own wit. However, Chiyoemo suddenly poured cold water on him. According to publicly available information on the internet, time-space technology has already been registered by someone else, and their company is still in operation, valued at billions, and they are unlikely to give up this trademark. Suyu. This is no different from when he spent a long time thinking of a nickname for a game only for the system to tell him this nickname is already taken. Damn it, how frustrating. Then let's drop the time space. Just call it time technology. He looked at Chiyoemo with Chiyoemo's lips curved into a slight smile, holding back her laughter, and said seriously, this nickname has Suyu. But before Suyu could explode, she added, however, this is just a case of the trademark being hoarded, and you can buy it from them, it shouldn't cost too much. Buy. Suyu gritted his teeth. As someone who struggles with naming the thing he hates the most, is those who occupy good nicknames, but don't use them. Although there were some ups and downs in the process with the cooperation from the officials, the company was quickly registered. A total of 4 companies have been registered so far. One is Time Technology, which serves as the parent company, wholly owned by Suyu, with 3 subsidiaries: Time Heavy Industries, which is wholly owned by Time Technology Group, and currently only produces the G60 heavy exoskeleton, but will likely introduce more heavy industrial technology from the wasteland world to produce other products. Time Batteries, which is also wholly owned by Time Technology Group, is currently responsible for selling the metal hydrogen batteries introduced from Future City in the Wasteland. In the future, you will try to obtain the production technology for these batteries from Froststar. Time Technology Reserve Co., Ltd., in which Suyu holds 70 and Jojo Bank holds 30, is responsible for the custody and civilian application of exoskeleton branch technologies. Suyu also plans to establish a company related to nuclear fusion and one related to medical technology in the future. However, that is a matter for later. There is no rush. That night, a job advertisement that suddenly appeared on the homepages of major internet recruitment platforms ignited the entire internet. The Timespace Battery Technology Company is recruiting a professional operations team. The requirements for the grassroots sales position include extensive experience in technology product sales, a serious work ethic, and a certain understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of the Magic City and is open to working in the suburbs. Salary and benefits include a guaranteed monthly salary of 1.5W performance commission, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, the ability to purchase products from the Timespace Group at cost price after 1 year of work, including houses and cars after 3 years of work or outstanding performance. A residential unit of 100 square meters will be allocated worth no less than 5 million. Work starts at 9 a.m. every day with a 2-hour lunch break ending at 6 p.m. There is no overtime during holidays. Gifts are given during festivals, and there are occasional team building activities on weekdays. The cafeteria provides free meals and afternoon tea for all employees on workdays, and all new employees can rent staff apartments for a minimum of $200 per month. All the above benefits will be written into the labor contract with no deception. The requirements for the mid-level business manager position include: salary and benefits include a guaranteed monthly salary of 3W after-tax performance commission. The Timespace Battery Technology Company is recruiting a professional legal team. The Timespace Heavy Industry is recruiting research personnel. The requirements for the grassroots researcher position include a doctoral degree or higher in a related field. Salary and benefits include a guaranteed monthly salary of 5W after-tax research commission. After 1 year of work or significant breakthroughs in related research fields, a high-rise residential unit in the aerial city over 200 square meters will be allocated. Recruitment information about the Timespace Battery and Timespace Heavy Industry quietly appeared on major internet recruitment platforms. It instantly attracted countless people's attention. Then on this ordinary day without major news, it surged to the trending topics in a very short time, drawing many onlookers. Am I dreaming? Is this real? A grassroots sales position with a post-tax salary of 15,000. I don't quite understand, but isn't that salary normal for the Magic City? There was a survey before, and the average salary in the Magic City is already 18,000. Why can this make the trending topics? Did you buy it? Bro, did you graduate from middle school? This is a post-tax 15,000. And even without looking at the commission, there are 5 insurances and 1 fund, 9 to 5 weekends. Isn't this a million times more comfortable than a monthly salary of 18,000 where people are losing hair from competition? And do you know what average salary means? Are you only looking at the 15,000 salary of grassroots sales personnel? Do you want to see other positions? Basic research personnel earn 50,000 a month. If calculated based on average salary, the average salary of the 2 companies in this recruitment information would probably be around 20 to 30,000. Plus, with the benefits of allocated housing, it might exceed 50 or 60,000, perhaps even 70 or 80,000. Go to sleep. Companies like this only exist in dreams. Capitalists are not philanthropists. Didn't he say that all salary benefits will be written into the labor contract? Hey, it's just common recruitment jargon. Who believes it is a fool? Indeed, anyone with a brain knows it's fake. Look at how many people they are recruiting across all positions. There are at least 20,000 employees. If they fill all the positions, the monthly salary alone would need to be nearly $1 billion, not to mention the pile of extremely high benefits. These 2 unknown companies probably don't even have a registered capital of 100 million, right? You upstairs, guess what I just found out? The 2 companies, Timespace Heavy Industry and Timespace Battery, are all subsidiaries of a company called Timespace Technology Group. And under Timespace Technology Group, there is another company named Timespace Technology Reserves Limited, which is interesting. Timespace Technology holds 70 and Jojo Bank holds 30. Additionally, both Timespace Heavy Industry and Timespace Battery have registered capital of 100 billion. Am I dreaming? Jojo Bank. Don't say it, it's fake. It's all fake. Don't come and steal my position. Damn it, this is just hype, and the boss ran away overnight with his bucket. Timespace Daddy, I'm coming. The recruitment advertisements of the 2 companies under Suyu with their super high benefits once released attracted count. In less than 2 hours, the number of people booking interviews through various online recruitment platforms had already exceeded the limit. Moreover, the number is still increasing. The over-available computing power of Chiomo also found something to do. First, all those who did not meet the requirements and were just making up the numbers were filtered out. Then another first-round interview was conducted online, communicating unknown with the remaining applicants filtering out. There were hundreds of thousands of applicants, but in the end only about 30 to 50,000 could enter the interview stage. Mo directly used the funds given by Suyu to rent a sports field in the Magic City as a temporary interview center. The recruitment work would officially start tomorrow. As for the HR responsible for the interviews, given that currently there is only Suyu as the sole commander, the over-available Mo took on the responsibility alone. At that time, several hundred bionic robots would be arranged on-site as interviewers, and Mo would assess the applicants through these bionic beings from behind the scenes. With the computing power in her mind, processing interviews for tens of thousands of applicants is merely using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It's incredibly simple. As for what Suyu was doing, after handling the industrial park renovation plan and returning home, he plunged into the trading space. In the elegant pavilion, Suyu waited for a moment before Jing, dressed in regular attire, appeared. Mr. Su, why have you suddenly sought me? Is there something important? As soon as Jing sat down, he smiled warmly. It's just a small matter, no hurry. Suyu smiled and shifted the topic. I wonder if the materials I brought some time ago have been reviewed by the Qin Emperor. I have read through most of it, but it was merely a cursory glance. Some of the knowledge is profound and unfathomable. To fully comprehend it, I fear it will take some time. Jing said candidly. Has he really seen it? Suyu had given him 3 phones, each with a capacity of 1 terabyte and several TB of videos, and it had only been less than 3 days. He actually finished watching it. It seems the historical records were not mistaken. This person is indeed a hard-working genius. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask. I might be able to clarify it for the Qin Emperor. Suyu said with a smile. However, Jing did not respond to this topic, quietly looking at him for a moment before saying, Mr. Su has something to ask, right? Be direct. You and I are currently in a mutually beneficial relationship, and being in 2 realms, there is no conflict of interest. There is nothing we cannot discuss. I will not refuse anything I can do. I wonder if it's Su Yes illusion. It feels like Jing's way of speaking has changed somewhat from before, opening with mutual benefit and concluding with no conflict of interest. This whole set of phrases coming from his lips inexplicably made Suyu feel somewhat discordant. Cough, cough. Then I will speak frankly. Suyu thought for a moment and said, I wonder if there is a way in the world where the Qin Emperor resides to keep souls without bodies from perishing. To keep a soul that has lost its body from perishing. Jing frowned at those words, shook his head, and asked, do you have a friend or a kin whose body is about to die? Simply use the Yinshou Jindan to extend life. There is no need for this. Well, my friend is unusual. Her body is already gone, only a soul remains. It should be a soul, I suppose. Suyu spread his hands. In short, even if she had a Yinshou Jindan, she could not take it. That is somewhat troublesome. Jing drew a light breath, frowned and thought for a moment, and then said, there is a method, but it requires a particular treasure. Moreover, it is not a perfect cure. It can only prolong the soul's presence, not resolve the matter once and for all. Suyu's eyes lit up at the prospect of a solution, and he hurriedly implored, please, Qin Emperor, teach me. Wait a minute. Jing nodded, turned, and vanished into the pavilion. After roughly half an hour, he returned carrying a pure black. He placed the pendant on the table before Suyu and explained, this is a treasure forged by a Yinyang school practitioner called Shi Hun, you soul-devouring jade. Its original function is to imprison the souls of the dead within the jade, preventing them from finding rest. It is a rather sinister artifact. However, for your purpose, preserving the soul of someone who has lost their body, it can indeed be used. Suyu nodded, staring at the Shi Hun, you feeling an inexorable attraction emanating from the black pendant. In a daze, he felt himself being drawn in his entire being, involuntarily leaning toward the pendant. Only as he was about to touch it did he snap back to his senses. When he looked again at the Shi Hun, a cold sweat broke out. This thing was plainly no ordinary object. Only a few glances had made him feel as if his very soul had been nearly sucked away. When not activated by a practitioner, this object cannot devour the souls of the living. Yet it is saturated with Yin energy. Ordinary people who spend time near it will suffer physical effects, and hallucinations are to be expected. Jing explained calmly, but it is precisely because its Yin is so potent that it can nurture Yin spirits and preserve a soul from perishing. Suyu cast a lingering, uneasy glance at the Shi Hun. Then what did you mean earlier when you said this is not a complete method? Are there drawbacks? The drawback is that it cannot preserve a living soul indefinitely. At most, it can prolong the soul's stay among the living by half a year. After 6 months, the soul will still gradually dissipate. 6 months. Suyu nodded. That will do. He possessed a trans-temporal trading platform. In time, it would not be strange to find a trader from some other world. He might chance upon someone from a world endowed with far greater supernatural power, a trader capable of restoring flesh to the dead. Though the Shi Hun, you could not settle matters once, and for all those extra 6 months, opened many more possibilities. Another question occurred to him: if a soul is absorbed into the Shi Hun, can it still communicate with the outside world? Or is it like a prison made solely to confine souls unable to communicate once inside? If it were the latter, then Mo might as well be imprisoned. If no practitioner skilled in this art sets binding restrictions, then naturally the soul can communicate with the outside. Whether the Shi Hun is a venomous treasure depends on who employs it. Jing said patiently, in the hands of unscrupulous practitioners, they will use various seals to imprison a person's soul in the pendant, then set karmic fires and similar torments within to punish the soul. using it as an instrument of torture. But if you merely intend it to serve as a vessel to extend the life of a soul bereft of a body, it is perhaps the most suitable treasure in the world for nurturing a soul. Communication with the outside would be no problem. That is good. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. What is the price? Your Majesty, what do you require? Jing tapped the table, pondered a moment, and said, in truth, this item is unique. A Yinyang practitioner happened upon this piece of black jade and by chance refined it according to ancient rites. It is difficult to replicate. As for its uses, they are limited. In Qin, it serves mainly as an instrument of punishment and little else. Yet to say it has no value would be wrong, for it is a vacant object. As for the price, you may name it yourself. Name it myself. Suyu considered briefly, then asked, then Your Majesty, do you have any difficulties lately? Difficulties? Jing's brow twitched as he mused. Come to think of it, there are indeed some troubles. The Xiongnu raid our northern borders. Although Meng Tian leads forces against them, the Xiongnu excel at mounted archery. They come and go like the wind. It is easy to engage them, but hard to annihilate them. I had planned to build a great wall to repel them, but after reviewing the documents you gave me these past days, I see that such an action would be too hasty. The Qin has only recently unified the realm. The people's livelihoods are devastated. Conscripting laborers to construct the wall would surely ignite popular resentment. Yet if the wall is not built, and the Xiongnu horsemen descend again to plunder, Meng Tian may not be able to block them a second time. Then the northern border would become pasture for Xiongnu horsemen. Infantry against cavalry is indeed a historical dilemma. Suyu stroked his chin. The Qin, of course, could not be without cavalry. But one cannot guard 1,000 days against a thief who strikes in an instant. Faced with a vast northern frontier and an age lacking the intelligence to predict from which direction an enemy will strike, the difficulties multiply. Without a great wall confronted with a sieve-like northern defense, the swift Xiongnu find raiding far too simple. They strike and flee. By the time your armies arrive, the cities may already be sacked. Qin Emperor, in our world, do you know why cavalry eventually vanished from history? Because guns. Jing hesitated slightly, and said, I have recently watched many of your world's so-called World War documentaries. They often mention that powerful firearms led to cavalry's disappearance from the battlefield. That is partly true, but not entirely. Suyu shook his head. The spread of automatic weapons did make cavalry ineffective on the main battlefield, but is cavalry only effective in frontal engagements? Clearly not. Cavalry's greatest advantage is mobility. We have a saying in martial affairs, speed is invincible. You may have guns, but so may others. And yet others have 4 legs, and will always be able to move faster than your 2. Therefore the real reason cavalry left the stage was not the gun, but the internal combustion engine. Those cars and tanks. Jing's eyes brightened. Indeed, Qin's soldiers were not unable to defeat the Xiongnu. Before Qin bolt formations, cavalry are ineffective. The trouble with the Xiongnu is not that we cannot beat them, but that we cannot catch them. Even if Qin's troops were equipped with heavy machine guns, if the enemy refuses to engage, you have no remedy. Sir, do you have a viable plan? Jing could not help but press for an answer. It is not surprising that Jing is anxious. Surely he is aware that the Qin dynasty has many challenges to address. The primary reason he has consistently insisted on building the Great Wall is the threat from the northern border. In the era he inhabits, facing the incursions of nomadic tribes from the grasslands, there are almost no alternatives to fortifying the Great Wall. This is determined by the characteristics of civilization, which are beyond his control. Without the aid of fortifications, an agrarian society lacking cavalry finds it exceedingly difficult to contend with nomadic tribes, even if they are capable of fighting on the battlefield. The reason the Han dynasty was able to reverse the tide against the grasslands in later years was due to decades of preparation, during which they raised countless horses in the Central Plains. The Qin dynasty does not have such conditions now. It may not be an ideal solution, but I do have a method that can help you resolve the northern threat in the short term. As for once the Qin dynasty industrializes, these problems will naturally cease to exist. Suyu smiled and waved his hand. A nearly 2-meter-tall armored monster appeared beside him, heavy exoskeleton. Wearing this, a Qin soldier can carry a load of 10 stone and march 500 miles in 1 hour. Moreover, this device is impervious to blades and has immense strength. With it, even when facing 1,000 elite cavalry of the Xiongnu, one can charge in and out 7 times. The unit of measurement known as a stone has been subject to change, but during the Qin dynasty 1 stone was approximately equivalent to over 100 kilograms. During the Qin dynasty 1 li was roughly equivalent to over 400 meters, and 1 hour was approximately 2 hours by modern standards. Knowing that his second trading partner was Jin Jing, Suyu specifically brushed up on this knowledge. Such divine objects exist in this world. Jin Jing immediately stood up and approached the exoskeleton, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at this creation that embodies countless cutting-edge technologies. Indeed, if 100 soldiers donned this armor and guarded the various passes in the northern territories, the northern regions would be secure. If you wish to take the offensive, it is not difficult either. I can find a way to provide you with reconnaissance drones and similar devices, so you need not worry about not being able to locate the Xiongnu in the vast grasslands. Suyu confidently assured. After all, once done, the Xiongnu will quickly learn what it means to face the superhumans of the Qin dynasty. He could already envision the scene of Qin warriors charging into the Xiongnu Dragon City clad in exoskeletons going in and out 7 times. Can the Xiongnu really move as swiftly as the wind? Can they outrun an exoskeleton moving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour? Fight. They cannot win. Run. They cannot escape. The imagery is simply too beautiful. What? Qin soldiers are too unrefined for high technology. Not to worry, he could send some androids over as instructors. To be fair, androids are indeed very useful. How many of these can Mr. Su provide? Ying Zheng asked repeatedly. I can start by giving you 100 sets as the price for that soul-devouring jade. What do you think, Your Majesty? Su Yu presented his offer. Agreed. Ying Zheng immediately accepted. 100 sets is nothing to scoff at. Even a piece of the relatively useless soul-devouring jade could be exchanged for such an exoskeleton, and he would be overjoyed. In his world, although there are indeed practitioners with special abilities, they are mostly limited to refining pills and crafting magical artifacts. Occasionally, there might be a few skilled cultivators who reach a high level in the art of refining qi, becoming formidable in battle. Yet even these individuals are merely flesh and blood. In the face of overwhelming forces, surrounded by a rain of arrows and a field of weapons, once ensnared, escaping is incredibly difficult. After all, no matter how resilient the flesh is, it will ultimately sustain injuries. Moreover, human stamina is limited. Even a formidable warrior cannot truly slay 10,000 enemies. That is merely rhetoric. After prolonged combat, fatigue will set in, leading to certain death. However, the soldiers wearing exoskeletons as described by Su Yu clearly transcend the concept of merely being with such terrifying strength and speed combined with armor that is impervious to blades and arrows. No weapon. Ying Zheng estimated that even an army of 100,000 would likely not be able to capture them, as they could easily escape at will. Isn't this infinitely more valuable than that useless soul-devouring jade? This transaction is undoubtedly profitable for him. For Su Yu, this deal is equally advantageous. After all, the cost of producing exoskeletons is relatively low. The biggest issue may be the energy source for the black box. Without energy in 5 years, it would be rendered useless. But now he has a falcon. When the black box runs out of energy, going to the moon to collect helium-3 is not a difficult task, so this problem is not significant. Using 100 exoskeletons to save Qiuma's life is certainly worth it for him. After all, a confidant like Qiuma can provide far more assistance and value than just these 100 exoskeletons. It is a win-win situation. After both parties signed the transaction contract, Su Yu transferred 100 sets of exoskeletons to Ying Zheng from his inventory. He also generously gifted him 2 androids that knew how to operate the exoskeletons. He then added the power source for this exoskeleton is a type of battery which should provide enough energy for the soldiers to wear it and run for over 20,000 miles. Changing the battery is not difficult. These 2 androids will teach you how to do it. 100 exoskeletons are the items exchanged for the soul-devouring jade, while the subsequent batteries will require a separate transaction. If the Emperor of Qin wishes to acquire more exoskeletons, I can provide them as well. Thanks to the existence of those educational videos, he did not need to spend time explaining what a battery is to Ying Zheng. That is as it should be. Ying Zheng nodded in agreement, but then added, however, this item is too powerful. How can I ensure that those who wear it will not rebel? Su Yu understood his concerns in this regard. After all, even in modern times there have been instances of pilots flying away with planes. Let alone in the Qin dynasty. Loyalty often depends on the position one occupies. Once a person possesses unprecedented power, they may no longer be as loyal as before. As a feudal monarch, it is entirely normal for Ying Zheng to have such concerns. Before distributing the exoskeletons, you can bind the ownership of the exoskeletons in advance. In this way, the highest authority over all exoskeletons remains with you, while the soldiers have only the right to use them. When in your presence, you can stop their exoskeletons with a mere thought. You may inquire with the androids for specifics on how to implement this. It should not be difficult. As for those wishing to don this armor to flee the Qin dynasty and go elsewhere to exert their power, that is even less likely. The exoskeleton's power is not infinite. If you control the batteries, you control their lifeline. Su Yu explained. Due to the lengthy conversation with Ying Zheng in the space, when Su Yu emerged, the sky outside had already turned completely dark. He glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. He searched around the house and finally discovered Qiu Mo sitting at the edge of the rooftop on the 2nd floor, gazing up at the starry sky. He then walked over and sat down beside her. Are you done? Qiu Mo glanced at him and asked, what do you want to eat? I programmed a few androids to cook. Their culinary skills are even better than those of hotel chefs, so feel free to order anything you like. No rush on the meal, Su Yu said mysteriously. Guess what good thing I got my hands on? Qiu Mo turned her head to look at him for a moment, then chuckled lightly. I guess you found a way to preserve my soul. TCH, how boring. With sufficient computational power, it is indeed not difficult to deduce a person's logical behavior based on their habits and subtle facial expressions combined with some psychological knowledge. At least it was not difficult for Qiu Mo. Of course, this presumes that there is logical behavior to follow, as the greatest unpredictability of humans is that not all actions are logical. Sudden outbursts are common among many. Therefore, relying on this method to determine everyone's behavior is certainly unrealistic. However, it was sufficient for analyzing Su Yu. He prided himself on being a normal person most of the time. This is also why despite their short time together, Mo could make Suyu feel mentally and physically pleasant to the point where he found it hard to be apart from her. Because Mo always seemed to anticipate what he wanted to do and helped him solve some issues from his perspective. Shaking his head, Suyu took out the soul-devouring jade and waved it near Mo. So how do you feel about it? Mo's azure pupils constricted instinctively, tilting her head back slightly. It feels very dangerous. If you get close, your thoughts are likely to be drawn in. The soul-devouring jade cannot absorb the souls of living beings unless special means are employed by a sorcerer. However, Mo was different. Strictly speaking, she did not possess a physical body, and therefore could not be considered a living person. According to the calculations of Ingzheng's world, she could at most be regarded as a wandering soul parasitized within electronic components. That's right. Suyu immediately explained the general effects of the soul-devouring jade to her, although he had never tested whether it nourished or directly devoured a person's soul. However, with the credibility of the trading platform as a guarantee, there should not be any issues. Such a small thing can make my thoughts exist for half a year. Mo took the soul-devouring jade, feeling the intense fluctuations of thought stored on the circuit board, revealing a look of astonishment on her face. This was a completely unfamiliar realm to her, naturally igniting her curiosity. After hearing Suyu assure her there would be no problems, Mo hesitated for a moment before pressing the jade pendant against her forehead closest to the thought storage location. Suyu watched her with slight tension, but saw no signs of abnormality. After a while, Mo finally set down the jade pendant and looked up at Suyu. When their eyes met, Suyu noticed the difference in her. The once lively azure eyes now appeared somewhat dull and light. After a moment of staring, Mo suddenly said, "Hello, Master. I am the anthropomorphic artificial intelligence at your service. Please give me a name." Indeed, this was not Mo, but the original artificial intelligence program within this android. Coming back to his senses, Suyu hurriedly asked, "What happened to Mo?" According to the original program, when I manifested the thoughts belonging to Mo, the future city lord, the android replied, "You can authorize me to use the memory module regarding Mo. After using it, I will be—" No, Suyu shook his head. "You are not her." As he spoke, he glanced at the jade pendant the android held, preparing to take. However, the android suddenly spoke again, warning unidentified information is attempting to seize control of the central processing unit. Should countermeasures be taken? Unidentified information. Suyu glanced at the soul-devouring jade, and then said, "Authorize the unidentified information." Although labeled as unidentified, a little thought would reveal that it was likely Mo's consciousness trying to reclaim control of the android after entering the soul-devouring jade. After all, without this, her remaining time would be spent trapped in the jade pendant, akin to imprisonment. As for the possibility of it not being Mo, Suyu was not worried. After all, the highest authority over this android was in his hands. Even when Mo was present, he could make any decision he wanted, let alone encountering some wandering souls or other hackers attempting to infiltrate this world. Even if something did go awry, it wouldn't be a big deal. Warning: this action may lead to irreversible dangers, such as data loss and leakage. Should I said authorize. Authorizing. The android's expression suddenly showed confusion, and after a moment, "Phew," Mo exhaled, "I can hardly believe such a wondrous thing exists. The world is vast and full of mysteries." "You're back." Suyu scrutinized her eyes closely. Yes, just like before. They were vibrant and clear, so she should be fine. "I can't say I've returned though," Mo reflected. "My thoughts, or rather my soul, have now shifted from the android to that jade pendant." However, the jade pendant itself possesses the ability to communicate with the outside world, and being able to communicate means it can convey information. Through the transmission of thought waves. With your authorization, I can still control this android. Yet the range of the jade pendant's ability to transmit information is limited, so it cannot be too far from me. Then it will belong to you from now on. Just wear it as a pendant, no need to keep it too far. Suyu said with a smile. "Thank you." Mo looked at the black jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but sigh. "After extensively using prosthetic limbs to modify my body, I have never felt this light before. This is only able to extend your time by half a year. It's too early to thank me now." Suyu let out a sigh, stood up, and made a face at her. "Just do a good job for me, and sooner or later, they'll create a real flesh and blood body for you. At that point, you can thank me however you wish." As he spoke, Suyu walked downstairs while asking, "I'm hungry. When's dinner?" "Half an hour." Mo replied indifferently, then turned back to continue gazing at the vast starry sky. After a while, she suddenly chuckled and shook her head. "Little ghost." After saying that, she stood up and went to the kitchen. P.S. The author here wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve, and specially added an extra chapter for this. For those who have money, please give a small gift. For those who don't, a 5-star review would be appreciated. The next few days passed without any incidents. On the weekend, Suyu went out to have a meal with Su Qingyin. Of course, it was just unlike the last time with Yu Xiaoyu. They didn't engage in anything else. After all, people are different. Although Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin are close friends, their personalities still differ somewhat. Though Su Qingyin did exhibit some subtle hints during the meal, it was far less obvious than Yu Xiaoyu's initial behavior. Adhering to the principle of not taking the initiative, Suyu naturally pretended not to see. As for Monday, after a long wait for the trading partner to refresh, Suyu excitedly entered the trading space. And then, there was nothing more. To his surprise, the trading partner he matched with this time turned out to be a tentacled creature from the abyss world. This creature demanded nothing but for Suyu to offer his soul to it, becoming its slave, and in return it would grant Suyu immense power far beyond that of an ordinary person. After several rounds of unproductive communication, Suyu could only curse his bad luck, considering this matchmaking opportunity a waste. To advance from a junior agent to a mid-level agent, one must complete 10 valid transactions, with a maximum of 3 experience points gained from the same trading partner on the progress bar. Currently, the only trading partners he had established a long-term collaboration with were Shuangxing and Yingzheng. He had already exhausted the experience available from both of them. His experience bar for becoming a mid-level agent had remained stuck at 610. He initially thought that if he matched with a suitable trading partner this time, he could push the experience bar to 910, just one step away from becoming a mid-level agent. However, as expected, good luck did not favor him again. This made Suyu realize that finding a suitable trading partner was indeed not an easy task. When matching with people, it is often difficult to communicate and reach an agreement due to various factors, let alone matching with a non-human monster like this time. Although the other party was also a sentient being, their thought processes were completely on different wavelengths. He could see that the tentacled creature was genuinely earnest in wanting him to offer his soul. Everything it displayed was so natural, without even a hint of malice, sincerely believing that this was a win-win. How on earth could they communicate? People from different worlds have different worldviews, not to mention different species. After smoothly encountering the suitable trading partners Shuangxing and Yingzheng, Suyu finally faced his first setback on the trading platform. He spent a gloomy Monday which he had been looking forward to. However, there was no good news. After 2 days of coordination, a large amount of construction materials had already been sent to the Ziwei Garden project site by the official of Zhuzhou. Originally, Suyu planned to wait for the official to deliver all the materials within 3 days before starting work. However, he later discovered that the transportation capacity of that coastal abandoned industrial park was severely problematic. Shipping by sea, large ships couldn't enter, and the small boats were too slow in delivering goods. Moreover, the small dock's cargo throughput was absolutely insufficient to receive so many construction materials in 3 days. As for land transportation, that tiny mountain road was better left unmentioned. Therefore, Suyu simply abandoned the idea of waiting for all the materials to arrive before starting work. Instead, he released all the J9000 modules over the weekend, allowing them to use the limited materials that had already been delivered to expand the port and clear the shipping lanes. In less than half a day, he transformed that small port, which could only accommodate 1,000-ton cargo ships, into a completely new facility. The port, which originally had a depth of less than 10 meters, was dug down another 30 meters, becoming a deep-water harbor with a depth of nearly 40 meters. He also cleared the shipping route connecting to the main river channel, achieving a depth of over 20 meters. As a result, a dilapidated small port had transformed into a genuine deep-water harbor. Except for having a comparatively short coastline of only 7 to 8 kilometers, the depth and navigability nearly surpassed any port. Zhoushan Port, which has the largest cargo throughput in the world, has a channel depth of over 10 meters, while the average depth of its port is just over 20 meters. Such a drastic transformation of the port could not possibly escape the notice of the Zhuzhou officials. However, with Suyu having given prior notice, they did not express any objections. In fact, someone even came forward. Suyu did not refuse. When those individuals saw how he truly transformed the dilapidated port into a deep-water harbor in just half a day, they were left speechless. They could hardly believe that this was something achievable by human effort. However, after the silence, many began to gaze with sparkling eyes. What is a port? A port is a catalyst for modern trade. But constructing a port is not something that can be done just because one wants to. Especially a quality deep-water port requires adapting to local conditions. At the very least, the seawater in this area must be deep enough. Suyu's method of digging, even when the water was insufficient, was simply unheard of. Using modern technology to forcibly dig a port, while it is certainly feasible, would take an excessively long time for such a massive project. Moreover, due to terrain factors, the dugout port would soon be silted again. Spending vast amounts of manpower and resources to dig a port that wouldn't last long is simply not worth it. Yet Suyu truly managed to excavate one. Moreover, it was said that he used a technique for diverting ocean currents, able to change the direction of the ocean flow near the port to prevent silt from accumulating again. Such a technology was hard not to tempt people. If every coastal city could have such a deep-water port dugout, the already incredibly low cost of maritime trade could decrease even further. If one were to be boulder digging through all the major rivers would lead to, wow, the cost of transporting goods could truly drop to a terrifying degree. Under such a huge temptation, it was natural that some could not resist proposing a collaboration to Suyu. However, Suyu just laughed and did not agree. After all, he had only rented the J9000 module from Shuangxing for 12 days. There wouldn't be many days left to finish the Ziwei Garden project. Suyu had no plans to extend the rental and then sublet it to others for profit. One reason is that the longevity elixir is quite precious. He couldn't bear to use a significant amount of it to rent this thing. The other reason is more complex. The J9000 module is not only capable of excavating ports and clearing shipping lanes. It is incredibly powerful in construction as well. While advanced productivity is excellent, if it appears too abruptly in this world, it could cause issues. One could say that the J9000 module is capable of building dozens of neighborhoods in a day as long as the materials are available. Not only is it fast, but the cost is also terrifyingly low. It does not require many pre-processed semi-finished materials. Only basic materials like steel, cement, and lime are needed to erect a building from the ground up. So the question arises, if the J9000 module were used on a large scale in Zhuzhou, then everyone involved in the entire industry chain, from raw materials processing to building materials transportation to construction machinery manufacturing to the workers, designers, and interior decorators, would be unemployed. And how many people in Zhuzhou rely on this industry chain for their livelihood? Countless. It is a number that other industries could not possibly absorb. Thus at this time, introducing the J9000 in Zhuzhou would largely be considered a sin. This is also why Suyu only rented it from Shuangxing for 12 days and has no intention of using it after completing the Ziwei Garden. In an era where humanity cannot sustain itself, introducing such advanced technology that can massively replace human labor would only lead to unimaginable disasters. Thursday morning 9 o'clock. Recently Suyu adjusted his time zone and was determined to become a healthy guy. Last night, he even slept alone. After a simple wash, he went downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Chiyo-mo sat silently at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand and quietly watching him. Only after Suyu finished his breakfast did she speak. The recruitment work is basically complete. We have recruited over 12,000 grassroots workers, all carefully selected, and I have already notified them of their start dates. All that remains is the final round of interviews for some company executives. Should we go see it on site today? Go. Suyu looked at her in surprise. Weren't you handling it all before? Just continue to handle it yourself. He certainly didn't think the people he selected would be more suitable than those chosen by Chiyomo's algorithm. After all, in a recruitment like this, the behavioral logic itself is problematic. The uncontrollable variables of Chiyomo's algorithm were eliminated in the first round. The ones remaining are mostly quite normal individuals. He didn't need to intervene at all. It's not that I want you to pick people. Chiyomo shook her head and said, these candidates were actually selected long ago. They call it the final round of interviews, but in reality, it's just a formality. The construction of Ziwei Garden is basically complete. You just need to go through the motions for the interview, and then you can directly take these new executives to attend the completion ceremony of Ziwei Garden. At that time, the entire process will be recorded and posted online, which serves as free advertising for you and the Spacetime Technology Group. It's already completed. Suyu's eyes lit up. Although he had started working on the J9000 module on Monday, constructing while waiting for the official delivery of building materials. However, the construction progress was surprisingly slow. What the officials said about gathering the raw materials within 3 days actually meant delivering them to Modu within that time. After arriving in Modu, they still had to be transported through other means to the Ziwei Garden construction site. Ironically, this last leg was the most difficult. Even though Suyu had opened the port there and rebuilt the dock, it was sufficient for bulk carriers of dozens of tons to load and unload. But loading the goods onto ships from Modu's port also required time. Without raw materials, the J9000 module naturally couldn't operate at full capacity, and the project delivery time had to be postponed. When Suyu checked last night, the 1388-meter main building had just laid its foundation. The 900-meter high residential buildings that made up the Sky City hadn't even had their foundations laid yet. He didn't expect that everything would be completed overnight. Yes, the officials delivered the last batch of materials this morning, Chiyo-mo explained. Alright, what time should we go? Suyu then asked. Since it was such a major event as the completion ceremony, he naturally couldn't continue to be a slack. Let's go to the recruitment site before 10 o'clock. Just go through the process, meet those executives, and get acquainted. I've already rented a bus so we can take everyone over together. Additionally, I've hired a group of chefs who should have arrived at Ziwei Garden by now. After the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to have lunch in the restaurant in the entertainment area, which will help enhance their sense of belonging to the company. In the afternoon, you can take them to tour the office and living areas. The activities will probably last until around 3. Also, there will be an opening ceremony for the company, and you may need to go on stage to represent the company, give a speech, and accept media interviews involving some media and officials. I've already prepared the speech. You can take a look at it later, and if you think it's not good, feel free to improvise, saying anything. That's about it. Chiyo-mo casually mentioned having already arranged everything for Suyu. Hearing this made his, to be honest, with such a major project's completion ceremony happening alongside the opening ceremony of a large company, the complexity of the matters involved was surely beyond imagination. For instance, issues concerning guest reception, the ceremony process, and how to manage these people's arrangements. Countless details. Just thinking about this pile of troublesome matters made Suyu's head feel like it was about to explode. He could only be thankful for Chiyo-mo, otherwise he feared he would have to borrow a few professional teams from the officials to handle such matters. Moreover, he estimated it would take at least 3 to 5 days to prepare. After a little preparation and changing into a different outfit, Suyu set off with Jomo. The recruitment location was in a stadium near the suburbs of Modu, right next to a subway station, making transportation very convenient for applicants. When Suyu arrived, the group of executives Jomo had recruited had already gotten there early. "Hello, Chairman." As soon as he entered the temporary meeting room, Suyu saw the group of executives Jomo had found for him. They all appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, both men and women, each clad in meticulously tailored suits. Suyu roughly skimmed through their information, and each one had previously held executive positions in Fortune 500 companies possessing rich management experience. They were all top-tier professional elites. After all, these people were recruited by Jomo, and she was probably the one who understood Suyu the most in this world. She was certainly aware of Suyu's tendency to be a hands-off boss. Therefore, the batch of executives she brought in were not mediocre talents. Once they got into the groove, they could completely support a top-tier enterprise. What Suyu needed to do was to make decisions on some important matters. He didn't need to get involved in the trivial day-to-day affairs. As for whether these recruited executives were loyal to the company, that was not something Jomo needed to consider. In the information age, there were no secrets for her. Anyone daring to secretly pull any tricks that would harm the company's interests would not escape her watchful eye. After a brief greeting, according to the prepared process, the executives came before Suyu for the final round of interviews. Although it was called an interview, it was mainly just to get familiar with the big boss. Suyu could be unfamiliar with the lower-level employees, but it was necessary to recognize these executives. Next, as a capable woman in a women's suit left, a middle-aged man, close to 40, walked into the interview room. As soon as he entered, Suyu couldn't help but be stunned. "Mr. Sun." The middle-aged man was also taken aback upon hearing this and hurriedly said, No, just call me Shao Sun, Chairman." However, Suyu had already collected his thoughts, and after exclaiming how small the world was, said with a smirk, "Mr. Sun, don't you remember me? From Shanghai Group, Shanghai Trading Company Business Department 6th Business Team." The middle-aged man who called himself Shao Sun looked at Suyu in confusion, and after a long while finally remembered who this boss in front of him was. Immediately his face turned pale, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Sun Qingyun, one of the vice presidents of Shanghai Group. In Shanghai Group, he is undoubtedly a pillar of strength, a solid executive with real power. His every word and action can often influence the decisions of the entire board. Having served in Shanghai Group for over 10 years, his accomplishments include, but are not limited to, expanding business scope, laying out emerging industries, optimizing management models, and eliminating the group's deficiencies. It can be said that Sun Qingyun played a crucial role in Shanghai Group's position among the top 500 enterprises in the country. However, last year he offended several shareholders on the board by proposing a motion. Fortunately, he was well prepared for this. After facing opposition from these shareholders, he argued his case, and ultimately convinced the board to allow him to trial his proposal under a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. The proposal was not complicated, summed up in just 2 words: layoffs. Shanghai Group has been in existence for decades with a complex makeup of shareholders, many of whom are long-serving senior management deeply entrenched. In this situation, many senior executives in the group prefer to fill positions with family members or friends who are not very capable, merely coasting along. This has led to Shanghai Group being exceedingly bloated, overcrowded, yet surprisingly inefficient. Recognizing this, Sun Qingyun submitted the layoff proposal. Then he was effectively kicked to Shanghai Group's subsidiary Shanghai Trading like a hot potato by the board. He knew that handling this matter would not be smooth sailing, and that if he acted directly from the start, some would surely go through the motions, while secretly sabotaging his efforts. To this end, he specifically took on the role of general manager of Shanghai Trading for 3 months, aiming to understand the true situation there and distinguish between those who worked earnestly and those who did not before making cuts. It wasn't until last month, after considering that he had a good grasp of Shanghai Trading, that Sun Qingyun finally made the decision to proceed with the layoffs. He also set limits on the number of layoffs and their scope, insisting that he had to meet the numbers within this range. Moreover, to avoid offending the other senior management too much this time, the layoff list was not extensive, involving only those who had completely slacked off to the point of not even bothering to clock in. He turned a blind eye to those who usually did nothing, planning to lay them off next time. But the result? It was of no use. Such a scale of layoffs certainly needed to be approved by the board of the parent company first. The day after he submitted the proposal, the executives of Shanghai Trading learned of the news and took advantage of Sun Qingyun's absence over the weekend to advise some capable employees without connections to resign. Those unwilling to leave were laid off for any trivial reason. Although it is taboo for executives to bypass the board and lay off so many, these executives were essentially acting under the shareholders' directives. Sun Qingyun could do nothing about them. And originally, there were not many capable people in the company. With the executives' actions, naturally the numbers dwindled even further. Even when the board finally approved his layoff proposal after a few days, he could no longer proceed with the cuts. Continuing would result in a complete halt of Shanghai Trading. At that point, the losses would surely be in the hundreds of millions. Even though he had a certain say in Shanghai Group at that time, he would be hard-pressed to absolve himself of blame. This incident left Sun Qingyun, who still held some hopes for Shanghai Group, greatly disappointed, feeling that the group no longer had a future. Just then he saw a recruitment ad from Timespace Technology. Upon first seeing this ad, he was somewhat skeptical. After all, the benefits offered were too high, completely out of line with the average salary level in Shanghai. But having held a high position for a long time, he was well informed. After leveraging his connections and gathering information, he finally confirmed that Timespace Technology Group was not only real, but involved far more than anyone could imagine. It was said that even the official top tier was quite concerned. Thus Sun Qingyun immediately submitted his resume and secretly sold off all his shares in Shanghai Group to prepare to escape from this unrescuable quagmire. During these days, he obtained more information about Timespace Technology through various channels, increasingly feeling that his decision to switch jobs was correct. Moreover, the direction of events was closely aligned with his initial expectations. With his qualifications and abilities, he quickly passed several rounds of interviews. As long as he met the big boss of Timespace Technology today, he would be considered successfully on board. Additionally, due to being in the startup phase, there were plenty of vacant positions. Once he entered, he could directly assume an executive role without needing to start from scratch and compete for power. However, just as he was eager to step into a vibrant new enterprise and showcase his talents, he was caught off guard by an unexpected twist. The mysterious boss behind Timespace Technology turned out to be one of the employees he had laid off during his tenure as general manager at Shanghai Trading. He had previously made it a point to find out which employees were actually productive and which were not so. He had some impression of Su Yu, who had consistently performed well. He did not recognize him at first because Su Yu's appearance had changed significantly since then, and their statuses were ordinary people could not connect the two. But hearing Su Yu's words now and taking a closer look at his features, even though he was reluctant to believe it, Sun Qingyun had to admit. The mastermind behind Timespace Technology, Su Yu, was indeed the laid-off employee from Shanghai Trading. What a sin. Even though it was those executives who laid off capable employees like Su Yu, despite him, if it weren't for his insistence on layoffs, this would not have happened. Moreover, the laid-off employees were unaware that there were so many hidden agendas behind a mere layoff. They only knew they were performing well at their jobs and got laid off, while those loafing around were spared. This company, clearly not run by competent people, must have executives with poor judgment. Usually if someone got scolded, it was just words and nothing more. But now the laid-off employee had become the big boss of Timespace Technology. That was a different matter entirely. Sun Qingyun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and his heart sank. However, what he did not expect was that Su Yu, seeing him remembering who he was, did not make things difficult for him, but instead warmly extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to Timespace Technology." Having worked at Shanghai Trading for a few years, Su Yu had indeed heard of Sun Qingyun. His capabilities were indisputable. Though the layoff matter appeared complex, Su Yu's perspective was different now, and naturally his approach to the issue had some differences too. He had long suspected that there were some unknown secrets behind that layoff back then. Without knowing the whole picture, he would not rashly conclude and dismiss someone carefully selected in the autumn. Sun Qingyun was overjoyed and quickly shook Su Yu's hand excitedly, saying, "Chairman, rest assured, I will do my utmost to handle my responsibilities." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Su Yu asked him to wait outside for a moment while he continued the interviews. There weren't many executives needing his personal interview aside from Sun Qingyun. Su Yu spent only a few minutes with each. By 11 o'clock, the interview process was completed with all executives passing. They then took a rented bus to the already completed Ziwei Garden. A miracle in architectural history was about to unveil itself before everyone. Are we heading to the suburbs? It seems to be getting more and more remote. Isn't remoteness expected? The job posting clearly stated that candidates must be willing to work in a suburban location. So of course the site would be secluded. I'm aware of that. But judging by the scale of the recruitment, the company can't possibly be small. Has there been any major construction project in the southern outskirts of Modu recently? I've never heard of one. According to rumors I've gathered, Chronotech's headquarters is newly built, and reportedly, if such a massive project flew entirely under our radar, it confirms what we'd already suspected. Chronotech is backing is extraordinary. This isn't Chronotech anymore. It's our company now. Indeed. I'm growing increasingly eager to see what their headquarters truly looks like. En route to Ziweyuan, the assembled executives were consumed by profound curiosity about the enigmatic headquarters awaiting them. After all, each held considerable stature in Modu with well-established information networks. Yet none had detected even a whisper about any large-scale development in Modu's southern suburbs over the past 2 years. Curiosity is an inescapable human trait. Even seasoned executives long accustomed to authority are not exempt. As several coaches wound their way slowly towards Ziweyuan, anticipation among the passengers swelled steadily. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed woman aboard the lead coach pointed skyward and cried out in astonishment, "Look! What is—" At her words, everyone instinctively raised their eyes toward the windshield. The weather in Modu today was dismal, overcast, and heavy with rain-laden clouds. A thick shroud of mist veiled the sky, limiting visibility to mere hundreds of meters. Moreover, the convoy had already entered mountainous terrain, where hills further obstructed the view. Logically, Ziweyuan's super-tall towers should have remained completely invisible. Yet precisely at that moment as the clouds churned and parted, the silhouette of the central tower, 138 meters tall, emerged faintly from the haze, flanked by 8 other titanic structures, each soaring 900 meters high, an airborne metropolis suspended within the clouds. Majestic beyond measure, these colossal edifices pierced the heavens, materializing and dissolving amid the vaporous veil, evoking in fleeting illusion the looming presence of a primordial leviathan slumbering within the cloud sea. An immediate visceral dread seized many, a primal awe bordering on terror, as they gazed upon those vertiginous spires and the floating city they formed. Several quick-witted attendees hastily pulled out their phones to capture the sight. Accompanying journalists, meanwhile, had already unleashed their cameras in frantic, feverish documentation. Just then Xiaomo's gentle, mellifluous voice resonated through every coach's intercom. Welcome to Chronotech Group's global headquarters, the milestone of Blue Planet's architectural history, the greatest built ensemble of this century. Ziwiyuan. Under the Ziwiyuan plan, nearly 10 square kilometers of coastal plain have been meticulously divided into 4 functional zones: the work district, the factory district, the residential district, and the leisure district. The work district centers on a single super tall tower, 138 meters high, with a footprint of 1600 square meters, comprising 209 above-ground floors and 16 subterranean levels, yielding a total usable area of 359 million square meters. This tower will serve as Chronotech Group's primary administrative and operational hub. As Xiaomo continued her serene, measured exposition, the executive's initial bewilderment did not fade. It deepened, transmuting gradually into stunned disbelief and profound awe. A 1388-meter office tower, 8 900-meter residential skyscrapers, 4 megafactories, 10 colossal warehouses, a deep-water port with drafts exceeding dozens of meters, a high-tech artificial beach. Could such staggering infrastructure truly belong to a single corporation? Some fourth-tier cities wouldn't rival. After the first wave of shock subsided, the executives fell into existential doubt. These supremely self-assured professionals now questioned whether their own capabilities would suffice for the roles awaiting them. In stark contrast, the accompanying journalists, after a brief daze, erupted into unbridled elation. A blockbuster story. A seismic, earth-shaking scoop. Those with swift reflexes had already recorded Xiaomo's announcement and paired it with distant footage of the celestial towers, uploading both instantly to major video platforms. The videos went viral, immediately drawing hordes of incredulous viewers who declared the scene impossible. But when multiple media outlets, including authoritative state-affiliated ones, released strikingly similar clips, public skepticism dissolved into stunned silence. Before long, the convoy followed the narrow mountain road into the heart of Ziwiyuan. Towers whose summits vanished beyond sight. Factories sprawling across the land like slumbering prehistoric behemoths. Exquisitely crafted classical gardens laid out across the ground. The juxtaposition of antiquity and futurism evoked an uncanny dissonance. Yet paradoxically, everything harmonized with seamless organic grace, as if born whole from the earth itself. This dreamlike panorama arrested every guest in reverent stillness, gazing entranced as though no amount of observation could ever satiate their wonder. The greatest architectural ensemble of this century. Ziwiyuan, truly deserving of the title. Sun Xinyuan exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings, grateful for his decision to join Chronotech and profoundly indebted to Su Yu's magnanimity. Indeed, he murmured, working in such an environment, I suspect I'll live 10 years longer. A statuesque, elegantly mature woman laughed warmly. I hear residences in the aerial city are available for purchase, 1 per person. Looks like I'll need to sell my Modu apartment and move in here. Yes, and I wonder about pricing. If it's reasonable, I'd certainly consider buying one too, added another executive. Rumors say senior executives who serve 6 months without incident may purchase a unit at cost price. After 2 years, if still unbought, Chronotech grants one outright. Still unclear on the procedural details though. No sooner had the executives disembarked from the coaches than they began marveling aloud at Ziwiyuan's sublime grandeur, only to pivot swiftly toward its residential offerings. With their seasoned judgment, they recognized Chronotech's future as boundless, and understood that real estate within the aerial city would inevitably become priceless, irreplaceable treasure. Only now did they grasp the staggering weight behind Chronotech's recruitment slogan, own a home after X years. Even entry-level staff receive a residence after just 3 years, an unimaginable benefit. Frankly, 3 years' salary would scarcely cover the value of that single dwelling. Chronotech is simply unfathomably wealthy. Seeing the executives passionately discussing over their Su, you had no intention of interrupting. Letting them discover the extent of the employee benefits was part of the plan from the end of autumn. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. To encourage employees to exert themselves, mere empty promises would not suffice. Real incentives must be presented. Suyu had already laid out his cards, and now it was up to the employees to perform. The employee benefits listed in the recruitment information were indeed real, but obtaining housing was not as simple as it seemed. At the end of autumn, a complete assessment system was established. Regardless of the employee's level, only those who passed the assessment and met the required work duration would be eligible for housing. There was no situation where one could loaf around for years and still receive housing. Suyu was not a fool. He had reviewed the assessment criteria, and they were not particularly difficult. In fact, achieving the goals set forth was far simpler than the intense competition and burnout seen in those internet. Therefore, although some wordplay was employed in the recruitment advertisement without mentioning the existence of assessments, Suyu did not feel he was deceiving anyone. Rather than an assessment, it was more like a standard line distinguishing between regular employees and those merely coast. As long as one showed up for work and diligently completed their tasks, they would pass the assessment and receive the company's allocated housing. After all, Suyu was not running a charity. There was no way he would provide high benefits to those who were lazy and Moreover, not only would benefits not be provided, but employees who failed assessments for 3 consecutive months would be directly removed from time and space technology. This was not a job for life. Those who worked diligently would reap rewards. As for the slackers, they could go eat dirt. With such high benefits, how could one still loaf around? Of course, Suyu believed that as long as he fulfilled his promises and delivered each benefit on time, the vast majority of people would work hard. People from Jojo are not afraid of hardship or exhaustion, but what they fear is to suffer and toil without any rewards. Such a situation would certainly not occur under Suyu. After a moment of reflection, the executives, guided by the bionic beings throughout the Jiwei Yuan, arrived at the site of the completion ceremony. The completion ceremony was quite simple. After the officiating team read the congratulatory speech, Suyu briefly delivered a few remarks based on the speech already prepared for him by the end of autumn. He then personally added a handful of yellow earth to a stone tablet at the very center of Jiwei Yuan, engraved with the characters Jiwei Yuan. Following that, representatives from the official government of Magic City and the executive team took turns to add soil. Once these high-ranking officials had all contributed, the completion ceremony was deemed complete. The time coincided perfectly with just past noon. The grand procession then turned to a hotel in the entertainment district to enjoy a meal that was beyond reproach. The afternoon activities involved the bionic beings within Jiwei Yuan leading the newcomers on a tour around the area. It is worth mentioning that the 2,000 bionic beings previously purchased from Froststar were already insufficient, prompting Suyu to buy another 6,000 units. However, this time the price was somewhat cheaper, and the traded item was no longer the longevity golden core, but water. 60,000 tons of seawater. Yet this transaction encountered some issues. Froststar originally requested 50,000 tons of low-pollution, non-radiative seawater. With Blue Star's water reserves reaching a staggering 138 trillion cubic meters, a mere 50,000 tons was nothing to be concerned about, so Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. However, after Suyu went to the seaside to deliver the water, it was detected to contain trace amounts of radiation. Consequently, Suyu received a complaint from Froststar. He ended up having to compensate an additional 10,000 tons. It was at this moment that he recalled the fact that there were indeed some foolish individuals dumping nuclear waste into the sea next door. Damn. This cost him 10,000 tons of seawater. He would need to remember this group of fools. In any case, he had again procured a large batch of bionic beings from Froststar. These bionic beings would be assigned to factories and various service facilities within Jiwei Yuan, completely replacing human employees. They were not only cost-effective, but also guaranteed to never expose the secrets of the factory. The Blue Star employees that Suyu recruited primarily engaged in tasks that were difficult for other bionic beings to. Of course, if under the control of the end of autumn, all operations within the company could be executed entirely by bionic beings without requiring any human employees. However, the computational power of this bionic being was indeed extraordinary, but not limitless. If she were to control all bionic beings to handle every operation within the company, she would have no time for anything else. Merely controlling the bionic beings would consume all her computational resources. After all, while directing bionic beings to perform simple tasks did not consume much computational power, merely issuing commands was sufficient. However, negotiating with bionic beings, engaging in lawsuits, or conducting research, tasks that required adaptability, consumed far more computational resources. Thus, Suyu had to recruit employees to handle tasks that did not involve core secrets of time and space technology. In addition to bionic beings, Suyu also purchased a complete production line for lightweight exoskeletons from Froststar, as well as 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of various models. With the assistance of the end of autumn, he had gained an exceedingly clear understanding of the future city. He had gained the upper hand during the negotiations of this transaction. Firstly, the previous plan established with the end of autumn for a 5-year agreement to purchase batteries weekly had been revoked after negotiations between the two parties. After all their respective situations had changed significantly compared to when the contract was signed, the previous cooperation model was evidently no longer applicable. The new contract stipulated that Froststar would provide at least a total of 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of different models each month according to the list provided by Suyu. This arrangement would last for 1 year. The list was formulated by the end of autumn, having taken into account the current market conditions on Blue Star. After all, this was a product that Blue Star had never seen before, and it would take time for the market to absorb it after its launch. It was easy to foresee that once metal hydrogen batteries were exposed, they would squeeze the survival space of existing battery companies. Rumors regarding the instability of metal hydrogen batteries would inevitably arise. After all, if this thing exploded, it would not be a trivial matter. Even the smallest mobile phone battery, given its content of metal hydrogen, could cause a person to evaporate on the spot. Although this type of battery had been fully matured during the prosperous era of the wasteland world, under normal circumstances the probability of explosion was less than 1 in a trillion, which was virtually negligible. However, Suyu knew that others were not aware of this. In the understanding of Blue Star's technology, metal hydrogen was indeed a highly unstable material. When the time came, it would be quite simple for malicious individuals to spread rumors. In the early stages, selling this product would be far from easy. It would take time for the general public to believe in its stability. Thus, for the time being, the end of autumn only suggested purchasing 5 million different types of batteries from Froststar. Acquiring these two items naturally comes at a cost. For the lightweight exoskeleton production line, Suyu spent a longevity golden core. The cost for 500,000 batteries was 100,000 tons of oil. Indeed, it is oil. At this stage, oil is not only an indispensable energy source for Blue Star, but also an extremely important industrial raw material. Froststar's intention to buy oil from him was not for energy, as they have nearly limitless nuclear fusion energy. They only needed it as an industrial raw material. In her wasteland world, the easily extractable crude oil on her home planet had been mostly depleted long before the prosperous era. What remains is not only difficult to extract, but also fraught with countless terrifying mutated creatures influenced by genetic and biological weapons. For Future City to extract crude oil from the wasteland itself is simply a pipe dream. However, to monetize the vast technological reserves, crude oil is an unavoidable hurdle, making it inevitable for them to seek Suyu's purchase. With the current oil price at around 550 renminbi per barrel, a ton equals about 4,000. Therefore, 100,000 tons amounts to over 40 million. As for the 500,000 batteries of different models, according to Chiyo Mo's estimates, selling them could bring Suyu over 40 billion in profits. This is still due to the presence of many lower-value small batteries. In short, under the guidance of Chiyo Mo, a trader from Future City, Suyu truly made a significant profit from this transaction. Moreover, it was a gratifying profit, not one that left him feeling constrained. Just thinking about Froststar's bewildered expression when she discovers that only the first longevity golden core is effective makes Suyu unable to suppress a smile. This also serves as a form of revenge for Froststar selling him the G60 exoskeleton while refusing to provide him with batteries. The lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries introduced tonight will likely be the representative products showcased by Time and Space Technology at the opening ceremony. The metal hydrogen batteries need no further explanation. As for the lightweight exoskeleton, although its parameters vastly differ from the G60 heavy exoskeleton, it is still undeniably a product of cutting-edge technology. A person wearing this lightweight exoskeleton can sustain a speed of 60 km/h for 500 kilometers while carrying a load of 200 kilograms. This is merely an energy-saving mode. Under extreme conditions, the exoskeleton can support a maximum load of 400 kilograms, reaching a top speed of 80 km/h, though its range would drop to 180 kilometers. While this data cannot compare to that of the heavy exoskeleton, it is still considered a super soldier equipment that is hard to come by on Blue Star. The heavy exoskeleton can only be produced through black box manufacturing, limiting its supply, and its potential in warfare is simply overwhelming. Suyu's positioning for it is as a non-saleable item. Aside from the military of Jojo, he has no plans to sell it to anyone else or any other forces in the short term. Putting sentimentality aside, just considering the assistance he has received from the Jojo government with an unlimited supply of various materials, he feels he owes them a favor. This can be seen as a way to repay the conveniences the government has provided him. Suyu's positioning for the lightweight exoskeleton is that of a global civilian exoskeleton with no limitations on supply. In the domestic market, he will only use this exoskeleton for transactions with the government. However, when it comes to foreign markets, he will not concern himself with such matters. 200,000 per set. Oh, anyone with money can buy it. Hey, look, your opponent is equipped with this. Each one is a superhuman. If you don't get a badge, how can you keep fighting? You might as well surrender early. And are you still troubled by the Toyota pickup's excessive agility? Just get a lightweight exoskeleton. A one punch equals a pickup truck. Let others witness that even with an excellent matchmaking mechanism, the Black Zone can become a war god with these exoskeletons. Of course, he will never reveal that the Jojo military's heavy exoskeleton purchased at 1 million each can single-handedly defeat dozens of these lightweight exoskeletons. The government is naturally supportive of such export-generating actions, though they made a small transaction with Suyu. That is, these lightweight exoskeletons overseas users need to settle their purchases of Time and Space Technology products in RMB. In return, the government directly ordered 100,000 lightweight exoskeletons as a domestic police version. The total cost is 200 billion to be delivered in 4 installments over 6 months. Whatever price Suyu sells it for outside, they will purchase at that price, no negotiations. Compared to the 1 million for the heavy exoskeletons, they are actually spending more on these lightweight ones. This can be seen as a very direct olive branch extended to Tsuyu. Additionally, the government has opened all procurement doors for all raw materials needed by time and space technology, even lazily ignoring what those materials will be used for. Whatever sounds like it has nothing to do with time and space technology's business like oil and food, as long as they ask, they will help coordinate and sell to time and space technology at the lowest price. This can save Tsuyu a lot of time and financial costs. In short, with the lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries as his main products, Tsuyu will have plenty to talk about at tonight's opening ceremony. Sitting in the top office of the 1388-meter-high skyscraper, Tsuyu was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery over the sea of clouds, but was instead headachy staring at the speech prepared for him by Chiyomo. The entire speech consists of tens of thousands of words. Even though he has undergone genetic enhancement and his brain development far exceeds that of an average person, memorizing tens of thousands of words in just a few hours is still a considerable challenge. Chiyomo sat on the edge of the desk, swinging her legs and quietly gazing at the dreamlike skyline above the sea. At a certain moment, Chiyomo suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Tisk, it seems you no longer need to force yourself to memorize these speeches." Tsuyu looked up in surprise, just about to ask, when his phone placed aside suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, he saw it was General Zhou Qing, whom he had met once at a military base. After glancing at the already anticipated Chiyomo, Tsuyu clicked to answer. "Mr. Su, I heard you were preparing for the company's opening and product promotion." "Yes, what's the matter?" As soon as the call connected, Zhou Qing's fast-paced voice came through, sounding somewhat urgent. "We currently have an opportunity to provide equipment for a real combat demonstration. I wonder if Mr. Su would be interested." Zhou Qing inquired tentatively. Real combat demonstration. Tsuyu was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a proposition. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What kind of combat demonstration is it? Is it an exercise or actual combat?" He ended with a hint of excitement in his tone. Goodness, he had yet to find an opportunity to test his power armor. He had long wanted to find some unsuspecting victims to test it out. Unfortunately, the domestic environment was relatively stable. The previous encounter with Chuyu getting assassinated was a rare opportunity. As a result, his power armor had only been for show until now. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, it seemed there was indeed an opportunity to engage in some real fighting. Sure enough, after hearing Tsuyu's question, Zhou Qing decisively replied, "Go abroad with real weapons to the battle. Deploy overseas. Real combat onto the battlefield." In hearing Zhou Qing's voice on the other end of the line, Tsuyu, though mentally prepared, nonetheless froze for a moment. Yet almost immediately doubt surged forth in actual combat. Which battlefield? And under what circumstances? He fired off a rapid succession of questions. Zhou Qing, unfazed, replied without hesitation, "It is indeed real. The battlefield lies in a small nation in northern Heizhou. Civil war has erupted there just 3 hours ago. Rebel forces seized the capital and began indiscriminate slaughter and looting of foreign nationals and multinational enterprises. Jiuzhou operates dozens of critical mines and factories within that country, and over 100,000 Jiuzhou citizens live and work there. They are now in extreme peril. Due to the suddenness of the crisis, no prior evacuation was arranged. Even dispatching nearby naval vessels would take at least 2 days. At present, these compatriots have gathered for refuge inside a large factory under guidance from the local Jiuzhou embassy. Yet the rebels have already located them and are now launching a full-scale assault on the facility. The factory's armed security force cannot hold out much longer. No more than 2 hours remain before it falls. Once these fanatics seize hundreds of Jiuzhou hostages, our position will become severely compromised. And given their past conduct, mass casualties seem tragically inevitable." At this point, Tsuyu grasped Zhou Qing's intent clearly and blurted out, "And you want me to deploy the Peregrine to transport your personnel there? The lives and property of numerous Jiuzhou nationals stationed abroad are under imminent threat, yet the nearest Jiuzhou military assets cannot arrive in time." Zhou Qing's purpose in calling him thus became self-evident. And after all, the Peregrine could exceed second cosmic velocity. Earth's equatorial circumference is barely over 40,000 kilometers. At full throttle, it could circumnavigate Earth along the equator in under an hour and reach virtually any location on the planet within 30 minutes. If Tsuyu agreed, he could deliver elite troops and heavy equipment to that distant Heizhou nation, thousands of miles away, in mere minutes. Our objective is precisely that. Zhou Qing admitted candidly, and, as for compensation, we are uncertain what Mr. Su specifically requires. Name your terms freely. So long as they fall within the official capacity of Jiuzhou, we will strive to fulfill them. Strive to fulfill. Tsuyu weighed the offer carefully, not replying immediately, but instead asked, "And so by live combat demonstration, do you mean I may record the entire engagement on-site and upload it publicly?" "Absolutely," Zhou Qing affirmed without hesitation. "And moreover, if needed, official media outlets may disclose select operational details to substantiate authenticity." Agreed. And after a moment's contemplation, and seeing Chiyomo nod in quiet assent, Tsuyu accepted. And this was not due to indecisiveness or deference to Chiyomo. Rather, in such high-stakes scenarios, Chiyomo, who reigned unchallenged across the global internet, possessed far sharper judgment than Su Yu himself. Information asymmetry remains the greatest obstacle to equitable negotiation. Enchioma's presence effectively erased the information gap between Su Yu and all others on Earth, ensuring he would invariably make the optimal choice. In hearing Su Yu's agreement, Zhou Qing exhaled audibly in relief, and promptly outlined the preliminary operation plan. In essence, Su Yu would need exert minimal effort, simply pilot the Peregrine to the same military base visited. There he would embark 100 soldiers equipped with heavy exoskeletons and proceed directly to the Heizhou nation. And upon arrival he would disembark the troops, and his role would be complete. Zhou Qing made no mention whatsoever of requiring additional fire support from the Peregrine. And clearly their sole demand was unequivocal, and Su Yu must deliver the personnel. Everything thereafter they trusted would be handled competently by those elite soldiers, clad in cutting-edge exoskeletons. As for Su Yu's compensation, it was disarmingly simple: strive to fulfill any request he might make, whether reasonable or extraordinary. So long as it lay within their power, it would be granted. And do not mistake this for an empty promise. At such echelons, verbal commitments often carry more weight than written contracts. To put it bluntly, if Su Yu refused cooperation, neither law nor official authority could compel him. And indeed, those very institutions were crafted by the authorities themselves. What truly sustained this relationship was mutual interest, perhaps tempered at most by a measure of patriotic. Following the staggering technological revelations unveiled by Su Yu and Chronotech, the government now treated him as though holding porcelain, fearing it might shatter in hand or melt upon the tongue. And to say they granted every request would be no exaggeration. Naturally, they would never renege at this juncture and fracture hard-won trust. And of course, Su Yu himself must also exercise discernment. Deeds and rewards must remain proportionate. He could hardly demand feudal enfeoffment or sovereign autonomy for a single favor, a proposition the state would categorically reject. Some might argue that given Zhou's existing unconditional responsiveness to Su Yu, adding "fulfill any request" is redundant. Yet such thinking reflects narrow vision. And presently, governmental support operates strictly within defined principles, the maximum permissible under established norms. By contrast, within capacity implies boundless latitude, effectively encompassing any request. And the distinction is profound and transformative. Moreover, an additional incentive accompanied the offer: official promotion of Chronotech's products, and privileged access to these rare frontline combat footage archives. Due to widely understood diplomatic constraints, the state could not openly deploy its own military forces into foreign sovereign territory. Thus those 100 soldiers would enter the conflict not as official troops, but under the nominal cover of private security personnel employed by a designated corporation. Should Su Yu consent, that corporation could be Chronotech itself. Once disclosed, no marketing campaign or keynote address could rival the visceral impact of a headline like in Chronotech security personnel, wearing exoskeletons manufactured by Chronotech, engaged and defeated enemy forces outnumbering them 100-fold. No exhibition booth, however exquisitely designed, could surpass the irrefutable proof offered by soldiers clad in Chronotech exoskeletons dominating the battlefield. After finishing the conversation with Zhou Qing, it was just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The executives and media visiting Ziwei Garden were immersed in the immersive experience of this seemingly overnight established headquarters of the time-space conglomerate arranged by the biorobots. There was no immediate need for Su Yu to make an appearance. He only needed to return before the opening ceremony in the afternoon. Therefore, even though it didn't matter whether he attended this event or not, Su Yu still decided to join in the excitement. After releasing the Falcon from the inventory, he donned his Storm-class power armor and entered the Falcon with Chiu. Speaking of which, the inventory initially provided by the trading platform was long insufficient. His current inventory was entirely purchased using trading points. For 50 trading points, one could exchange for an inventory with a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, much larger than those given away for free by the platform. It was extremely useful. The 3 Falcons were stored in these purchased inventories. Like last time, from the start to the stop of the Falcon, it took barely a dozen seconds to arrive above the military base in the mountain hollow. Gently descending and landing on the open ground prepared by the military, as soon as Su Yu exited the cabin in his power armor, he saw 100 soldiers standing in formation clad in heavy exoskeletons, with weapons hanging from every interface. At the forefront of these individuals was surprisingly Su Yu's old acquaintance, Zhou Bo. "Aren't you a researcher? How come you can command a battle?" Su Yu approached Zhou Bo, who was wearing the exoskeleton, and lightly tapped his shoulder armor. Zhou Bo immediately felt a tremendous force, staggering back 2 steps before steadying himself. His gaze then fell on Su Yu's power armor, revealing a hint of envy. They had thoroughly tested the performance of the heavy exoskeleton, and the data could only be described as terrifying. Yet facing Su Yu in power armor, it seemed as powerless as a child. Being prodded back, he could only retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, this state of daze lasted only a moment. Zhou Bo quickly regained his composure and hurriedly replied, "I'm not in command of the battle, I'm merely the nominal commander. The main purpose of this mission is to collect data on the exoskeleton's performance on the battlefield." The specific battle plan has already been formulated. These soldiers are the elite of the elite. They know how to leverage their advantages to deal with the scum out there. Zhou Bo adjusted his glasses, clearly looking down on the rebels produced under the excellent matching mechanism of the Heizhou district, who only resorted to robbery and extortion. Of course, this disdain was directed at the behavior of the other side, not their combat capability or skills. It was difficult to comment on their combat strength without having engaged them before. While it was unlikely for a formidable army to emerge from the Heizhou district, they were still formed under duress, so one couldn't afford to underestimate them. So your profession is quite dangerous, having to go to the front lines, Suyu remarked in surprise. It was indeed dangerous in the past. Although I wasn't on the front lines, many colleagues were hit by stray bullets, and some even lost their lives because of it. Zhou Bo shook his head, and then patted his chest armor, smiling. However, it's not so dangerous now. With this, it's almost impossible to get killed without going to the front lines. The two exchanged casual pleasantries as the soldiers on the open ground completed their final equipment checks and began to board the Falcon, one after another. Suyu had no worries about whether they would turn against him after boarding and attempt to seize control of the Falcon. After all, although he didn't plan to use it, the exoskeleton did have a backdoor he had left behind. If they truly thought they could take the Falcon using this method, it would be far too naive. With just a thought, he could make all the exoskeletons shut down, transforming into a several 100-kilogram mass of metal encasing flesh. He didn't believe the military hadn't considered this scenario, so from any angle they had no motivation in this regard. BM. A violent explosion erupted from the distance. A man dressed in a dirty parka and carrying a backpack was jolted awake. Looking in the direction of the sound, panic and concern flashed in his eyes. Li He, the leader of an exploration team from the Huzhou branch of the Jiuzhou Mining Corporation. According to the original plan, he should have returned home for a break, by this time able to spend time with his wife and children. However, just days before he was set to return home, he suddenly received a notice instructing him to lead a team to explore a mountainous area with iron ore outcrops suspected to be a small open-pit mine. Having received a new assignment, just before returning home, left Li He feeling quite helpless, but he could not refuse the orders from above and had to lead his team there. Because this assignment occupied his rest time in addition to double pay, there were also extremely high allowances for this trip. There was nothing he could do, the compensation was too generous. After several days, Li He finally found the destination in the vast mountains. After conducting preliminary surveys with several teammates using various instruments they carried, he discovered that he seemed to have found something extraordinary. There was indeed iron ore in this mountain, and it was not the small open-pit mine described in the intel. To be precise, beneath this open-pit mine lay an incredibly massive ore deposit buried under layers of soil and stone. The richness of this underlying deposit was simply unheard of. Based on his expertise, Li He initially estimated that the iron ore reserves below could reach up to 8 billion tons. Moreover, they were all high-grade iron ore. After reaching this conclusion, he was taken aback himself. After all, the largest iron ore deposit in the world, the one that has been explored, is only 72 billion tons. Did he inadvertently break the record by just casually searching? Initially, Li He thought the equipment was malfunctioning, but after several tests yielding the same result, he realized the gravity of the situation. Li He dared not tell his teammates and decisively concealed the final calculation results, claiming that there was only a small open-pit mine here before leading the team away. He originally planned to report the results directly to the higher-ups after returning to headquarters. However, he never expected that as soon as he returned to this small country's capital, the rebels would invade. Reluctantly, he had to follow the local embassy to take refuge in this factory. Even more unfortunately, during the evacuation process, he lost contact with his teammates, and now he was all alone. Listening to the increasingly intense sounds of gunfire outside, he was engulfed in fear, pessimistically believing that he was likely doomed this time. Many around him shared his thoughts, and some even cheerfully pulled out their phones to record their last words. Seeing this, he also took out his phone and turned on the camera function, preparing to leave behind his final message. But just as he had taken out his phone, the bright sky suddenly dimmed slightly. He instinctively looked up, only to discover a massive object had appeared above everyone's heads without them noticing. "Are we already here?" By the porthole, Zhou Bo peered down at the immense factory below, his voice dry. In less than 20 minutes, they had spanned more than 9,000 kilometers traveling from Modu to this place. They had known beforehand that the Yuzun's top speed exceeded the second cosmic velocity, so arriving so quickly was on paper entirely expected. Yet having experienced it firsthand still strained belief. During acceleration, he felt as if walking on level ground inside the Yuzun, barely sensing any thrust at all. It left him utterly baffled. He could not discern what sort of technology it represented. He had only heard a few venerable physicists speculate vaguely that it might be some practical application of gravity, but their remarks were inconclusive. And they were merely guessing, not certain at all. Though he knew matters below were urgent, Zhou Bo could not help voicing his, "How exactly have you solved the overload problem? Could you disclose it if convenient?" Suyu, who had been watching the scene below, glanced back at him, and inscrutable said, "It's merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves." As if Suyu needed to learn that now. If he had known earlier, he would not have become wealthy only after acquiring trading space. He would long since be Langsing's richest man. Gravitational waves. Zhou Bowi's pupils contracted and his heart jolted. So it really did involve gravity. But thinking of the urgent situation below, he did not press the matter and instead said, "The situation beneath is rather complicated, Mr. Su does this. Ship have a prearranged troop deployment plan. Normally transport aircraft maintain a full procedure for airborne troop deployment. There are strict requirements for altitude, speed, and weather conditions for parachute drops, all designed to minimize the risk of accidents. Although this Yusun exceeded every transport in the world in size, whether it qualified as a transport was another matter. It might not adhere to any standardized troop delivery protocols. No need." Chiao Mo standing behind Suyu shook her head. "They'll have the Yusun find an open patch of ground, hover 5 meters above it, and when the doors open you can jump straight out. At that height, even an ordinary person like Suyu, who had used an exoskeleton only once or twice, could jump down without difficulty. If these elite soldiers, who had undergone rigorous training and had been wearing exoskeletons for nearly a week, still suffered mishaps, then something truly uncanny would be at work." Zhou Bowi nodded and fell silent. The blue-haired woman, excessively beautiful, was profoundly mysterious. No official records seemed to contain the slightest information about her. She seemed to have appeared from thin air. Beyond the unknown identity, the woman gave him an unsettling impression. Though she plainly shadowed Suyu daily in the role of a secretary, whenever she spoke with outsiders, she inadvertently exuded an unquestionable, formidable presence. An aura is an abstract thing to describe, yet it exists. The sort of presence Chiao Mo carried. Zhou Bowi had only seen it in those who had long occupied high office and held life and death power. Therefore, whenever he met Chiao Mo, he felt an involuntary reverence. With Suyu, by contrast, he could converse normally. Before long, the android piloting the Yusun guided it to hover above a playground within the factory grounds. The playground lay in the center of the complex, some distance from the earlier firefight, and was relatively safe. By then the area was crowded with people. Only the central patch offered a little open space, enough for 100 soldiers to disembark. The Yusun, still under optical cloaking, hovered silently, at only 5 meters above the ground. Chiao Mo glanced at the 100 soldiers who had formed up and in a cool voice said, "We will open the hatch shortly. You have at most 5 minutes to disembark. 5 minutes after that the Yusun will close its doors, engage the optical cloaking module, and rise to await orders." No sooner had she finished than the rear hatch, large enough to admit a tank, slowly opened. At the same time the optical engine disengaged. A 100-meter airborne vessel glided into view below, blotting out the morning sun. Soldiers in heavy exoskeletons filed out, like a well-drilled stream, without hesitation. Staring at the suddenly materialized Yusun, Li He was rendered speechless. His mind could not accommodate such a... The heavy thud of weight hitting the ground that followed snapped him back to attention. Fixing his gaze, Li He saw a figure in thick armor slowly straighten, scan the surroundings, then launch himself a dozen meters, and raise his weapon in vigilance. That was only the beginning. More and more figures clad in identical armor leapt from the ship. They were fully armed, silent, austere, and disciplined, and radiating a deadly intensity. Everyone on the playground noticed the mysterious Yusun and the warriors descending from it. A fear of the unknown settled over every heart. No one dared make a sound. The silence on the playground, until a voice rang out. "This is the security detachment of Jiuzhou Shirkong Technology Group. Everyone." A silvery-powered armor hovered in the air as Suyu spoke through its loudspeaker. Behind him, the massive Yusun engaged optical invisibility and slowly vanished into the sky. Seeing everyone staring blankly with not so much as a murmur of acknowledgement, Suyu could not help but twitch one corner of his mouth. Well, that was anticlimactic. He paid it no mind and turned to Zhou Bowi. "Leave the people to the south to me. I've been wanting to test my skills." I saw from the air that the fighting to the south looked intense. "Can you manage it alone?" Zhou Bowi asked slightly. Although he knew Suyu's powered armor was incomparably more formidable than their exoskeletons, the enemy had been forged by Heizhou region's elite matching system. Their fighting relied on fierce, faith-driven marksmanship. This was after all a battlefield of live weapons with too many variables. Not to mention RPGs. He had even glimpsed what looked like armored tanks over there. "Alone? Don't worry. I scouted it just now. The south is a single street with only one entrance. If I circle behind them, I can sweep them up in one move. I will not let a single one escape." So you said it lightly. The nozzle of the propellantless engine at his back flared. He skimmed low toward the south, leaving a dumbfounded Zhou Bowi behind. No, wasn't the question whether they might flee. Although it sounds a bit juvenile, what man hasn't dreamed of piloting a mech across the battlefield in his youth? After finally seizing such an opportunity, Suyu couldn't just sit on the Falcon watching others fight. What kind of wealthy heir wouldn't sit in a grand hall? With this powered armor on, he could crush those amateurs effortlessly. If he was this scared, he might as well stop doing business altogether. In business, there are always risks of failure. In contrast to Suyu's enthusiasm for the battlefield, Chiao Mo seemed disinterested. She didn't like war, and wasn't the slightest bit worried about any accidents happening to Suyu. Thus she didn't follow him. After scanning the crowd on the playground, her gaze finally settled on Li He. The heavy powered armor weighing over 2 tons slowly landed in front of Li He. Amid the sounds of mechanical movements, the faceplate gradually retracted, revealing Qiu Mo's beautiful visage. With her azure eyes fixed on Li He, Qiu Mo spoke in a calm tone. Finding the world's largest iron mine shows your business acumen is quite impressive. Are you interested in working at time and space technology? Your salary can be doubled. Li He's expression changed dramatically as he stared in shock at the woman whose face was the only part visible from the giant iron lump. He couldn't understand how Qiu Mo knew about this. All the data from the exploration team would be compiled and calculated. The final results should only be known to him. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, including his teammates. He had planned to report to his superiors after returning. After all, such a large iron mine, especially located in a place like Heizhou, would have very few factions capable of competing for it. If the Zhuozhou discovered it first, they would gain the upper hand. Therefore, his confidentiality measures were necessary. However, he never expected that the woman in front of him, who claimed to come from some company in Zhuozhou and whose origins were unknown, would directly reveal his secret. Surprised that I know you discovered the iron mine. Qiu Mo chuckled lightly. Actually, I'm not the only one who knows. Otherwise, do you think the local official army has fought against the resistance for over a decade, and why they could capture the capital in just one night? As she spoke, a flash of red light flickered in Qiu Mo's azure eyes. Her armored right hand slowly raised block. Crack! A faint sound of metal tearing echoed as a yellow-orange bullet was pinched between her index and middle finger. The force was so great that it nearly flattened the bullet. It was only then that Li He heard the gunfire coming from a distance. This? Li He's pupils constricted as he belatedly realized what was happening. There are quite a few people here who want to kill you. Casually tossing the bullet in front of him, Qiu Mo drew an electromagnetic pistol from the holster on her powered armor's leg, and without even looking fired at a 6-story building hundreds of meters away. Li He instinctively looked over vaguely, seeing a flash of blood. Swallowing hard, he nervously asked, "Are you saying that those people outside attacking us are because of me?" "No, it's because of that iron mine. You just happen to know things you shouldn't have." Qiu Mo shook her head. "We can help you deal with the resistance, but we can't guarantee your safety indefinitely. If someone wants to kill you next time, it will depend on your luck." Li He immediately understood what Qiu Mo meant. Essentially, they would only ensure his safety if he agreed to work at time and space technology. If he didn't agree, once Qiu Mo and her group dealt with the resistance, they would obviously leave, and whether he would face assassination afterward was uncertain. This wasn't exactly a threat. After all, they weren't officials from Zhuozhou. Just ensuring the general safety of so many people present was already quite impressive, and there was no reason for them to protect an outsider like him constantly. "I am an employee of Zhuozhou Mining. If I work for you..." Li He hesitated. "Don't worry, we will explain the situation to the Zhuozhou officials, including about that iron mine. You won't have any concerns." Qiu Mo pointed at the falcon, which had once again revealed itself. "If you agree, I can have someone take you up right now. If what you said is true, then..." "I agree." Li He nodded. After all, it was just a job. It didn't matter where he worked. His own life was more. Qiu Mo said nothing more, but the falcon lowered its altitude further. After the hatch opened, the entrance was less than 2 meters from the ground. 2 biomechanical beings wearing heavy exoskeletons jumped out, one on the left and one on the right, supporting Li He onto the falcon. Qiu Mo's sudden recruitment of Li He was certainly not a spurofement decision. Rather, it was part of a future strategy. The various unexploited mineral resources on Blue Star are actually limited. Most undeveloped deposits either have poor quality or are difficult to mine, hence their value is not high. However, you would clearly have access to more than just Blue Star for mining in the future. The Xinzhou world where Yingzheng resides is still a virgin land, yet to be developed. If Su Yu and Frost Star speculations are correct, and if he upgrades to a mid-level or high-level agent, he would be able to trade living beings to other worlds. Talents like Li He would then become immensely valuable. Although it's uncertain when trading living beings will become possible, as long as there is a chance, Qiu Mo believes it is necessary to make some preparations in advance. Meanwhile, Su Yu had arrived at a small 4-story building on the southern edge of the factory battlefield. Beneath his feet lay a body with a shattered spine. This was a sniper from the resistance hiding on the rooftop who had been directly crushed to death by Su Yu's righteous foot. Watching the 5T-62 tanks slowly advancing on the street below, along with the infantry holding AKs scattered around and occasionally firing shots from a distance, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was said that the Heizhou district had an excellent matching mechanism, and seeing it in action now certainly proved the claim. These people had been attacking this factory for at least an hour, yet up to now, they hadn't even breached the door. This was still with tanks leading the charge. Although the T-62 is a relic from the last century, it is still a main battle tank. Against the factory's security personnel armed only with light weapons, they should have been able to trample over them effortlessly. Yet these people couldn't even manage the simplest infantry tank coordination. Every time the tanks charged forward, while the infantry lagged behind firing from a distance without coordination. The security personnel managed to keep a few main battle tanks at bay using cluster grenades, and so far only 2 people had been grazed by stray bullets. Casualties were nearly negligible. In contrast, several from the resistance had been killed. This was utterly surreal. Watching it made Su Yu feel quite entertained. However, he was not there to watch a show, so after a while he stopped. He stood up directly, picked up the Gauss rifle from his back, and aimed at the foremost tank from a distance. Open can. Zing. The tungsten core armor-piercing round was accelerated to 20 Mach by the magnetic rail piercing through the rear armor of the main battle tank, with a deafening sound as it broke the sound barrier. Boom. The shell inside the tank was hit, causing a catastrophic explosion. Under the violent blaze, the turret was blown away. The battlefield that had just been lively fell silent in an instant. Both sides who had been fighting ineptly stared at the tank that had vanished in an instant, all falling into a state of existential doubt. Wow, this can opener is indeed useful. Suyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with surprise as he watched a tank in the distance being struck down. One shot, one tank. That's impressive. Immediately he employed the same technique again, aiming at the side armor of another tank. Bam. Can opener 1. At this point, even the slow-reacting rebels realized something was amiss. After 2 tanks were taken out, the crew members in the remaining 3 tanks were already terrified, scrambling to escape. On the rooftop, Suyu did not continue shooting, but let these people flee from the big can and hide behind cover, casually slinging his Gauss rifle onto his back. The armor on both sides of the spinal column of the power armor rapidly flipped, and in an instant 8 small drones were. Some of these drones were purely for reconnaissance, while others had certain offensive capabilities. They could be called miraculous devices for urban warfare. Of course, Suyu had no use for them. There was only one reason for deploying them. That reason was filming. 8 portable cameras capturing in 360 degrees, without any blind spots, complemented by the first-person shooting system built into the power armor helmet. When it's all over, the footage will surely be 1,000 times more shocking than those movies. Inside a small roadside house, several rebel crew members were peering out of the window with guns, occasionally casting fearful glances at the 2 destroyed T-62 tanks on the street. If they hadn't run fast, they would have probably been turned into cans themselves by now. The key issue wasn't just being turned into cans, they had lost 2 tanks without even knowing where the enemy was or how they were destroyed. This was a bit too shocking. Now with the tanks lying there, they didn't even dare to approach, fearing they might get turned into cans again. Logically speaking, in such situations, the infantry should be responsible for guarding and clearing nearby anti-tank units in cooperation with the tanks. But who could blame them when they didn't even have the concept of infantry-tank cooperation? Tanks relied solely on their armor to charge in, and they would stop dead in their tracks when faced with anti-tank weapons. This was the average level of the armed personnel from Huzhou. Through the drone's perspective, Suyu observed their reactions and found that after losing 2 tanks, they truly intended to hide in the roadside houses without coming out. Do you think that shabby wall of yours is thicker than a main battle tank's armor? Hiding inside is useless. With a bunch of such amateurs pecking at each other, Suyu even felt a bit embarrassed. This is even worse than the assassins who came to kill Chuyu that night. Whoosh. Suyu flicked his right arm, and a chain adorned with countless small metal pieces shot out from his wrist. In the next moment, this soft chain coalesced into a sharp chainsaw sword. Though the chainsaw sword was temporarily assembled from these scattered pieces under electromagnetic effect, there was not a single visible gap. With the power maxed out, the sword's edge vibrated at hundreds of thousands of times per second, making the chainsaw sword virtually indestructible. In the morning sunlight, Suyu looked at the chainsaw sword glinting with a cold light in his hand, and couldn't help but nod. This thing looks fierce. Boom. The heavy power armor jumped down from the small building, directly blocking the street behind. There are 420 armed personnel nearby, and 3 tanks along with 7 armed pickup trucks. Listening to the battlefield data provided by the auxiliary AI, it felt as if Suyu had gained X-ray vision, with all enemies within several hundred meters being marked before his eyes. This was the result of the 8 drones mapping the surrounding terrain, gathering real-time video data and thermal imaging data from multiple angles in the sky, and finally compiling the information into the central computer of the power armor. The margin of error was almost zero. It could be said that if Suyu wished, he could easily stand in the street and shoot through walls with the terrifying penetrating power of the Gauss rifle. However, using this thing to deal with these amateurs was undoubtedly like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. It was completely unnecessary. Moreover, it would be meaningless. Suyu shook the chainsaw sword in his hand and walked leisurely toward a house by the roadside. Inside, 7 or 8 armed personnel were randomly firing their AKs at the factory gate in the distance. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, they clearly had no idea that death had already approached from behind. Swish! A sword was swung. Several armed personnel, using the earthen wall as cover, were sliced in half by the chainsaw sword, blood spraying out and drenching a few nearby black guys. After a brief moment of confusion, the remaining few suddenly came to their senses, staring in terror at Suyu, who was clad in power armor behind them. One of them, reacting quickly, grabbed a walkie-talkie and started chattering. With one hand, he picked up a gun nearby and unleashed a barrage at Suyu. However, as all the bullets approached within 2 meters of Suyu, they involuntarily deviated to the sides, actually deflecting 90 degrees and hitting the wall on the other side. Deflection field. It's too late, organic. Cough cough, sorry I misspoke, I'll cut this part out later. Suyu dispatched all these individuals with a single sweep of his sword. Picking up the walkie-talkie from the ground, he stated, "Your weapons are far too outdated." Boom. A nearby earthen wall closest to the factory's defensive line was kicked down, and amidst the swirling dust the bloody power armor emerged unhurriedly. Suyu fought from one end of the street to the other, even tearing apart two T-62 tanks along the way, all under the watchful eyes of the factory security personnel. They were already utterly bewildered. They had even forgotten to escape, standing foolishly behind their fortifications, terrified, as they watched Suyu lacking even the courage to fire. Everyone's mind was filled with only one question: what kind of monster is this? While those around were filled with terror, Suyu was inside the power armor, watching the video freshly edited by the AI. After fast-forwarding through it, he could sum it up with just one word: cool. Suyu was very satisfied with it. After watching it, he saved it, so he could use it as video material when attending the opening ceremony of the Time-Space Technology Company later. Ignoring the terrified factory security personnel, he commanded the drones to scout the surroundings again. After confirming that there were no fish slipping through the net, he started the engine and flew directly to the playground where the Falcon had just docked. When Suyu returned to the playground, the 100 soldiers had also completed their mission and returned. Including the more than 400 from Suyu's side, over 1,000 rebels who had attacked the factory were completely annihilated in under 20 minutes. None of these 100 soldiers suffered any casualties. The subsequent matters no longer required Suyu and the others to manage. These 100 soldiers would remain stationed here waiting for the naval fleet to arrive. After evacuating the people of Jojo, they would return to the homeland with the fleet. After briefly explaining the situation of the battle on the southern street to Zhou, Suyu could return home to continue preparing for his grand opening ceremony and product launch. However, as soon as they boarded the Falcon, Xiao suddenly said, "There are 2 hours left until the scheduled grand opening. We can stop by and take a look at a place along the way." "Take a look? Where?" Suyu asked in confusion. Xiaomo's eyes emitted a blue haze, constructing a topographical map of the surroundings. She then pointed to a red dot on the map and said, "There is a high-quality iron mine here with astonishing reserves. If the survey data is accurate, the estimated reserves could reach 8 billion tons. An iron mine?" Suyu glanced at the map. "You mean we should acquire this iron mine?" To be honest, with so much high technology at hand waiting to be realized, he had no intention of making money through mining. Xiao nodded, and then explained, "If it were just a mine with astonishing reserves, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Compared to high-tech products, the benefits from mining are too low and not worth focusing on at all. But this place is different." She looked at Suyu and asked, "Can you guess what this place is?" "Guess? Isn't this just a little black state?" Suyu said halfway, suddenly pausing when he saw the latitude and longitude lines on the map. He quickly realized this iron mine is right on the equator. "Correct." Xiao nodded, pulling the map back a bit, and continuing, "Not only is it on the equator, but it's also located in a stable geological region of the continental plate, so geological disasters are unlikely to occur here. More importantly, it's less than 30 kilometers from the coast, making material transportation extremely convenient." Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to guess what she was getting at. "This is an excellent location for building a space," Xiao said lightly. "Located near the equator with a stable geological structure, possessing the world's largest super iron mine, and being conveniently close to the sea, this place is indeed ideal for constructing a space elevator. There's no doubt that this is a perfect environment for building a space elevator. Then let's go take a look. If it really is that suitable, we'll acquire it." Suyu nodded. A space elevator is the true hub that will allow humanity to break free from the gravitational shackles of their home planet and fully venture into space. According to the records of the prosperous era, even after the first generation successfully achieved nuclear fusion and acquired boundless energy, for the people their venturing into space remained a distant dream. Only a few astronauts had the opportunity to enter the cosmos. People went to space not to exploit the endless resources therein, but merely to conduct some scientific experiments. This situation persisted until the first space elevator was completed. After that, space was no longer a natural, instead it became an inexhaustible treasure. Even ordinary people could afford a journey across the solar system by spending just 1 or 2 months' salary. It was precisely for this reason that humanity in the prosperous era fully entered the interstellar age with massive improvements in productivity and a significant increase in material wealth. That marked the beginning of the utopian era. Therefore, the importance of the space elevator is self-evident. Although the necessary technology has not yet been acquired, there are mature technical materials available from Frost Star. Getting it is only a matter of time. After all, if Frost Star wants to obtain more resources from Blue Star to transform the wasteland, they also need to assist Blue Star in enhancing productivity. As long as she isn't foolish, the space elevator technology won't be used to drive up prices. Now that there's a chance to lay the groundwork for a space elevator, Suyu certainly won't let it slip away. It won't be so easy to acquire it. Xiao shook her head, giving a close-up of Li He, who was sitting in a small room inside the Falcon. He is the leader of an exploration team sent by the Jojo mining group, named Li He. He was also the first to discover this giant iron mine. He thought he had concealed the true situation of this iron mine, and planned to report back to the capital of that small country after returning, so that Jojo could seize the opportunity to acquire the mine. But he didn't expect that not only he knew the true data in the exploration team. Several senior explorers had already guessed that the reserves of this mine would definitely be significant based on some fragmented information. One of the explorers received a sum of $100 million and secretly sold this information to a mining giant from America. This is also the reason why the rebel forces, which had been suffering defeats at the hands of the local army, were able to suddenly seize the capital of the country overnight. Suyu was surprised as he looked at the war-torn capital of the small country, not expecting such hidden circumstances. Of course, if there were no weapons provided by external forces, this war would still be fought with cold weapons here. Xiao Mo explained simply, generally speaking, for such a remote small country with no eye-catching resources, major powers are usually reluctant to intervene. Previously among the major countries, Juzhou had the deepest understanding and the best relationship with this little boy. Now that Jiao's exploration team has discovered this iron mine, once the report goes back, based on Jiao's influence here, acquiring this mine won't be difficult. To prevent Zhou from easily acquiring this world's largest iron mine, some people orchestrated this operation. Through a few neighboring countries, a large amount of weapons and ammunition was secretly supplied to the rebel forces in a short time. The goal was to create chaos here, preventing Zhou from easily obtaining the iron mine so that they could later step in and take it themselves. In fact, they don't really need an iron mine, it's mainly about not wanting the other side to get it. The tactics of major powers in their games are often disastrous for small countries. Suyu nodded, then suddenly said, "If that's the case, it won't be easy for us to take over this area ourselves other than through sheer force. Let's leave it to the Zhou officials to handle, we just need the results." Xiao looked at him in surprise, and then nodded, saying, "I think the same." Zhou agreed that you could propose a request. Let's use this area as a bargaining chip. However, although Li He's information hasn't been conveyed to Zhou yet, the news of this iron mine can't be hidden, and Zhou will know sooner or later. So, I don't recommend concealing it, but it's better to clarify things directly with Zhou. If necessary, we can subtly hint at the space elevator plan. This project cannot be completed solely relying on the J9000 module. We will definitely need Jiao's support, and it's best to cooperate to complete it. After a brief discussion, the two came to a decision. They then drove the Falcon towards the mountainous area where the iron mine was located. Although the Falcon did not have mineral detection equipment, the J9000 module rented by Suyu did. After all, under extreme working conditions, the J9000 module can even source materials on-site, melting down some abandoned buildings to extract iron, calcium carbonate, and other minerals to be recast into steel and cement for constructing new buildings. It naturally came equipped with a prospecting unit. I must say this place is indeed very remote, almost like a primeval forest with no signs of human habitation nearby. No wonder such a large iron ore deposit remained undiscovered until now. After conducting the survey, Su Yu and the others were astonished to find that the reserves of this iron mine were far greater than what Li He had initially estimated. The data provided by the J9000 module's prospecting unit indicated that below over 30,000 square kilometers of surrounding land at a depth of 700 meters, there were more than 20 billion tons of iron resources in the form of hematite. Moreover, the iron ore has an iron grade exceeding 68, a low aluminum oxide content, and minimal harmful impurities. It is a rare high-quality iron ore in the entire Blue Star. The only issue is that most of the deposits are located deep underground, and there isn't much exposed on the surface. However, this is precisely why the iron mine remained undiscovered until now. After all, there are rarely any plants around iron mines on the surface, and the exposed reddish soil can easily be recognized as an iron mine. So being buried deep isn't always a bad thing. For Suyu, who can acquire advanced production tools from the wasteland world, the depth hardly makes a difference. The matter of the iron mine was temporarily settled. Next, he would have Xiao Mo communicate with the Zhou side to help facilitate the arrangements. If the Zhou officials really can't handle it, Suyu wouldn't mind. Whenever he gets the technology for the space elevator, he would come directly to start work. As for whose land it is, the one with the bigger fist claims it. If they don't appreciate his gesture, he can't be blamed. Of course, the likelihood of such a situation arising is quite low. After all, Zhou has been operating here for many years, and this time, they demonstrated their capability by rapidly deploying a 100-person exoskeleton squad over 10,000 miles away. I can imagine the people behind this operation are probably tearing their hair out at the sudden appearance of terrifying exoskeleton armor and the silent, yet formidable delivery capacity of their troops. For a single iron mine, they would most likely not cling to it desperately. After all, those 100 elite soldiers clad in exoskeletons are still stationed there. With their combat power, even the weakest fighters in the Heizhou region would likely be no match for them. Those people can forget about playing any proxy wars to annoy others. If they truly become angry and decide to escalate the situation with a carrier battle group, Suyu wouldn't mind flying the Falcon over their heads for a spin, just to ask how many hits their pathetic ship could withstand from mass projectiles dropped from low Earth orbit. When Suyu went to Heizhou, it was around 1 in the afternoon there, while in Heizhou, it was just past 6 in the morning. By the time he returned, it was already past 8 in the morning in Heizhou. Zhou had just passed 3 in the afternoon. The executives and media were still touring Zhuiyuan under the guidance of the bioengineered personnel. In addition to the many employees who had already joined time-space technology also specially came over. Although today was not a working day, these employees had already become part of time-space technology from the moment they saw this place was naturally open to them. They hadn't come earlier because they felt the time wasn't right and the location of Wuxia was rather remote, so they didn't rush over. However, just a few hours ago, with many media outlets entering Wuxia completely unveiling the mysterious veil of this miracle in human architectural history, and coupled with Jiao's intentional promotion. The towering 1388-meter main building and the 8 900-meter buildings arranged in a complex array formed an aerial city. Almost instantaneously ignited the entire internet. Within just a few hours, it dominated the trending lists of major forums. In less than an afternoon, the news of Wuxia and time-space technology flooded the internet. Many prospective employees who came across the news also couldn't help but come over for a visit out of curiosity. Although there is a trend towards lower buildings now, when a colossal structure over 1,000 meters high appears before one, hardly anyone can ignore its presence. Moreover, the breathtaking scenery inside Wuxia left no room for criticism. Just at that moment, someone accidentally revealed on the internet that Wuxia is the headquarters of time-space technology. They also accidentally published the previous recruitment information and the contracts signed by current employees online. So, while such high salary and benefits almost double that of competitors, and they give housing after a full, I'm freaking out. I saw the recruitment advertisement from time-space technology before and thought it was a scam, so I didn't submit my resume even though I met all the requirements. I also didn't submit my resume. Please, time-space technology, give me another chance to apply. I will definitely work hard. Sob, I'm a top candidate, give me a chance to prove myself. I want a house in the aerial city. Do you see my hairstyle? There's not a single hair on my head. Time-space daddy. Dad, don't make me kneel down to beg you. Image, your dad. Our dad. Dad, look at me, I have 10 years of 996 experience, and if necessary, I can do 8,127. I can work for free for 3 years just to get a house in the aerial city. I just saw some real footage of the interior of the aerial city with residences equipped with a complete set of smart home technology, and that stuff is genuinely intelligent. Washing and cooking are almost fully automated. Oh, once you move in, you only need to eat, sleep, and work. No household chores to worry about. It's far superior to the artificial intelligence we spent hundreds of thousands to install at my home. The most crucial part is that a 100 square meter 3-bedroom suite with such impressive smart home technology only costs 500 yuan a month for rent with all utilities included. I'm in Modu, I'm going to rent a place right away. You're thinking too much, they only open it to employees. Moreover, according to their standards, the most ordinary employees can purchase time-space technologies products at cost price after a year of work, and this aerial city house counts as a product. Surprised? A 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartment in the aerial city costs only 8,000 per square meter at cost. To be fair, when I first saw the recruitment information, I thought the location of the houses offered by time-space technology was so remote that even if they gave them away, they wouldn't be useful. Now it seems I was too narrow-minded. The entire Wuxia is clearly a small city integrated with countless high-tech features. Once filled with 100,000 residents, the value of these houses here will likely rival that of prime locations in Modu. It's hard to say. If time-space technology truly becomes a giant company in a certain aspect in the future, then what you said will hold. But if it ever goes bankrupt, Wuxia might just end up being an insignificant spectacle. Tis, brother, I suggest you check out the news just released by Jojo. Link: time-space technology's security team defeats thousands of rebel troops in Heizhou with a small force protecting the safety of hundreds of thousands of fellow citizens. What the hell? The news just released by the Jojo News immediately attracted countless viewers. After all, it was something issued by an official media outlet, which despite various antics in recent years, is still more credible compared to unscrupulous self-media. The credibility of news from official media is still too high. Especially for such major international events, it is clearly impossible to fabricate. Thus, upon seeing the headline, the security team under time-space technology defeats thousands of rebel forces protecting hundreds of thousands of fellow countrymen, many people were completely stunned at first. Their immediate reaction was disbelief. However, upon seeing that the post came from Jojo News, they had no choice but to believe. Yet that absurd feeling lingered in everyone's hearts, refusing to dissipate. It compelled everyone to watch the accompanying video of the news. After watching, everyone gasped in shock. Then, they erupted. What the hell, do you dare to post anything now? Bro, did you forget to switch accounts before posting? This is an official media account. If you don't delete the video, you might. How can you use a game video for such a title? Just get lost. To be honest, I've played so many AAA titles, and I've never seen such realistic scenes. It's just like real life. Is it possible that this is real? Come on. That exoskeleton, that speed, that power, are you telling me it's real? I've only seen such scenes in sci-fi movies. Honestly, this time-space technology isn't a game company, is it? If they can really make such a game, I would buy it in a heartbeat. Those hundreds of soldiers in heavy exoskeletons rampaging on the battlefield, tearing apart armored vehicles, are just too shocking. After watching the video, almost no one believed it was real. Oh, everyone thought it was just an act by the official media. Even after the comments below started to ferment, netizens split into two factions arguing whether it was game footage or movie footage. Until several authoritative official media released another video of exoskeleton combat from a different perspective using the same title. At the same time, they briefly introduced the G60 heavy exoskeleton at the end of the video. Now those who previously did not believe were truly left speechless. After all, in Jayaz's case, while official media occasionally engage in antics, such a situation with so many official media doing so simultaneously had never occurred before. Then they looked at the released general information about the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. In energy-saving mode, it can carry a ton and conduct long-distance assaults at a speed of 100 km per hour. The frontal armor can even withstand cannon fire. Isn't this just like Iron Man walking the Earth? As more news was released, the credibility of the information continued to rise. People gradually began to realize. It turned out that this was actually true. Then many noticed the key points in this. The security team under time-space technology defeated thousands of rebel forces in Heizhou, saving hundreds of thousands of fellow countrymen. What exactly does time-space technology do? Why is there a security force capable of defeating thousands of rebels? What happened in Heizhou that required the rescue of hundreds of thousands of fellow countrymen? Soon the hashtags time-space technology and Heizhou situation surged to the trending topics. After all, Heizhou is thousands of miles away from Jiuzhou, and if the authorities do not disclose more information, it is impossible to understand the situation clearly in a short time. But time-space technology is different. Its headquarters is located in Modu, and today it is holding an opening ceremony. In an instant, the opening ceremony of time-space technology was thrust into the spotlight. Meanwhile, Xiaoma, who had been observing the situation online, timely released a notification under the official account of time-space technology. The opening ceremony of time-space technology will begin at 6 o'clock tonight and will be broadcast live to the entire internet. This will also be our product launch, where the latest batch of products from time-space technology will be unveiled. Stay tuned. Once the announcement was released, netizens saw that it was posted by the official verified accounts of major platforms and immediately pushed it to the top, gaining immense popularity. Countless netizens below asked whether the G60 exoskeleton mentioned by the official media was real and whether the battle in Heizhou actually took place. In less than 2 hours, comments and shares exceeded hundreds of thousands. Wow, this popularity has really taken off. Tonight is bound to be a grand affair. Suyu looked at the real-time data that Xiaoma had compiled for him, as well as the estimated viewership for tonight's live broadcast, and couldn't help but exclaim. In the realm of the internet, Xiaoma truly understood how to play. Coupled with her own powerful computing power, she could almost do anything in the online world. This was still the result of her adhering to the rules and not acting recklessly. In just a few hours, she could ignite a highly popular topic. If she were allowed to act freely in the Blue Star Network, Suyu couldn't even imagine the scene. There are still 2 hours left. You need to be prepared. You can shorten the speech a bit, but you'd better memorize the important parts. Xiaoma sat on the sofa brewing tea while replying. Suyu looked at the manuscript in front of him and rubbed his temples in distress. He thought he wouldn't need to memorize these scripts after going out for a while. He didn't expect that it was just shortened a bit, and the focus of tonight's event shifted from the simple opening ceremony to the subsequent product launch. However, at that moment, he glanced at Xiaoma, who was meticulously brewing tea beside the coffee table, and suddenly said, "How about you speak on my behalf?" Xiaoma showed no change in expression, fluidly continuing her task, and calmly replied, "You are the chairman and founder of time-space technology. How could I, as an assistant, take the stage?" "What assistant? You are the CEO of time-space technology. How can you not speak?" "He'll take the stage during the product launch." Suyu stepped closer to her, taking a sip of the tea she brewed. This mother tree de Hong Pao doesn't seem to have any unique flavor." Xiaoma shot him a glance, and then stood up, saying, "Let's go." "Go." Suyu was taken aback and checked the time. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, more than an hour until the opening ceremony began. He stood up in confusion and asked where to accompany me to choose a dress. Xiaoma shrugged. "How much do you plan to pay me, the CEO, each month?" "I spend quite a bit on clothes, and if the salary is low, I won't work." "The account is right there. Just take what you need. After all, the bank's firewall can't stop you." "It's not the same." Isn't it the same whether it's money earned or salary paid? It's all money. How can it not be the same? Besides, no one can catch you. Your thinking lacks a certain sense of ceremony and romanticism." "Wait, how did it turn into a personal attack while we were having a good conversation?" Alright, let's go out." At 5:50 in the evening, the live stream room on the official website of Time-Space Technology, created by Chiu Mo, had already opened. Only a few minutes remained until the opening ceremony of Time-Space Technology, yet the live stream had already attracted over 100,000 viewers. After all, Chiu Mo had only slightly guided public opinion in the afternoon, and gathering such a large audience in just a few hours was quite impressive. In reality, situations where millions, or even tens of millions of viewers flock to watch a live stream, like those in live stream novels, are virtually non-existent. To achieve the effect of having millions of people watching a live stream simultaneously, at the very least, it requires the reputation built over decades by official media, along with major events that have been promoted well in advance. Let alone tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Even during its peak, the viewership of the Spring Festival Gala could not exceed 100 million. A suddenly appearing live stream room, even if it is meant to demonstrate how to obliterate Blue Star in an hour, could not possibly gather over 100 million viewers in just 1 hour given the speed at which topics spread online. Those who found the live stream so quickly were mostly seasoned internet users who had been surfing for a long time. The majority only learned about it afterward. So don't underestimate the 10-odd thousand viewers, it's actually quite a considerable number. The main building of Zawayuan, standing at 1388 meters, was named North Pole Palace after Chiao Mo consulted Suyu. It is rumored that there are 3 palaces in the heavenly realms: Zawayuan, Taiwiyuan, and Tianshiyuan. Zawayuan is the central palace among the 3 located in the center of the northern sky, thus also referred to as the Central Palace or ZY Palace. Centered around the North Pole, there are 15 stars in the east and west, divided into 2 rows, the left and right palaces. Hence naming the core building of Zawayuan as North Pole Palace is quite fitting. Tonight's opening ceremony will be held in the giant exhibition hall on the first floor of North Pole Palace. The setup in the exhibition hall has already been completed and all the guests have entered. They are just waiting for the time when Chiao Mo can take the stage to host the opening ceremony in place of Suyu. However, in the backstage makeup room, the hired makeup artist was having difficulty looking at Chiao Mo. Miss Chiao, this. You are simply too beautiful. Ooh, I can't find a single flaw, it seems. There's no need for makeup at all. In my humble opinion, makeup would only detract from your natural beauty. Chiao Mo, however, was unconcerned and replied, I know I didn't hire you to do my makeup, but rather to get your advice on what kind of gown would be appropriate for me to wear on stage tonight. As she spoke, she pointed to the wardrobe beside her. The makeup artist instinctively looked over and couldn't help but swallow. Inside the wardrobe were exquisite, luxurious garments made of various fine silks rather than the common Western-style dresses that reveal the chest and back. You plan to wear these to tonight's ceremony? The makeup artist instinctively said. Is there a problem? Chiao Mo smiled gently. Compared to those common gowns, I actually prefer these styles more. It might be that having spent so much time with Suyu, her aesthetic on Blue Star had gradually leaned towards the classical styles of the 9 provinces rather than the Western style. Remembering the identity of the CEO of Time-Space Technology in front of her, and glancing at Suyu, the chairman of Time-Space Technology, beside her, the makeup artist silently swallowed back the thought of, isn't this too unconventional? And instead smiled, saying, with Miss Chiao's figure and beauty, you are a natural model. Oh, any outfit looks absolutely stunning on you, so there's really no need to worry. Come on, what trends and etiquette are relevant for these two? With the strength of Time-Space Technology, even if Chiao Mo wears something completely unconventional to host the opening ceremony, people would only kneel in admiration of her beauty. No one would dare to say that her outfit was inappropriate at this moment. Not to mention that these garments were far more exquisite than the poorly made hanfu found online. With Chiao Mo's beauty and figure, there would truly be no sense of incongruity. After further discussions, Chiao Mo ultimately chose a set of black and red palace attire. Not overly complex, yet still appearing solemn and dignified. After the makeup artist styled her hair into a bun and inserted a few exquisite golden hairpins, she looked as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. How do I look? After selecting the gown, Chiao Mo slightly showcased it in front of Suyu. Her graceful figure was on full display. Beautiful. Suyu couldn't help but praise. Honestly, Chiao Mo's outfit truly struck a chord with him. The solemn and classical gown paired with her gentle demeanor perfectly embodied the ideal of a timeless beauty from ancient times in Suyu's mind. The only pity was that her body was a synthetic person. Otherwise, Suyu would give her 120 points, right? Chiao Mo raised an eyebrow, then withdrew her smile and said solemnly, the time is about right. Suyu watched her figure leave, suddenly feeling that this old lady seemed to be becoming more and more lively recently. When she first arrived, she carried a faint air of melancholy most of the time, often gazing at the sea or the sky, rarely getting tangled up over what to wear beautifully. It seems that gaining a few more months of life and shedding the responsibilities of the future city lord has allowed her to loosen up considerably, gradually revealing her true nature. Who says a 200-year-old lady can't appreciate beautiful clothes and worry about what to wear for important occasions? A super strong computing power combined with absolute rationality isn't necessarily devoid of emotion. Very good. Suyu didn't dwell too much on these matters. It is definitely a positive thing for Chiao Mo to have her own interests in Blue Star. After all, she is not a completely emotionless artificial intelligence. As for spending money, these clothes weren't cheap. They had visited several well-established tailor shops in the 9 provinces that afternoon in their falcon to buy them. The average price was about 100,000 per outfit. However, Suyu naturally didn't mind such petty matters now. As long as the lady was happy, she would be able to work well. Suyu then turned to the giant exhibition hall of North Pole Palace, which was now filled with media reporters and employees and executives from Time-Space Technology who had come from all over. There were also quite a few officials present. Even the guardian of the Magic City had taken the time to come. After all, with such a large group as Time-Space Technology settling in Magic City, it would be a significant source of tax revenue in the future, and the officials were certainly very concerned. After greeting these individuals, Suyu confidently seated himself in the front row center. The opening ceremony didn't really have much to say. Aside from Chiu Mo making a stunning entrance captivating both the live audience and those watching the live stream, the other parts were somewhat dull. Chiu Mo spent a long time introducing the scope of time-space technology's business. After all, while time-space technology currently only had 3 subsidiaries, all of which were either selling exoskeletons or batteries, in the future the company would certainly unveil more cutting-edge technologies. Thus there was quite a bit to introduce. This was also the reason why the speech draft given to Suyu still had tens of thousands of words even after being condensed. Fortunately, Chiu Mo's ability to hold the audience's attention was exceptional. Even with such tedious and complex content, she could make the audience listen attentively and absorb the information. The 2-hour-long opening ceremony passed by unnoticed. Amidst the somewhat regretful gazes of everyone, Chiu Mo gracefully stepped away from the central stage. Following that was the highlight of the evening. The time-space technology product launch. After a brief darkness in the streams of blue light suddenly emerged. These blue light particles quickly coalesced into a 3-dimensional projected image. Suyu focused and realized it was the first-person projection of himself from this afternoon when he went to Heizhou to demonstrate the powered armor. The lights in the exhibition center suddenly went out, startling everyone. A large number of blue light particles slowly emerged, gradually coalescing into a perfect first-person projection of the power armor with no flaws from any angle. Is this naked eye 3D? No, this is holographic projection. Real holographic projection. Wow, it really is. Has holographic technology developed to this extent in just a few years? Isn't this strange? The company I worked at before specialized in VR equipment. If holographic projection is this impressive, then why are we still doing VR? As soon as the projection appeared, many people exclaimed in surprise. After all, even the grassroots employees of the time-space technology company were not novices, they had a basic understanding of various technologies. The amazing holographic projection naturally astonished them. However, their surprise at the holographic technology lasted only a moment, because the shock brought to them by the projection in the next moment was 1,000 times greater than that of a mere holographic projection. The first-person view of the power armor gradually rose and started to speed forward. Upon reaching a certain height, the scene suddenly shifted to a third-person perspective, giving a close-up of the power armor flying in the air from a drone's angle. The power armor, flying at high speed, just inches above the ground, skillfully avoided countless obstacles and effortlessly landed on a rooftop, crushing a black state rebel sniper lying there. Then came the scene of Suyu using a Gauss rifle to open a can. The perfectly timed switch between first-person and third-person perspectives, along with the shock of a single shot taking down a tank, left everyone almost speechless. Next, Suyu discarded the Gauss rifle, switched to a chainsaw sword, and jumped down to engage in close combat, taking down a rebel with one strike, wrenching off the turret of a T-62 tank, and crushing an incoming RPG with his bare hands, all without a scratch, which left everyone in stunned silence. Oh, so it turns out they were showing a sci-fi film. Many people smirked to themselves. Despite the relatively dim environment, Suyu, with his excellent vision, still noticed the reactions of the crowd, but he didn't think much of it. After all, when technology is too advanced, it is no different from magic. Expecting these people to understand why power armor could crush an RPG with bare hands was indeed a bit too much. Fortunately, this video was not too long after editing. It ended in just a few minutes. Given the occasion, no one was impatient enough to leave midway. Everyone patiently waited, eager to see what deeper meaning time-space technology had in showing a film at the product launch. As the blue light particles gradually faded, the holographic projection began to dissipate. The exhibition hall fell into darkness once more. This time the pitch blackness lasted only a dozen seconds. In the next moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark exhibition hall, shining on the very center of the stage. There, a power armor identical to the one in the previous projection stood quietly in place. Everyone involuntarily narrowed their pupils. An absurd speculation suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Could it be that everything shown in the holographic projection was real? However, in the next moment, those who thought of this shook their heads, instinctively denying such a possibility. After all, in that short video, whether it was the Gauss rifle taking down a tank or the power armor's ability to deflect bullets by dozens of degrees with its field of influence, the technology required was unimaginable for the current Blue Star. It is quite normal for everyone to deny things that exceed their understanding. Ignoring the audience's confusion, the lights in the exhibition hall lit up again. This time the spotlight illuminated a G60 heavy exoskeleton. The moment they saw it, everyone instantly recalled the events of the afternoon. The news released by several official media outlets of the 9 states. In the news video, the elite warriors, referred to as security personnel under time-space technology, were wearing this equipment, crushing thousands of Black State rebels while remaining unscathed. This matter is still trending, and it is also the main reason why so many people are paying attention to the opening ceremony and launch event of time-space technology tonight. Whether they were present or watching through the live broadcast, almost everyone recognized the G60 exoskeleton the moment it appeared. Then the third beam of light appeared. However, this time what was illuminated seemed a bit feeble compared to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton. G20 series light exoskeleton. In energy-saving mode, it can carry a load of 200 kilograms and sustain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for 500 kilometers. Although the external armor is far inferior to the G60 series heavy exoskeleton, it is not something ordinary small-caliber firearms can handle. Under normal circumstances, the chest armor can even withstand armor-piercing rounds shot from a 12.7mm caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Although all parameters are overshadowed by the G60 exoskeleton, it does not prevent this from being an epic-making individual weapon. Moreover, the G60 is not for sale. What is shown on the platform is merely to let others see and prove the technological strength of time-space technology. Want to buy it? This thing, take it or leave it. What? You don't want it? Then I might have to assist your enemies with a batch. The appearance of two exoskeletons and a power armor left the audience somewhat bewildered. Some people recalled the determined assurances from the official media of the 9 states during the day and thought back to the combat video of the power armor they just saw. In their hearts, they had already begun to believe that this was real. However, thinking back to the technology displayed by the power armor, those who truly understood the field felt it was completely impossible. Just the technology contained within the few minutes of video, if it were controlled by a certain force, that force would have long been the overlord of Blue Star. Not to mention concentrating all this advanced technology into such a small power armor. If such technology existed, time-space technology would have long been famous throughout the world without needing to wait until now to open for business. At that moment, Suyu, sitting in the front row, had already stood up and walked onto the stage. The spotlight on the platform kindly zoomed in on him. Suyu looked down at the suspicious faces of the crowd, said nothing more, and walked straight to the power armor, gently opening his arms. The power armor behind him automatically moved up to wrap around him completely. The non-material engine quietly started. The 2-ton power armor slowly began to float. A line of holographic text also appeared in the air beside him: Storm-class power armor. Storm-class power armor. This product represents the culmination of all technologies from time and space. This type of power armor is rich in functionality, capable of operating in various environments across land, sea, air, and space, reaching speeds of up to 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere and up to 10 times beyond it. When delivering a full-powered punch, it can unleash a tremendous force exceeding 100 tons. Meanwhile, it is equipped with a high-frequency vibrating chainsaw sword module on its right arm and an electromagnetic cannon firing unit on its left. The holographic projection briefly introduced the Storm-class power armor without revealing all its capabilities. Even so, it was enough to astonish the audience. To prevent any doubts about it being special effects or a hoax, time and space technology had already made arrangements. Suyu controlled the power armor soaring over the heads of many and arrived at a corner of the exhibition hall. Here a massive iron ingot was displayed. Its size was approximately 15 cubic meters. This piece was leftover scrap from the construction of the Ziwuyuan using the J9000 module. After simple smelting, the engineering machines sent it to the warehouse as surplus material. Chiu Mo naturally knew of its existence. Thus he had it specially delivered to the corner of the exhibition hall. The steel, weighing around 100 tons, occupied a volume of about 15 cubic meters. From a distance, it looked like a solid little iron house. Chiu Mo's intention was for Suyu to demonstrate to the audience whether the power armor was truly as formidable as claimed. The ingot was right there, and for those familiar with steel, it wasn't difficult to infer its weight based on its size. So you wouldn't even need to do much. Just lifting it and taking a few steps would suffice to complete the power armor's demonstration. In full view of the crowd, Suyu flew directly above the ingot, grasping a specially reserved handle with one hand. With the anti-gravity engine operating at full capacity in front of so many people, he effortlessly lifted the massive object weighing nearly 100 tons. As he ascended into the air, the holographic projection's commentary appeared in the void beside him: steel ingot, volume of 15 cubic meters, total weight exceeding 120 tons. Upon seeing this, the audience erupted in disbelief. Before they could voice their doubts, Suyu lightly let go, dropping it onto the ground. Boom. The ground trembled subtly. Everyone's breath momentarily caught in their throats. Anyone with even a little common sense could feel the weight of the ingot from the sound it made upon falling. It wasn't until Suyu piloted the power armor back to the center of the stage and stepped out that some people snapped back to reality. Welcome everyone to the product launch of time and space technology. The product just demonstrated is the Storm-class power armor, which recently participated in military operations in the Huzhou region. Although I know it may be hard to believe that video was recorded during the power armor's combat operations. Of course, this is our latest product from time and space technology, and it is not yet fully mature, so I want to elaborate further. Next, I will introduce our group's proud creation. Suyu raised his right hand, and just as everyone thought he was going to introduce the G60 exoskeleton, he instead shifted his hand, pointing to the much slimmer G20 lightweight exoskeleton. Looking at the somewhat bewildered audience, Suyu secretly chuckled, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, "Don't be misled by its seemingly slender appearance. Compared to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton, the strength contained within this lightweight exoskeleton is equally impressive." The introduction of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton naturally led to a lengthy and tedious parameter and functionality explanation. Due to the nature of the product launch, Suyu even allowed reporters to ask questions if they had any misunderstandings. Thus, just the introduction of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton's various parameters took over an hour. However, the resulting response was evidently far from the dry listing of data provided by the holographic projection during the power armor demonstration. After gaining a deeper understanding of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton's true parameters, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They never expected such a small device to contain such power. Under full operation, it has a maximum load capacity of 4 to 500 kilograms. While it falls short compared to the G60 in power armor, it is already immensely superior when compared to the frail human body. This alone was enough to leave them in awe. Not to mention the other, even more innovative equipment. After a detailed introduction, the attendees couldn't help but exclaim at its brilliance. At this moment, however, Suyu abruptly changed the tone, announcing the G20 lightweight exoskeleton is a civilian engineering assistive device designed and developed by our company. With it, workers will be able to perform hazardous tasks more quickly and safely. I believe that in the near future, this type of exoskeleton will become a godsend for manual laborers. All the audience. Wait, you say this is a civilian product after creating such a thing? Did you not just introduce the assistive aiming module? Is it not said that with this holding a gun feels like having auto-aim, pointing and shooting exactly where you desire? What the hell is this function doing in a civilian engineering device? What do you need an assistive aiming system for in siege machinery? To make air guns shoot nails more accurately? Mr. Su. A reporter could not help but raise his hand. In the midst of his enthusiastic chatter about the vast potential of the G20 exoskeleton in the civilian sector, Suyu was interrupted but did not get annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, "What question do you have, my reporter friend?" The reporter asked directly, "Mr. So you say this is a civilian product, so do you mean it can be freely bought and sold? If so, have you considered the consequences of such actions?" Of course, civilian products can be freely bought and sold. Suyu replied naturally, but halfway through he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. Due to the G20 exceeding emissions standards, it currently does not comply with relevant laws and regulations in Jojo, so it will not be launched there for the time being. However, rest assured, the scientific team at Time and Space Technology is working day and night to solve this issue, and I believe it will soon be available in Jaya's market." Continuing from where we left off, what were we talking about? Oh right, energy and power. The G20 exoskeleton utilizes a fully electric, environmentally friendly design, with its core energy sourced from a metal hydrogen battery produced by our Time and Space Technology, boasting advanced technology without pollution. Naturally, it was not just this one reporter who felt insulted in terms of intelligence. A stir arose throughout the entire venue, and even the barrage in the live stream suddenly increased. However, the online audience did not dwell too much on Suyu's blatant falsehood. Instead, they were surprised that the chairman of Spacetime Technology was quite adept at creating a spectacle. The audience on site reacted much more quickly after the initial uproar. They immediately grasped the crux of Suyu's words, prompting another reporter to stand up and ask, "Mr. So I noticed you just mentioned the metal hydrogen batteries produced by your company. If I remember correctly, Spacetime Technology currently has two wholly owned subsidiaries, one being Spacetime Heavy Industries, and I presume the products being showcased here are these exoskeletons. The other is Spacetime Energy. Is the metal hydrogen battery you just mentioned a product of Spacetime Energy?" Oh, this reporter friend, you have identified a blind spot. So you clapped his hands. The floor of the exhibition booth opened up and a tray slowly emerged from beneath. On the tray lay a black battery about the size of a brick. Suyu casually picked it up and briefly introduced it. "This is the main product of Spacetime Energy. The metal hydrogen battery has an extremely high energy density. To what extent, you may ask? The current highest energy density lithium battery carries about 0.35 kilowatt-hours of energy per kilogram, and gasoline carries about 12 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. And this metal hydrogen battery I hold weighs exactly 1 kilogram. When all its energy is released, it exceeds 1.0 kilowatt-hours. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline." Boom. The entire venue erupted in almost all the audience instinctively stood up, staring at the small brick-like object in Suyu's hand, their eyes filled with disbelief. 900 times the energy density of gasoline. Is this a joke? What kind of top-notch technology is this? This sounds absurd, even more so than that flying power armor. Though I must say, being able to lift over 100 tons is pretty outrageous as well. Have you all considered something? That power armor not only can fly, but also possesses such tremendous strength. Where does its energy come from? Surely the real prowess of that device lies elsewhere. If we just talk about energy during that brief demonstration, a little gasoline would suffice. After all, didn't he say that was a non-saleable item, which doesn't require consideration for long-term use? Well said. What about the commercially available G20 lightweight exoskeleton? How do they solve the energy issue? It's so small it can't possibly run on gasoline, right? Damn, it really seems so. And that heavy exoskeleton from the combat video released by the official media appears to have fought through the entire duration without any need to consider energy issues. Many people upon hearing Su Ye's words immediately recalled many details that had previously been overlooked. The source of energy was evidently the most obvious among these details. Whether it's the power armor or the G60, G20, such compact individual equipment can unleash such tremendous power and speed. A little thought makes it clear that they are energy hogs. If space-time technology hasn't solved the energy issue efficiently, then these flashy devices are clearly castles in the air, utterly unrealistic. No matter how powerful the function, if the energy supply cannot keep up, it is all in vain. Mr. Su, are you really not joking? The reporter who had asked the question was stunned for a moment before hurriedly following up. Of course I can be responsible for my own words. Su chuckled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, another holographic image appeared before everyone. In the image, a bionic person dressed in the space-time technology uniform appeared in a terrain that was complex and filled with obstacles. A timing device was also present, proving that this was a continuous shot without any staged edits. The bionic person was seen effortlessly inserting a metal hydrogen battery into the energy slot of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Then, while controlling this exoskeleton weighing over 300 kilograms and bearing more than a ton of load, it performed various high-difficulty movements that a human's frail body could never accomplish. The entire testing process lasted over an hour. However, after fast-forwarding, the audience watched the video in less than 10 minutes. In that brief 10 minutes, a bionic person appeared behind Su and naturally put on the G60 heavy. Then they performed a simple demonstration right there in the exhibition hall. After the bionic person finished demonstrating in the large exhibition hall, even the audience that had previously harbored doubts, no matter how hard it was to accept in their hearts, could only believe. Putting everything aside, just looking at the performance displayed by that metal hydrogen battery could prove that its energy density was definitely extraordinarily high. It must be far superior to current batteries. And if it really is as powerful as Su said, with an energy density 900 times that of regular batteries, the knowledgeable individuals present could almost predict the vast market that this metal hydrogen battery could bring. At the very least, it would be in the trillion-dollar range. Mr. Su, a reporter from a financial news media with a keen sense of smell, quickly stood up and asked, "Can your company's metal hydrogen batteries already be mass-produced? What is the production capacity? What about the price? And the safety?" Listening to this series of questions, Su waved his hand to signal him to be patient, then replied, "Since the metal hydrogen battery is the main product of space-time energy, it is naturally ready for mass production. Regarding production capacity, we currently anticipate being able to produce many specifications, including batteries for mobile phones, electric vehicles, and various small appliances. Different specifications make it quite troublesome to calculate a total production capacity. If I had to provide an overall capacity adding up all the different types of batteries by weight, the current production capacity is probably around 5 million kilograms. These batteries classified by different specifications would also be around 5 million units. After all, automotive batteries are larger and heavier, while mobile phone batteries are smaller, so averaging it out comes to about this number. As for the specific production quantity of each specification per month, that would require asking our CEO of Spacetime Technology, Ms. Chiomo. In terms of price, the metal hydrogen battery still has quite an advantage, being slightly more expensive than batteries currently on the market, but not excessively, so definitely a price suitable for widespread adoption. The questions asked by this reporter are quite tricky. Moreover, it is not hard to see that the truly critical question is still hidden behind, which is the safety of the battery. If the metallic hydrogen battery itself is not safe, then no matter how impressive Su claims its functions are, or how high its energy density, it would all be in vain. The energy density of TH2 is more than 10 times that of current lithium batteries. But everyone knows that this thing cannot replace batteries. The same goes for metallic hydrogen. This concept is not particularly rare, even on Blue Star. Conductive materials formed from liquid or solid hydrogen under pressures exceeding millions of atmospheres are similar to metals, hence called metallic hydrogen. In the laboratory of Eagle Sauce, they once created a small piece of metallic hydrogen under pressures greater than that of the Earth's core applied to a solid hydrogen sample. However, due to a single experimental accident, this metallic hydrogen sample disappeared. This indicates that, at least according to the current understanding of Blue Star people, it is extremely unstable. Moreover, it is not just unstable. Metallic hydrogen is also a high-density, high-energy material. In the academic circles of Blue Star, the potential military applications of metallic hydrogen are indeed a concern. Many believe that this highly energy-dense material can not only be used as a battery, but also serves as excellent material for weaponry. In fact, this is indeed the case. According to the information Su obtained from the wasteland, the metallic hydrogen battery can indeed be used as a bomb after bypassing security protocols. Moreover, there are indeed specialized metallic hydrogen bombs in the wasteland world. Those things are significantly more powerful than TH2. Who would dare to use such a dangerous thing if its safety cannot be guaranteed? Su anticipated that someone would ask this question before he took the stage, and he was well prepared, thus remaining calm. Safety is of utmost importance and a major concern for everyone. Regarding this, I believe everyone can rest assured. He casually picked up a 1 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery and connected it to a specialized power testing device, pointing at the displayed value. As you can see, this battery is currently fully charged, storing over 10,000 degrees of energy. Saying this, he nodded to the power armor beside him. Then everyone witnessed the towering power armor move without anyone controlling it. After stepping forward to a suitable position, it raised its hand and swung out a chainsaw sword located at its right wrist, just like what was seen in the earlier video. Could it be? At the moment everyone on site saw the power armor move, a sense of foreboding spread in their hearts. However, before they could speak, the power armor swiftly executed a strike. It cleaved the entire metallic hydrogen battery along with the tray underneath into two halves. The half battery fell to the ground with a thud, only emitting a slight puff of white smoke before returning to normal. Suyu unhesitatingly picked it up, showing the metallic sheen of the cut surface to the camera and the audience. We have a stable method for preserving metallic hydrogen batteries. Regardless of whether it is compressed, cut, pierced, soaked in water, or burned, even under extreme conditions, it can only release energy through a special pathway and will not explode. In terms of safety, there are absolutely no issues. And most of the time, even if the battery is severely damaged, it not only will not explode, but can continue to be used. Saying this, Suyu reconnected the half battery to the previous power testing device. The display that previously showed over 10,000 degrees had turned into over 5,000 degrees. Other than that, there were no changes. This technology immediately sparked a wave of astonishment. Many individuals with knowledge of the tech field couldn't help but gasp in amazement and rush to ask questions. Unlike exoskeletons, even the earlier G20 lightweight exoskeleton is clearly not a civilian product, and everyone knows that Suyu was just talking nonsense earlier. Even if a civilian version can be launched in the future, it would be hard for anyone to gain any benefits from it. But metallic hydrogen batteries are different. This is truly a revolution in the energy sector. Its inherent value exceeds trillions. The related industries that can be driven after it goes public, frankly speaking, 10 trillion may not even be an exaggeration. That is an immensely vast market. Among those present, aside from the employees and executives of Space-Time Technology, who were stunned to learn that their company had such incredible black technology, feeling that they had come to the right place, the media were thinking about how to dig out more major news. The representatives of the official Magu thought about how to ensure Suyu would conduct battery production in Magu to guarantee more tax revenue, making a significant mark in their political achievements. Meanwhile, many who were watching the live stream online were contemplating how to get a share of the pie from the impact that metallic hydrogen batteries would bring to the existing market. Imitating production is out of the question. This is clearly Space-Time Technology's exclusive technology, and they haven't even published related papers before. This shows that Space-Time Technology has no intention of opening up battery production to merely profit from patent fees. Instead, they intend to firmly grasp the metallic hydrogen battery in their hands. Aside from the point of selling batteries, just buying batteries from Space-Time Technology and installing them in existing electronic products could bring unimaginable profits. As long as they manage to secure a batch of metallic hydrogen battery production capacity from Space-Time Technology, even if they do not manufacture electronic products themselves, acting as a middleman selling to those giants in the electrical industry would still yield massive profits. Suyu patiently answered their questions one by one. The product launch, initially expected to end before 9 o'clock, was relentlessly pursued until after 10 o'clock before Suyu announced its conclusion. As for more detailed questions, he promised that updates would be posted on Space-Time Technology's official website later. This finally calmed the fervent audience slightly. Regardless of whether they were the audience on site or those watching the live stream at this moment, everyone realized that their attendance tonight was not in vain. Even if they could not gain any benefits from it, it was highly likely they had witnessed the dawn of a new era. Exoskeleton's power armor metallic hydrogen batteries. The few products showcased at the Space-Time Technology product launch tonight were simply overwhelming. Many even doubted that after exiting they had traversed time and space, mistakenly entering the future. The name Space-Time Technology suddenly appeared in everyone's sight on this ordinary night. Not only did it astonish those present, but in a very short time after the launch it became renowned worldwide, reaching every corner of Blue Star through the internet. It brought a slight shock to the entire world. The response speed of those electrical giants was also far quicker than anyone had imagined. That night at around 11 o'clock, Suyu's phone was bombarded with calls. The phone rang. In the villa at Peach Blossom Dock, Suyu was enjoying a midnight snack. Sitting across the table, Chio-Emo noticed his phone light up and couldn't help but remind him. Suyu glanced at it, casually hung up the phone, and said to Chio-Emo, "Aunt Chio set up a program for me. Don't accept any calls except for a few important numbers." Chio-Emo rolled her eyes at him, saying, "The information I gathered from the internet tells me that your way of addressing me is not out of respect for my age, but due to some indescribable immorality." Suyu sprayed the porridge he had just taken a sip of. After awkwardly wiping his mouth with a tissue, he retorted, "That's slander." Chio-Emo smirked and said, "Are you not afraid that I'll see those little movies on your phone if I design the program?" Suyu confidently replied, "Haha, what do you take me for? Go ahead, look." He was joking. Given his current wealth, how could he only have one phone? All his study materials were stored in another phone. Chio-Emo teased him with a glance. Just then another call came in. Suyu asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you could design a software in a second? Is the program to intercept calls not ready yet?" Xiaomo shrugged and replied, "This call is categorized as relatively important in the program's judgment, but it's actually not that important. It's up to you whether to answer it or not." So late at night, there's still a relatively important call. Suyu picked up his phone, took a glance, and chose to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Su from Time-Space Technology?" A deep voice came from the other end. Not catching the name clearly, Suyu directly asked, "It's me, who is this?" "Oh, I am Qin Fu from BYD. Qin Fu. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then recalled who the person was. BYD Auto, a leading enterprise in the new energy vehicle sector in the 9 provinces, with an annual shipment of nearly 200,000 vehicles. And this Qin Fu is the founder of BYD Auto. A true business giant. However, thinking about what the other party does, Suyu immediately understood why Xiaomo said this call was relatively important. One doesn't need to think hard, they are definitely here for the metal hydrogen battery. After all, the biggest issue with new energy vehicles now is the batteries being subpar. Take BYD's flagship model, the Han, for example. A mid-size car weighing over 2 tons has a battery that weighs 550 kilograms. Yet its range is only around 600 kilometers. In the cold winters of the north, it has to cut down on that. Even that is already considered top-notch in the industry. Other vehicles have even worse ranges. Thus, for the metal hydrogen battery, which has 900 times the energy density of gasoline, these new energy vehicle companies must pay attention to it. After all, a poor quality phone battery is not a big deal for most people. Charging once a day is sufficient. However, if the vehicle's battery is lacking, it involves range issues, which in turn relates to the proliferation of charging stations. Range anxiety is the biggest issue restricting the development of new energy vehicles. Currently, the only solution the car companies have for this problem is to build charging stations all over the world. It's a clumsy yet unavoidable measure. Yet even so, it is impossible to cover the entire world with charging stations in a short period, let alone cover the whole country. It can only be popularized in major cities. Therefore, the main users of new energy vehicles are basically only in big cities. That's why there has always been talk online about new energy vehicles being economical for commuting in the city, but gasoline vehicles being more reliable for long trips. After all, it's not uncommon to drive an electric car on the highway and not dare to turn on the air conditioning when stuck in traffic. "So it's Mr. Chen. I have long admired your name." Suyu feigned ignorance and asked, "I wonder if Mr. Chen called so late because there's something important to discuss." Qin Fu on the other end of the line replied apologetically, "Mr. Su, I heard that your time-space energy has mastered the preparation and mass production technology of metal hydrogen batteries. As soon as I heard, I couldn't sleep and had someone get your contact information. I apologize for the sudden contact." "It's nothing." Suyu replied nonchalantly. "So Mr. Chen is interested in the metal hydrogen battery?" "Of course." Qin Fu laughed. "Mr. So you don't know, I just watched the recorded live broadcast of the Time-Space Technology Conference, and the technology your company has mastered is truly eye-opening. Watching the conference almost made me feel like we had really entered the future overnight. It truly lives up to the name of Time-Space Technology." After a bit of flattery, Qin Fu finally stated his purpose. "I have already booked a flight to Modu for tonight. I wonder if Mr. Su has time tomorrow. I would like to have a good chat with you about the metal hydrogen battery. Mr. Su should also understand how important this battery is for our company. I apologize for the late disturbance." Suyu had already made it clear at the conference. The metal hydrogen battery was meant to be sold. It was normal for him to directly mention wanting to discuss the battery transaction. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Suyu thought for a moment and decided he should have no issues. He immediately said, "Mr. Chen's personal visit is certainly welcomed by Time-Space Technology. I will be waiting for you at Zawiyuan tomorrow." After the two exchanged pleasantries and confirmed the meeting time for tomorrow, they hung up the phone. Suyu was quite familiar with this kind of business back and forth. Although the business partners had changed from previously unknown small characters to today's business giants, he himself was also no longer the same. He was not about to be intimidated. However, having been in powered armor fighting during the day, he now had to worry about these business matters at night. He felt a bit uneasy. This isn't right. Weren't they supposed to agree on him being a hands-off manager? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly remembered. Although Time-Space Technology had recruited a large number of capable executives, these executives were sufficient for handling most business. However, when it came to negotiating cooperation with significant business giants like Qin Fu, if Suyu did not appear, it seemed that no one from Time-Space Technology could handle it conveniently. This wasn't entirely related to capability. Rather, it was about status. Executives, after all, were just employees. If a powerful founder from a large group personally came over, it would be quite impolite for an ordinary executive to receive him. Thus, Suyu needed to personally attend. This is a bit of a headache. Suyu felt slightly troubled. First of all, he certainly wouldn't be sharing the shares of Time-Space Technology. "Mr. Su, long time no see, hope you are well." As soon as the call connected, the voice of Chu Yu came through, slightly hoarse, yet rich in resonance. According to online commentary, it was a typical mature woman's voice, vastly different from the gentle tones of Autumn's end. "Not bad." Suyu casually replied. "Miss Chu calling at this late hour, is there something on your mind?" "Apologies for the late call, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Yu politely interjected, then got straight to the point. I heard that, Mr. Su's time-space heavy industry has a G20 lightweight exoskeleton for sale overseas. I wonder if Mr. Su has any channels for weapon sales abroad. Sales channels. Yu narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised by her sudden inquiry. Could it be she intended to act as an arms dealer, purchasing the G20 from him to sell at a high price abroad? Nonetheless, it seemed that time-space technology indeed lacked channels for selling such equipment overseas. Of course, Yu was not the only executive in the company. If given some time the others could handle it, this wasn't a significant problem. After all, as long as the product was good enough, there was no fear of not having buyers. Yu could not possibly be unaware of this, yet she still made this call. This was indeed intriguing. After a moment of thought, Yu replied, our executives at Timespace Technology have only just started, and while they are working hard to develop overseas channels, time is limited. We indeed currently lack pathways in this area. So Miss Chu, do you have any suggestions? Yu smiled and said, well, just a moment ago a client of mine overseas inquired and asked me to contact you to procure a batch of G20 exoskeletons. I wonder if Mr. Su might be interested. Oh, what client could have you so concerned as to call me at this late hour? Yu asked with keen interest. Wagner. Yu. Good heavens, that's quite a major client. Moreover, they were embroiled in a conflict at the moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the most formidable mercenaries in the world. Their combat strength was so formidable that they could easily overpower regular armies. Thus, many internet users in Jiuzhou humorously referred to this mercenary group as the Wagner Army. They are a major force in a battlefield, currently attracting the attention of countless people worldwide. And the most critical point is that they are a mercenary group, a private armed force. Dealing with them is considerably simpler than negotiating with some countries. It's as simple as exchanging money for goods. How many do they intend to purchase? Yu changed his sitting posture, his expression growing more serious. Although they were mercenaries, he hardly needed to think. If he dared to sell this to Wagner today, he would likely be condemned by the Eagle country tomorrow, then labeled and sanctioned. The good news is that he wasn't afraid of sanctions at all. The bad news is that if the order were too small, Yu wouldn't bother taking it. 3,000 sets. Yu hurriedly said, this is the first batch. If the practical combat performance is good, they will place additional. After all, you understand their situation. Once purchased, it's unlikely that Wagner would be the only user. 3,000 sets would certainly not be enough. 3,000 sets, even calculated at the base configuration of the G20 exoskeleton, would amount to 6 billion. Yu had already made it clear on the official website of Timespace Technology what the selling price of the G20 exoskeleton was. The most basic model was priced at under 2 million, just over 199,000. The basic model carried virtually no modules, featuring only the most essential transmission systems and lightweight armor. It was not substantially different from what he had introduced at the previous press conference. However, this item also had upgraded versions. The upgraded version sacrifices some weight capacity to allow for thicker armor to be attached, and more precise auxiliary modules can be equipped within the helmet. This includes the self-targeting auxiliary aiming module that is comparable to what is found in the G60 exoskeleton. The price is only 3.99 million. If that isn't satisfactory, no problem, we also offer a custom version. It can be equipped with armor identical to that of the G60 heavy exoskeleton, maximizing defense. Additionally, it comes with an upgraded power system, which although not as advanced as the G60's, is still superior to that of the G20. While it consumes more energy, a larger battery can always be swapped in, but it's not a big deal. This modification was specially designed by Chioma based on the G20, and it can be done directly in the factories on Blue Star without needing to seek technical modifications from Shuangxing. Each set is priced at 6.99 million. If you are willing to pay more, you can even add the drone battlefield situational awareness module from the Storm-class power armor. With this item, anyone would be like they have X-ray vision. Urban combat. Laughable, just walk through walls. Just asking if you are tempted. 9.99 million. Are all 3,000 sets the basic model? Or should we get a few of each? Yu then inquired. 2,500 sets of the basic model, 400 sets of the upgraded model, 100 sets of the custom version, plus 2 of your exoskeletons equipped with the battlefield situational awareness module. Yu quickly replied. So that's a total of 7,289,998,000. How do they plan to make the payment? Yu quickly calculated the price with his impressive mental math skills. They intend to settle with natural gas and oil. Of course, if you don't want that, it's not a problem. I can pay you on their behalf, and just handle the batch of oil and gas for me. I see. Yu nodded, then curiously asked, but what's in it for you? To take on so much oil and gas, while also giving me so much cash, isn't that difficult for your company? He couldn't believe that Yu would do this favor for free. Wagner would surely offer her many benefits. To put it bluntly, even if she didn't help given some time, they could still contact Timespace Technology themselves. As for the settlement in oil and gas, that was not a problem either. Those are hard currencies, and there are many ways to convert them to cash. It's a hassle, but a manageable one. They wouldn't give Yu a hefty commission for this trivial matter. That's unrealistic. I need them to do me a favor, to kill someone. Yu pondered briefly, but did not hide it. I see. Upon hearing this, Su Yu did not press further. He then chatted with Chu Yu for a few more minutes, set an appointment to sign the contract at Timespace Technology tomorrow evening, and hung up the phone. Then Su Yu looked at Chioma in surprise. What you meant earlier was to have Chu Yu come work at Timespace Technology. Chioma shrugged. Why not? Su Yu shook his head. Give me a break. The Wanfu Group under her control is already a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, and she even has an arms company of indeterminate scale. Isn't it far more comfortable to be your own boss? Why come work for me? Su Yu said. The fear is that being that boss may not be so easy, Chioma replied calmly. What do you mean? Su Yu frowned, sensing there was more he did not know. Chioma, not one for riddles, answered at once. Do you know the origins of the Chu family? The southeastern Chu clan, a millennia-old house. Rumor has it they descend from the royal line of Chu of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. Whether that is true, perhaps even the Chu themselves do not know. What is provable is that from the late Tang onward, the Chu family has been active in the southeast for at least 1,000 years. It is an ancient and enormous clan. The Wanfu Group, you know, is merely the tip of the Chu family's iceberg. A millennial house. Su Yu was stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief. Such families really exist in the real world. Of course they do. In the past century, almost every familiar figure with the surname Chu traces back to them. They inhabit every profession, yet they never broadcast the family name, so ordinary people naturally remain unaware. Chioma explained, dynasties flow, but houses endure. It has always been so. If you think a little upheaval can erase these clans from history, you underestimate the wisdom of a millennial family. Even in our Luoxiao world's wasteland era, many forces still persist in the form of family clans. Some of the powerful ones are not inferior to Whalei City. A mature clan is a remarkably advanced organizational structure bound by bloodline and united in the control of production. Though it may appear crude, that simplicity conceals another virtue: stability. In times of social order, they quietly integrate into every trade, using their vast scale to collect and control advanced means of production to swell the family. In chaotic times, they withdraw and lie low, waiting for the next era of stability. The rise and fall of realms, changes of dynasty. These matter little to them, so it is difficult for them to disappear. Su Yu listened, greatly astonished. Upon reflection, he realized it did indeed make sense. As long as a great house does not suffer the folly of a deranged patriarch, the power they command in any era makes them a party to be courted. They are indeed hard to extinguish. He could not help but ask, so what does any of this have to do with getting Chu Yu to join Shircom Technology? Chioma shook his head. Chu Yu is talented, but at her age, and with her credentials, she cannot hope to control such a clan on her own. The reason she now manages most of the Chu family's business is essentially because the current family head supports her. By the way, the Chu family head is her great-grandfather. He is 92, and his health has recently declined. It seems he may not have long. Without his support, Chu Yu cannot easily seize control of the entire house. Once the old patriarch passes, there will inevitably be immense turmoil within the Chu family. Last time, someone even smuggled in to assassinate Chu Yu. You do not really think those people risked their lives and came to Jojo over a petty arms dispute, do you? Su Yu had some recollection of that incident. Chu Yu herself had said the assassination attempt was complicated. Otherwise, no matter how intent the brigands were, they would not have dared take such a risk and come into Jojo. It was tantamount to courting death. According to Chu Yu, something unexpected had occurred. Someone had grown impatient, so the upheaval was the impending death of the Chu family's old patriarch. Su Yu thought for a moment and grasped the crux. By Chiomo's description, a family so vast in an age of globalization could hardly be confined to Ju. They likely have branches overseas. Based on available intelligence, it is most probable that news of the old patriarch's failing health had leaked abroad. If someone within the Chu family sought to contest the headship, they would naturally want Chu Yu eliminated. Collaborating with brigands who clashed with Chu Yu over arms deals, and colluding with disgruntled Chu members in Jojo for an inside-outside pincer attack to assassinate her suddenly seemed very plausible. So the person she said she commissioned Wagner to kill, was that also a Chu family member? Su Yu asked. That was not. In a clan like the Chu, succession to the headship requires Chu blood. Only the overseas legitimate line would have both the motive and the capacity to carry out an assassination of Chu Yu. Others would gain little from her death and would not risk so much. Yes, it was her biological uncle. If she dies, he would very likely become the next Chu patriarch. Su Yu tapped the table and after a moment's contemplation said, So you mean I should exchange one life, her great-grandfather's, for her working for me? If that were truly the case, it was not inconceivable. The Yinshou Jindan is not especially rare in the Shenzhou world around Yingzheng. Su Yu himself still had dozens. To give away a single pill in exchange for a subordinate of status who could handle tasks he could not entrust to senior executives seemed a fair trade. It even felt like good value. If it can extend her great-grandfather's life by 20 years in exchange for 10 years of her service, she would almost certainly accept. Very well, let's do it. Su Yu immediately took out his phone, found Chu Yu's number, and called back. In a mansion somewhere in Modu, Chu Yue, who had just ended the call with Su Yu, sank wearily into the bathtub. Her ivory skin was delicate and warm. Perfect curves hid beneath the steam half revealed and suggestive, stirring the imagination. Yet there was no one to admire this scene, and Chuyu had little mind for it. She lay silently in the tub, feeling her fatigue melt away in the hot water, and she breathed out a long, slow sigh. Thinking of recent troubles, she felt a headache and muttered, "I hope they can safely bring back second uncle's head. These people are becoming increasingly restless." Just then the phone by the tub rang. Seeing the contact labeled Suyu, she hesitated, then lifted the phone to her ear. After a moment, the phone slipped from her hand and fell into the tub. Stunned, she scrambled and hurriedly fished it out. Fortunately, her phone was waterproof and still worked. Seeing the call still connected, Chuyu's voice trembled. "Do you really possess a medicine that can extend someone's life by 20 years? After finishing the call, Chuyu lay in the bathtub, placing her phone aside, her expression fluctuating. After a while, she slowly exhaled and closed her eyes again, resting in the bathtub. "Let's take a look tomorrow." Suyu told her that he had a medicine that could extend life by 20 years. The price, however, was for her to work as the vice president at the time and space technology company for 10 years. Of course, there were additional fees. One such pill cost 10 billion. However, compared to working for Suyu for 10 years, 10 billion seemed like a trivial cost to Chuyu. In comparison to the medicine that extends life by 20 years, this amount of money hardly seemed like a cost to her. It was merely a trivial addition. As for whether Suyu actually had such a medicine, she wasn't a science novice and knew how difficult it was to extend human life. With the current biomedicine technology, if an elderly person in their 50s or 60s suffered from a disease and was willing to spend money on some radical medical methods, they might extend their life slightly. But even that was limited. Basically, it was exhausting the body to treat the illness. For someone like her great-grandfather who was over 100 years old, extending life was exceedingly difficult. At that age, the organs in the body had begun to wither. Even if matching organs were replaced, it would be futile. The rejection reactions alone would be deadly. Even slightly stimulating drugs could endanger the elderly, and they could only use the most gentle medical methods to slowly nurture their lives. Modern medical technology is far from what the general public imagines. For the most common cold, humanity can only rely on its immune system to heal. Those so-called cold medicines are, to put it simply, just assisting the immune system. So rationally speaking, Suyu claiming to possess a medicine that can extend human lifespan, which could be used as long as there is still a breath left, was certainly unreliable. However, recalling Suyu's mysterious background and the wondrous technologies he brought forth, Chuyu couldn't help but believe him a little. After all, whether it was powered exoskeletons or metal hydrogen batteries, they were products far beyond the current technology of Blue Star. Who knows if Suyu had more cutting-edge medical technologies. The next day at noon, Suyu met Shin-Fu from the Bia Group at ZY Garden. After giving a friendly tour of ZY Garden, the two got down to business. Firstly, due to the energy density of metal hydrogen batteries being 900 times that of gasoline. Even for vehicle batteries, they do not need to be large. Ultimately, Shin-Fu decided to procure batteries in 3 specifications: 5 kilograms, 3 kilograms, and 1 kilogram. A 5 kilogram metal hydrogen battery, when fully charged, contains energy equivalent to 4500 kilograms of gasoline. And 4500 kilograms of gasoline is roughly equivalent to 5800 liters. Based on the traditional fuel consumption of 10 liters per 100 kilometers for mid-sized vehicles, it could run 5800 kilometers. This range has reached a terrifying level. Moreover, this calculation is based on traditional fuel vehicles' consumption. New energy vehicles consume even less because electric motors have a much higher energy utilization rate than internal combustion engines. According to the efficiency of the motor, the 5 kilogram metal hydrogen battery, when fully charged, might be enough for a vehicle to travel over 100 kilometers. Many might wonder why electric cars are said to be more environmentally friendly than gasoline cars despite the pollution from electricity generation. The answer lies in forgetting to account for energy utilization efficiency. The energy utilization rate of electric motors exceeds 90, while that of internal combustion engines is only 40. This means that the energy wasted during the combustion process of internal combustion engines is much greater than that of electric motors. This is also why gasoline has an energy density several times that of batteries, yet new energy vehicles can achieve a range not much different from gasoline cars. For a car that consumes 10 liters per 100 kilometers, if the fuel tank holds 70 liters, it would contain over 50 kilograms of gasoline when full. However, a new energy vehicle, due to not needing to carry the complex components found in traditional cars, can load a battery weighing 500 to 600 kilograms, while keeping the overall weight of the vehicle similar. Thus, the disparity in energy that both sides can carry is not as exaggerated. Additionally, since electric motors are more efficient than internal combustion engines under similar classifications, a gasoline car can run 700 to 800 kilometers on a full tank, while an electric car can also cover 500 to 600 kilometers. High energy utilization efficiency is the reason electric cars are more environmentally friendly than gasoline cars. As for the current reliance on fossil fuels for electricity generation, the pollution remains significant. In fact, this issue has a solution. There are many ways to generate electricity, not just fossil fuels. With advancements in other environmentally friendly electricity generation technologies, electricity will become increasingly eco-friendly. This is why most countries are promoting electric vehicles, believing they are more environmentally friendly than gasoline vehicles. For manufacturers like Bia, a 5-kilogram metal hydrogen battery is more than sufficient as the energy source for their top-tier models. For lower-end models, equipping them with a 1-kilogram battery, which offers a range of 20,000 kilometers per charge, is enough to alleviate current concerns about electric vehicle range. In fact, it has exceeded expectations significantly. It provides electric vehicles with a substantial advantage over gasoline vehicles. As for the pricing of the batteries, Suyu has set a simple price based on weight. The price for 1 kilogram of metal hydrogen battery is 50,000. Based on the ability of 1 kilogram to enable a vehicle to travel 20,000 kilometers, this pricing is indeed too high. On average, the cost per kilometer has reached 2.5 yuan. If the only advantage is a super long-range vehicles equipped with metal hydrogen batteries might struggle to compete with other new energy vehicles. After all, others have managed to achieve a cost of less than 0.1 yuan per kilometer. Even gasoline vehicles cost around 0.5 to 0.8 yuan per kilometer. Although current electric vehicles have range issues for users in large cities who do not travel far, this problem is not most likely they would not spend such unnecessary money. After all, users only care about practicality regardless of the high-tech features you offer. Even if a nuclear fusion reactor were placed in the vehicle providing a range of 10 million kilometers, if the operating cost were higher than that of ordinary electric or gasoline vehicles, they would still not buy it. The reason Suyu dares to sell at this price is primarily because it is a one-time transaction. Metal hydrogen batteries cannot be recharged, once the energy is depleted they need to be refilled with hydrogen. At Time and Space Energy, Suyu has obtained the technology for producing metal hydrogen from the wastelands. This process only requires water. Building a factory by the sea could yield several tons daily. The only cost is the substantial amount of electricity required to produce metal hydrogen. However, Suyu has already brought in nuclear engineers to study the first generation of fusion reactor designs. According to Chiyomo's estimates, with Suyu investing unlimited funds and her coordinating assistance, the first fusion reactor could be ready for ignition within a month. By then, electricity will essentially be free. Thus, the cost of metal hydrogen is primarily in transportation and storage. As for why Suyu, having already acquired the technology to produce metal hydrogen, still seeks to purchase metal hydrogen batteries from Shuangxing, the reason is simple: producing metal hydrogen is not difficult. After all, even Blue Star residents have previously done so. The challenge lies in how to store it in small batteries for power supply. Frankly speaking, that battery casing is the real cutting-edge technology. Although Chiyomo knows how that works, Blue Star lacks many essential materials. Therefore, it is better to buy directly from. What Suyu refers to as a one-time transaction means that users of the metal hydrogen batteries can refill with hydrogen for free after the battery is exhausted. Each time, they only need to pay for transportation, storage, and labor costs. The refilling cost is expected not to exceed 500 yuan. This free refilling continues until the vehicle has run 300,000 kilometers. Afterward, charges will apply, but it won't be too expensive. Therefore, what seems like 50,000 yuan for a range of 20,000 kilometers with a cost of 2.5 yuan per kilometer actually equates to 50,000 yuan for a range of 300,000 kilometers with a cost of less than 0.2 yuan per kilometer. It may be slightly more expensive than many current electric vehicles, but it eliminates range anxiety, presenting a significant advantage that is truly overwhelming. Gasoline vehicles. What are those? P.S. This chapter is written in detail to calculate the costs, mainly to prevent objections. I won't write similar plots in such detail in the future, otherwise it would be too verbose. People often say that the protagonist sells things too cheaply. In fact, when selling such products, one must consider not only the technological value, but also the market's purchasing power. In simple terms, you have to consider whether others can afford it, especially for widely used technology products. No matter how cutting-edge something is, if the price is too high for others to afford, what significance does it have? Selling an exoskeleton for several million will of course attract some buyers, but they won't purchase many, or rather they might buy a few to study or equip a small number. After all, this is individual equipment, and the kill efficiency of individual equipment on the battlefield is destined not to be higher than that of missiles, aircraft, or warships. If the price is too high, they won't scale up procurement. Without large-scale procurement, selling a little here and there might ultimately yield less profit than low-priced bulk sales. Because the cost of heavy exoskeletons is low enough to sell for 500,000, making profits close to 20,000%. Most of you have probably seen Dying to Survive. Pharmaceutical companies do sell overpriced drugs for a reason, as the research and development costs are high. Without high prices, they cannot recoup their costs. This is an inherent cost of technological products. The first batch of contracts signed between Shinfu and Suyu involves 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries. This includes 50,000 5-kilogram units, 100,000 3-kilogram units, and 450,000 1-kilogram units. A total of 50 billion in large orders. The two parties will settle the payment within the coming week. This batch of batteries is sufficient for the BYD group to produce 600,000 vehicles equipped with the new metallic hydrogen batteries. This is just the order for this month. Chen Fu and Su Yu have signed a long-term contract ensuring that the BYD Group will purchase at least 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries from Spacetime Energy every month for the next year. The specific specifications to be procured will need to be negotiated later. Last year, the total sales of vehicles by the BYD Group were less than 2 million. Logically speaking, such a large production capacity should be unmanageable. However, after acquiring metallic hydrogen batteries, Mr. Chen is filled with ambition, aiming not only at the domestic market, but also targeting overseas markets. If his plan goes smoothly, the BYD Group may produce over 7 million metallic hydrogen vehicles. Even with the black technology of metallic hydrogen batteries, this remains a significant challenge. After all, Spacetime Energy's batteries are not exclusively sold to them. The BYD Group only supports 1/5 of Spacetime Energy's monthly production capacity. Other manufacturers can also purchase batteries from here. Metallic hydrogen batteries cannot be a unique selling point. The reason Chen Fu dares to make such a decision and increase production so drastically is due to another factor. He has also reached an exclusive collaboration project with the most inconspicuous subsidiary of Spacetime Tech. That subsidiary is known as the Spacetime Technology Reserve Company, which is 70 controlled by Su Yu and 30 by Zhezhou Bank. This company currently holds all the secondary technologies of the G60 heavy exoskeleton except for those top-tier black technologies. Even the secondary technologies are absolutely advanced in the context of Blue Star. For instance, the enemy identification system in the G60 exoskeleton, with slight modifications, can become a vehicle-mounted radar that far exceeds current market technologies. This can provide the most cutting-edge hardware support for autonomous driving. Although the armor technology of the G60 exoskeleton is first-tier black technology, it does not appear in the technical list of the Spacetime Technology Reserve Company. However, aside from the armor, many internal components also utilize various special materials. For example, the skeleton is made from titanium alloy combined with another composite material. This composite material is inexpensive yet lightweight. Its strength can reach 4,000 MPa, far exceeding the high-strength steel generally used for critical parts like automotive pillars. Though it is slightly inferior to high-strength carbon fiber, the key factor is its cost-effectiveness. It is both lightweight and affordable, cheaper than high-strength steel. It can definitely be used for car manufacturing. The exclusive collaboration project between the BYD Group and the Spacetime Technology Reserve entails that all commercial technologies produced by the Spacetime Technology Reserve in the next 5 years can only be developed in collaboration with the BYD Group in the automotive sector. Naturally, any technology monetization outside of civilian vehicles will have no relation to the BYD Group. The Spacetime Technology side can proceed as they wish. Of course, the price is not small. 200 billion. This is the amount for signing this contract. Additional payments will be required later if technical transfers or product procurement are involved. The collaboration with Spacetime Technology is the key reason Chen Fu dares to increase production so boldly. In fact, he feels a bit regretful. The technological reserves of Spacetime Technology do not include the powerful motors installed in the G60 exoskeleton. If that were also available, it would be incredible. Currently, vehicles with 600 or 700 horsepower are considered performance cars, while those with over 1,000 horsepower are top-tier performance cars. According to the publicly available parameters of the G60 exoskeleton, if the motors inside are redesigned based on their principles and installed in vehicles, they could probably create a vehicle with over 5,000 horsepower. Truly a vehicle with more horsepower than a tank. If such horsepower were installed in a car without restrictions, what would be said about acceleration from 0 to 100? A car. That's just a ground-hugging flying machine. Of course, there's a sense of regret, but for this successful deal, he is quite pleased. Unsurprisingly, the next step for BIA Automobile will be to unleash a true slaughter mode. Even competitors won't find any use in procuring metal hydrogen batteries from the Spacetime Energy sector. Su Yu is equally satisfied with this transaction. In just one afternoon, he raked in 250 billion. Although 200 billion of that comes from Spacetime Technology, only 70% belongs to him. But that's not a big issue. That's still a revenue of 140 billion plus the 500 billion from the batteries. That totals a daily income of 190 billion. Costs. The total cost was less than 100 million. This is the benefit that cutting-edge technology can bring in terms of monetization. And this is just the beginning. In fact, besides his personal meeting with Chen Fu today, the business department of the Spacetime Technology Company, which just started working, has also become quite busy. Countless cooperation intentions are flowing in from all directions. The newly hired employees and executives are already overwhelmed. However, the good news is that the Spacetime Technology Company strictly adheres to a 9 to 5 work schedule. When it's time, they can leave work. What? There are still important collaborations to discuss. Let the clients wait. Not willing to wait. Buy if you want, if not, that's your loss. These first-day employees never expected this. In their previous jobs, they had to treat clients like kings, and if a deal fell through, they would be scolded mercilessly by their... The most common phrase they heard was, if you can do it, if not, get lost. There are plenty of others who can do it. Yet at the Spacetime Technology Company, the situation was flipped. They leave work on time. If the clients are not satisfied, they can even assertively say, I'm off work now. If you can negotiate, great. If not, then don't bother. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. As a result, when the clients heard this, they not only didn't dare to get angry, but also stopped nagging and quickly signed the contracts, fearing that delays might cause changes. Thinking back to the times when they had to drink until they vomited at business dinners just to meet performance targets, feeling like grandchildren in those scenarios, these salespeople were on the verge of tears. Damn, the difference is just too enormous. Now the clients are the ones begging for a few more minutes before they leave. This was something they never anticipated. One employee summarized their first day experience and posted it online, naturally stirring up a wave of envy, including the collaboration reached with BIA Group. Today, the total sales of the 3 subsidiaries of Time and Space Technology for today is approximately 127 billion. During dinner time, Chioma diligently fulfilled her duties as a secretary. Although she is the CEO, she remarked, "Tisk, this isn't great. Just BIA Group alone accounts for 2.5 billion, and what's left is only this small amount." After swallowing the food in his mouth, Suyu continued, "Have the 300 external skeletons we are preparing to discuss with Chuyu tonight been counted?" "No." Chioma shook her head. "What is calculated here is the contracts that have already been signed and executed. Including that deal, it should exceed 2 billion. If we add the 10 billion for the longevity golden core, that's 3 billion. A daily revenue of 3 billion is quite astonishing. And this is only from the completed transactions. There are countless intended contracts and potential clients waiting to be negotiated with. In my opinion, your 500-kilogram metallic hydrogen battery may not be sufficient. Have you considered purchasing more from that girl Froststar?" "No more purchases." Suyu shook his head. 5 million kilograms per month is already quite exaggerated. The current sales volume is due to the fact that the metallic hydrogen battery has opened up an entirely blank market. It's normal for clients to rush to buy in the short term, but over time they will realize that the energy density of the metallic hydrogen battery is too high and it may not be as useful as it seems. Many electronic devices actually do not require such a large capacity battery. Furthermore, introducing too many into the market at once will likely lead to a significant drop in prices, greatly affecting the current clients with signed contracts. Therefore, we need to control the number of batteries entering the market. 500 kilograms a month is just right for now. Once people become familiar with these high-capacity batteries and develop more energy-consuming and feature-rich products based on metallic hydrogen batteries, that will be the time when metallic hydrogen batteries truly take off. Indeed. Chioma nodded after a moment of contemplation. And Suyu suddenly grinned and said, "The real problem lies ahead. Do you believe that within 3 days there will certainly be scandals regarding the safety of metallic hydrogen batteries? Moreover, it will likely be very tumultuous. After all, this thing has cut off the livelihoods of too many people." Chioma said dismissively, "That's a minor issue, or just make them shut up, and it will be fine. As long as she doesn't want to see it, no one could give Time and Space Technologies products a bad review." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Simply blocking it online isn't very reliable. They could still tarnish our reputation through offline newspapers and other means. But it's not a big problem. Just find the mastermind behind it and make them disappear." Although she wasn't fond of killing for people like that, she wouldn't mind their physical annihilation. Not to that extent. Suyu hurriedly said, "Passionate business battles. How interesting. Once we secure the deal with Chuyu today, all company business matters can be handed over to her, and we can find some fun to occupy our time, right?" He also wanted to see what those opponents whose livelihoods he had disrupted would come up with. Chioma shot him a glance, but said, "Not long after Suyu finished dinner, Chuyu also arrived at ZY Garden, not bringing bodyguards, but instead a blonde woman. From her appearance, it was clear she was of Slavic descent. However, this Slavic girl exuded a strong and vigorous aura, moving with a certain poise. She was clearly someone skilled in combat. Given the true buyer of this order, it was not hard to guess that this woman was likely the representative sent by Wagner to discuss matters. "This is Mr. Suyu, the chairman of Time and Space Technology." After introducing her to Suyu, Chuyu acted as the intermediary. She then added, "This is Ms. Anna, the representative of Wagner Company. She originally came to Kyushu to procure a batch of drones and happened to come by to take a look while responsible for addressing some details of this order. Suyu, you are even more handsome than in the video. You are truly a perfect creation of the creator." Anna gazed at Suyu with intense admiration and exclaimed in fluent Kyushu dialect, "Moreover, your company's headquarters is truly astonishing. When I arrived just now, I thought I had entered a future world." Miss Anna is equally stunning. She is the most beautiful Western woman I've ever seen. The lovely lady evidently possesses an accurate sixth sense. This place is indeed the future. Suyu smiled noncommittally. To be fair, just like Anna's compliment about him, he was not being polite. Among Western races, Slavic girls are indeed the most in line with Kyushu aesthetics, and Anna is evidently a standout among them. With well-defined features, her skin does not have the roughness common among other Slavic girls. Instead, it appears delicate and tender even without makeup. Coupled with her tall stature and those enviable long legs, if we were to give a score out of 195, would be no problem. The exotic charm could add a few extra points. Overall, she is not much inferior to Chuyu. Of course, the elegance that Chuyu exudes in her every move is something that ordinary people can hardly match. It is the accumulation of a 1,000-year-old family. Just like the authoritative aura that Shoma occasionally displays in front of outsiders, it is unique, accumulated over a century of ruling future city, something ordinary people can hardly replicate. A single glance or gesture can give a feeling that cannot be refused. Mr. Su has a keen eye. Anna appeared very confident in her appearance. After calmly accepting Su Ye's compliment, she continued, "Your company's technology is indeed more impressive than the headquarters." After exchanging pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Suyu led them directly to the 5th underground level of the Arctic Palace. This is a specially created underground equipment testing ground. While there isn't enough space for testing power armor, it is certainly sufficient for testing the G20 light exoskeleton. Anna, evidently not a weak woman, immediately requested to personally test the equipment upon arrival. Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. After donning the exoskeleton, Anna began to test its performance item by item, and the entire process lasted nearly an hour. Seeing how she was reluctant to part with the G20, it was not hard to guess her level of satisfaction with this exoskeleton. This is an equipment capable of changing the battlefield dynamics. Anna approached Suyu and the others, her expression slightly excited. She had tested several modified versions of the G20, and summed it up in one sentence: she wanted them all. Especially that one priced at $999. The configuration featuring the drone battlefield situational mapping module and auxiliary aiming module was simply incredible. For a moment, it even gave Anna the illusion of playing a game with cheat codes. But in the next moment, she realized that this indeed felt like a cheat. Lock on perspective. What else could this be if not a cheat? So how many does Miss Anna plan to procure? We have plenty in stock, and we can ship it tomorrow after the order. Of course, the 3000 pieces that Ms. Chu discussed with you earlier remains unchanged. However, I believe it is necessary to add an additional order. I will report to my superiors later, and I should receive an accurate response by tomorrow. So I hope to finalize the specific contract tomorrow. Of course. Suyu nodded. After that, they chatted for a while longer about various topics. To be fair, Anna spoke Kyushu dialect quite fluently, and was very knowledgeable about Kyushu culture. There were almost no communication barriers. Moreover, she was quite talkative, and evidently more open-minded than Eastern girls. Occasionally, she even shared a few. The two seemed to be enjoying their conversation. Chuiwei, on the other hand, remained at the side accompanying them, but not interrupting their discussion much, instead, engaging in conversation with Shoma. It wasn't until Suyu arranged for someone to take Anna to the hotel in the ZY Garden entertainment area for rest that only the three of them remained present. They then began to discuss the truly important matters of the evening. The longevity golden core. Is this what you said could extend a person's lifespan by 20 years? In the office on the top floor of the North Pole Palace, Chuyu looked at the longevity pill in the box before her, her delicate brows furrowing. Before coming, she had thought it would be some sort of potion, but upon seeing it, it was clearly a high-tech product. Yet it turned out to be just a pill. This is it. Suyu shrugged. Don't you feel anything else when you smell it? Chuyu instinctively leaned closer. The fragrance of the longevity pill was quite evident. Oh, she had certainly noticed it long ago, but was hesitant to believe it. It smells wonderful, and just a whiff brings a sense of serenity, even better than sandalwood or ambergris. But how does this relate to extending a person's lifespan? Chuyu lifted her gaze to Suyu, a look of confusion. Suyu had no idea about the principles behind this thing and immediately began to spout nonsense. Don't inquire about scientific matters if you're not an expert. Even if I explained it, you'd likely find it hard to comprehend. Chuyu gave him a strange look, then couldn't help but say, I have a PhD in basic medicine from Chi Medical College, graduated 2 years ago, so I should know a bit about this field. If it's convenient, Mr. Su, perhaps you could elaborate. Who would have thought that a formidable woman controlling vast assets was actually a medical scholar? Not convenient. Su Ye's expression stiffened as he said, Miss Chu, this is a company secret, and I cannot disclose it. I hope you understand. Then how can I trust that this medicine works? Do you have clinical trial reports? Chuyu countered. After all, it was meant for her great-grandfather, and she couldn't just take this unknown item home based on a few of Su Ye's words. The old man might still have a month or two of good life left. Taking this could mean his end. No, don't ask. Asking just leads to folk remedies. Suyu shook his head. The key is you have no other choice. Who else besides me can guarantee that the head of the Chu family can live for another 20 years? Chuyu frowned slightly, turning her gaze back to the longevity pill, feeling a bit hesitant. Standing by the large floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view of the magic city, Chioemo turned without looking back and said, This is completely different from the biological medical principles understood in your blue star, but it is indeed effective. If you truly don't wish to use it, I do have another method. Saying this, she turned around and looked at the bewildered Chuyu, a light smile appearing as her azure eyes scattered numerous blue particles. Holographic projection. The numerous particles gradually formed a complex mechanical lung. If I remember correctly, the biggest problem for the head of the Chu family right now is lung cancer. My solution is simple, just replace the lung. Of course, this wouldn't allow him to live longer. He would need continuous replacements of more mechanical organs until there is nothing left to replace, leading to complete extinction. replaced with mechanical organs. Chuyu did not realize that this holographic projection was being projected from Chiyomo's eyes. She thought it was a facility that already existed in the office. Walking up to the mechanical lung, she scrutinized it carefully for a while before asking in confusion, "You really have the ability to manufacture mechanical organs like this?" At this point, Chuyu suddenly froze, coming to her senses as she stared at Chiyomo and asked, "If I heard correctly, you just said you're Blue Star?" Chiyomo did not answer her follow-up question, but simply raised her hand and said, "Of course there is." As she spoke, a blued electric arc suddenly appeared at her fingertips, crackling as it made contact with the air. Chiyomo casually grabbed a decorative tree in the office. Boom. The violent electric arc instantly split the decorative tree into pieces. Casually signaling the cleaning robot to sweep up the debris, she then turned to the dazed Chuyu and said, "It's just an electric shock device built into the mechanical arm capable of releasing over 5A of current used for self-defense." As she spoke, she inadvertently glanced at Suyu. Of course, it had no deterrent effect. After all, the highest authority of this body was in Suyu's hands. "So, your hand is a mechanical organ modified using this technology." Chuyu's eyes were fixed on however, she could not discern any difference from any other hands. Chiyomo smiled and did not explain. Instead, mechanical modification or taking medicine to live 20 more years, choose one. Of course, I estimate that if mechanical organs are used subsequently, using the longevity pill for prolongation won't be possible. Conversely, trying the longevity pill first, and then using mechanical organs should not have any adverse effects. I need to think about it. Chuyu was momentarily indecisive. Mainly her mind was a bit chaotic. Chiyomo's previous words had a significant impact on her. The words like, "Your Blue Star," were indeed a bit frightening. Moreover, the concept of mechanical organs was too sci-fi for her to accept immediately. Suyu and Chiyomo were not in a hurry and did not urge her. After a long while, Chuyu finally sorted out her thoughts and asked Chiyomo, "If I choose mechanical modification, can it be done to look indistinguishable from ordinary people?" "Of course not." Chiyomo immediately shook her head. This bioengineered person was created using a vast amount of rare resources from Future City, replicated 110, based on how I looked when I was young. This was a handcrafted figure made by top scientists of the prosperity era with unlimited resources at their disposal. Even in the wasteland, it was a unique, irreplaceable item. The biomechanical organs available for trade are basically mass-produced items from factories in Future City, making them incomparable to this body. Once installed, they would only give off a cyberpunk aesthetic. Then, I choose the pill. Chuyu looked at Suyu and said solemnly, "If it really works, I will fulfill my promise and work for space-time technology for 10 years. Sure. Suyu nodded. If it didn't work, he had no reason to abduct someone to make them work for him. Transactions are all about mutual consent. After asking about any precautions for using the longevity pill, Chuyu left with the pill in hand. In the large office, only Chiyomo and Suyu remained. Tomorrow is the weekend, there shouldn't be much going on these days. How about we find a place to vacation? Suyu raised an eyebrow at Chiyomo. Every camera in your world is my eye. Oh, basically I've seen all the places people can go to. Chiyomo shook her head, but then added, "However, if you want to go, I can accompany you. Then, let's go somewhere no one can go." Suyu suddenly looked up at the starry sky outside the window. "Speaking of which, ever since I got the Peregrine Falcon, I've wanted to go to space to take a look, but never got around to it. There's no time like the present. Shall we go take a look?" At the end of autumn, Chiyomo glanced at the starry sky outside. Although the weather in the Demon City had been dismal, with continuous rain, the summit of the Arctic Palace was already higher than the clouds. From this vantage point, above was the sky, and below was the sea of clouds. The gloomy weather below hardly affected. Chiyomo tilted her head and said, "Are we setting off?" "Let's go." Suyu immediately stood up and opened the door to the top office, stepping outside. Behind the office was a helipad. The helipad was not large, but it was sufficient for the Falcon to land. After all, this thing itself didn't need to land as long as there was a flat area nearby for it to approach the ground and allow passengers to board. The two of them boarded the Falcon in turn. In the next moment, the Falcon generated a thunderous sonic boom and disappeared from the top floor of the Arctic Palace. Wanting to observe the gradual ascent into the starry sky, Suyu did not increase the speed of the Falcon too much. After the initial takeoff, it didn't even reach twice the speed of sound. In fact, flying out of Blue Star does not necessarily require achieving the first cosmic speed. As long as the engine continues to work, it's sufficient. Not to mention Blue Star, even escaping the solar system is not an issue. The so-called first cosmic speed refers to the speed at which a spacecraft once reached will not fall back to Earth even if its engine stops working. Therefore, if one cannot achieve the first cosmic speed, an infinite amount of fuel must be consumed to keep the engine running to ensure it does not fall. Thus, even with Suyu's leisurely flight, the Falcon could still leave Blue Star, albeit requiring more energy. However, since this device was powered by nuclear fusion, energy was fundamentally not a problem. Looking at the ground gradually receding and the vibrant night scenery below, Chiyomo couldn't help but exclaim, "It's beautiful." She had only seen such scenery over 100 years ago. After the era of wastelands, such large architectural complexes no longer existed in that world, and naturally, there was no concept of night scenery. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help but ask, by the way, although Future City cannot leave its mother planet due to the lack of anti-gravity devices. But you must have quite a few similar devices to the Falcon, or even more advanced starships, right? Why have I never heard you or Xuanxing talk about developing space? Since your mother planet is no longer suitable for survival, why not abandon it and go directly to outer space to colonize another planet? Not to mention, in the vast universe, it shouldn't be hard for you to find a cultivable place with your technology, right? Leaving the mother planet's gravity is simple, but leaving its protection is difficult. Xiaoma shook her head. Why? Suyu asked in surprise. Logically speaking, with their technological level during the prosperous era where the wealthy could afford to play planet cultivation games, they shouldn't need the protection of their mother planet anymore. Xiaoma helplessly said, when I previously spoke to you about these matters, you clearly missed something. Suyu thought carefully after hearing this, but still could not recall what he had missed, and asked curiously, missed what? When did I ever say that we completely exterminated the fungi? Xiaoma turned and said, in reality, we only exterminated some fungi that entered the mother planet. There are still numerous starships under fungal control in space. The good news is that the starships with annihilation capabilities have mostly been destroyed. Therefore, we can barely survive on the mother planet. So you mean? There are still starships controlled by fungi above your heads occasionally bombarding you. Suyu said in surprise. He thought that the people of the wasteland had eradicated all those fungi with biological and genetic weapons, and that now the only remaining threat was from the things they had created themselves. But now you're telling me the fungi are still alive. Hiss. It seems he had underestimated the horror of the wasteland world. The ground was filled with various technological monsters, and the sky was still surveilled by the starships created during the prosperous era 100 years ago. This is too hellish. Occasional strikes from space. Such situations do happen, but they are rare, and the targets attacking us are not fungi. They are biological weapons that have been modified to navigate through space. Xiaoma said helplessly, in the last battle to defend the mother planet 100 years ago, someone sent these biological weapons into space to attack the fungal fleet. Although they destroyed a large portion of the fungi fleet that entered the mother planet's star system, these biological weapons lost control for some reason. Since then, our star system has belonged to these monsters. Not to mention us wastelanders, even the fungi controlling the starships are no match for these biological weapons. Moreover, some of these biological weapons have developed a certain level of consciousness, possessing simple thoughts, and they will purposefully hunt organic beings. The more terrifying thing is that they can not only survive in space, but also due to exposure to cosmic rays undergo some mutation, actually developing a reproductive system that was not originally designed, and beginning to reproduce in large numbers in outer space. At this stage, these monsters probably number in the tens of millions spread throughout the entire star system. Their vitality is exceptionally strong. They can even feed on the most basic materials, growing indefinitely by devouring the countless wrecks of starships in space. Furthermore, to adapt to the cosmic environment, their outer skin has become exceptionally tough. To eliminate these monsters, temperatures of at least hundreds of millions of degrees are required. That means at least the temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion or some ultra-high power lasers are needed to kill them. Kinetic weapons are almost ineffective against them. You can't even find a material harder than their skin. These biological weapons were originally designed to deal with the fungal-controlled fleets, so they are almost immune to most weapon attacks from the prosperous era. However, the designers probably never anticipated that they would ultimately go out of control. The current situation in the wasteland is that whether it is humans or the human fleets controlled by fungi, if they dare to enter our star system, they will be torn apart by them. Faced with such large-scale artificial monsters, even if humans from the prosperous era were to exert their full strength, it would likely still be a tough battle to completely eradicate them, let alone the currently struggling wastelanders. The starry sky. That belongs to the fungi and biological weapons. And the farther reaches of space beyond the star system are blocked by remnants of fungal warships, making it impossible to escape. Suyu. It's hard to imagine what kind of bizarre technology could create such monsters. If your stellar system is already overrun by such creatures, how is it that you still survive on your homeworld? Can these monsters not simply enter your planet directly? Suyu recalled another question. According to Chiyomo's description, these bioweapons were both immensely powerful and extraordinarily numerous. So why had humanity in the wasteland world managed to cling to survival on their homeworld? They dare not enter. Chiyomo shook his head. The reason, however, remains unknown to me. In truth, these creatures defy all rational understanding. The biotechnology of the prosperous epoch as I know it could never have engineered such beings. If one were forced to speculate. Chiyomo paused, his expression uncharacteristically hesitant. What exactly? Suyu asked, puzzled. I suspect the emergence of these bioweapons may be tied to the true origin of our world's technological explosion centuries ago. Chiyomo paused thoughtfully before explaining. Though the prosperous epoch officially attributes that era's rapid scientific advancement to wartime necessity, our academic circles have long rejected this explanation. From the invention of the first steam engine to the debut of the first internal combustion engine, less than a decade elapsed. Even the full potential of steam power remained untapped when humanity abruptly leapt into the age of combustion engines. Moreover, foundational theories for internal combustion engines were still incomplete at the time. Similar anomalies abound. Take nuclear energy for instance. You would scarcely believe that humanity's first encounter with nuclear technology was with fusion, not fission. During a certain battle, a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 2 megatons obliterated hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in a single detonation, shocking the entire world. Within less than a decade after that first hydrogen bomb was developed and deployed, humanity mastered first-generation controllable nuclear fusion. At this point, Xiao let out a dry, sardonic laugh. Over 30 years after we achieved controllable fusion, a scientific team published a paper announcing a monumental breakthrough in nuclear physics. Guess what they discovered? What? Nuclear fission. Xiaomo's expression darkened. Prior to that revelation, nuclear science had been shrouded in absolute secrecy. The public knew only that fusion existed, but neither its theoretical equations nor its reaction mechanisms were understood. Beyond a handful of great powers, almost no one knew whence this miraculous energy truly originated. Until fission was uncovered, finally lifting the veil from nuclear science itself. Even more absurdly, the team that deciphered fission was itself a nuclear physics division of one of those great powers, one that had previously designed and upgraded fusion reactors. After discovering fission, this very team concluded, without hesitation, that fission represented a more advanced technology than fusion. Do you grasp the implication? It means, Suyu drew a slow, quiet breath, a surreal dissonance stirring within him, that when they first engineered fusion, they didn't even comprehend its fundamental principles. Fission requires only slow neutrons striking U-235 nuclei, causing them to split, and in doing so releasing additional neutrons. In theory, a single slow neutron can trigger a self-sustaining cascade, hence the term chain reaction. Controlling it merely demands regulation of neutron velocity and density, a challenge far from insurmountable. Fusion, by contrast, imposes extreme conditions, temperatures of tens, or even hundreds, of millions of degrees Celsius. Control, therefore, is profoundly difficult. The gulf in complexity between the two is immeasurable. To master the harder before the easier might be excused. Yet to commercially deploy fusion while still regarding fission as more advanced is deeply unsettling. Indeed, they had no understanding. Thus erupted the greatest scandal in our world's scientific history, unfolding amid global jubilation over yet another leap forward in nuclear science. A junior researcher newly admitted to a national nuclear institute and granted access to fusion theory compared fusion and fission, and was the first to spot the anomaly. Before him, not one among the elite scholars who had built controllable fusion reactors, not even the most esteemed physicists in the field, had ever noticed the discrepancy. For they had all operated strictly by rote, utterly ignorant of nuclear physics' underlying principles. Such anomalies occurring once or twice might be dismissed as flukes, but their persistent recurrence reveals the claim that war drives scientific progress is sheer fiction. Humanity at that time must have possessed access to some unknown hidden source of technology. That source was sealed away after humanity ventured into the stars, only to be unearthed again during humanity's desperate retreat before the fungus. These bioweapons, utterly devoid of theoretical foundation, wholly incomprehensible within the framework of contemporary science, emerged in precisely the same inexplicable manner as the hydrogen bomb did centuries earlier. Therefore, Xiaomo lifted his gaze toward the star-strewn sky and sighed. If that artifact can be found, perhaps humanity in that world still has a chance. If not, then salvation rests solely with Xuanxing, now empowered by the trading platform. With no path to heaven and no refuge beneath the earth, without external intervention, the wasteland will become that world's eternal reality. Could it be possible, Suyu mused, that those abrupt technological leaps originated not from an unknown source, but from another world's trading platform agent? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out entirely, but it is exceedingly remote. Xiaomo shook his head. According to the rules Yu and Xuanxing described, each world should possess only a single authorized agent. If our world already had one, then who, or what, is Xuanxing? As for the alternative, that the original agent perished, the odds are even slimmer. Should the technological explosion truly stem from a platform agent, that individual would have survived from the dawn of the scientific surge through the twilight of the prosperous epoch, even engineering these bioweapons, making them at least a mid-tier, possibly even a high-tier agent. Judging by your and Xuanxing's developmental trajectory, by that stage you would wield technologies, and even esoteric abilities, far surpassing anything the prosperous epoch could conceive. Such a being would never allow the wasteland to persist to this day, nor perish so casually from mere accident. Based on all available calculations, I conclude the origin of the scientific surge was an unconscious, inert object, not a person. So complicated, I might as well enjoy the scenery of Blue Star. Suyu coughed lightly, redirecting the relatively heavy topic back to the scenery. Although the wasteland world seems to have quite a few big surprises, the world background is much more complex than he initially imagined. But that has nothing to do with him, and it doesn't even concern Xiaomo now. There is nothing much to say. We are currently at an altitude of over 370 kilometers, having passed through the troposphere and mesosphere, and now situated in the thermosphere. Your Jiuzhou space station is about at this altitude too. If it's just for enjoying the view of Blue Star from space, this is quite suitable. Xiaomo smiled and asked, do you want to go out and take a look? Of course, let's go out. Suyu waved his hand. The two Storm-class power armors parked not far away automatically came to stand behind him, and Xiaomo deploying their armor and enclosing both of them inside. The power armor of the Prosperity era is also known as all-terrain armor. It means that it can adapt to combat needs in any terrain. Naturally, this includes space. The power armor is equipped with a life support system that contains solidified nutrients. When in extreme conditions for extended periods, the solidified nutrients can be decomposed into the necessary nutrients for the human body and delivered through the life support system. It supplies the energy required for human activities. According to the parameters of the Storm-class power armor, it can allow the occupants to survive in space for over a month without additional supplies. Wearing this thing into space is incredibly simple. Moreover, at just over 300 kilometers in altitude, even without the Falcon 1 can fly here using just the power armor. Once the two had donned their power armor, they opened the hatch of the Falcon and stepped outside. After reaching this height, the Falcon did not continue to ascend, but accelerated to the first cosmic speed, then shut off the engines, allowing the ship to enter a stable orbital path, now circling Blue Star at a constant speed. Inside the Falcon, Suyu and Xiaomo naturally also reached the first cosmic speed. After achieving this speed, Blue Star's gravity could hardly drag them down. Gravity still exists, but the feeling it gives is minimal. It creates an illusion of having escaped from the Earth's gravitational pull. At the moment the hatch opened, looking at the enormous blue planet above, and feeling the sensation of weightlessness in his body, Suyu experienced what it feels like to be an astronaut exiting a spacecraft. However, unlike the significant risks faced by astronauts exiting from Blue Star, where every move must be taken with utmost caution, he seemed much more carefree. With his right hand encased in the power armor, gently pushing against the hatch, he soared straight out, instantly flying hundreds of... It was only when he adjusted the engine of the power armor to slightly reverse thrust that he gradually came to a stop. Looking back, the massive Falcon had become small. How does it feel? Xiaomo's voice came through the communication channel. This feeling. Suyu looked at his hand, paused for a moment, and couldn't help but say it truly is unique. Inside the Falcon, due to the gravitational wave technology, even at this altitude, they felt no sense of weightlessness. But once outside the Falcon, that sensation became very pronounced. This feeling of being unable to determine up from down or left from right is a remarkably unique experience for any being that has lived on Blue Star for an extended period. The two enjoyed the scenery in low Earth orbit for a while, experiencing the sensation of weightlessness before returning to Blue Star. I must say, acquiring 3 Falcons from Frost Star was indeed a great deal. These mature aircraft are both versatile and practical. If given the opportunity in the future, Sue, you would like to acquire more from Frost Star. Not to mention, just the need for helium-3 for nuclear fusion means that future spacetime technology must establish a base on the moon. By then, similar spacecraft will certainly be indispensable. Of course, if they could obtain a complete set of blueprints, that would be even better. The next 2 days were uneventful. The company gradually got on track, and there was no need for Suyu to personally negotiate any large contracts. It was uncertain whether Chuyu was still hesitating, as she had not yet administered the longevity golden pill to the head of the Chu family. On Saturday afternoon, Wagner had finally determined the quantity of exoskeletons to be purchased after nearly 2 days of research. They increased the originally planned purchase from 3,000 units of G20 exoskeletons to 5,000 units, including 10 units of the modified upgraded version, worth $999. This batch of equipment was secretly transported to the Russians via land rail, and there were naturally no unforeseen events along the way. On the same day, Wagner publicly announced that they had purchased over 5,000 units of G20 lightweight exoskeletons from Spacetime Technology. Regarding this, Anna had specifically asked Suyu. Suyu had no objections. After all, the customer is always right. They had spent so much money buying things, and it was unreasonable not to let them boast a little. Moreover, the more aggressively Wagner promoted their products, the greater the international reputation of the exoskeletons, and the more Suyu could earn. Spacetime Technology had no reason to oppose this. The moment the news was released, it caused quite a stir internationally. The wars over there had originally been hot topics in international news for the past 2 years, attracting countless eyes. Coupled with the recent emergence of spacetime technology and the technical prowess displayed, the world couldn't help but pay attention. With both factors combined, Wagner's announcement of procurement naturally became the focus of international attention. That evening, during a press conference held by Jojo, the spokesperson was asked by foreign media whether Jayuz's blatant provision of exoskeletons to Wagner indicated any intentions regarding the conflict there. Without a moment's hesitation, the spokesperson replied, the companies in Jojo have the right to sell legal products to anyone, which does not represent the official stance of Jojo. We have no authority to interfere, nor is there any need to interfere. I personally appreciate a certain principle of American imperialism, trade freedom. As soon as these words were spoken, the foreign media who had been eager to pounce were left dumbfounded. Yet they did not know how to retort. Because regardless of the specifications of Spacetime Technology's exoskeletons, they had indeed been positioned as civilian products during the press conference. You can't just say that because wearing an exoskeleton makes a person's speed a bit faster and their strength greater, it must be classified as a weapon, right? There isn't even a single gun on it. Moreover, the key point is that this matter is indeed a trade between Spacetime Technology and Wagner Company. It doesn't involve any national level at all. It makes no sense to ask the spokesperson of JoJo about it. This series of events quickly stirred up a tremendous uproar across the internet worldwide. Wagner and time-space technology were thrust into the spotlight. Of course, due to the war, Wagner was mostly criticized on foreign networks. With so many accusations, they simply didn't. As people continued to criticize, they eventually grew tired of it. On the contrary, the emerging time-space technology boldly dared to engage in trade with the notorious Wagner. Once this news broke, it provoked a wave of public condemnation. Labels such as arms dealer and war profiteer were pinned onto time-space technology. Whatever harsh words were thrown, they utilized them all. In an instant, time-space technology was reduced to a role akin to that of an umbrella corporation from a movie. An evil group wielding powerful technology. Even on domestic forums, the evaluations of time-space technology became polarized with both praise and blame. The negative comments were largely similar to those of the foreign networks criticizing time-space technology as arms. Conversely, the positive remarks praised time-space technology's employee benefits technology and more, asserting that it represented the pinnacle of technology companies in the 9 provinces. Numerous professionals and influencers online even published evaluations. They believed that time-space technology's decision to sell exoskeletons to Wagner was a grave mistake. Originally, time-space technology had brought a small shock to Blue Star, with its technological prowess catching the attention of the whole world. At that time, both domestically and internationally, there was more praise and shock toward the technology of time-space tech. However, now, because of the arms sale to Wagner, the situation turned, and they became the target of everyone's hostility, a single misstep leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, regardless of how outsiders judged, the employees of time-space technology remained unperturbed. After all, it was the weekend. Was the ZY Garden Entertainment District Mall not enjoyable, or was the beach not fun? They would only engage in online arguments if they were bored. Let them criticize all they wanted, it wouldn't cost them a penny of their wages, and would not affect such a colossal entity as time-space technology in the slightest. As for Suyu, it was laughable. If he hadn't intentionally guided the online discussion, this matter might not have garnered. Although most comments were critical, they had no real impact on time-space technology's business. Others sold their wares, and they made their profits. The metallic hydrogen battery was a product aimed at ordinary people. However, the current purchasers were not everyday consumers, but enterprises needing batteries. It wasn't even a matter of whether ordinary people would buy it or want it. When those enterprises released products utilizing metallic hydrogen batteries, would anyone not buy them? Faced with the anxiety-free longevity of metallic hydrogen battery products, the public would ultimately vote with their feet. In practice, product quality was key, and not the evaluations online. There were countless examples of products being heavily criticized, yet selling well. After all, the internet is merely a corner of the world. To truly take the internet as the other side of the real world would be foolish. Thus, neither Suyu nor the companies purchasing metallic hydrogen batteries were worried about being boycotted because of this incident. As for products like exoskeletons, those capable of purchasing them were certainly not among the online critics. In fact, interest surged as the matter gained traction, attracting more attention. Time-space technology's exoskeleton instead entered the view of more capable buyers. Within 2 hours of the incident, the company received dozens of calls and emails from overseas clients, all inquiring about the procurement of the G20 exoskeleton. Although Wagner received a poor reputation online, their combat capability remained undeniable. No one would consider them a worthless entity. Even the hundreds of billions spent by Wagner on equipment could not be overlooked, especially upon hearing that time-space technology's exoskeletons were available for all customers without discrimination. Countless individuals were intrigued. From large to medium-sized nations, to armed organizations in war-torn areas, even civilian firearm companies in the Eagle Sauce region were eager to introduce the G20 to the market. In short, it was a chaotic scene with all kinds of people involved. After all, high-end arms sold by major countries were selective, having money alone wouldn't suffice. Yet from every angle, time-space technology's G20 exoskeleton was evidently top-tier individual equipment. Since they did not discriminate against customers, what were they waiting for to place orders? As for how impressive time-space technology truly was, hadn't anyone already bought it? Wagner was genuinely preparing to go into battle wearing this gear. One certainly wouldn't joke with the lives of their soldiers. Therefore, unlike the online criticism, the orders for time-space technology were flooding in like snowflakes. The production capacity for the G20 exoskeleton was almost fully booked for the month. Suyu had naturally anticipated this situation long ago, and was hardly concerned. Compared to these trivial what mattered more to him was that the time for weekly customer refreshment was approaching. Name Suyu identity agent for the Blue Star region of the Time-Space Trading Platform, level junior agent, 610, trading points 1050 points available, matching attempts 0, next refresh time, 59 seconds. 58 seconds, Suyu entered the trading space in the final minute before the refresh, gazing at his familiar personal panel. The agent upgrade experience he could gain from his trading partners Ing Zheng and Xuangxing had already been fully utilized. Each provided 3 points totaling 6. To upgrade to a mid-level agent, he needed to match at least 2 trading partners. As for trading points, he already had. In fact, there were already many items available for purchase in the platform's mall. However, none were particularly essential to him at the moment. Previously, he used a junior gene agent costing 200 trading points. The platform's mall also had a mid-level gene agent requiring 2,000 trading points. Suyu planned to save enough to get one for himself. Time passed by the second. Finally, at a certain moment, the available matching attempts on the personal panel changed from available matching attempts 0 to available matching attempts 1. Suyu eagerly exclaimed, "Match trading partner. Matching trading partner, please wait." Matching successful. After a familiar flash, Suyu found himself atop a towering mountain. The view was beautiful, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. What surprised Suyu even more was that atop this sheer cliff stood an exquisitely magnificent palace radiating a golden and resplendent aura. This certainly did not appear to be something that could be constructed by human hands. Each time he traded with different individuals, the trading space would select a unique location for the transaction. These places each had their own distinct characteristics. A single glance would leave one enchanted. After marveling at the vast capabilities of the trading space, he turned his gaze toward this trading partner. A tall woman dressed in a light yellow silk gown. Of course, the most crucial detail was that this woman was holding a sword. The sword was dripping with blood. Hello? NCU was momentarily stunned upon encountering such an unexpected trading partner. And never mind the overwhelming aura of killing intent. Why was she even holding a weapon? He instinctively took a step back and donned his powered armor. And though the trading platform presumably enforced strict prohibitions against mutual aggression. Indeed, after Xuangxing had once fired a shot from her weapon at a wall, the bullet hole had vanished entirely by the time he next inspected it. But rules were rules. In wearing the powered armor still lent him a measure of reassurance. And the woman across from him remained silent, her gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Suyu. Only after donning the powered armor did Suyu exhale deeply and bow respectfully. In Suyu, liaison of the Blue Star region. May I ask fair? How shall I address you, miss? And upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before casually tossing aside the long sword she held. As if guided by unseen eyes, the blade arced flawlessly through the air and sheathed itself precisely in the scabbard upon her back. And then she too bowed and replied, "In Shun Qianran, liaison of the Tianxian realm." Excellent. Truly evocative of Xuanhuan cultivation lore. Gazing at the words, "defies physical laws," emblazoned across his powered armor helmet, Suyu already harbored tentative conjectures about the nature of this trading partner's world. At the instant the woman discarded her sword, the powered armor's computational module surged into rapid calculation. Her strength was extraordinary based on parabolic trajectory analysis. That casual toss should have sent the blade plummeting over the cliff 10 meters behind her, not soaring neatly into its scabbard. Yet mid-flight the sword was clearly subjected to an external force, twirling twice before settling with uncanny precision into its sheath. And such feats could be achieved even in a wasteland world via electromagnetic traction or gravitational wave manipulation. Yet Shun Qianran's attire bore no trace of technological origin. And moreover, the powered armor's detection module registered no fluctuations from any associated force fields. To manipulate objects remotely without recourse to high technology could only mean one thing: she belonged not to the technocratic path, but to the arcane. More tellingly, her sword-tossing technique bore striking resemblance to the sword-wielding art described in cultivation novels. If Suyu's intuition proved correct, then the Tianxian realm, the world Shun Qianran hailed from, was likely a far more advanced arcane realm than even Zhongshan, the domain of Emperor Yingzheng. With the powered armor's onboard computer as his cognitive extension, Suyu could now grasp the whole from a single glimpse. No wonder I was constantly outmaneuvered during negotiations with Xuangxing. Cheating is cheating after all. Muttering inwardly, he redirected his attention to the woman before him. And judging by her current demeanor, she was evidently a novice, freshly arrived in the trading space. After brief consideration, he broke the silence and, "May I inquire, Miss Shun, what you wish to purchase? Or perhaps sell?" NCU seated himself upon a stone bench carved with yin yang and bagua symbols. A matching stone bench stood beside Shun Qianran, clearly placed there for their mutual use. In purchase, sell, trade. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Shun Qianran's eyes. After a moment's reflection, she asked, "Who is the celestial sovereign who established this trading platform, and why have I been summoned here?" "I do not know," Suyu replied, candidly retracting his faceplate. "We merely exchange resources across myriad realms to strengthen ourselves. Does it truly matter who built it?" "Indeed," Shun Qianran nodded, then settled cross-legged onto her own stone bench and gazed at Suyu with open curiosity. "What manner of armor is this you wear? Its mere presence evokes a sense of threat. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator's treasure would scarcely inspire such unease." Well now. So a Foundation establishment cultivator had indeed arrived. Truly a being from a Xianxia cultivation world. Na thrill of delight surged within Suyu. But outwardly he remained impassive as he asked in, how precisely did you sense its threat? Through spiritual awareness. Shin Qianran cast him a look of mild surprise. Then as if suddenly enlightened added in, of course. Judging by your innate aura just now, without this artifact your cultivation level appears no higher than body tempering initial stage. One must reach the chi refining stage before awakening spiritual awareness. To speak plainly, and without fear of ridicule, in that very stage was only possible thanks to the platform's gene enhancement serums. Not ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star would struggle even to achieve body tempering. Wait, what exactly constituted the body tempering stage? Nsuyu's eyelid twitched, his hand instinctively rose toward his temple. And blasted. Without knowledge of her world's cultivation system, negotiation would prove exceedingly difficult. Pausing to gather his thoughts, he phrased his question with deliberate tact, and Miss Shun, our respective worlds may employ differing terminologies for cultivation stages. Thus I confess I cannot fully grasp what you mean by body tempering or foundation establishment. Shun Qianran, quick-witted, immediately grasped his meaning and hastened to explain, cultivation begins with body tempering, divided into initial, middle, late, and completion phases, followed by chi refining, which likewise comprises 4 progressive stages. Beyond that lie foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and further realms. She paused, then lifted her delicate chin with quiet pride. I currently stand at chi refining late stage. She just revealed everything. Suyu glanced at her startled. She was undeniably beautiful. But why did she seem so disarmingly guided? He swiftly instructed the powered armor's computer to log the exchange, then feigned nonchalance as he asked in our world, certain masters possess the power to shatter stars and continents with a single blow. What rank of cultivator would such beings hold in the Tianxian realm? He wasn't exaggerating. Surely a planet-cracking warship qualified as a master. Granted he did not yet possess one, but acquisition was inevitable. Shatter a star with a single strike. Shin Qianran's eyes widened in awe. Such incomparable might surely belongs only to a nascent soul cultivator, or beyond. I've heard that even nascent soul elders locked in combat can only fracture lands spanning millions of li. Shattering a celestial body remains utterly impossible. Hold, did her li correspond to his understanding of the unit? Ni's expression stiffened as he asked how long is 1 li? 1 li. Shin Qianran tilted her head, puzzled by the question, yet answered readily, roughly 150 zhang. And how long is 1 zhang? Naturally 9 chi. And 1 chi. Oh, must you persist with such questions? It's simply this long. Impatient, Shin Qianran gestured with both hands. Ncu stared at the span she indicated, and drew a sharp, involuntary breath. By her gesture 1 chi measured approximately 30 to 40 centimeters, meaning 1 zhang equaled roughly 3 meters, and 1 li some 4 to 500 meters, comparable to the li of Blue Star. Thus, millions of li. May I ask one final question? If your world extends from south to north, how vast is that distance? Who could possibly know? It is unfathomably vast, surely hundreds of millions, even billions of li. Shin Qianran frowned. Why do you inquire after such things, Ncu? Blue Star's equatorial circumference was barely 40,000 kilometers, roughly 80,000 li. Her world stretched billions of li from pole to pole. Na planet-shattering warship, capable of obliterating Blue Star in one salvo, would likely exhaust its entire energy core merely scratching the surface of such a realm. Recalling his earlier boast about star-shattering masters, Suyu's lips twitched involuntarily. No, I've become a laughingstock of hubris. No, I was just asking out of pure curiosity, cough cough. Suyu lightly coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, and then said seriously, I wonder if the young lady has anything she wishes to trade. Buying or selling is fine. The purpose of the trading platform is to let us exchange what we have. I have enemies chasing me outside, so I don't really have anything to trade. Shin Qianran pouted, looking dejected. It was evident that blood was still dripping from the sword just now. Suyu pondered for a moment, and then said, actually, you don't need to present something for trade immediately. You can tell me what you need, and if I can provide it, I will do my best to help you. As for the payment, if you can give something now, that's great. If not, it can wait until you escape and have the means to offer something later. The other party came from a very powerful cultivation world. It was evidently very valuable for investment. So you didn't mind investing some resources in her at the early stage. After all, this was quite different from the situation of the chi refiners in the world of Yingzhong. This was a true cultivation world. Can I buy it on credit? Shun Qianran's sparkling eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, if I want this armor you're wearing, can I also have it? The ones chasing me are a few latest-stage chi refiners and a fully realized chi refiner. If I had this foundation establishment treasure, I could defeat them. Power armor, huh? Your taste is quite good. You've set your eyes on the best thing I can offer aside from the Falcon. He had a total of 10 sets of power armor, 1 for himself and 1 for Chiyomo. There were still 8 sets available. Giving one away wouldn't be impossible. After a brief thought, he had an idea, but didn't respond directly. Instead, he further inquired, since the cultivation methods in our worlds are different, how can you be so sure that this armor can help you compete with foundation establishment cultivators? just based on your spiritual sense. Of course my spiritual sense tells me that it possesses the might of a foundation establishment cultivator, so it's certain. Shun Pianran paused mid-sentence then looked at Su Yu with a hint of pity. I'm sorry, I forgot you don't have spiritual sense, so it might be hard for you to understand. Su Yu. Alright, what can he say? He was the one who was involved in cultivation. He thought for a moment, stood up, and the electromagnetic cannon on his left arm slowly began to gather energy. A few seconds later, seeing the blue light at the cannon's mouth turn red, the words, maximum power, popped up in front of him, and the long-prepared mass projectile finally shot out. Under maximum power, the muzzle velocity of the mass projectile reached a terrifying speed of over 80 Mach, tearing through the air in an instant and creating a sharp sonic boom. It transformed into a metallic stream at an ultra-high speed, crashing heavily into the open space on the other side of the mountain peak. Boom. A violent explosion echoed from beneath the ground, accompanied by waves of tremors. The towering mountain began to slowly collapse from the spot he had struck. In an instant, the already small area at the peak was reduced by a third due to the blast. Su Yu estimated that the power of this shot was equivalent to an explosion of several hundred kilograms of TNT. This was also the strongest weapon mounted on the power armor. After doing all this, he turned to Shun Pianran, who looked astonished. This was my full-strength strike. How does it compare to the Foundation establishment cultivators on your side? Shun Pianran thought for a moment before replying seriously. It's slightly stronger than an ordinary fully realized chi refiner. It's just enough to deal with some weaker Foundation establishment cultivators with a casual strike. However, it's clear that the strength of your armor isn't in attack, it should be in defense. With that, she casually formed the bloodstained flying sword from behind, suddenly unsheathed, creating a blast, and in an instant it lunged towards Su Yu. Before he could react, the guidance system of the power armor responded first. An invisible repulsion spread out, causing any object traveling faster than 60 kilometers per hour to be deflected by the force field. The swiftly approaching flying sword was deflected just 2 meters away from Su Yu. Not only did Shun Pianran not feel disappointed after missing her strike, but she also displayed an excited expression. This is it. My instincts were right. What a miraculous defensive measure. I'm afraid that even mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators would find it hard to harm you with mere blades or fists. Su Yu twitched the corners of his mouth, but didn't mind her sudden attack. After all, she couldn't injure him in the trading space. Instead, he began to contemplate the information revealed in her words. The guidance shield. Speaking of which, gravitational waves are indeed much more advanced than the technology of electromagnetic cannons. But do physical laws also apply in a fantasy cultivation world? Also, she mentioned blades, fists, and this should refer to physical attacks. So the Foundation establishment cultivators she mentioned probably have similar spells or other means of attack. This kind of attack might not be so easily blocked by the power armor. That makes sense. The guidance force field can only immunize kinetic weapons. Furthermore, it can only resist mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, meaning that cultivators above the late stage can break through the guidance force field with brute force. This was merely the guidance force field on the power armor, which doesn't have a high power output. What if it were replaced with that on the Falcon, or even a higher level starship, or the guidance force field in a future city like a space fortress? What level of cultivator would be needed to break through with brute force? Shun Pianran's few sentences revealed a plethora of information. For a moment, Su Yu couldn't deduce any reliable information, so he noted it down, intending to study it thoroughly after. Since Shun Pianran said it was useful, he certainly had no objections. A storm-level power armor in exchange for a trading target located in a fantasy world. Although he didn't know what this target could currently offer him, just the world she belonged to was enough for Su Yu to invest a considerable sum. He immediately nodded. Since you want it, I can give you this armor, but what do you plan to offer in exchange? It doesn't need to be something you have now, it can also be something you can obtain after escaping. This? Shun Pianran's small face showed signs of embarrassment as she stammered. I'm afraid I don't have anything that could be worth as much as it to keep me safe from Foundation establishment cultivators. How honest of you. Su Yu shook his head. The worlds we inhabit are different, and it doesn't necessarily mean we need to judge by the value standards of your side. You can tell me what you can offer, and I'll make a decision after listening to you. After all, if Shun Pianran were to find a Foundation establishment treasure that she deemed equivalent in value to the power armor, it wouldn't hold much use for Su Yu. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Shun Pianran's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled out a fragrant pouch from her bosom. After untying it and fiddling around for a bit, she pulled out a monster larger than a tank. Boom. Dust filled the air. Looking at the monster lying on the ground, Shun Pianran said proudly, Do you know why I'm being chased? Do you know why I'm being hunted? You've already pulled it out. Do you really need to ask? And why do you sound almost proud of? Su Yu found the young woman somewhat naive, yet he adopted a gently teasing tone, feigning astonishment. Could it be because of this beast? This is no mere beast. It's a Tianlin beast at the late Qi refinement stage. Shun Pianran patted the colossal creature's back with practiced ease. There's a cultivation family named the Sun Clan in our city. Arrogant, oppressive, and utterly despicable. I heard their ancestral patriarch's birthday celebration is coming soon, so the Sun Clan's cultivators planned to hunt down a Tianlin beast as a grand gift, only to run straight into me. While they were locked in a life-or-death struggle with the beast, I seized the moment, stepping in to claim the critically wounded Tianlin beast for myself. And I even severed the second young master's arm. Impressive, isn't it? That you're still breathing, let alone unscathed, is proof enough you possess real substance. Suyu inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly replied insincerely, truly impressive. Shun Pian ran oblivious to his perfunctory praise, launched into another animated retelling of her own valor. How she'd struck decisively, how she'd crushed corruption with righteous fury. After boasting for some time, she abruptly remembered her purpose and pivoted sharply. Alright, let's talk about the Tianlin beast. This is an extraordinary treasure, said to carry diluted bloodline essence of the divine Shilin. Though faint, that lineage imbues it with rare potency, making its flesh a supreme tonic. A single specimen like this would fetch at least 200, no 300 spirit stones at any reputable trading house. Judging by your current stage, early body tempering, the Tianlin beast's flesh is perfectly suited to you. Especially one refined to late chi refinement, just a small portion daily, sustained over a month, will elevate you to mid-body tempering. This beast is enormous, more than enough to sustain you for over a year. By then you'll undoubtedly reach the peak of body tempering cultivation. So, how about exchanging it for your armor? As Suyu listened, his gaze upon the massive beast shimmered with sudden, unmistakable hunger. If her claims held true, this was nothing short of miraculous. He'd spent 200 trade points on a genetic enhancement serum from the system shop. Yet even after administering it, his strength barely reached early body tempering according to her standards. To advance from early to peak body tempering in just 1 year would mean surpassing 3 distinct sub-ranks, a feat equivalent to 4 or even 5 doses of that serum. An exceptional asset, absolutely worth acquiring. Suyu made his decision instantly, but he had no intention of accepting her offer asis. Suppressing the flash of fervent desire in his eyes, he merely gave a faint, indifferent hum after hearing her explanation, his meaning unmistakable. This beast could be accepted, but it wasn't enough. Shen Pianran sighed faintly, though she sensed no injustice. In her worldview, a Tianlin beast subdued by mere chi refinement cultivators held far less value than artifacts capable of challenging Foundation establishment masters. So what if it enhanced body tempering cultivators? 100 peak body tempering adepts wouldn't last a single blow against a Foundation establishment master. They belong to entirely different tiers of existence. Then I'll add another 100 spirit stones. Shen Pianran paused briefly before proposing. Spirit stones, what use are they? Given the young woman's apparent naivety, Suyu chose to ask directly. What use? Oh, immense use. Seeing his interest, Shun Pianran eagerly elucidated, spirit stones are indispensable, whether refining pills, forging artifacts, or erecting formation arrays. They even fuel cultivation itself, though only high-level cultivators typically draw upon them directly. Ordinary adepts neither afford nor require such luxury. Below the golden core realm, ambient spiritual energy suffices. While roughly speaking, spirit stones remain universally coveted treasures. Shin Pianran faltered mid-sentence, then hastily corrected herself. Suyu observed silently, then asked casually, so spirit stones must be abundant in your region. Shin Pianran instinctively tightened the drawstring of her delicate sakkel, and hurriedly replied, not at all. Even a legendary rich vein might yield only a few thousand spirit stones from an entire mine. An ordinary chi refinement cultivator possessing over 100 spirit stones is already considered exceptionally wealthy. I've saved mine for years. Suyu nodded thoughtfully, then added offhandedly, then, if golden core cultivators rely on spirit stones to break through, how many would one need for a single advancement? Shun Pianran blurted without thinking, far too many. I heard the prefect himself consume nearly 1 million spirit stones advancing from early to mid-golden core. She suddenly caught herself glanced sidelong at Suyu, who showed no reaction, and swiftly changed course. Oh, never mind that. What about adding another 100 spirit stones? Agreed, but still insufficient. Suyu smiled warmly. He'd already gleaned the information he sought, and felt genuinely pleased. If his intuition proved correct, the actual combat power within Shun Pianran's world likely fell far short of her boasts. Of course, tales of nascent soul masters clashing across continents, or sovereign soul cultivators rending continental plates asunder, might hold truth. Yet such titans may not currently walk her world. Suyu had harbored suspicions earlier, her remark, that ambient chi became inadequate beyond the golden core stage requiring spirit stones for cultivation, only deepened them. Hence his probing questions, to gauge the true scarcity of spirit stones. Were they commonplace, his concerns would, yet her very phrasing betrayed their rarity. Even a single advancement from early to mid-golden core demanded 1 million spirit stones. By her own description, that sum equaled the combined lifetime wealth of tens of thousands of chi refinement cultivators. Unless her world operated on a grotesque dichotomy, where elites treated spirit stones as air, while the weak couldn't even catch a whiff, then spirit stones were undeniably scarce. And if cultivators above golden core required them to advance, then truly advanced masters, nascent soul, and beyond, must be exceedingly rare. Alternatively, Shun Pianran might be deceptively benign on the surface, her innocence carefully curated. Perhaps everything she'd shown thus far was performance, an elaborate ruse designed to mislead Suyu. Lacking concrete evidence, however, he remained cautiously open to the possibility, nothing more. I truly have nothing else to offer. Everything I own is on me, and anything truly valuable remains with my master who rarely permits me access to it. Shin Pianran pouted slightly. Nothing else to offer. Suyu suddenly smiled. Not necessarily. To be frank, I'm deeply intrigued by your cultivation art. No way. As soon as Suyu's words fell, Shun Pianran shook her little head like a rattle drum, resolutely refusing. My cultivation method was given to me by my master, and it can reach the golden core stage. In our place, it's something rare and valuable. There's no way I would trade it for this. Seeing her like this, Suyu estimated that it would be quite difficult to get the pill from her, and he didn't plan to continue persuading her. Although this girl seemed a bit dim-witted, it was precisely such people who were harder to deceive. Of course, Suyu, adhering to the principle of fair trade, had no intention of tricking her. Cough cough. Since she couldn't be deceived for her own cultivation method, it was fine to let her provide some basic cultivation method instead. After all, he intended to research them, and had no plans to act as a guinea pig for direct cultivation. Who cares if the cultivation method is advanced or not? However, before he could speak, Shin Pianran took the initiative to say, how about this? I have some pills, can we use them as payment? As she spoke, she rummaged through her small fragrance pouch for quite a while, then took out several porcelain bottles. Shin Pianran held up the porcelain bottles and introduced one by one. This is the evil-repelling pill. Taking one cures all ailments. This is the beauty pill. If a mortal takes one, they can maintain their youthful appearance until death. This is the clear spirit pill, which is best for assisting cultivation. If given to a mortal, one pill will turn them into a genius, making them learn quickly. This is... She took out a total of 7 to 8 types of pills, each stored in different porcelain bottles, and each type had about 10 pieces. After introducing them all, she looked at Suyu with hope, saying, all these pills were given to me by my master. If bought, they would cost at least 300 spirit stones. The Tianlin Beast 100 spirit stones plus these pills together, they are worth no less than 6 or 700 spirit stones. Can we use these to trade for your armor? Through this conversation with Suyu, her thinking gradually opened up. In the Tianxin realm, there are basically only 2 ways to purchase a Foundation Establishment magic treasure. One is to buy it with spirit stones, or to trade goods. If purchasing with spirit stones, a Foundation Establishment magic treasure would cost at least over 1,000 spirit stones. Clearly, she did not have that many spirit stones. As for trading goods, in her original concept, it could only be done with items of the same level. For instance, a Foundation Establishment magic treasure could only be exchanged for other Foundation Establishment treasures. As for gathering a bunch of low-level items to reach a total value of over 1,000 spirit stones to trade for a Foundation Establishment treasure, that would be laughed at by other cultivators in the Tianxian realm. However, Suyu clearly did not find any issue with this. Seeing that he readily accepted both the Tianlin Beast and the 100 spirit stones, Shun Pianran suddenly remembered that she still had these pills available for trade. These pills were scattered and individually worth little. However, when combined, they were not an insignificant amount. When she said the total value was 300 spirit stones, she was not exaggerating. Pills. Suyu frowned, reaching out to take a porcelain bottle that Shun Pianran presented to him, opening the wooden cork to take a whiff. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through. If he remembered correctly, this was the evil-repelling pill she mentioned earlier that cures all ailments. If what Shin Pianran said was true, taking one could indeed cure all diseases. The effect was indeed quite good. However, what puzzled Suyu was that for some reason he felt that these pills, just from their medicinal effects, far paled in comparison to the longevity pill Zheng had given him. After opening and smelling each one, this feeling intensified. Even without considering the irregular effect of extending his lifespan by 20 years, the scent of the longevity pill was not something these pills could compare to. Just a sniff of the longevity pill made one feel refreshed, as if it could erase all fatigue, more effective than drinking a whole box of Red Bull. But these pills were different. Although they also had a medicinal fragrance, it was merely pleasant and lacked any other effects. Suyu glanced at the trading panel. The system had already recognized this transaction. Clearly, at least regarding the efficacy of these pills, Shin Pianran was not lying. This was somewhat strange. Suyu did not respond immediately, but began to ponder carefully. Firstly, it was known that the world where Zheng resided was evidently less developed in terms of metaphysics compared to the Tianxian realm. This could be seen from how Zheng purchased the G60 exoskeleton from him. Not to mention Shun Pianran's earlier demonstration of disassembling a few G60 units with her bare hands was simply like child's play. Let alone those who were stronger than her, such as Foundation Establishment cultivators, even Golden Core and nascent soul-level powerhouses. If the metaphysical power from Zheng's side was indeed more developed than that of Shun Pianran's Tianxian realm, there would be no reason for him to purchase the G60 to deal with the Xiongnu. And under the premise that the metaphysical power in the Shenzhou world was not as strong as that in the Tianxian realm, the longevity pill Zheng produced was of a higher grade than the pills Shun Pianran brought out, which was quite worth pondering. From Ying Zheng's casual offer of dozens of pieces, it seemed that the longevity pill was not considered a precious item. Although Ying Zheng was the ruler of the Xinzhou world, and saying he was the foremost figure of the time was not an exaggeration, his status and position could not be compared to Shen Pianran in the Tianxian realm. However, Shen Pianran had mentioned my golden core master more than once. Clearly she was not just a small cultivator in the qi refinement stage without a background. Moreover, considering the disparity between different worlds under the circumstance that the cultivation system in the Tianxian realm was more advanced and complete than in the Xinzhou world. Logically speaking, the pills she brought out, even if they were not as good as the longevity pill produced by the national strength of Ying Zheng, should not differ too greatly. However, from what it seemed, these pills paled in comparison to the longevity pill, which could extend life by 20 years regardless of any conditions as long as one had breath left. Of course, it was also possible that Shen Pianran was hiding the good stuff and presenting him with some common items to fool him. After thinking for a moment, Suyu tentatively asked, "Do you have any pills that can extend lifespan over there?" Pills that extend lifespan. Shen Pianran was taken aback, then looked at Suyu with a strange expression, saying, "Such pills are rare and hard to come by. They can no longer be refined. The few that occasionally appear are dug up from ancient tombs in secret realms. Even pills that can only extend life by 3 to 5 years are highly coveted by some ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespan to the point where they would fight fiercely for them. Pills that extend lifespan are extremely precious. Why would you think a small qi refinement cultivator like me would have any?" Indeed, Suyu was certain in his heart that he had grasped a very crucial piece of information. In a relatively primitive world of metaphysics known as Xinzhou, it is capable of producing a large quantity of longevity elixirs that are exceedingly rare even in the relatively developed realm of Tianxian. This is clearly abnormal. After a brief analysis, Suyu deduced that there are likely 2 reasons for this situation. The first is that the power system of Tianxian is far superior to that of Xinzhou, yet in the art of alchemy, it is surprisingly inferior. The second reason is that while Tianxian is indeed many times more advanced in metaphysical aspects than Xinzhou, there are still certain areas where Xinzhou holds an advantage. This advantage may not necessarily pertain to technology, it could also be in terms of resources. The first possibility is quite small, and objectively speaking, Suyu felt the second possibility is more likely. As Shen Pianran mentioned earlier, Tianxian does have longevity elixirs, but they can no longer be produced. The existing longevity elixirs rely entirely on archaeology. This indicates that Tianxian was once capable of refining them. The reasons for the current inability to do so are not difficult to guess. It must be lacking a certain material or certain types of materials. Of course, in the worldview of Xinxia novels, there are always scenarios where ancient methods are superior to modern ones. It is often found in the Xinxia or fantasy novels that ancient immortal techniques could destroy the heavens and the earth, while modern techniques might struggle against a mere ancient dog after 100 years of practice. If one were to force an interpretation, it could also be said that the alchemical methods of Tianxian were more advanced in the past, but have since been lost. However, if we approach it objectively, this possibility can almost be disregarded. Such unique skills passed down exclusively to males can be understood to have been lost. Because such techniques have a poor dissemination, if the relevant individuals face unfortunate accidents, they can easily vanish. However, the methods for refining longevity elixirs clearly do not belong to this category. From Shen Pianran's words about how longevity elixirs can still be obtained through archaeology, it is evident. The methods for refining longevity elixirs are not something that could easily go extinct. They are not solely passed down through a single lineage such that they could be lost through a minor accident. In a situation where the methods for refining are difficult to lose yet they cannot produce such elixirs, it can only mean that they lack important materials. Suyu had a rough guess in mind, but did not seek further confirmation from Shen Pianran as it was not particularly important. The most crucial information now is that longevity elixirs are rare treasures in Tianxian that one can encounter but not seek. It is often said that the longer one lives, the more one fears death. These cultivators with their lengthy lifespans clearly find it even harder to regard life and death with indifference. It is inevitable that there is a demand for longevity. Suyu glanced at Shen Pianran, who was still eagerly awaiting his response, and suddenly smiled. "A Tianlin beast in elixir, and 100 spirit stones in exchange for a piece of armor, it's a deal." He knew without thinking that in Shen Pianran's eyes this was undoubtedly a great bargain. But it didn't matter, he wasn't losing out. Originally, he had even planned to invest purely fully prepared for Shen Pianran to take his power armor only to fail against her enemies, leaving him with nothing. Now with these items coming in, it exceeded his expectations. Of course, Suyu could continue to squeeze more benefits from her, even emptying her little pouch, which seemed to be a spatial storage device. But there was no need, because he also had to consider another issue: the emotional state of the trading partner. For Frostar and Ying Zheng, they were all smart people who usually only did things beneficial to themselves. As for whether the process of doing this was enjoyable, that was not within their scope of consideration. Hence, when Suyu conducted business with them, he would bargain as much as possible, aiming to earn a little more. Because he wasn't worried that Frostar or Ying Zheng would refuse to trade with him over this matter. But Shenpian ran. From her recent behavior, she not only appeared to be in her prime, but her actions also matched the impulsiveness and immaturity typical of her age. She was quick to draw her sword to cut off that young master's hand, even risking herself in the process. It was clear she acted solely on her likes and dislikes without much consideration for the consequences. Doing business with her being overly forceful would be unwise. Should she develop a rebellious mindset, she might simply refuse the deal. That would be troublesome for Suyu. After all, she represented a true world of fantasy and Xinxia. Just thinking about the various wonders of their world made Suyu's mouth water. Thus, for the sake of longer-term benefits, it wouldn't hurt to give her some sweet rewards now. After all, he had gained 10 sets of power armor just by accepting a capable assistant like Xiao Mo, which was certainly a good deal. As expected upon hearing Suyu's agreement, although Shenpian Ran tried to maintain a serious face, it was evident that joy was visible on her face. She was on the verge of breaking into a smile. Suyu unconcerned signed the transaction contract and traded an unopened power armor to Shenpian Ran. Without waiting for Shenpian Ran, who had just received the power armor, to examine it closely, he continued, "Now that we've settled the armor deal, I believe we can discuss another transaction." As he spoke, a delicate redwood box appeared in his hand. Suyu casually opened the lid, and an enticing fragrance immediately wafted from the box. Another transaction. Shenpian Ran, whose attention was fully on the power armor she had just received, instinctively turned back. Upon seeing the longevity golden elixir in Suyu's hand, she froze for a moment, and then stood there in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on the golden elixir, revealing a visibly intense desire. Her breathing gradually became heavier, and the distant mountains seemed to sway visibly. Clearly, the sudden appearance of the longevity golden elixir had a far greater impact and allure than the power armor. After a long silence, she finally spoke with a trembling voice, seemingly in disbelief, to Suyu, "Is this the longevity golden elixir?" Suyu chuckled, "A single one that can extend your life by 20 years. This can also be traded." Shenpian Ran's eyes lit up, and before Suyu could respond, she continued, "What do you want in return? If it's a technique, I can give it to you right now." "Of course I want the technique." Suyu pondered. "The technique your master passed down to you, along with at least 3 different kinds of techniques, can be slightly inferior to yours, but not too much. I can do that." Without a moment's hesitation, Shenpian Ran agreed. Clearly, in her mind, the value of this golden elixir far exceeded that of these techniques. However, while Shenpian Ran envisioned receiving such a precious elixir in exchange for just a few techniques, and being praised by her master afterward, Suyu's voice came again, "Don't rush, there's more. In addition to the techniques, I also need 50,000 spirit stones." What exactly is the use of spirit stones? Suyu did not know. But he understood one thing like gold. This item also serves as a form of currency, with a certain level of popularity on trading platforms. Just as many traders in various worlds collect gold, many metaphysical worlds also accept spirit stones. They belong to a type of hard currency. This information was acquired during his exchanges with Shuangxing, and it was unlikely to be false. Now that there was an opportunity to acquire a batch, he certainly would not let it slip by. Moreover, one significant difference between the metaphysical and technological worlds is that the technological world lacks or is severely deficient in a substance, spiritual energy. If he could obtain a cultivation technique from Shenpian Ran that allowed for practice, he feared that in the environment of Blue Star, he would not be able to achieve much. Just like the Qi cultivation techniques he obtained from Yingzheng, the effects were indeed present, but were almost negligible, only providing slight benefits to physical health. If it were merely for physical health, let alone Qi cultivation techniques, couldn't Suyu just practice Tai Chi in Blue Star to achieve the same? This was also the main reason he had obtained Qi cultivation techniques from Yingzheng, but did not pursue it further. The speed of improvement was so minimal that even practicing for 10 years would likely yield results inferior to a single dose of a genetic elixir. Since the world Shenpian Ran inhabits can use spirit stones to assist in cultivation, solving the problem of insufficient spiritual energy. If Suyu were to cultivate these immortal techniques, even if he did not trade the spirit stones with others, they would still be of great. So acquiring some spirit stones would certainly not be a loss. 500,000 spirit stones for 4 techniques. Shenpian Ran frowned, momentarily unsure. She clearly was not adept at business, and at this moment had no intention of bargaining. After a moment of thought, she gritted her teeth and said, "I need to consult my master first. But rest assured, if your longevity golden elixir truly has that effect, my master will definitely agree. While the techniques are precious, to put it plainly, as long as there is an original technique, the rest are just copies that can be reproduced infinitely. If the techniques become widespread in the Tianxian realm, it would greatly affect those practicing them. However, trading them with others does not seem to incur any real cost upon closer inspection. Even if Suyu spreads her techniques in Blue Star, it would not affect the practitioners in the Tianxian realm at all. Therefore, when considering it this way, the real cost of this transaction is those 500,000 spirit stones. The value of the longevity golden elixir is quite difficult to define. In Shenpian Ran's world, cultivators entering the golden core stage can live for over 1,000 years, while fully realized golden core cultivators can live for 2,000 years. 20 years is merely a fleeting moment for these powerful beings. Cultivators with ample lifespan would never spend so many spirit stones to buy the longevity golden elixir, as they still require spirit stones to assist in their cultivation. However, for those cultivators whose lifespans are nearing their end, this may not be the case. Especially for those stuck at a bottleneck, just a step away from breaking through to the next realm, but with little time left. Let alone 500,000 spirit stones, they would be willing to part with millions. After all, as long as they are alive, there is hope, but once dead, they truly lose everything. These types of cultivators often share another characteristic. They have substantial wealth. After all, they are at least 1,000-year-old monsters, and their reserves of spirit stones are certainly not small. Thus, purchasing a longevity golden elixir for 500,000 spirit stones, if encountering the right buyer, would definitely yield a profit. But the key issue is that the Tianxian realm is vast. Finding cultivators who need it and can afford spirit stones is not easy. Therefore, when it comes to whether or not to buy the golden elixir, Shun Pianran certainly cannot make a decision right now and must consult her master first. After all, relying solely on herself, she could not produce that many spirit stones. Alright, then it's settled. Suyu did not continue to press for more details, simply nodding in agreement. After further discussion, Suyu provided Shin Pianran with a thorough explanation of the trading platform before they parted. It is worth mentioning that in their subsequent communications, they signed a preliminary contract regarding the purchase of the longevity golden elixir. The contract essentially states that Suyu guarantees the effectiveness of the longevity golden elixir, while Shun Pianran will provide her cultivation technique as a deposit. Once the other techniques and spirit stones are gathered, both parties will exchange money for goods. Shun Pianran initially had some hesitation. However, after witnessing the various mysterious aspects of the trading platform and confirming it was not some sort of illusion, she no longer hesitated. She decisively replicated her technique onto a jade slip and handed it over to Suyu as a deposit. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction. Naturally, Shun Pianran was pleased to obtain a piece of powered armor that could rival Foundation establishment cultivators even in the hands of mortals, as well as the longevity golden elixir that could be obtained as long as resources were replenished. Suyu was satisfied to have developed a new trading partner. If a matched trading partner does not reach a cooperative intent during their first meeting, they cannot continue to make contact. However, as long as a transaction is completed during the initial match, or at least an intent to trade is reached, the two agents will obtain fixed contact information, allowing for future exchanges. Now that he has completed one transaction with Shun Pianran and has a reservation regarding the longevity golden elixir, both parties are naturally locked in. There will be ample opportunities for continued cooperation. Furthermore, the world Shun Pianran inhabits has given Suyu great expectations. After all, it is a fantasy Xinxiao world. After establishing a stable trading bridge, the benefits he can gain from the Tianxian realm are simply incalculable. Once again, it is a win-win situation. Name Suyu. Identity agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star region. Level junior agent, 710. Trading points, 1100 points. Available matching times 0. Returning to his personal space, Suyu looked at the experience bar for his agent level, which had finally risen from 610 to 710, and felt a surge of joy. Now that he has reached 710, reaching 910 is merely a matter of time. This means that as long as he encounters a tradable entity during the next matching opportunity and completes a transaction, upgrading to a middle-level agent will be a certainty. Suyu was unsure how long it took other agents to upgrade from just being bound to their qualifications to becoming middle-level agents. But he is now just one step away from becoming a middle-level agent, having only taken 4 matching opportunities. It has been less than 4 weeks from start to finish. It feels somewhat fulfilling. At least it seems that he is progressing much faster than Shuangxing and Ying Zhang. You came out so late that seems like everything is settled. In the villa's dining room, Xiaoma looked at Suyu coming downstairs and asked, more or less. The other party comes from a world oriented towards metaphysics, and their power system seems to be even more advanced than that of Ying Zhang and his group. Suyu sat down at the dining table and briefly explained, my power armor is upstairs. That contains a video of the entire process that I recorded. You can take a look. Alright. Xiaoma replied, then slightly nodded, appearing thoughtful. After a moment, she continued, from the logs of the power armor, the speed of the sword she used against you was very fast, close to Mach 10, and there was almost no acceleration process. The world of metaphysics is indeed quite mysterious. If the speed of this sword exceeds 200 Mach, the diverting force field on the Storm-class power armor would likely struggle to intercept it. If she wasn't hiding her true abilities, then the power system of the Tianxian realm she mentioned should be reliable. From her facial micro-expressions, it was highly probable that she didn't have deep ulterior motives, but we cannot be too sure if our understanding of the metaphysical world is still limited, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Xiaoma pinched her chin, and then said, can you give me a few spirit stones and those pills? Also let me see their cultivation methods. Yeah, I want to study them. I want to see if I can figure out the so-called spiritual energy, and what the principles behind Qi cultivation and immortal cultivation are. There is a professional laboratory in the ZY garden with some equipment that was purchased, and some that Xiaoma printed with the J9000S 3D printer. It can be said that apart from large particle colliders, there is no laboratory in the world that is more equipped than the one in the ZY garden. Naturally, Su Yu had no reason to refuse. He intended to share this information with Qiuma. After all, neither he nor Qiuma, nor even Ing Zheng, who originally came from the metaphysical world, had a deep understanding of immortal cultivation. To pave the way for future transactions with Shun Pianran, he at least needed to have a certain understanding of this matter. Currently, Shun Pianran still believed that he also came from a certain metaphysical world, and was unaware that there were technological aspects to the myriad realms. This could change in the future. If the other party realized that he was completely in the dark regarding immortal cultivation, then even with Qiuma involved in the transaction, it would be difficult to avoid being taken advantage of. If the information gap is significant enough, no algorithm can bridge it. Moreover, those who practice immortal cultivation may not necessarily be less intelligent than computers. Shen Pianran appeared to be a naive sweet girl, but she certainly was not a foolish simpleton. After finishing the late-night snack, he planned to give Qiuma the information obtained from Shun Pianran for her to study. It was already past 6 in the morning. Outside, the sky was brightening, nearing dawn. Su Yu threw himself onto the large bed in the villa and fell asleep. Speaking of which, apart from himself and Qiuma, the villa was mostly populated by some maintenance androids. Occasionally, Wuxia would come and stay for a few days. This woman was quite perceptive. After realizing that her relationship with Su Yu could not progress further, she found her place. Although there was a room for her in the villa, she had no intention of moving in. She continued to work her job and would visit Su Yu for a night of pleasure during her occasional vacations. Su Yu did not treat her poorly. Although he didn't give her cash directly, he sent her a bunch of assorted items which were worth at least 100,000. However, for Su Yu at this moment, those trivial things didn't matter. The weekly matching opportunity had been used. Recently, there were no significant matters at the company. For the next few days, Su Yu entered a state of not knowing what to do and lazed around in the villa. Every day, he either flirted with a few beautiful acquaintances or lay in his room experimenting with the cultivation methods obtained from Shun Pianran using spirit stones. Initially, he didn't dare to practice recklessly. However, Qiumo's research had made some progress, clearly stating that practicing this would not have any side effects. Situations where one goes astray due to reckless practice without guidance like those in novels were basically impossible. Plus, there was the trading platform's assurance. Only then did he dare to cultivate. To his surprise, this practice actually showed some effects. After practicing for only 3 or 4 days combined with a small piece of Tianlin beast meat each day, Su Yu felt that his strength was at least twice that of when he had just injected the gene serum. It was unclear whether it was the effectiveness of the cultivation method, the excellent quality of the Tianlin beast's meat, or if he himself had some innate talent in this area. In any case, he practiced smoothly according to the cultivation method provided by Shun Pianran, hardly feeling any difficulty. This state of tranquility did not last long. On Wednesday, the batch of G20 exoskeletons ordered by Wagner had all been delivered to the front lines via. Just 2 days later, after familiarizing the soldiers of the Legion with the equipment, they launched a large-scale military operation on Friday night. 5,000 soldiers equipped with G20 exoskeletons alongside several heavy armored brigades penetrated the enemy's defenses with the coordination of air and ground artillery forces. Within a night, they wiped out 7 fully equipped brigades of the enemy, killing or capturing over 20,000 and advancing the front line by more than 100 kilometers. Moreover, leveraging the excellent mobility of the exoskeletons, they had already formed a strategic encirclement against nearly 20 enemy brigades in another direction. The battlefield, which had been at a stalemate, suddenly turned into an overwhelming advantage overnight. In this battle, the G20 exoskeleton, a civilian and engineering device from time-space technology, shone brightly. The Wagner Corps equipped with G20 exoskeletons became the sharpest blade on the battlefield, effortlessly dealing with the trench fortifications and urban combat scenarios that had given both warring sides headaches. Under the powerful performance of the G20, those previously perceived as merely paper data suddenly proved to be far less effective. 3 veterans in G20 gear could easily take out dozens of enemy soldiers entrenched in fortifications. Under the terrifying speed and strong defense of the G20 exoskeleton, those who had previously thought it wasn't that impressive finally felt the fear of being struck from a lower dimension. On Saturday noon, a spokesperson for Wagner Company praised the products of time-space technology at a press conference as both advanced and effective, while subtly indicating that their company planned to procure more G20 exoskeletons from time-space technology in response to reporters' questions. On Saturday evening, the Eagle Nation across the ocean warned time-space technology not to sell G20 exoskeletons globally under the pretext of selling inhumane large-scale destructive weapons, or else sanctions would be imposed.